Lin Yuan had died before. Not on some battlefield, but in total helplessness and regret as he watched his family get massacred. In his past life, he was useless in a brutal apocalypse, but fate gave him a second. All right, let's dive in. He's reborn into the past right before the apocalypse, and his memories of the end of the world are now his greatest weapon. Without wasting a single second, Lin Yuan abandons his fake peaceful life and throws himself into training like a man possessed. Like a madman day and night, pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits. People only saw a quiet, young man obsessed with training. They had no idea that inside his mind was a broken world and an oath, carved in blood. This life he must be stronger, faster, and more ruthless. Anyone who dares threaten his family, Lin Yuan, will make them pay a price they can't even imagine. The tragedy of his past life will never, ever be repeated. We open on the rocky desert of Black Sand Town in this Xianxia world. In the dead silence, a desert lizard suddenly raises its head on high alert. A moment later, a terrified scream rings out, "Run," followed by the frantic footsteps of someone fleeing for their life. The pursuers, a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves, with 80 HP, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From a distance, the desperate cries of a group echo out. "Help me, somebody, help us." The fleeing party is a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all level 3. The blonde girl says in a panic, "We're so unlucky, we were just hunting. Level 1 sand scorpions, how did we run into a whole pack of level 3 demon wolves?" She turns to her leader, "Captain, what do we do now?" The captain just points ahead, trying to rally her team. "Just a little further, see those sandstone trees up ahead? Desert demon wolves can't climb. If we can just make it up those trees, we might have a chance to survive." But here's the thing, you can see the worry on her face. She's thinking these demon wolves are brutally savage. Once they lock onto a target, they never give up. The situation gets even worse when she remembers they were already injured in a previous fight. The only 2 pieces of black iron gear they had are now broken. A hopeless thought hits her. Are we really going to die out here today? Just then, the pink-haired mage trips and falls hard to the ground. Her 2 teammates turn back in horror, screaming her name, Xiao He. The wolves are right behind her. All they can yell is Xiao He. "Watch out." Xiao He looks up, her eyes filled with absolute terror, the image of a wolf with bared fangs and raised claws reflected in her panicked gaze. In that split second, a streak of blue light flashes, slicing right through the wolf and sending fresh blood flying. The demon wolf took a fatal hit, its body collapsing right next to Xiao He. Wolf's corpse lies motionless on the hot sand. Xiao He, still in shock, looks up at the figure who just appeared and saved her life. She can barely believe her eyes, thinking, did he just save me? And that's when we see it, an info panel materializes right above the stranger, clearly displaying level 1. Xiao He gasps, "A level 1 player? Is he a newbie?" She trails off in stunned silence as she sees the young man's face with his mysterious glowing red eyes. The guy stands calmly, shielding Xiao He, facing down the rest of the snarling, furious wolf pack. He glances at them and says coldly, "Level 3 monsters aren't all that strong." Provoke, the remaining wolves charge at him in a frenzy. The young man tightens, his grip on his sword, his expression unwavering. His whole body is wrapped in a blue lightning-like energy as he charges straight into the middle of the pack. The demon wolves leap at him, trying to tear their enemy to shreds, but in a flash, 2 brilliant blue slashes tear through the air, easily cutting 2 wolves in half in a spray of blood. A final, decisive strike takes down the last wolf. The 3 girls are frozen in place, completely unable to believe what just happened. The young man stands coldly in the middle of the carnage, his blood-stained sword resting on a wolf's corpse. The female captain is in awe, sweat pouring down her face. He killed 4 desert demon wolves with just a starter sword, but their relief doesn't last long. Xiao He suddenly points forward in terror. Oh no, look! From the distance, a much larger pack of wolves is rushing toward them. Their blood-red eyes glow in the twilight. It's an entire horde. The blonde girl panics. What is this? Where did all these wolves come from? Xiao He trembles. Maybe the nearby demon wolves smelled the blood of their dead packmates. The captain quickly yells over to the young man who's still standing there calmly. "Run, that's a horde big enough to wipe out an entire newbie village." "I'm not kidding, you're going to get torn to pieces." He slowly turns his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Really? And trust me, you're not ready for what happens next." A mysterious green energy erupts around him as glowing cards appear in his hand. A system notification pops up in front of him. "Player Lin Yuan, do you wish to summon the skeleton warrior?" Alright, stick with me as we watch our main character use some seriously forbidden magic to turn this fight around. The cards slam into the ground, erupting in a brilliant light. A complex magic circle filled with ancient runes appears, covering the entire area. Beneath the wolves, the ground trembles with a storm of green energy, and from below, a skeletal hand emerges from the sand. Immediately after, a legion of Tier 3 skeleton warriors rises from the earth, each with 100 HP, 35 attack, and 5 defense. Their skill, decapitation. But the demon wolves don't even hesitate, charging forward with absolute ferocity. He just smirks, his eyes cold, ready to see who gets shredded first. The skeleton army lets out a wordless roar, and Lin Yuan braces for the impact. The battle explodes, a skeleton warrior blocking. The alpha wolves pounce. Another raises its shield to stop a flank attack. The skeleton army moves in perfect sync, easily halting the ferocious pack's advance. 15 minutes later, the fight is over. Lin Yuan coldly pulls his sword from the last wolf's body. Blood splatters and corpses litter the ground. A series of system notifications pop up. 16 desert demon wolves killed, 160 EXP gained. Along with that, a ton of loot drops. 16 desert demon wolf pelts, 16 desert demon wolf fangs, and 16 desert demon wolf claws. Right now, over the dead wolves, glowing orbs of light, the loot are hovering, just waiting to be collected. And this is where we see just how different he is. Lin Yuan calmly sheathes his weapon and absorbs the glowing essence from the monster corpses, all of it flowing into his hand. Behind a nearby rock, a female mage is still in total shock, stammering to her teammate, "Captain, am I dreaming? Did he really just solo all 12 of those desert demon wolves?" The pink-haired girl slowly approaches, asking curiously, excuse me, are you a mage? Was that a summoning skill? I'm a mage too, but I've never seen a skill like yours before." Lin Yuan turns his head slightly, his red eyes glowing. "Who said I was a mage?" The girl freezes, her eyes wide with shock. Then, "What are you?" The corner of his mouth quirks into a confident half-smile. Behind him, a massive system panel lights up. "And yeah, I know what you're thinking, and this is where we get the answer. Because I possess a forbidden SSS-rank profession." The system screen clearly displays the player's info: Lin Yuan level 2, class Necromancer, talent Shadow Summoning, Hell's Gate, strength 5, constitution 25, spirit 30. EXP 159 out of 237. My name is Lin Yuan from Blue Star, and I am a regressor. 3 years ago, scientists observed a giant mysterious planet called Demon Star suddenly appear next to Blue Star. 3 months ago, a secret company announced a full-dive VR game that completely shook the world. After entering the game using the headsets they developed, humans were classified into different professions. By leveling up, they gained the power to fight the monsters in the game. The line between real and virtual began to blur. At first, no one cared much, thinking it was just a game. Until one day, certain people started gaining abilities in the real world identical to their powers in-game. These people were called the Chosen. But then, true disaster struck. From that day on, a fanatical cult, calling themselves followers of the evil god, began invading from the virtual world into reality and started killing people. Blue Star City fell into ruin, destroyed by the tentacles of giant monsters. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with despair as he held the bloody body of his loved one. "My parents died in that catastrophe. Humanity gathered all of its strength to fight back. But in the end, we were all defeated by the cultists, and I died in that final battle. But I never expected that 1 hour ago I would actually be reborn, sent back to the very moment I first logged into this world. And this time, the system gave me a forbidden SSS-rank class. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique forbidden class Necromancer. Your talent is SSS-rank Shadow Summoning, 2 SSS-rank Hell's Gates." Lin Yuan's eyes harden, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. "This time, I will level up my strength and skills faster to protect Blue Star and my family." Back in the present, Lin Yuan coldly yanks his sword from the last wolf's corpse. He thoughtfully extends his hand toward the monster's body. A stream of green miasma pours from his palm, letting out a ghastly hiss as it wraps around the wolf's corpse. Tendrils of energy branch out, connecting to all the bodies scattered on the ground. As the corpse's eyes flash a sinister green, the system panel blinks. "Do you wish to use Shadow Summoning on the desert demon wolf corpse?" "Yes." The dead monster's claws scrape the ground as it lurches to its feet. Lin Yuan realizes the trait of this class is that it gives me the physique of a warrior. The entire wolf pack rises at once, their eyes glowing eerily. But at the same time, I can use Shadow Summoning, turning dead monsters into my own zombie army. And trust me, this is where the real fun begins. These zombies don't just inherit their previous level and skills. The system immediately updates the stats for the new Devil Wolf zombie. Level 380 HP, 20 attack, 3 defense. New skills include Bite and Death's Bite, which deals 200% damage. Plus, Body of the Dead grants immunity to fear, poison, blindness, injury, and bleeding. He swings his hand, drawing a gorgeous magic circle. But they also gain a brand new skill called Body of the Dead, making them immune to most negative effects. The ground cracks open and a blinding green light erupts. As for my other talent, the Gate of Hell, It can store monsters I've resurrected with shadow summoning, and its capacity increases with my level. From deep underground, a massive bizarre gate wrapped in chains rises to the surface. A horrifying creak echoes as the gate's opening slowly widens, unleashing a brilliant stream of light. The zombie wolves obediently march into the world within the gate. In the middle of this magical storm, Lin Yuan stands tall, surrounded by dozens of monster silhouettes. If I get my level high enough, I'll command an invincible army of the dead. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the female mage stumbles back, her face pale. You're resurrecting the dead as zombies. Who are you? Ignoring the three girls' terror, Lin Yuan simply looks up at the sky as it begins to change color. Now pay close attention, this is where everything kicks off. It's almost time. The sky suddenly flashes crimson. Bloody text appears in the air, announcing that the world boss, the giant death wolf, is descending upon the rock wolf desert. Time to kill a boss. From the horizon, countless streaks of blood-red lightning crash down with insane destructive force. The other players can only watch in pure terror. The blood-red sky suddenly fractures with web-like cracks. Between those cracks, a pair of demonic glowing red eyes appears, staring down at the horrified players below. Players scream in panic. The giant death wolf is here. One guy yells as he starts running for his life. I remember the game's website said its attack range is 50 meters. We better run as far as we can. Amid desperate cries for help, the scene becomes pure chaos as every player scrambles to get away. But the boss is too fast. It plows right into the crowd, spreading death and destruction. Two players hide behind a rock, watching in horror. Right before their eyes, the giant wolf snatches an unlucky player in its jaws. The massive beast stands tall over a field of bodies. Its info panel pops up: Giant Death Wolf, a level 6 lord with 2400 HP, 360 attack, and 48 defense. Skills: Roar Giant's Heart and Death Claw. In the chaos, one player tries to charge out, but his teammate holds him back. Bro, are you crazy? A single player can't kill the Giant Death Wolf. You're just running to your death. The two players behind the rock are still trembling. This is a world boss, the Giant Death Wolf. Can anyone even kill it? And I know what you're thinking. Suddenly, one of them points. Look, what is that guy doing? In the middle of the chaos, a lone figure calmly walks towards the boss. It's none other than Lin Yuan. He strolls forward, sword in hand, his cloak whipping in the wind. His red eyes burn with cold, hard determination. The blonde player scoffs. Look at that sword. He's definitely a total noob. The other one quickly agrees. Yeah, the Giant Death Wolf is a level 6 Lord tier boss. Without help, hell, all of us here combined wouldn't be enough to even make it itch. An info panel appears, explaining the monster ranking system. From weakest to strongest, it goes common, elite, leader, lord, king, monarch, and god tier. A lord tier monster, even a level 1, is a massive threat to any new player. Lin Yuan finally stops. Now it's just him and the giant monster face to face. From behind, he hears the desperate screams of other players. Hey, are you insane? Get back here. You're just throwing your life away. He looks up at the beast and mutters, a level 6 world boss. Then, his voice dripping with contempt, he says, looking at you now. You're nothing. As if provoked, the wolf lets out a furious roar. A powerful shockwave explodes outward as the system announces the world boss has activated its roar skill. Lin Yuan instantly dashes aside to dodge it. Immediately after, the boss swings its massive sharp claws straight down. The world boss activates Death Claw. His eyes sharpen, and you and I both know this is where his past life gives him the ultimate edge. He remembers. In his past life, this level 6 Giant Death Wolf only had 3400 HP and 510 attack power, even with its boss buffs. For the adventurers in the Rockwolf Desert, where the highest level player was only 3, this was an impossible challenge without a full team. Remembering that bloody past, he thinks to himself how his entire party nearly died fighting this exact same monster. Back in reality, a colossal claw descends, but he faces it without an ounce of fear. You see, he's been reborn. After countless life or death battles, he's no longer the weakling he used to be. Trust me, we're about to see the proof. With a flick of his sword, Lin Yuan kicks up a storm of rock and dust, moving with blindingly fast agility. He slides clean under the monster to dodge its attack, and trust me, the players watching can't believe their eyes. They're stunned by his insane speed. Furious, it missed the monster, roars, its whole body radiating a deadly red aura. And a system alert pops up, warning the world boss is now enraged. But facing that fury, Lin Yuan just smirks. He slams his hand on the ground. Instantly, a massive magic circle pulsing with a deadly green light spreads out. From its center, a strange, enormous gate wrapped in heavy chains begins to rise from the earth below. He gives the command, arise. The gate of death stands impossibly tall, blotting out the entire sky. Even the giant death wolf growls, wary of what's coming. As the gate slowly cracks open, Lin Yuan's eyes turn sharp. Go, my army of the dead. Answering his call, a horde of zombie desert wolves with eerie glowing eyes storms out. The players hiding in the distance are totally stunned, stammering to each other. What is that bizarre gate? Are those zombies? They look just like desert wolves. Desert wolves? How'd he turn so many tier 3 wolves into zombies? Lin Yuan charges forward with his undead army, quickly calculating in his head. He'd hit tier 3 after killing all those monsters on the way here, increasing the Hellgate's capacity to 30. It was a little late, but the level up was definitely worth it. His horde of zombie wolves savagely tears into the giant beast. According to the game's aggro mechanics, if the summoner is stronger than the summons and they're both present, the boss will always prioritize attacking the summoner, unless the summoned creatures attack first. Overwhelmed by the zombie pack, the massive boss swings its claws in a rage, sending them flying. But one zombie wolf, its spirit unbreakable, lets out a fierce howl, grabbing the enemy's attention. The boss immediately raises its claws, preparing a fatal blow for the tiny battered zombie. Seizing that exact moment of opportunity, Lin Yuan's eyes flash. Now's the time. He leaps high into the air. Now pay attention, because this is a pure big brain strategy. You let the summons pull aggro, then you interrupt the attack. A flurry of blue sword slashes tear into the wolf's massive body, completely breaking its attack rhythm. Caught off guard by the strikes, the giant death wolf tilts its head back and howls in agony. The moment Lin Yuan lands, the boss turns, its blazing red eyes locked on him as it charges forward. But he already knows the rules of this fight. When the boss focuses its aggro on the summoner, you just use your summons to attack again and redirect its attention. His zombie wolves immediately pounce, biting down hard. While the boss is distracted, Lin Yuan dashes back to a safe distance, confidently thinking an army of ants can kill an elephant. Even if each zombie only does 15 damage, the death wolf's 3400 HP won't hold out for long. Watching the beast struggle helplessly against his undead swarm, he coldly concludes, "You're not gonna last." The two players hiding behind the rock are in absolute awe. That was incredible. Yeah, and that's a Lord-tier world boss. But they have no idea that right behind them, a group of 3 other players with greedy smiles are creeping closer. Hey, hey, hey. A few minutes later, a powerful strike slams into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The battle is nearing its end as the system shows the boss's HP is down to 500. Lin Yuan leaps up, sword raised high. He prepares to deliver the finishing blow to the monster's battered body just as it sinks its teeth into a zombie wolf. Not missing the opening, he brings his sword down in a perfect strike. The system flashes a message. Critical hit. Its health bar plummets. Boss HP drops from 500 to 300. Taking the devastating blow, the beast rears back, its roars of pain echoing across the entire desert. Its massive body loses its balance and collapses to the ground, sending sand flying everywhere. Lin Yuan calmly walks up to the dying beast. The system screen flashes boss HP 10. Near death. He coldly looks down at his defeated foe, ready to land the final strike. But suddenly, footsteps rush up from behind. And yeah, we all knew some players were going to try something scummy. The 3 looters leap into the air, charging Lin Yuan. And the world boss's treasure will be ours. His zombie army is already wiped out. Die, they scream. Even with his sneak attack, Lin Yuan isn't panicking. He just glances back, his eyes glowing with a menacing red aura. From a distance, the other players shout a warning, "Hey kid, watch out," but he doesn't need it. Lin Yuan spins around at lightning speed. With a single swing of his sword, he unleashes a massive crescent-shaped wave of energy. Bandits, sending them flying with pathetic screams. All 3 bodies hit the ground with a sickening thud. Blood pools under the tip of his dripping sword as Lin Yuan stands over them, his voice dripping with contempt. "Don't overestimate yourselves," he scoffs. The other players just watch, frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. They can't believe what they just saw. What just happened? He took out 3 level 3 bandits in one move. That was an insta-kill. With the trash cleared, Lin Yuan casually turns toward the giant whimpering death wolf. It struggles to get up, but he's already there, raising his sword, gathering all his power into a brilliant green arc. The brutal finishing blow splits the beast in 2. Another critical hit flashes across the system window. At the same time, a brilliant notification confirms his victory. The world boss, the giant death wolf's HP has dropped to 0. You have successfully killed it, gaining 480 experience and 1 soul jade. Watching the massive boss dissolve into particles of golden light, Lin Yuan wonders what kind of rewards the very first world boss in the entire game is about to drop for him. From the pillar of light, a silver-plated chest and a fine blue gemstone gently float down. Lin Yuan reaches out and grabs the stone, carefully reading its stats. A soul jade. It's a gem containing soul power. After collecting enough, you can visit the Eternal Council to exchange them for legendary equipment. He clenches the gem, his mind racing. He recalls that after level 60 players need to go to the Eternal Council where the elves live to advance further. It's still too early for that now, however. This gem is the easiest way to get his hands on some legendary gear. Memories of the game's systems flood his mind. Equipment in this world is ranked from lowest to highest: white, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and finally mythic. The screen flashes with images of glowing weapons. Most new players are stuck with basic white tier gear and are lucky to even find black iron stuff. Pulling himself back to the present, he takes stock of his inventory. 2 hours ago, using his past life knowledge, he used 2 skeleton warriors to lure away an elite-level black sand lizard. That gave him the opening he needed to swipe the bronze chest it was guarding. And inside that chest, the black lizard. Cloak, a solid piece of bronze tier equipment. The stats pop up: a cloth armor piece that gives plus 30 defense, plus 10 spirit, and plus 10 agility. He also glances at a new title he just earned, Hunter. After equipping it, his attack power is up 10%, crit rate is up 10%, and magic damage is up 10%. He nods, satisfied. In this world, different titles can add all kinds of special attributes or status effects. And yeah, the bonus from this Hunter title is insane. But let's get back to the main prize. The moment his hand touches the chest, a system notification pops up. You are the first player to kill a world boss. You receive a special reward: 1 silver chest. Oh, a silver chest. The lid flies open, revealing a treasure trove of priceless items. The Silver Moon Sword, a weapon that grants plus 100 attack power and plus 10 agility. The Eye of Death, a silver accessory that gives plus 40 spirit, and a new skill, Corrosive Ray, which deals 200% corrosion damage. A recovery potion that instantly restores 20% HP and mana. A level 1 skill scroll that grants 100 skill proficiency points. And a monster essence. This stuff only drops from powerful monsters and can be used in alchemy or consumed directly. Using it grants 10 permanent attribute points to strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Looking at the 5 incredible items filling his inventory, Lin Yuan is beyond satisfied. What an amazing haul. For the first world boss, the rewards were seriously generous. At that moment, his entire body explodes in the green light of a Pete. Level up. The system announces EXP has been calculated. Player data is now updating. He smiles, feeling the surge. Not bad at all. He jumped from the start of level 3 to nearly maxed out at level 4. Each level up grants 5 free attribute points. He dumps 3 into spirit and the other 2 into strength. The status window immediately updates. Let's break this down. Player Lin Yuan, level 4. Class Taboo Necromancer. Talent Shadow Summoning. And Hellgate 1 of 40. Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 25, Spirit 35. EXP is 52 out of 779. Watching his stats skyrocket, he smiles with total confidence. Perfect. After this level up, his attributes are now the highest among all players in the Gravel Desert. His eyes drift to his talent, focusing on the line that reads, Hellgate 1 of 40. He pulls up the data panel and starts analyzing his next move. Besides, even though all his zombie wolves died in that last fight, after leveling up, his Hellgate can now hold 40 summons. And you and I both know that changes everything. The razor-sharp claws slam down on the zombie monster's corpse. With a wild idea, he walks toward the boss's body, channeling a green spell. A notification pops up: use Shadow Summon on the giant direwolf. His eyes light up with an absolute hunger for power. He confirms with a single word, yes. Instantly, the corpse's lifeless eyes fly open, blazing with an intense blue magic. The light is so bright it seems to rip the night sky apart. With the transformation complete, an armored claw pulsing with dark energy smashes into the ground. A deafening roar echoes from the newly summoned giant zombie wolf, its stats appearing on screen. And its stats are absolutely insane. Level 6 Giant Direwolf, 2400 HP with an attack power of 360, 48 defense. Its skills: Demon Wolf's Howl, Beast's Heart, Death Claw, Corpse Body, and Wrath of the Dead. Demon Wolf's Howl deals 400% attack damage to surrounding enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Beast's Heart increases its HP by 1000. Death Claw boosts its attack power by 150. And Wrath of the Dead gives all allies a 10% attack boost and a 20% crit rate increase. Looking at his new war machine, Lin Yuan is satisfied. Just as expected from a world boss, it has wide area damage and incredible crowd control abilities. And after becoming a zombie on top of its corpse body skill, it also gained the Wrath of the Dead. The giant beast obediently steps through the glowing light of the Hell Gate. He continues his planning. With this giant direwolf's help, I can quickly build up the number of zombies in my Hell Gate. In the distance, a group of players who witness the whole thing tremble in fear, whispering to each other, "Oh my god, that's terrifying. Did he really just turn a world boss into a zombie monster? And what was that strange gate? I remember those zombie wolves from before came out of there too. This guy is scarier than the world boss." As he was about to leave, Lin Yuan heard their whispers, glancing back with a questioning look. Two figures immediately vanish. He lets out a soft sigh muttering, "Ah, so they were still here." After killing those 3 bandits, they actually dropped a black iron sword. It's a decent weapon for a low-level player, but I already have the Silver Moon sword. He reaches out and grabs the hilt of the black iron sword. Seeing him walking toward them, sword in hand, the hiding players scramble back. They stammer in fear. "He's coming over with a sword. He's not going to kill us for our gear, is he? Right, it's not too late, maybe we can still run for it." But with his superior speed, Lin Yuan is already standing right in front of the player with a headband. His voice is cold. "You were the one who shouted earlier, right?" The guy with the headband breaks out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear, and stammers, Yeah, that was me." Suddenly, Lin Yuan holds out the hilt of the black iron sword to him and says simply, "Take it." The guy's eyes go wide with disbelief, unable to process what's happening right in front of him. This is for me." After handing over the weapon, Lin Yuan turns and walks into the sun-scorched desert, waving as he leaves. "Thanks. This should be useful to you." The other players rush over their jaws on the floor. "What? No way. He came over just to give you this sword." "Look closer, that's a black iron-grade sword. It's worth a fortune." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan is still walking alone through the barren desert. Suddenly, his body begins to flicker with static. He frowns, startled. What is this feeling?" Instantly, the entire virtual space shatters around him, replaced by streams of electromagnetic interference. Bright green glitches on a black background accompanied by a piercing warning beep. A bulky VR headset with a flashing red light appears on his head. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan scowls, pulling the headset off his head. He exhales sharply. Just as I expected. The battery is dead. I got logged out." He sits silently in the gaming chair in his tiny room, carefully placing the VR headset on his computer desk. His expression turns determined but also worried. He tells himself, "I have to make money quickly to buy a proper gaming pod." He looks up at the massive computer monitor, which is brightly displaying the game's title, Immortal World. The screen shifts to a graphic of the Earth covered in a digital network. You see, this is a massive hyper-realistic game. It's divided into multiple login zones based on countries. On top of that, each login zone also contains different game kingdoms for players to choose from. Take the Alp district where I live, for example. There are 4 kingdoms. Images of the kingdoms appear, each with its own majestic and unique architecture: the barren, rocky Western Ancient Kingdom, the magnificent Southern Empire, and the ice-cold Northern Empire eternally covered in snow. And there is one final kingdom. Let's jump right in. Surrounded by the endless ocean lies Tide Island, a memory that takes him back to his very first character creation. Please select your birthplace. A. The Western Desert of Agu. B. The Southern Empire. C. The North Underworld Empire. D. Tide Island. With the virtual panel open, he muttered, "Back again. And I've made the same choice as my past life." He decisively touched the interface showing West Desert Ancient Kingdom. And trust me, that one tap changes everything. Because just before I died, I discovered a secret. The memory pulled him back to when the city sky was ripped apart by a massive crimson demon eye, unleashing total destruction amid horrifying screams. As buildings collapsed and smoke filled the air, people ran for their lives in pure desperation. "Save me." The past, Lin Yuan lay helpless under the rubble, covered in his own blood, screams ringing in his ears. "Help me." On the verge of death, the corner of a cloak fluttered into his vision. He struggled to open, his blood-soaked eyes looking up in disbelief. Amidst the inferno, facing the evil god's eyes, stood the majestic figure of a man in a cloak. Lin Yuan's eyes locked onto the emblem on the man's chest. Is that yellow jade? The guild badge of the West Desert Ancient Kingdom. The emblem was a golden eye, the first believer of the demon crystal lord. The memory shifts to that cloaked man, arms open, kneeling in reverence before a massive evil entity. Back in the dim room, the human player Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. Chin in his hand, he thought deeply. I remember that first believer was the key to the final summoning ritual, to bring the evil god to Blue Star. I have 3 years. If I can eliminate him in time, maybe I can stop the tragedy from happening again. His red eyes blazed with fierce determination. The image of the golden badge flashed in his mind. My only clue is that emblem. He clasped his hands together. He quickly formed a plan. Only guilds in the West Desert's main city decorate their badges with yellow jade, and the requirement to enter the main city is to be level 10. To expose this rat's true identity, I have to level up. Fast. With that thought, his gaze turned to steel. Right. Suddenly, he raised his hand. A magic card glowing with green light materialized between his fingers. Seated in his chair, he was shrouded by an aura of magic. He stared at the card. Did I really summon the skeleton card? He clenched his fist, crushing the card into glowing particles of energy. Now here's where things get interesting for some players in this world. Right from the start, they can bring their game powers out into the real world and use them. As images of powerful warriors flash in his mind, these people are called the Chosen, or as they're also known, the Children of Destiny. Each chosen one has a powerful hidden class and insanely high luck stats, and they become the main fighting force against the evil god later on. In my past life, I only got my powers in the real world when the Blue Star catastrophe began, but this time it's so much earlier, it seems. This forbidden necromancer ability really is something else. I just don't know the difference between this power and the hidden classes that the chosen ones have. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a clicking sound. He shot up from his chair, hearing the noise from outside the door, and checked the clock before heading out. Right, it's about that time. He stepped into the dining room to see his father and sister sitting stunned before a huge feast. Lin Yuan, what's all this? He placed a plate of hot roasted duck on the table with a warm smile. Everything's ready. Go ahead and eat. His sister smiled, nudging her dazed father. Dad, can't you see, this is a rare treat from Lin Yuan. Let's eat. His father just nodded. Okay. Standing there, watching his family. His real flesh and blood family eating happily, his heart was just overflowing. This moment right here, this is what he's fighting for. You only realize what you've lost after it's already gone, and then you try to make up for all that missed time. In my past life, I lived in ignorance, taking these peaceful days for granted. The dark past flashed before his eyes. Himself as a shut-in wearing a VR headset in his messy room, ignoring the tired sighs and complaints outside. If that boy keeps playing games, he's going to completely ruin his life. Can't you stop? You'll just make Lin Yuan angry again. And when the catastrophe took it all away from me, that's when I finally realized how stupid I had been. Looking at his reflection on the virtual screen, a single tear fell, his expression both bitter and determined. He served some food, asking, "It's Sunday, isn't Lin Tan coming home for dinner?" His stepmother smiled brightly. Lin Tan said she's busy preparing for mock exams, so she brought food with her to study at school. Oh right. If you have time later, you should bring some food to her. What she brought can't be as good as this fresh meal. His father joked happily. I never thought our Lin Yuan. He had actually learned to cook. These chicken wings are amazing. And hey, don't you dare take mine, his mother just laughed. All right, it's all yours, it's all yours. As they ate, his father picked up a piece of food, his eyes suddenly filled with happy surprise. He looked at his parents, gently making a quiet promise. From now on, I'll learn to cook even more dishes for you both. Hearing that, his parents both froze, completely stunned by their son's sudden show of thoughtfulness. His mother raised a hand to wipe away a tear of joy. His father just smiled proudly, giving a small nod. Yeah. A little later, Lin Yuan is running like a man possessed up a massive flight of outdoor stairs, his breathing heavy and ragged. He trains relentlessly, sweat pouring down his face, thinking to himself that if he wants to control the power the game gives him in the real world, he needs a body strong enough to handle it. No slacking off. He immediately switches to hitting a punching bag. Every strike is powerful enough to slice through the air. After the intense workout, he stretches and wipes his sweat. His physique is now incredibly toned and solid. Looking down at the timer on his wrist, he frowns slightly, assessing his results. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. Right then, his digital watch starts beeping with a familiar alarm sound. His eyes harden. He looks up, and he mutters, I guess it's time to go back. Trust me, this is where the real action begins. He logs back into the game. His silhouette emerges from a blinding column of digital light as a notification pops up. You have entered the gravel desert. The desert sky is instantly blotted out by the massive shadow of a winged creature, its screech tearing through the air as it dives. It dives toward the ground at terrifying speed. Its shadow is so huge it could swallow him whole. He just narrows his eyes, looking up. Humph. In the sky, a whole flock of bizarre crimson-feathered birds are aiming straight for him. But faced with this swarm, he doesn't even flinch, standing his ground. With a single fatal slash, he cuts the monster bird clean in half. Its info panel immediately appears. Normal weeping bird. Level 2, health 4, attack power 20. Defense 2. Its only skill is a peck attack. Fresh blood splatters as he strikes a cool pose on a rock-ledge, sword at the ready. A system alert chimes. 15 experience points received. Watching the monster corpses fall to the ground, he turns his head a little disappointed. Only 15 EXP. His blood-red eyes narrow as he starts calculating. In a flash, he turns the corpse into a summoned beast to use as bait. At the same time, on the harsh desert sand, a massive wolf paw slams down. From the menacing darkness, an entire pack of wolves. Desert demon wolves with dozens of blood-red, thirsty eyes charge out in a frenzy. Lin Yuan calmly leans against a rock. And now, watch this. He lets his sword hang loosely, smiling confidently. His bait immediately attracts a huge pack of wolves. No surprise there, these birds are one of the desert demon wolves' favorite meals. Preparing for the slaughter, he flicks open the cap of a magic potion with his thumb. Facing the charging wolf pack, he calmly tilts his head back. He downs the entire potion. A burst of energy courses through him as a notification appears. Monster essence consumed. All skills +1. He shoots forward like a lightning bolt. All right, let's take this opportunity. The ferocious wolf pack bears its sharp fangs, the stench of death in the air, but in an instant his blade mercilessly pierces the lead beast's jaw. That's just the warm-up. Bright blue waves of sword energy flash one after another, shredding the wolves' formation. Lin Yuan lands, gracefully flicking the blood from his sword. Meanwhile, the system dings. You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×4. Before he can even catch his breath, two more enraged beasts dive straight down from above. They try to tear his head off, but with one magnificent destructive swing, he slices both beasts in half, right in midair. You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×10. His boot slams down on the dry desert floor. Lin Yuan is a whirlwind of green sword energy and overwhelming killing intent. Dodging a deadly pounce from above, Lin Yuan deftly steps back, then immediately unleashes a green arc of demonic energy, tearing the pack apart. Gripping his weapon tightly, he mutters his preparation. Here they come. His eyes flash with a cold, sharp light. Perfect timing. His blade instantly deflects and bisects the charging beasts. He continuously swings his weapon, a massacre in a rain of thick black blood. He wipes out every monster in his path. System notification: you have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×20. The slaughter just keeps going. The system count keeps climbing. You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×30. He finishes with a spin, unleashing a devastating wide-area blast of power. The system panel displays the final achievement. You have defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×40. But you and I both know it's never that easy. A hell gate opens, releasing a wolf pack. All right, let's jump right in. The zombies march. Looking over his army, he does a quick head count. The gate of hell is once again swarming with monsters. Standing on a cliff, he checks his player stats. Lin Yuan, level 5. Class Taboo Necromancer. Talent Dark Summoning. Gate of Hell 50 out of 50. Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, and Spirit 48. EXP 38 out of 1,252. He's confident in his current power after his 4 main stats got that boost. Thanks to drinking monster essence, his combat power is now high enough to take on elite monsters of the same level. Gazing into the distance, he makes a decision. Time to find that person. The place he's heading for is Black Sand Town. Pulling his hood low, he silently melts into the bustling crowd, and then he stops. He's standing before the wooden door of a small house. With a screech of rusty hinges, he pushes his way inside. An old NPC speaks up. Who's there? A little info panel appears. Human Mage Instructor of Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan walks closer and gets straight to the point. Instructor, I'm here to learn some skills. He recalls the rules of the game. In Immortal World, skills usually come from skill books, dropped by monsters, or found inside treasure chests. Images of players collecting skills flash through his mind, along with another basic rule. Besides that, every class has its own novice instructor. And yeah, you're going to want to pay attention to this part. Facing the NPC, he thinks to himself, this was my instructor when I was a rookie mage in my past life. What was his name again? Kasi. Meanwhile, the old man eagerly replies, excellent teaching. You will get me enough money for booze for the next 2 weeks. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow, analyzing. In my past life, I was a mage, so I know very little about this necromancer class I have now. However, in terms of combat, it's still considered a magic-dependent class. He pulls out a small bag of coins. He thinks, but I need to learn some general mage skills that actually suit the necromancer's fighting style before I can get my hands on its unique abilities. He then says out loud, I want to learn Flame of the Spirit, Art of Healing, and Art of Stealth. He tosses the coin purse, and the old man snags it with a satisfied hiccup. Ah, as long as you've got the money, the rest is easy. The pouch opens, revealing the silver coins. With payment in hand, Cassie channels a brilliant orb of magic and speaks in a serious tone. Do your best, young man. The glory of mages will shine brightly upon you. A sphere of brilliant blue magic flows into him, followed by a system notification. Congratulations, player. You have received 3 skills of the mage class. Flame of the Spirit, Black Iron Tier, level 1. Effect: deals damage equal to 100% of magic power. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Right below that, the info panel lists the remaining skills. Art of Healing, Black Iron Tier, level 1. Effect: applies healing power to a target, restoring 10% of their HP. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. And Art of Stealth. Black Iron Tier, level 1. Effect: the user enters a stealth state for 5 seconds. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Reading the stats, he strokes his chin. The Flame of the Spirit gives him ranged attacks, and the healing art can patch up him and his summons. And let's be real, the Art of Stealth is a total lifesaver. It'll get him out of some seriously critical moments. But these are just basic skills. To learn higher level abilities, I'll have to find a way to get more resources. With his goal set, a determined fire burns in his crimson eyes. Alright, let's get back on the road and level up. His next destination appears under the red evening sky east of Black Sand Town, Black Sand Mountain. Crossing a slope, he silently approaches and stops at the mouth of a dark cave. Staring into the blackness, images of half-man, half-wolf creatures pop into his head. Kobolds. Monsters around. Level 5 that live in the nearby caves. They can sniff out prey in total darkness thanks to their insane sense of smell. And because they're so cunning, they absolutely love to set up an ambush. Plus, their packs are usually around 100 strong. Finishing his analysis, his eyes sharpen with cold calculation. So in terms of numbers and level, the kobolds are the perfect monsters to level up my zombie army with. To prepare, he takes out a potion. He chugs the liquid he bought from an NPC half an hour ago. The system immediately pings Night Vision Potion. Effect grants the player vision in a 3-meter radius in the dark. Duration 30 minutes. Once everything's ready, he summons his gate. I'll use these kobolds to max out the proficiency on my stealth and flame of the spirit skills, and I'll pop open a few treasure chests while I'm at it. You and I both know what this means. It's grinding time. He grabs a flaming torch and leads his army forward, taking full advantage of the item's effect. Normal torch. Increases vision by 5 meters. Yes, master. The zombie wolf pack, their eyes glowing with a vicious light, charges deep into the cave. The journey is underway. After a while, his footsteps echo down the narrow stone passages. 15 minutes pass when suddenly, by the flickering firelight, and boom, his face goes on high alert. You and I can see he stops dead, signaling his wolf pack to halt. There's movement. Just as he says it, he spins around lightning fast, hurling his torch forward. The flame illuminates the shapes of monsters, creeping up the stone steps. From the shadows, a deep growl echoes and a pair of blood-red eyes snap open. And just like that, countless wolf-like figures with bared fangs and claws pour out of the darkness. Seeing the enemy clearly, he lets out a smirk. The kobold miners have appeared along with their stat window. Normal kobold miners. Level 5, 120 HP, 30 attack, 6 defense. Skill mining attack. He gives the order, kill them all. The battle explodes. A reckless kobold leaps from above, swinging its pickaxe right at his head. At the same time, a brawny monster raises its sharp claws, roaring in fury. But he doesn't even flinch. He unleashes a wave of green sword energy, tearing through the enemy as fresh blood splatters. Kobold miner ×2 eliminated. As one falls, another lunges forward, activating its smash skill, leaving slashes across his summoned wolves. Ignoring the damage, Lin Yuan ruthlessly slices the beast in half while it's still midair. System notification: Kobold Miner ×8 eliminated. He concludes their combat power isn't that great. The main thing is to dodge those pickaxes. Just as he thinks that, 3 more kobolds madly swing their tools, leaping down towards his position. Reacting in a flash, he grins as his body dissolves into a hazy smoke. And here's where we see his real skills. The system immediately displays invisibility skill activated. With him gone, the monster's attack misses, slamming their pickaxes into the stone floor. One of them looks around confused until Lin Yuan reappears right behind it. Hey, idiot. I'm over here. Instantly, he lands a fatal blow that tears the beast apart, its jaw wide in a final scream. A gruesome death amid a spray of blood. As the corpse hits the ground, the system reports the slaughter. Kobold Miner ×20 eliminated. Standing on a high ledge, he looks down at the pile of bodies and sheathes his sword. A satisfied smile creeps onto his face as he reads the new status line. Hidden art experience 5 out of 100. He murmurs to himself that his hidden art experience has increased. However, the satisfaction is short-lived. Looking at the army of monsters resurrecting in a ghastly mist, he notes that these normal kobolds are still too weak. Leveling them up is happening way too slowly. The zombie stat screen pops up, confirming his thoughts. Normal zombie kobold miner. Level 5, 120 HP, 30 attack, 6 defense. Skills: Dig, Body Smash, Death's Constitution. Body Smash skill: if the damage dealt doesn't exceed 5% of the target's HP, he ignores his annoyance. He quickly issues a new command to his new undead minions. From now on, you will replace the zombie demon wolves. Move out. Then he thinks to himself, now I need to find the leader of this place, with his kobold escort leading the way. Let's follow him as he presses deeper into the dark fissure of the cave. Suddenly, he stops, his feet freezing on the cold stone. Before him is a massive cavern, its walls pockmarked with dark, jagged holes and a forked path ahead. He feels a murderous intent in the air, his eyes darting to the side. His gaze locks onto one of the crevices. It's silent, pitch black. A perfect place for an ambush. But he's not scared at all. In fact, he's smirking. He materializes a glowing orb of spirit fire in his hand. Found you. He hurls the fireball forward and it detonates. A blinding blue explosion incinerates the slimy monsters that were lying in wait. Even so, from deep within another tunnel, two mysterious red eyes flash open, filled with rage. Lin Yuan and his zombie horde don't panic. They just stand there waiting for the hidden enemy to finally reveal itself. With an angry roar, a muscular beast leaps out, cracking a whip. The system window pops up immediately. Elite Kobold Supervisor, level 6, 350 HP. 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills dig, whip, strike. Facing a stronger foe, he calmly analyzes the situation. The weak are prey for the strong. This is the unbreakable law of survival in the natural world, and the ultimate hunter is always fated to become the hunted. His words are illustrated by a giant green viper silently slithering up behind a wolf. The snake's massive jaws snap shut on the wolf, because absolute danger is always lurking around every corner at all times. Back to the fight, the supervisor slams its steel whip onto the ground with destructive force. The impact creates a deafening boom, kicking up a huge cloud of dust that completely obscures the view. Using the image of a cornered wolf biting back at the giant snake's neck, he continues his thought, but sometimes the hunter can disguise himself as the prey. And trust me, you and I are about to see that happen right at this very moment. Through the hazy dust, he calmly extends his hand, catching the monster's spiked whip with his bare fingers. He grabs the dangerous weapon, ignoring the pain completely. The supervisor's eyes widen in terror as he hears a calm voice echo, "Got you." Before the enemy can react, Lin Yuan strikes. He grabs the whip and cracks it with devastating force, sending the massive monster flying backward, its back slamming onto the jagged stone floor. The beast gets up, letting out a deafening roar of fury as it smashes its fist down in retaliation. But the attack hits nothing but an afterimage, leaving it stunned. Right above its head, Lin Yuan is airborne, plunging his sword straight through the enemy's skull. The system flashes Supervisor CBX-1 eliminated. With its life gone, the hulking corpse of the monster crashes to the floor, creating a heavy, sickening thud. But just as the battle ends, from deep within the cave, more threatening growls begin to echo non-stop. Lin Yuan's eyes dart towards the darkness, his guard raised to the absolute max. The roars get louder as a massive army of kobolds, pickaxes in hand, slowly emerges from the pitch-black darkness. The lone figure of Lin Yuan stands against a swarm of monsters, and under the command of two whip-wielding bosses, the beasts charge forward to attack him all at once. Now pay attention, this is where things get insane. As the monsters roar wildly, the system announces the supervisors have activated their frenzy skill. All the miners enter a bloodthirsty state. This state boosts their attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 25% for 60 seconds. Facing this huge army, he coldly calculates 40, no, maybe even 50 of them. That's a huge number, but his own followers are nearly equal in number and strength. With that thought, he summons the gates of hell, and a howl from the death wolf echoes from within. All right, everyone, come on out and get some fresh air. The zombie wolf pack, with their glowing eyes, immediately rushes out, obeying their master's command. Flanked by his giant zombie death wolf, he smirks victoriously. The hunt, he declares loudly, has officially begun. Responding to his call, the summoned wolf pack roars in unison, a powerful show of force. Across from them, the kobold army doesn't flinch, raising their weapons and screaming back in defiance. Under the death wolf's command, the zombie army charges in, tearing the kobolds to shreds in a rain of blood. The pack leader throws its head back and howls, activating its skill, Demonic Wolf's Howl, unleashing a circular sound wave that sweeps across the battlefield. A kobold gets hit and is instantly stunned, hit with a nasty debuff. Target is stunned and suffering from severe bleeding. Seizing the opportunity, a murderous glint flashes in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now, he waves his hand, ordering his army kill them. The system starts spamming notifications of the slaughter. Kobold Supervisor X5, X10, X20, X40 eliminated. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. After wiping out the mob, he stands amidst the corpses and begins his dark summoning ritual. Rows of kobold zombies rise, their eyes now glowing in eerie blue. They come with new skills too, mining whip, strike, and undead body. You and I both know his army just got a massive upgrade. While the new zombies are busy cleaning up the battlefield, two surviving kobolds try to sneak away. But a huge zombie figure blocks their path. Along with Lin Yuan's chilling voice, trying to escape, he swings his sword, sending a sharp wave of energy right at them. You'll have to ask my sword for permission first. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer smashes down from above, right where he stood. He leaps back just in time, dodging it. The system alerts him, boss has activated Decisive Strike. A burly kobold boss appears, roaring in anger. Its info panel pops up, kobold boss level 7, 1000 HP, 150 attack, 80 defense. Skills, mining and decisive strike. Completely unfazed, he lands softly on a cliff's edge, smiling. I've been waiting for you. The furious boss charges, swinging its hammer again and again. The heavy weapon smashes into the rock wall, creating deep cracks. But it misses. The hammer gets stuck fast in a crevice, leaving the boss bewildered for a second. In that instant, Lin Yuan seizes the chance, raising a battle axe he just picked up. Now he dives down, bringing the weapon down hard on the boss. The impact creates a loud clang, but the blade can't even get through. It's tough armor. Just as I thought, he thinks the defense on a boss monster. I can't even scratch its skin. The boss, now enraged, swings its hammer in a fierce counterattack. Seeing the incoming blow, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with surprise. The heavy hammer in the boss's hands is aimed right at him. He just coolly watches the weapon approach. The boss roars and smashes the ground. Dodging and countering at the same time, Lin Yuan gets into his stance and analyzes its attack. This boss's attack pattern is anything but simple, not even for an elite-level monster. Based on the power it's showing, it's at least 2 to 3 times stronger. He condenses a blue flame on his fingertip, planning his strategy. And that's our cliffhanger. Trust me, what happens next is going to be wild. Alright, let's dive into a masterclass on boss fighting. First rule, keep your distance while dishing out constant damage. He immediately commands arise, and his entire zombie army is summoned, swarming the boss. Suddenly, the system flashes, the boss is activating its finishing move, but his undead wolf dashes out, intercepting the blow. System alert, finishing blow deals double damage. Seeing this, our hero waves his hand, ordering an all-out assault. The zombie horde descends, tearing into the boss to hold it down. Right after that, the death wolf lets out a roar, activating its party-wide buff Wrath of the Death God, attack power up 10% and critical hit rate up a massive 20%. Fueled by the buff, the zombie horde attacks with even more ferocity, going into an absolute frenzy. This all-out attack unleashes a massive amount of damage, causing the boss to howl in pain. Minus 150. Under the relentless assault, the boss staggers, overwhelmed by the zombies. Lin Yuan sees his opening. He condenses a fireball, activating his magic skill, Spirit Flame. He leaps into the air, launching countless eerie blue fireballs. A literal firestorm rains down, engulfing the pinned boss. Hit again and again, it bellows, in pain. Minus 20. Minus 30. Minus 30. He thinks to himself, if I remember correctly, this kobold's magic resistance is ridiculously low. Being absolutely torched, the boss lets out one last furious roar. It madly charges toward Lin Yuan, seeking revenge. He just smirks, activating his hide skill. Instantly, he zips into the air, flanking the charging boss from behind. Since you insisted on coming to me, I won't be showing you any mercy. Now watch this. He aims for a critical weak spot. Right there, a patch of flesh unprotected by armor. He dives down, plunging his sword deep into the back of the boss's neck. The blade pierces the flesh, creating a massive critical wound. Blood sprays everywhere as the boss roars in agony. Minus 100. It lets out one final howl, swinging its axe in a desperate attack. But Lin Yuan simply snaps his fingers. Go, he orders. A zombie lunges forward and he immediately leaps onto its back, holding on tight. At that moment, the entire zombie army rushes forward, swarming the exhausted boss. The monster struggles to defend itself. He notices its armor has been completely shattered. Immediately, he gathers countless, brilliant orbs of magic around him. This next attack is full power. He coldly declares, I'm taking your life. And a storm of damage numbers fills the screen. Minus 30, minus 40, minus 40. Being incinerated, the boss throws its head back and screams. Witnessing their leader fall, the remaining monsters roar like crazy, charging forward all at once. Looking at these leftovers, his expression doesn't even change. It's just a desperate struggle. The slaughter that follows is swift. The system notifications start rolling in. You have successfully defeated 18 kobold supervisors. You have successfully defeated 20 kobold miners. You have defeated 35 more kobold miners. Seeing its allies get wiped out, the final boss panics and runs for its life. But it doesn't get far. It freezes when it sees a cloaked figure blocking its escape. He draws his sword, which crackles with blue electricity. Trying to run, he asks coldly. His hand tightens on the hilt. You're not leaving here alive. You think the fight is over, right? Think again. He leaps into the air and brings a lightning-fast strike down on the enemy. The kobold's head is severed, flying into the air in a spray of red. The headless corpse collapses onto the stone with a heavy thud. Sheathing his weapon, he gets the notification, boss defeated. Plus 50 experience points. At that same moment, a brilliant light envelops his body. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Looking at his updated stats, he smiles satisfied. Level 7. Perfect. Player Lin Yuan. Level 7. Class Necromancer, a forbidden 1. Talent Shadow Summoning. Hellgate at 20 out of 70. Strength 27, Stamina 23, Agility 45, and Spirit at 50. Experience 68 out of 2,745. His eyes look distant, already calculating. With this, he's one step closer to level 10 and entering the main city of the Western Desert. He checks his skills again and nods. Both his Hide and Spirit Flame skills had their proficiency maxed out. That means they've leveled up to Tier 2 and their effects have doubled. The status screen shows Hide Black Iron Tier 2 and Spirit Flame Black Iron Tier 2. Lost in thought, his attention is suddenly caught by something. He walks over to where the boss fell and finds a bronze-grade treasure chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he reaches out to open it. The lid creaks open and a brilliant golden light pours out. The system sends a flood of loot notifications. A kobold leather pouch, an unextinguishing torch, a skull mask. And what's a boss fight without some epic loot? Let's check out these shadow gloves. He opens the pouch, first 20 gold coins. He does some quick math, remembering that it won't be long before the world's major banks open a currency exchange between reality and this game. Those 20 gold coins will be worth 200,000 yuan in the real world. Not bad. Moving on to the other items the system displays. The unextinguishing torch's effect provides a 3-meter radius of vision in the dark with no time limit. Next up, the skull mask. It's a bronze-grade armor piece. Its effect reduces incoming physical damage by 5% while adding 10 points to both stamina and strength. All right, on to the final item. And his eyes light up. He slips on the silver-blue gauntlets, the silver shadow gloves. A weapon-type item, and the effects are insane. They scale with his summon's physical power, adding 30 defense and 30 attack. He can't help but grin. His luck is solid, pulling a silver-grade weapon from a bronze-tier box and one that syncs with his power. He is dying to test them out. Meanwhile, near the kobold cave, a hulking warrior surveys the scene before him. A battlefield. This is Huang Fei Long, Guild Master of Blood Scar, a level 8 warrior. The guy beside him smirks, saying, "Our recent training is really paying off. We took out 30 Mirage Desert Demon Wolves in under a minute. As long as we two brothers work together, nothing can stop us." This is the Vice Guild Master of Blood Scar, Huang Fei Hu, a level 5 thief. Their lackeys in the back immediately start sucking up. "As expected of our masters, you wiped out that many Mirage Wolves in one go. Your power is just completely on another level." Another one chimes in. "Yeah, if we run into those Thunder Guild scumbags again, we'll totally mop the floor with them." They all cheer. Fei Hu, however, just scoffs bitterly. "And trust me, guys like this, never ever let a grudge go. If it wasn't for that Lin Yuan guy appearing out of nowhere, we would have gotten the first world boss kill ages ago, and then no other guild would dare to challenge us." He flashes back to that server announcement, "World boss Giant Wolf defeated by player Lin Yuan." The image of Lin Yuan standing over the wolf's massive corpse burns in his mind. What Fei Hu is still seething over it. "I don't know what kind of ridiculous luck that bastard has, but the second I see him, I'll unleash hell on his head." Fei Long's face hardens. "Fei Hu, how many times have I told you, don't be so reckless?" The guild master's voice is low. He explains Lin Yuan is ruthless, and his strength is not to be underestimated. So instead of fighting him, it's better if we try to get him on our side. With that, Fei Long shoulders his axe and leaves. "I recall a kobold dungeon nearby. I'm going to scout its location. The rest of you stay here and recover your stamina." His underlings respectfully obey as he walks off. The moment he's gone, Fei Hu grinds his teeth. "Big brother scolded me 3 times over that stray dog. This is so unfair." He grips his dagger, seething. "Lin Yuan, you just wait. One day, I'll rip out your fangs right in front of my brother, and take your head just to show him who's really strong." Seeing their boss fuming, a goon quickly runs over to kiss up. He points. "Vice Master, don't waste your anger on that useless trash." "Sir, look over there." Fei Hu frowns and turns his head. Following his finger, he asks, confused, "What is it?" Elsewhere in the forest, a young woman is walking completely unaware that she's being watched. She's a female mage in a purple outfit taking a leisurely stroll in the sunset glow. Fei Hu and his cronies sneakily trail her, smirking like absolute creeps. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is heading toward the cave. He's pleased with his new summon, a level 7 kobold zombie. 1000 HP, 150 attack, and 80 defense. Skills, corpse digging, and crushing blow. This attack deals 200% damage, with a 10% chance for a devastating critical hit. Not bad at all. He's added a boss-level zombie with serious combat power to his growing collection. What's more, the number of monsters in his Hellgate has now reached 70. He plans to just keep grinding away like this. Suddenly, he stops dead, turning his head as a panicked scream echoes through the trees. And what he hears next, "Yeah, you're gonna get mad." The female mage is backing away in terror, clutching her staff threateningly. "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will not spare you." She watches helplessly as Fei Hu's group closes in. He just laughs. "Well, what a lucky day. I never expected to run into such a stunning beauty out here." He steps closer, his eyes filled with lust. "Don't worry, sweetie. You just need to entertain my brothers for a while. Instead of suffering, you might as well try to enjoy it. His goon adds, that's right, just make our vice master happy and you'll be rewarded with all sorts of nice things. She can't take it anymore. She raises her staff defensively. If you come any closer, I won't hesitate to attack. But the thug just casually bats her weapon away with a loud clang. Let's see you try and attack us now. The impact makes her cry out in pain. Quick as a flash, the creep brutally grabs a handful of her hair. Yanking her head back, he sneers, just a puny little mage. You really think you can hurt us? He pulls her close. Ignoring her, pained wince, he taunts her. You're pretty stupid, you know that. If you still want to fight back, go ahead. Keep trying. The more you struggle, babe, the more excited I get. She squeezes her eyes shut and lets out a cry of despair. The psycho starts tearing at her clothes, but then a steel fist smashes into his face with absolutely insane force. The armored silver shadow gloves tighten under the sunlight, the metal plates grinding with a bone-chilling sound. Feihu takes the full force of the punch, getting sent flying backwards with a pathetic scream. And you and I both know he absolutely deserved it. It happened so fast they could only scream Vice Leader. His body flew backwards, smashing into the cliff face and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He was left embedded in the broken rock, bleeding out as rubble crashed down around him. He gets to his feet, calmly examines his gauntlet and remarks, not bad, easier than I thought. One of the goons is so terrified he just bolts. And you and I are about to find out why. I have to warn the guild master. The other two tremble, pointing their swords at him and stammering. Who are you? You angered the Bloodstain guild. Your fate is sealed. His only reply is a cold stare from his burning crimson eyes. Their guild emblem flashes in his mind, the Bloodstain guild. In the early days of the game, they were the top guild. Number 1 in the starter village of Black Sand Town, and most of its members were red-named players who loved causing trouble. He recalls images of brutal murderers in full armor, their weapons always drawn and ready for a fight. He remembers evil mages carrying around player skulls, spreading terror wherever they went. These so-called red-named players were classified as dangerous once their crime points hit 10 or more from illegal acts, like unprovoked attacks, theft, and looting. Even though the evil god hadn't invaded yet and death wasn't permanent, losing your gear and dropping levels was still a devastating blow for any player. Lin Yuan's face is ice cold. A smirk touches his lips as he asks them, so you're with the Bloodstain Guild. In his past life, these rats caused him no end of trouble. Hearing this, the thug with the ponytail just scowls. The arrogant bald one puts his hands on his hips and sneers. That's right, we're the number 1 guild around here. The most famous in Black Sand Town. You messed with our deputy leader. Getting scared now, are you? He cracks his knuckles. He wraps his bandages, continuing the threat. It's too late for regrets, but if you don't want to die a horrible death. They grin wickedly, laying out their terms. Cut off your own hands, then get on your knees like a dog. And keep calling me Grandpa. Yeah, they really thought that would work. Watch what happens when you threaten a regressor. With a cold glint in his eye, Lin Yuan lunges a brilliant green aura exploding from his weapon as it tears through the air. In an instant, blood sprays as both thugs' arms are severed, clean off, sent flying into the air. The two fall backwards, screaming in pure agony. But Lin Yuan just stands there, coldly passing his judgment. Thanks, but I'll handle cutting your arms off myself. As for barking like a dog, save it for your trip to hell. Seeing this, the female mage clutches her torn robes, completely stunned and stammering in awe, so strong. Meanwhile, deep in the ravine, the blonde deputy leader who got knocked down earlier slides to a dusty halt on a ledge. His hand trembles beside an empty potion bottle as he gasps in pain. And right on cue, a system notification appears. You have used a health potion, recovering 20% HP and magic. He staggers to his feet. Clutching his battered body, he grits his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. You damn bastard. A red battle aura ignites around him. He grips his weapon and steps back into the shadows, growling each word. Your fate is absolutely sealed. The heavy thud of footsteps rings out. Let's see who's got the guts to poke the tiger, who doesn't want to live anymore. A goon immediately points out their target. Now you'd think reinforcements showing up would be bad news for Lin Yuan, right? Hearing the noise, he raises an eyebrow. The female mage behind him jumps, startled by all the commotion. The thug points straight at him and yells, "That's the bastard. He almost killed the deputy guild master." The huge guild master at his side glares and asks who, but when he gets a clear look at his opponent, he freezes. Sweat starts pouring down his face. He quickly raises his weapon in defense and shouts, "Wait a minute." He stares in horror at those glowing red eyes, thinking they're rumored to be cold and emotionless, but the pressure they emit is insane. His gaze then drops to the weapon in his opponent's hands and he starts to tremble. It looks like it was forged from pure moonlight, a sword that shines with an ice-cold light as if it could cut through anything in the world. A brilliant and terrifying green aura radiates from Lin Yuan's entire body, striking awe and fear into his enemies. The raw power he's emitting is suffocating, almost unbearable, while the guild leader is backing away in sheer terror. The clueless idiots behind him are still cheering him on. Guild Master, go on, show this punk what we're made of. You damn blind dog. You dare provoke us, you must have a death, which you absolute scum. The armored guild master is sweating buckets, thinking through clenched teeth. Damn it, that aura. Plus that sword. It has to be a boss level drop. There's a 99% chance this person is him. The one they call Lin Yuan. He grips his own greatsword in desperation, cursing the morons who are still cheering behind him. And you and I can just feel his despair. These idiots. Of all the people to provoke, they pick him. Their completely useless model. But all he did was make things worse as his goons kept screaming, "Just wait, you're a dead man walking." Ignoring the noisy grunts, Lin Yuan calmly stares down their massive leader, asking softly, "Are you the boss of the Bloodstain Guild?" Pinned down in front of his own men, the leader grits his teeth and tightens his grip on his weapon, thinking to himself, "A man's dignity can't be trampled on." His eyes narrow, tensed up, ready to risk it all. It looks like a fight today is completely unavoidable. Just as the tension is about to snap, Lin Yuan glances up. He hears the sound of tearing wind coming from the high cliffs. The female mage looks up too, spots a dark figure, and shrieks out a warning, "Look out behind you. You and I both know an ambush when we see one." From high above, the blonde vice leader with two sharp short swords is diving straight down at terrifying speed, roaring wildly. "Die, you scum." His face is twisted with pure hatred and killing intent, his mouth wide open, eyes bulging with effort. "Die." The guild leader also swings his giant axe, his face full of confidence, taunting him loudly. "Kid, making an enemy of the Bloodstain Guild was the dumbest choice of your life. What a perfect opportunity." The two of them charge, aiming their blades right for Lin Yuan and the mage. However, their opponent's next move leaves the guild leader absolutely stunned. He freezes, stammering in disbelief. To the enemy's complete shock, a giant werewolf phantom with a menacing green aura suddenly appears behind Lin Yuan. The beast bares its fangs in a chilling grin, then immediately swings its energy axe in a lightning-fast downward arc. The overwhelming force from that one swing sends both attackers flying. The werewolf's attack creates a green shockwave that slams into the cliffside with devastating power. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan dashes forward like the wind, swinging his sword straight at the terrified guild leader. His blade gleaming, Lin Yuan glares at his target and declares, "You're next." The leader's eyes go wide. His face turns pale with absolute fear. Showing zero mercy, Lin Yuan unleashes a blinding flurry of slashes. He ends the enemy's life with a series of deadly strikes. A brutal death comes instantly. The guild leader collapses into a pool of blood on the sand as Lin Yuan turns and walks away without a second glance. He coldly looks back at the body and scoffs. This guild wasn't even worth taking seriously. Suddenly, a red system notification warns him about killing a player, his crime points increasing by 2. He just thinks to himself, 2 points. His face remains calm. It'll disappear on its own as long as he doesn't get any more for a week. Behind him, the mage looks at the surviving members of the Bloodstain Guild scrambling up the rocky slope. "Oh my god, they're getting away. Should we go after them?" she asks frantically. Lin Yuan stands still, sword in hand, and calmly replies, "They're just small fries. No need." With that, he walks over to the vice leader's corpse, which is now dissolving into bright particles of data. The loot drops appear instantly. First up, a silver-grade weapon, the bursting battle axe capable of dealing massive area of effect damage. Next, a pair of silver-grade twin dragon fang daggers that glow brightly and have a continuous burn effect. And finally, a compact bronze-grade weapon called the Thorn Shortsword, which has an agility-boosting stat. Lin Yuan rubs his chin thoughtfully, evaluating his spoils. The stats are pretty good. Even if I don't use them, I can probably sell them for a decent price. After collecting everything, he turns on his heel, ready to leave the scene. The female mage, finally snapping out of her shock, looks at him with a blush and grateful eyes. "My hero, thank you for saving me." She nervously steps closer to her rescuer and shyly asks, I still don't know your name." Lin Yuan pauses for a beat, then turns back with a faint, confident smile. "My name is Lin Yuan." He glances at her over his shoulder, leaving his proud statement hanging in the air. "One day, you'll see my name at the top of the world's top 10 list." That sheer arrogance leaves the mage stunned, whispering in awe, "Top 10. But as he walks away decisively into the sunset, she frantically runs after his retreating figure. Who cares about some list? "My hero, please take me with you," and you and I both know she's not letting him go that easily. The scene suddenly shifts to the weeping desert, a barren land under a dusty sky. Here, Lin Yuan stands opposite a giant creature with a spiky shell that just burst from the ground. These are level 6, weeping thunder scorpions. They raise their threatening dark purple poison stingers. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly sharpens. He crouches, draws his weapon, and prepares for a whole new battle. Let's kick things off with some pure chaos, a storm of green sword energy. His eyes flash with a cold glint as magic explodes around his body. Twisting mid-air, Lin Yuan unleashes a massive green tornado, sucking in and shredding all 7 scorpions surrounding him. The system window immediately lights up, spamming him with victory notices. A total of 60 Weeping Thunder Scorpions have been eliminated in this area. Your level has increased to level 8. He lightly touches his blood-stained robes, smiling with satisfaction. Straight to level 8 with a single skill. Though collecting paralysis herbs is a hassle, this is turning out to be one hell of a good deal. The scene fades, pulling his thoughts back in time 2 days earlier. He's in a dark castle corridor where a mysterious wizard is walking right up to him. The old sorcerer, with a long purple beard, speaks in a deep gravelly voice, bowing slightly to Lin Yuan. "Hero, we finally meet." A green system notification instantly appears. A quest has been detected from Alchemist Imo. Do you accept? His eyes scan the quest details. Quest name, Imo's Will. Content, go to the Weeping Desert and collect 100 paralysis herbs and deliver them to Imo. Time limit 1 day. Quest rank Black Iron. Paralysis herb, a thunder-type plant that grows in the desert. Stroking his chin, Lin Yuan thinks back. He's remembering events from his past life. Soon a special dungeon will open in the main city. In his memory, he sees a cave radiating a brilliant blue lightning. That place is crawling with thunder-type monsters. To clear it, players need extremely high thunder resistance. For this very reason, the demand for potions will skyrocket, their value soaring into thousands of gold coins. In his past life, someone made an absolute fortune from this, and completing this paralysis herb quest is the only way to get the crafting recipe for that potion. Trust me, this is a genius level play because today is Amo's first day in Black Sand Town. After this quest is turned and the old man disappears from the game forever. Without hesitation, he reaches out and smashes the glowing red accept button on the system panel, declaring, "This means it's the only chance a player has to get this formula. Accept." The memory fades, snapping him back to the present in the Weeping Desert. Here, glowing herbs are surrounded by packs of monsters, Weeping Thunder Scorpions, level 6 thunder-type beasts that guard the paralysis herbs. Quick as a flash, a devastating kick crushes the head of a charging scorpion. He calmly assesses them. To him now, these things are hardly a threat. After taking out the small fry, he kneels on the sand and reaches out to pick the glowing herb. Since I snagged this quest, I might as well use this chance to grind my new collection skill all the way to max proficiency. A stream of magical green light wraps around his hand as a notification appears. Collection skill, Black Iron level 2. Effect increases. Collection speed with a 5% chance of gathering rare quality herbs. Cost 1 spirit point. Cooldown 3 seconds. Proficiency 120 out of 200. He stands up, his cloak whipping in the desert storm as he stares out towards the hazy dunes. Time to go a little deeper. Lin Yuan strides forward, his boots digging into the sand. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shakes violently, forcing him to jump back in alarm. His hand instinctively goes to his sword, and then it happens. A giant purple stinger rips through the sand, shooting skyward. The sound of shattering earth is deafening. The beast's arrival kicks up a colossal cloud of sand and dust. It surges upwards, completely blocking out the sun. Instantly, Lin Yuan leaps back, dodging a silver slash attack. His feet skid across the ground, digging deep trenches in the sand. Slowly, he looks up, his eyes narrowing to ice-cold slits, flashing with a crimson cautious light. A gigantic creature fully emerges from the earth. It radiates an overwhelming aura as a series of red alerts flash like crazy. Mutated monster Crystal Thunder Devil Scorpion has appeared. Danger, danger, danger. Staring up at the shadow blanketing the dunes, Lin Yuan just frowns. You and I both know this is bad news. A mutated devil-class monster. All the way out here. The creature's stat window appears right in front of him. Crystal Thunder Devil Scorpion level 10. HP 2800. Attack 400. Defense 55. Skills Paralyzing Thunder Strike, Poison Sting, Earthen Claw, and Crystal Thunderstorm. Even facing a monster 10 levels higher, he just smirks with pure arrogance. So things just got a little tricky. A torrent of green magic erupts around him as Lin Yuan launches himself forward, like an arrow filled with killing intent. But today you're just a whetstone for my blade. You're about to see his silver slash for the very first time. He unleashes a thunderous strike straight at the scorpion's massive claw, creating a violent shockwave of black and green energy. But his powerful attack is instantly deflected with a deafening clang. A metallic clang rings out as his weapon hits his shell as hard as diamond. He narrows his eyes, analyzing its armor. Not a single crack in its defense. Just then, the entire beast erupts in blinding blue lightning. Blue energy surges. The system alert flashes, and this is where we see the real fight begin. Boss skill Paralyzing Thunderbolt. A lethal electric net explodes, instantly trapping Lin Yuan. He grunts, raising his sword to defend himself. He braces against the destructive power of the thunderbolt, but just then the system dings again with another skill activation. Poison Needle Jab. Lin Yuan flinches quickly, taking a defensive stance as the beast lunges with a dazzling thunder strike. He raises his sword to parry the blow just in time, but the giant scorpion isn't done firing off another bolt of lightning. A destructive blast tears through space, heading right for him. As he dodges, Lin Yuan scowls. This thing's power is way beyond his expectations. His first thought, I have to divide its attention. Dust billows as the beast charges. The monster rushes him furiously. His eyes glow, and a dark, eerie green magic radiates from his body as he coldly speaks. With a shout, a vibrant green spatial gate opens wide. Out pours a pack of demonic wolves armed with hammers and pickaxes. They swarm the beast. In a flash, one wolf swings its pickaxe right into the boss's armor, digging in hard. Sparks fly, draining 200 HP. Okay, pay attention here. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, and we're about to see his real plan unfold. No critical hit. Enraged, the boss immediately uses its earth-rending claws, slamming its massive pincer down. It shatters the sand, sending the wolves flying. Seizing the moment, while the beast is distracted, green soul fireballs are fired in rapid succession, streaking through the air. The volley flies straight into the scorpion's wide-open mouth. It creates a dazzling, magical explosion. Ignoring the beast's continuous HP loss from the burn effect, he coldly declares, "Taste my upgraded soul flame." Lin Yuan raises a hand, now engulfed in an eerie, mesmerizing green fire. He gives a sharp command. Just then, a rope suddenly tightens around its pincer. His demonic wolves move in time, using their ropes to bind it, straining to pull the beast down to the sand. Seizing the golden opportunity, the alpha wolf, wielding a giant sledgehammer, leaps high into the air, aiming straight down. The hammer crashes down, dealing damage. A notification pops up. A heavy attack has triggered a critical hit. Lin Yuan smirks, satisfied. Finally, a critical. In agony, the scorpion rears back and roars in fury. Bolts of lightning erupt from its cracking body. Right after he leaps into the air, the scorpion, confused, looks around frantically as Lin Yuan's arm instantly gathers a surge of deep blue lightning magic. A notification appears. Hunter title detected. Power. Attack plus 10%, critical hit chance plus 10%, magic damage plus 10%. His eyes glow red with killing intent. He pours every last bit of power into his raised fist. I'll smash it and grind you to dust. And yeah, you and I know this is the finisher. He dives like an arrow, aiming for the center of the beast's lightning core. He roars. The impact creates a massive explosion of light that tears everything apart, followed by a single sharp command: shatter. The seemingly unbreakable armor of the scorpion begins to crack a long fissure, revealing the brilliant energy source inside. The monster's body erupts, shattering into countless sharp fragments that fly everywhere. At the same time, the system window announces, you have defeated the mutated crystal demon Thunderbolt Scorpion and received 560 experience points. The boss is instantly resurrected as a giant zombie. Stats, level 10, Crystal Thunderbolt Scorpion zombie with its skills intact. Suddenly, he notices another scorpion burrowing into the sand, and right behind Lin Yuan. The giant zombie scorpion rises majestically, now under his command. But from the distance, countless more scorpions charge. He's surprised for a moment, but his eyes immediately flash with a cold, sharp glint. A perfect opportunity. He orders his new pet to wipe out the surrounding mobs. At the same time, the system announces Crystal Thunderstorm has been activated. He yells, "Come on, I'll play with you all." Using my new pet, a barrage of crystal lightning shoots from the zombie, tearing through space, unleashing destruction. Damage numbers pop up constantly. -50, -60. In perfect sync, Lin Yuan, his eyes glowing red, swings his great sword and leaps into the air. He rains down incredibly deadly lightning strikes on the swarm. The system notifications spam: weakness hit. Weakness hit. His blade sinks deep into the hard shell of one monster. Another system alert: weakness hit. The force of the thrust punches through its armor, creating a flash of brilliant light erupting from the wound. After the perfect finishing blow, he lands gracefully, his cloak fluttering. And just like that, we watch as golden notifications fill his screen on this battlefield of fallen scorpions. System alerts pop up. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. He opens his glowing blue status window to check. Player Lin Yuan. Level 10. Class Forbidden Necromancer. Talent Dark Summoning. Hellgate. 20 out of 100. Strength. 32 Constitution, 28 Agility, 47 Spirit, 53 and Health 152. A satisfied smirk creeps across Lin Yuan's face. 2 levels at once. Now that feels good. At the same time, the boss rewards flash into existence. He quickly calculates their worth as he sees the notification: a silver-grade weapon along with other items. Thunderclap leg guards, a paralysis ring, a phantom crossbow. Every single piece of loot he got is silver-grade. Selling these will definitely help his family's situation. The desert wind whips at his coat as he stands firmly on the dune sword in hand. Looking down at the piles of monster corpses, the system confirms. The area is cleared. But then a brilliant golden light envelops his hand as a new notification pops up. Congratulations, you have received a gold tier class skill book. You and I both know this is about to be a game changer. A strange ancient grimoire with a creepy red eye in the center slowly descends into his hands, piquing his curiosity. A golden magical power radiates from the book, and the skill's name displays Dark Curse, requires Necromancer. Lin Yuan clutches the book to his chest with a slight smile. Man, he really is lucky. A burst of golden light explodes as the system announces the skill book is being automatically added to his memory database. A massive pillar of light shoots into the desert sky with a message. Congratulations, you've obtained an exclusive Necromancer skill. The skill details appear surrounded by gloomy green skulls. Dark Curse, Gold Tier, Level 1. Deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health or heals an ally for 20%. Costs 100 mana, 10-second cooldown. Instantly, a bright blue soul flame ignites in his palm. He mutters to himself, analyzing it. So I can restore 20% health to my undead creatures. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpen, focused on the new power dancing in his hand. He turns to his scorpion zombie standing by the cliff, its health bar showing 60%, and raises his hand. He fires off a brilliant stream of green energy. Let's give this a try, he says decisively. The energy strikes the monster's head, creating a glowing recovery crown symbol. The scorpion zombie rears back and lets out a powerful, revitalized roar. Its health bar immediately jumps from 60% right up to 80%. Closing his fist, Lin Yuan looks to the horizon with pure determination. All right, warm-up's over. It's time to head to the main city and find my first subordinate. The scene suddenly shifts. In the real world, Lin Yuan takes off his VR helmet with the dry click of a latch releasing. His face is shocked as if he just realized something incredibly important. Wait a second. Back in reality, his mom calls for him. And here's where the story hits you with a dose of real-world problems. Yuan, your father's back is hurting again. Come give him a hand, he snaps out of his daze. The two of them quickly rush to help his grimacing father onto the sofa. Honey, take it easy, his mom says gently, massaging his back while nagging him. Why are you still so reckless at your age? Trying to fix the air conditioner by yourself? You should have just called a repairman. Now look, you've thrown your back out again. His father, lying face down and sweating, forces a smile to calm his wife down. We have to save every penny we can. The washing machine broke last week and didn't I fix it myself in just a few simple steps. Standing quietly in the doorway, Lin Yuan hears his dad's optimistic voice. Continue. Besides, this is just a small injury. I'm fine. I'll feel better after a quick nap. Tomorrow, I still have to go pick up Lin Tan from school. His eyes drop, filled with unspoken thoughts, watching his hardworking father in silence. The next day, under the quiet blue sky of the bustling apartment complex, in the bedroom, his father is still sound asleep while his mother wakes up with an annoyed frown. She hears a loud ruckus coming from the living room. Cracking the bedroom door open, she sleepily calls out, Yuan, is that you? Why are you making so much noise this early? But as she steps out, both she and her husband freeze in utter shock. Two workers are mounting a huge new TV on the wall. The whole living room looks shiny and luxurious. One of the workers approaches them, grabbing the father's hand, making them both yelp. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? These are the new items that Mr. Lin Yuan bought. We brought them and installed them as fast as we could. Please confirm the delivery. Standing stunned in the middle of the living room, his dad is sweating bullets. Wait a minute, am I dreaming? What the hell is going on? The scene shifts to a high-end gym. Lin Yuan is doing sit-ups on an inclined bench, his ripped muscles glistening with sweat, his breathing steady. And that's our takeaway, isn't it? The real grind never stops, in-game or out. And he calmly apologized. Sorry for the disturbance. The beautiful manager just smiled. Would you like our VIP package? We just need to deduct the fee for 1 year in advance. Without a single hesitation, he slapped his card down. Done. Here's my card. He thought to himself, after selling some old gear, he put the money to good use. He'd already renovated the house and now a family gym membership. His eyes held a deep, calculating look. After all, his parents and little Lin Tan needed to start training early. It'll help them adapt faster when the world changes. As she held the card, the manager's face went bright red, her mind absolutely screaming. Oh my god, this guy has been training nonstop for ages, but he's not even sweating. Not even out of breath. And that physique. It's absolutely perfect. Then her eyes shot wide open in total shock. Wait, is this? Her hand started to tremble. This is the premium VIP card. The one only given to people with over 5 million in the bank. Unfazed by her shock, Lin Yuan just pulled out his phone. Hey, yeah, he said into it. It's prize money from an old gaming tournament. You two just take it easy at home today. Don't worry about a thing. Just leave Lin Tan to me. Watching his powerful silhouette leave, the manager clutched the card to her chest. He's so young. But he's on a whole other level. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the final bell had just rung. Students poured out of the doors. School's out, let's hit the PC cafe next door for a few rounds. Simon. Hey, wait up, I'm coming too. And right here amidst the chaos is where our story truly begins to connect. A girl with striking blonde hair and a blue ribbon gracefully walked down the steps. This is Lin Yuan's sister. Looking sharp and stunning in her school uniform, two of her friends ran up bubbling with excitement. Hey, it's my birthday, you have to come over. My brother got my favorite strawberry cake and everything. You're so lucky, I'm so jealous. I wish I had an awesome big brother like that. Lin Tan's eyes just hardened. A brother? Is that really something to be jealous of? An image flashed in her mind, her lazy brother Hair, a mess glued to his games. The sound of frantic keyboard clicks, echoing in his disaster of a room. She snapped back to reality, hoisting her backpack. She walked forward, gritting her teeth. I don't need a brother. But then a punk stepped out, blocking her path. He had a smug look on his face. Well, school beauty Lin. Acting pretty high and mighty, aren't you? He and three goons. They surrounded her, smirking like absolute creeps. You know, the leader said, we've sent people to ask you out tons of times, but you always ignore us. This time, we're asking you personally. The least you can do is show some respect. Cornered Lin Tan glared. What do you want? Her friends ducked behind her, completely terrified. Class president, one whispered, who are these guys? The main punk just scoffed and reached for her face. Now pay close attention here because this is where everything goes sideways. Wow, such smooth skin, he sneered. Let me get a feel. Furious Lin Tan smacked his hand away. Don't you dare touch me, she yelled. Get lost. If you lay a hand on me again, I'm calling the cops. But that just made him angrier. He swung his hand back. A sharp crack echoed as he slapped her across the face. She cried out in pain. You damn brat, he screamed. The blow sent her stumbling back, crashing to the ground. Her friends could only shriek in horror. Class president, the thug, raised his hand again. You think you're too good for me to even touch? Why do you have to pretend to be so pure? Lin Tan squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the next hit, but it never came. In that split second, a hand like a steel clamp shot out and grabbed the thug's wrist. The grip was so strong it practically vibrated. She dared to peek, one eye open, and what she saw left her stunned. Standing behind her was a tall figure, his eyes glowing with crimson, murderous intent, and his voice was ice cold. Who gave you permission to harass my sister? He stepped forward and Lin Tan stared up at that all-too-familiar face. Lin Yuan, she whispered in complete disbelief. The thug struggled. Damn it, where did this stray dog come from? His three goons immediately moved in to surround Lin Yuan. I'm gonna knock every single tooth out of your head. You're looking for death, pal. Forget talking, let's just break his arm and get this over with. In response, Lin Yuan unleashed a lightning-fast punch straight to the leader's jaw. Blood went flying. Without pausing, he dropped low and threw a monstrous uppercut, launching the second guy clean off his feet. Before the last one could even react, Lin Yuan spun, delivering a thunderous roundhouse kick that sent him flying. And to finish the combo, a brutal, merciless stomp straight down onto the face of the first thug. Utter devastation. And right here you and I are witnessing a total transformation. Lin Yuan stood tall, the ground cracking under the sheer force of his kick. At his feet, the rest of the thugs were sprawled out on the ground, groaning in agony. Pathetic. With the trash taken care of, he casually turned to the three stunned girls and said simply, they're gone. On the way home, the siblings walked side by side. Lin Tan asked curiously, what are you doing here today? She thought to herself. This guy usually just glues his face to a game all day, so why would he suddenly come to pick me up? He kept his eyes forward, replying gently. Dad threw his back out, so Mom is at home looking after him. Hearing this, she looked worried and asked frantically, threw out his back, is it serious? He calmly reassured her, it's no big deal. After that, silence fell between them, with only the sound of their steady footsteps filling the air. Lin Tan bowed her head. She snuck a glance at her brother, thinking it's been so long since we've actually talked like this. This is so awkward. The afternoon sun cast a shadow on Lin Yuan's sharp profile, outlining his rugged, steady, and incredibly calm figure. The silence was suddenly shattered when two of her friends ran up from behind, waving their hands. Class rep, they called out breathlessly. As they caught up, the two girls were practically swooning. Class rep, is that really your brother? He's nothing like the lazy older brother you described. That's right, I never knew. Senior Lin Yuan was so skilled and handsome. Why didn't you ever mention him before? Lin Tan was stunned. She stared at her best friends, thinking in disbelief. Handsome, this guy. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Is this even the same person? Under the bright sun, Lin Yuan gave a small smile, causing the girls nearby to start whispering among themselves. Whoa, who is that? He's so hot. I know, right? He's one of the seniors who graduated. He's way better looking than any of the guys at our school. Watching her friends stare at her brother's tall figure, Lin Tan blinked, shocked by his sudden popularity. One underclassman was even brave enough to run up to him, greeting him shyly, hello, senior. He replied politely, hello. This left Lin Tan, who was walking behind, completely baffled. What? Has he always been this tall? Why have I never noticed this before? Her gaze lingered on his broad shoulders and muscular build. A million questions flooded her mind. He even has muscles. When did he start working out? No wonder he was so good in that fight earlier. But he's definitely the same person. An old memory suddenly surfaced. She remembered a frail, exhausted Lin Yuan, hood pulled low over his head, face buried in his phone on a packed train. A complete opposite of the cool image he had now. The Lin Yuan of the past was basically a shut-in. He was always in a dark room, unshaven and sluggish, holding a game controller, surrounded by piles of snacks. Lin Tan frowned, looking at her brother's steady back, thinking, but why do I feel like he's changed so suddenly and so drastically? Her friends cheerfully waved as they left, calling out their goodbyes. See you tomorrow, see ya. She jumped when she heard a familiar voice call out and turned around, looking confused. Lin Yuan bent his knees slightly as the other girls watched in admiration, offering his back. Get on, he said. She frantically waved her hands, her cheeks turning red. I can walk by myself. Inside, she was screaming, what the hell, I don't want a piggyback ride in front of all these people. A sudden strong pull yanked her forward, making her stumble with a cry. Before she could finish her sentence, she landed squarely on her brother's broad back right in the middle of the school hall. Lin Yuan easily adjusted his sister on his back and started walking, saying calmly, your classmates have all gone home. Don't push yourself if you can't walk. His sharp eyes had already noticed the bloody bruise on her ankle. He then asked, you got pushed down earlier, did you sprain it? Lin Tan rested her chin on his shoulder. Her eyes were wide with shock as she thought, when did he notice that? Okay, you and I both know his observation skills are now off the charts. When they reached their front door, he called out, we're home. Lin Tan timidly greeted their parents as well. The two of them stood there completely stunned by this rare sight, staring at each other without a word. Ignoring his parents' shocked faces, he calmly carried his sister through the living room where all the furniture was brand new. He then used his strong hands to skillfully wash his sink full of soapy dishes under the running faucet. The mother smiled gently, whispering to her husband, honey, look at our son. Hasn't he become a completely different person? The father nodded, replying in amazement. Yeah, he cooks, does the dishes, and he even replaced all the furniture. It seems their sibling relationship is back to normal, maybe even better. The girl holds her warm cup, coughs awkwardly, and asks, oh, is that so? She blows gently on the steam, her eyes downcast, and thought, what a strange guy. Has he really changed? This time, Lin Yuan stands before the sparkling clean sink, dusting off his hands. All done. And just like that, he casually takes off apron and turns to leave. I'm heading back to my room now. Lin Tan watches the wooden door close, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. What was she even hoping for? He's still just a game addict. Suddenly, she flinches, as a hand abruptly reaches out, holding a bottle of medicine right in front of her. He's back, telling his sister, this ointment is really good. Remember to use it after your shower. He then pushes the door open again, retreating to his own world, and tossing back a cold remark, I'm gaming. Don't come in unless it's an emergency. She sits quietly in her chair, her hands unconsciously gripping the cool ointment bottle. She closes her eyes, enjoying a distant warmth, and mutters with a tiny smile, I know. No one wants to go in your room anyway. That rare smile blossoms on her face, melting away the usual cold arrogance of the campus beauty. Hiding behind the door, he rubs his forehead and sighs, hearing his mother's voice. See, I told you your relationship was getting better. Did anything happen at school today? His sister's evasive reply follows. Nothing, Mom. I'm going to take a shower now. He leans back into his comfy gaming chair, letting go of a heavy burden, thinking to himself that the recent family troubles will finally settle down now. He pushes back his messy hair, his eyes slowly regaining their sharp, determined focus. He puts on the virtual reality headset, getting ready to connect, and murmurs, all right then, time to get back to the game. Trust me, this is where our main character's real story begins. The world flashes to life. A massive pillar of energy slams down into the desert, bringing up a system notification. Main city, Wind, Sand City. A sharp, calculating glint flashes in his eyes from beneath his worn-out cloak. As he whispers, time to catch that little mouse. He strides toward the majestic towers, the hem of his cloak whipping around in the sandstorm as a system message appears. You have entered Wind Sand City. In another corner, a man screams, as a boot viciously stomps on his face. Ah, please, honorable sir, I swear to God it's all a misunderstanding. The armored guard points his sharp spearhead down at the man on the ground and roars, shut your mouth. You can spout your filthy lies in prison. From a hidden corner, Lin Yuan quietly stops, witnessing the entire brutal arrest in the sun-drenched square. The guard suddenly freezes, his eyes darting to the side with suspicion. He turns his head, staring into empty space, and mutters to himself, strange. Did I just see something? Lin Yuan's figure blends perfectly into the dark corner of the hallway, hiding behind a huge stone pillar not far away. Now pay attention, because a pro gamer doesn't just rush in. He analyzes. He calculates. The guards patrolling these streets are extremely sensitive to criminals. After a quick calculation, he figures his crime points will take 3 days to reset. Lin Yuan stands tall in the middle of the sunny square, pulling his cloak tighter and muttering that this is the perfect time to greet his old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent grand cathedral, with the word church displayed. Father Lauren stands at the pulpit, arms outstretched, baptizing a believer. Kneeling below him, he declares, "In the name of the Lord, your past darkness is cleansed. From this day forward, your soul shall be as pure as pristine snow, and holy light will illuminate your path. Now I will baptize you." Lin Yuan steps into the sanctuary, announcing, "I come from the almshouse for the poor." The old priest cracks a gentle smile, his eyes showing a spark of interest at the newcomer's words. Lin Yuan casually walks past the crowd in the church, continuing loudly, "I heard there's a patient here, in critical condition, and I have come to treat him." The voice of a gatekeeper echoes from behind a massive wooden door. "Then we'll have to trouble you to heal the knight." He gets a simple reply, "All right." The scene changes to a room where a muscular man lies unconscious, a green wound spreading across his chest, along with an introduction. Darkway, former member of one of the strongest knight orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Scorpion Lion Knights. Lin Yuan recalls an image of a heroic Darkway riding a scorpion lion beast. In the past, thinking how in his previous life at level 15 he struggled just to get a single gold tier weapon. From him, as the info panel displays, Darkway, former member of the Scorpion Lion Knights. Lin Yuan stands by the bed, his face calm as he looks down at the man and says, "Sir Darkway, I came here specifically to treat the poison in your body." Darkway weakly opens his weary eyes, sweat beading on his forehead as he sees the info panel showing the young man's level 10. The old priest standing beside him sneers with contempt. "And you and I both know what's coming next." "Humph, you, just a level 10 mage." Even the patrolmen on the street, guys with higher levels than him, suddenly started choking, coughing up this dark green-black blood. Lin Yuan says, "The poison is already eating your organs, and you and I both know you need my help to stop it." He looks down, staring intently at the man who's now wiping his mouth with his hand. Then he delivers the final verdict, ice cold, "You won't live for more than a month." The guard Darkway just freezes. Darkway grinds his teeth against the pain, lifts his head and shouts, "To cure this poison, you need 1,000 grams of fish oil. If you aren't afraid to die, go try your luck in the desert mudflats." Immediately, the system dings with a notification. A series of green windows pop up on screen. "You have triggered a quest. Do you accept?" A nameless quest pops up. Gold tier mission. Objective: collect 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat and cure the poison in his body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smirks confidently under his hood. "All right, you and I both know he's got this handled." The scene shifts to a murky swamp filled with floating human skulls and bizarre monster fish swimming all around. Welcome to the desert mudflats. Here grotesque fish flop and squirm across the dry sand under a blazing hot sun. And now you're going to want to watch this. A massive fish suddenly erupts from the mud, its jaws wide open. It lunges its mouth full of needle-sharp teeth, causing a nearby guard to scream in pure terror. The info panel appears: elite rockgill fish, level 15 HP, 3500 attack, 300 defense, 45 with tail leap and gill curse skills. Just then, a courageous blonde knight leaps into the air, swinging his sword and shouting orders to his comrades. "These monsters have sharp teeth. Don't let them bite you. Attack," he screams. "My back." The huge beast whips its tail, which glows with a blinding light, and slams it into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The blonde knight and his comrades are sent flying through the air, letting out cries of pure agony from the blast. The soldiers struggle, slowly sinking into the mud as the school of monster fish begins to surround them. They scream for help, panicking. The giant fish's tail glows bright yellow, gathering power for another strike. It smashes into the ground, and the system announces skill-activated tail leap. The massive rodgill fish is on the move. It opens its massive black mouth full of fangs and dives straight for the knight, letting out a furious roar. The blonde knight grits his teeth, desperately raising his sword to block the incoming attack. The screen goes dark as the giant mouth with its slimy tongue and razor-sharp teeth completely blocks the view. The blonde knight's eyes are wide with terror, his muddy face covered in cold sweat. He thinks to himself, "This is it? I'm dead." "I know what you're thinking. Game over, right?" "Nope." Lin Yuan drops from the sky, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. Lin Yuan's strong hand shoots out, grabbing the knight's sore arm in a firm, decisive motion. He yanks the knight back to safety, while simultaneously unleashing a roaring torrent of bright blue flame. He coldly shouts, "Don't get in my way," as he charges forward, the blue fire reflecting in his determined eyes. The fish monster stares, completely shocked as the blue flames slam directly into its eyeball. It lets out a confused, high-pitched wail of absolute agony as the blue fire erupts violently right on its head. A blinding explosion rocks the ground. Lin Yuan lands perfectly, leaving the knight to fall back, sitting in the mud. The knight just sits there with a dazed look on his face. He gets to one knee, clutching his throat, absolutely baffled. "I'm alive," he stammers. Then his head whips around, his eyes wide with shock as he calls out, "Wait a minute." The knight looks up towards Lin Yuan, thinking to himself, that great hero. He was right here just a moment ago. Lin Yuan dives down from above like an arrow, trailing a brilliant green magic that cuts right through the air. He swings his arms, slashing out blades of green magic that rain down on the school of monster fish, dealing constant damage. One giant fish, its eyes blazing red, takes a critical hit and opens its mouth in a horrifying scream. It immediately whips its tail and leaps up like a giant frog. Countless others jump in unison. They all open their fanged mouths, aiming for Lin Yuan. The blonde knight panics and yells, "Great hero, be careful." Another giant fish silently cuts through the murky mud, swimming towards him at incredible speed. Lin Yuan just does a casual backflip to dodge, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Really? Is that all you've got?" He lands neatly on the ground, his face still impossibly calm and cold, stomping his foot to secure his stance. Instantly, he summons his sword. He grips it tight as a blue light glows, and he makes a bold declaration. "And trust me, you're going to love this line. A pile of trash gathered together is still just trash." He raises his blade, his eyes glowing. With a flare of killing intent, he slams his weapon right between the monster's eyes, unleashing a blinding, destructive light. The eyeball explodes. One by one, the grotesque fish take fatal hits, their bodies writhing in pure agony. The knight just watches. Staring from afar, he can only gasp in shock. Damn it, what in the world kind of hero is this guy? 8 of us were almost crushed, and he just took down 5 of them all by himself. His power is insane. But killing those fish alone, that should be impossible. The blonde knight breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear. And that's when he remembers. The most terrifying thing about these monsters is their special group attack skill. In perfect sync, they all open their mouths, gathering green lightning for a combined assault and letting out a deafening roar. Yet Lin Yuan stands perfectly calm on a high rock, facing the incoming tsunami of toxic energy without a hint of fear. He barely flinches, his glowing red eyes showing a bizarre calm as he speaks. And right on cue, the system window pops up. You and I are about to see why he isn't even breaking a sweat. The system shows the moldy fish are casting Cursed Fang Echo. All enemies in range will be hit with a toxic fog shock, triggering nasty debuffs like confusion and hallucinations. He just raises one hand, forming a glowing star-shaped magic seal as a contemptuous smirk crosses his face. Just a cheap little trick. I'm not falling for that again in this lifetime. He unleashes his magic, roaring a command for his summon. From the magic circle, a new creature rises, a massive wolf. He points forward, giving a decisive order to the beast. Use the Howl of the Hungry Wolf skill, he commands the ghost wolf, materializing behind him. The spectral wolf howls. A powerful sonic wave crashes over the fish, followed by a system notification. Target hit. The fish have been stunned. He touches his face as shimmering blue blocks of digital data appear around him, calmly saying, "And now." A system panel flashes to life in mid-air, showing the details for a newly summoned item, the Awakening Mask. A one-time use defensive mask with a single effect to completely defend against the incoming toxic fog. With the mask now equipped, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, building momentum as he soars down towards the battlefield. He streaks through the sky like a comet, the mask covering half his face as he dives, trailing green magical energy. He swings his sword again and again with brutal force, delivering a cold, hard judgment. Fall down and accept your death. His glowing blue magic blade plunges through the massive eye of a giant fish, its mouth still hanging wide open. The system's icy notification follows. Critical hit. He uses the momentum to flip through the air, and lands another strike that splits a monster's head clean in two, and again the screen flashes. Critical hit. A ruthless glint appears in his eyes. He slams his sharp weapon down, aiming straight for another enemy with a low roar. Die. He plunges down, driving his sword straight into a giant maw of razor-sharp teeth that was waiting to devour him. A perfect strike. Critical hit. The grotesque fish monster twists and thrashes, screaming in absolute agony. Its massive body contorts as it lets out a horrifying shriek, taking another critical hit right after the first. Completely overwhelmed, another fish desperately turns tail and slithers down the muddy slope, trying to find an escape route. Okay, you can just feel the sheer disrespect coming, and I am absolutely here for it. Lin Yuan tightens his grip. His weapon glows with a powerful blue light as he looks down at his fleeing prey with pure contempt. Too slow. You like playing as filthy bugs in the mud. He flips his blade, sending a massive slash of blue magic into the ground. Then rot there forever, you trash, he declares coldly. An explosion of power erupts in a blinding pillar of light. It tears the earth apart, incinerating the monsters screaming inside the destructive energy. The blonde knight steps forward. He grabs his teammate's shoulder, a look of pure shock on his face. So impressive. But his expression immediately changes. His eyes narrow with tension. It's too early to let our guard down. The group looks on in horror at the ground. The mud is churning again, bristling with countless sharp spikes. Look, the mackerel are charging us, one of them screams. But Lin Yuan remains perfectly still, and just when you think the fight is over, oh, you're gonna want to see this next part. He calmly commands the giant mechanical creature that just appeared at his side. Advance Zombie Thunder Scorpion. The magic scorpion immediately raises its massive tail, gathering energy into a dazzling purple light. Skill-activated Crystal Thunder. It fires countless crystal energy lasers, brilliant violet beams that streak across the sky, raining purple lightning down. They strike the fish monsters, still hiding in the mud, creating a bloody wide area sweep as the system shouts. Total annihilation. The devastating energy spikes pierce deep, penetrating the monster's tough flesh and hard scales with ease. A giant fish gets impaled straight through the head, its blood-red eyes rolling back in their sockets, and lets out a sky-shaking roar of pure agony from its jagged, sharp-toothed mouth. Seeing this, a warrior, with short hair below, clutches his head, his face twisting as he screams. It's not as effective as I thought. The level and number gap is just too massive. There's no way he can kill them all in one hit. After clearing out the first wave, Lin Fan leaps up, landing before the robed figures as he calmly asks the stunned crowd below, "Who said I plan on killing them all one by one? All right, let's watch a master strategist at work." He pulls his hood low, his glowing red eyes narrowing calculatingly behind the gas mask. The golden-haired knight and his partner are stunned when they realize the strange attack pattern, their eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute. That's where the scorpion is aiming, the bellies of all the female mackerels. Up on the slope, the bodies of the dead females begin leaking fluid, attracting countless pairs of glowing red eyes to crawl out from the darkness. One of them trembles. Look, the male mackerels. The mage is sweating buckets, his face pale from the shocking scene unfolding before him as he screams. They're attacking each other. The monster fish have gone completely insane, madly tearing into the flesh of their own kind, their savage roars shaking the entire area. One fish rips into a bloody corpse beside it, its eyes burning with pure bloodshot madness. That's when a calm voice explains, whenever the female stench mackerel dies or lays eggs, they release a massive amount of muscatol. The thick, toxic purple liquid flows down the crevices, in the rock, bubbling and releasing a smell that drives the male fish into an absolute frenzy. And just like that, they'll attack anything in their path. Now you see the genius of his plan. Lin Fan stands tall under the sunset, calmly stating, I used their own biology against them and made them kill each other. Just then, under the mud, a fish corpse slowly sinks as bubbles rise to the surface. Suddenly, a giant fish with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth erupts right behind him. Someone from afar screams out, Sir, be careful. Lin Fan doesn't even move, simply looking up as the giant monster rushes in, completely blocking out the sky. The people below stumble back in shock, one grabbing his teammate's arm. What? That's a female mackerel. Why is it the same size as the males? High above, Lin Fan just smirks beneath his mask and says, right on time. He extends his hand forward, green mana flaring to life. Undead wolves, go. Instantly, the spectral wolves charge forward, snarling as they latch onto the giant monster's body. From a distance, he watches the beast struggling against his pack, coldly assessing it's a level 15 elite monster. Facing its massive, heaven-shaking roar, he notes that he isn't doing any real damage to it, even after sending out 6 undead wolves. Then he tightens his grip. And you know what? That's perfectly fine. This is more than enough to hold you down. As a wolf bites down on its head, his shadow flashes past, tearing through space. A notification pops up, Elite Stench Mackerel defeated. His glowing blade slices through its tough skin. Purple liquid splashes everywhere as he roars. This is it. Next, he flips and swings his weapon, creating a wide arc of mana that scatters dark purple toxin orbs all around the area. His hand moves like lightning, snatching a handful of slimy purple eggs that flew out from the monster's belly. With perfect aim, he hurls those eggs straight into the gaping mouth of a dead male fish nearby. The knights just stand there, stunned by this bizarre move, wondering, what is he doing? Lin Fan turns and points, ordering the wolf that's holding the pride, egg-filled head to take it to the rock in the center. The creature dashes off with lightning speed. It drops, the head dripping purple poison right on the designated spot. He nods. Right there. The wolf tilts its head back and lets out a massive howl, alerting everything in the area. The purple liquid from the corpse begins to release, thick billowing clouds of toxic smoke. He thinks to himself, time to lure them in. The poison smoke rises high, causing the male fish hiding in the mud to crawl forward in droves. Attracted by the scent, the swarm of monsters charges blindly into the purple mist. He yells, everyone gather up, then a deafening crash echoes continuously from inside the smoke. The crazed monsters are biting and ramming into each other with ferocious intensity. A new notification, the stench mackerel school is attacking itself. Witnessing this, a soldier suddenly remembers mackerel eggs are extremely attractive to the males. The golden-haired knight connects the dots. so he intentionally created a pheromone bomb to drive them all into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Fan extends his hand again, gathering sharp green mana. This still isn't enough. Behind him, massive undead werewolves holding pickaxes begin to appear. He gives the order. Time to get to work. And now we see the endgame as they charge toward the giant pile of fish corpses. Model. On the ground, urging them keep moving. A werewolf slams its club down, shattering the monster's tough scales. Seeing the loot drop, a soldier's eyes go wide. Trust me, you're about to see a masterclass in dungeon crawling. Is that a poison sac from inside those things? Lin Yuan calmly walks over to the group and explains, that's right. The blue poison sac inside them is basically a fish repellent bomb. The toxic gas it releases screams danger. Below the surface, the remaining fish thrash wildly in panic, trying to escape the horrific stench. As the fish scatter, he continues, they'll stay at least 5 meters back and won't dare return. They're not completely immune to their own poison. One hit and it's game over for them. The blonde knight jumps for joy, cheering loudly. They're gone, all of them are gone. Lin Yuan glides through the dark water, thinking to himself, now all that's left is the sub-quest and the loot. He stops beside the giant monster carcasses lying on the muddy shore. He touches his gas mask as it shatters into digital particles, having served its purpose in the battle. He closes his eyes and murmurs, this mask really pulled its weight in that fight. He then holds up a brilliantly glowing gem, a mix of satisfaction and regret crossing his mind. A shame I paid 5 gold coins for a one-time use item, he thinks. A loss, but the payoff was worth it. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for, the loot drop. The system announces obtain rotten gill fish oil, 1,000 grams. Extracted from the fatty bodies of rotten fish in the mud desert. It's an ingredient for high-level healing potions. It works wonders on infected, festering wounds, causing necrotic tissue to regenerate into healthy flesh. After reading the description, Lin Yuan's eyes flicker with memory. Oh, I almost forgot about this. He then tosses a small bright red ball into the air, letting it hover in his palm. A new item window pops up. Wave teaser's nose, a silver-grade armor piece, a stretchy spherical cover made from rotten fish skin. When pressed, it squeaks, vibrates, and glows. Effect releases the pheromones of a rotten fish, causing a panic state in small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. He grips the red ball tightly. His face is a perfect mask of, you've got to be kidding me. A single bead of sweat drips down his forehead. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. The reward is great, but this design. A cruel joke from the game devs. How could a cursed item that makes you look like a clown even drop? Suddenly, the blonde knight gets right in his face. Eyes sparkling with amazement, he shouts, whoa, that is so cool. And it glows. The knight clasps his hands, blushing with excitement. Oh my god, it even moves. Lin Yuan gives him the most judgmental side-eye ever. You actually like this nose cover. The blonde knight is so happy he's literally throwing gold coins in the air. It's so unique. My amazing benefactor, can you sell it to me? I'll buy it any price. Seeing this, his teammates behind him just force a smile, trying to calm him down. Sorry, he's always like this. Lin Yuan just casually turns and tosses the red ball to the knight. Consider it a gift, he says generously. The knight scrambles, shouting, wait a minute, at least let me pay. But Lin Yuan is already walking away, replying firmly, no need. From the knight's perspective, Lin Yuan's retreating figure seems to be wrapped in a brilliant halo with angelic wings. The whole group clasps their hands, tears streaming down their faces. Our benefactor, he's truly an angel. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is thinking, what a weirdo. Someone actually wants to pay money for that piece of junk. The scene shifts to a large cathedral, where 2 robed figures stand guard in front of the massive wooden doors. The sign reads church. Inside the infirmary, a hand slowly pours a glowing green liquid onto a man's chest. The wound sizzles as smoke rises from it. The bearded man suddenly bolts upright from the bed. He shouts in shock, what the? As the mangled wound in the middle of his chest glows a vibrant green. Miraculously, it's healing itself. The man calms down, looking at the young man holding the empty potion vial. I can't believe you actually managed to collect it, he says in awe. At that exact moment, a system chime rings out. A crisp ting echoes as a text box appears. You have successfully completed the gold-ranked quest Darkway's Request. Quest reward, gold-ranked weapon, the Green Spirit Sword. Lin Yuan summons the blade, which crackles with powerful green magic. And there it is, the moment you and I have been waiting for. Finally, he thinks, the Green Spirit Sword. My first gold-ranked weapon. Alright, let's check out the insane loot he got from his past life. A detailed stat window for the sword pops up instantly. The Azure Spirit Sword. Weapon type blade. Effects attack power plus 150 magic damage plus 150 and spirit plus 100. It also has an attached skill, Azure Spirit Curse Mark. This thing has a range of 100 to 150 meters, dealing damage, based on 150% of his spirit stat. And get this, no cooldown for just 10 mana. The sword glows brightly, suspended between countless magic circles and arcs of lightning. He continues his analysis. While its base stats are pretty standard, that Azure Spirit Curse Mark skill has some seriously effective combat properties. His eyes sharpen as he remembers wrecking monsters with it back in the day, a small smirk playing on his lips, especially its hidden effect. With every successful hit, it stacks Azure Spirit energy inside the enemy, and, after 3 hits, it deals bonus damage equal to 250% of his spirit. A glorious memory from his past life flashes back. He sees himself standing heroically on a mountain peak, summoning a giant blade, recalling his past with pride. Back then, this sword, the Azure Spirit Sword, was what let him dominate the Western Desert, until he reached the very top, becoming the #1 mage in the entire Western Desert. Back in the present, Lin Yuan gently runs a finger along the pattern on the blade. His crimson eyes glow with absolute satisfaction. Then the system pops up again. Reputation reward received. Main city reputation plus 1,000. Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation plus 500. He glances out at the bustling desert city. He does a quick mental calculation. The reputation points are only at a neutral level, just like last time, but it's enough to let him move freely around the city's districts. Suddenly, his brow furrows as he focuses on another notification panel. One that just appeared. He says in surprise, "Oh, there's still more." The system panel glitters with new text. "For excellent quest completion, you have received an NPC affinity reward. Darkway's affinity plus 10. He looks over at the man, named Darkway, who's dazedly touching his own chest. Lin Yuan thinks to himself, this time things seem a little different. Darkway gives a kind smile, turning to him and saying sincerely, "Thank you so much, young brother. Without you, I might have just ended my life in a sickbed next month." Lin Yuan calmly replies, "It was the least I could do." Hearing this, Darkway's expression instantly turns serious. He places a hand on his chest and warns him in a low voice. "And as a token of my gratitude, there is something I must warn you about." Lin Yuan stands perfectly still, his expression thoughtful. Now here's where it gets really interesting. He wonders if those extra 10 affinity points just unlocked a hidden storyline. The haunting words of that cloaked man under the blood moon echo in his mind, surrounded by a flock of black crows. "If you meet a man named Quincy, do not go near him." Just then, he calmly offers an explanation. "Quincy is my teacher." Why is that so surprising? Hearing this, the man's eyes fly wide open in shock. He hastily asks again, "What is your teacher?" Darkway places a scarred hand on his thigh and continues with a soft sigh. He says, "Although you've hidden your class." Then he stands up straight, facing the young man directly, and declares loud and clear, "You're a necromancer, aren't you?" Lin Yuan's brow furrows instantly, his face turning serious. "I know what you're thinking." He asks with total caution, "How do you know I'm a necromancer?" "After I hid my profile, not even Quincy could figure out my class." Darkway turns away, gazing into the distance as he recounts his past. "I was once a knight in the Scorpion Tail Knights. We reported directly to the king, responsible for all kinds of secret missions. One of those missions was hunting down necromancers. Because of that, I learned a special skill, darkness perception." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lin Yuan repeats it with curiosity. Darkness perception. A glowing red hexagonal magic seal appears in midair along with an explanation. Darkness perception is an exclusive skill of the Scorpion Tail Knights. The moment a necromancer appears, it automatically senses them. The closer they are, the stronger the signal. Lin Yuan looks up. He looks at Darkway, frowning. "So you knew who I was from the start." "There are actually skills designed specifically to counter necromancers." Darkway raises a hand and waves it dismissively, answering sincerely, "No, I was poisoned and my perception abilities were impaired. I didn't notice it at first, but now that I'm cured, that unique presence of the Shadow Lord radiating from you is impossible to hide." The young man grows even more confused, muttering, "The Shadow Lord." Darkway lowers his head, a nostalgic look on his face, and says in a low voice, "For that, I'll have to go back a long time. And with that, you and I are about to dive into some serious world lore." The scene shifts to glowing statues of gods as his voice echoes. In the immortal world, the most famous legend says there are 5 gods. The god of light, the god of moonlight, the god of nature, the god of tides, and the god of souls. Following this is an image of a dark entity wearing a beak-like mask. Let me tell you, there's a dark secret about this world's gods. See, in the beginning, there was a 6th god, the Lord of Shadows. Also known as the King of the Dead, he was the most powerful of all 6 gods. The shadow entity raises its hand, terrifying the followers kneeling below him. With this kind of power, the Dark Lord did whatever he wanted, even infusing a follower's scythe with his own strength. He granted his most loyal disciples immense shadow power, changing their entire class. They became necromancers bound to follow his every command. Under the Dark Lord's rule, these necromancers spread plagues that wiped out millions of people. Red-eyed ghouls tore through the streets, turning every corpse they found into another zombie, causing endless disaster. Because of this, all the nations united to boycott the Dark Lord, and his temples were utterly destroyed. Every record of his existence was burned to ash. The statue of the Shadow God was toppled and left to rot. Once a necromancer was discovered, they were to be killed on sight, no questions asked. A brutal red X was drawn over the very image of the necromancer class. And from that day forward, it was labeled a forbidden profession. Back in the present, Douglas clutches his chest, filled with a mix of hatred and gratitude. I was poisoned by a necromancer, he says. That poison tortured me for 10 years. I thought I was just waiting to die. As he speaks, Lin Yuan quietly checks his own status window. In his previous life, he thinks I was just a regular mage. I never knew the legends hid such a massive secret, so that's why necromancers are a forbidden class. Good thing I've kept my profile hidden all this time. He rubs his chin, pacing with a thoughtful look. Things are getting complicated, and this is where our main character realizes he's in deep trouble. I thought clearing my evil points was all I had to do. His red eyes flash with stress. But now he thinks that's not going to be enough. If I don't find a way to suppress this Dark Lord's aura, my true class could be exposed at any moment. He stops thinking and turns to Douglas. Is there any way to avoid the shadow detection, he asks seriously. Douglas clenches his fist, sweating under the pressure. From the Scorpion Tail Knights, not a chance. Unless Quincy helps you. But if that man finds out your true identity, he will absolutely kill you. Douglas's eyes widen with terrifying certainty, because a necromancer was the one who murdered his wife. Lin Yuan stands frozen for a moment, his calm face showing a hint of contemplation. Then he's off to the barren gravel desert. He walks alone under the harsh blazing sun as a system notification appears. You have returned to the gravel desert. He just keeps walking across the blistering hot sand. Rewind 10 minutes. Douglas had been frantically trying to stop him. Are you insane? You're actually going to meet Quincy. That man wants to tear every single necromancer to shreds. In response, Lin Yuan simply glances back, his red eyes calm. I have no other choice, he says. You and I both know this is a terrible idea, but he's not wrong. He thinks to himself, with this Dark Lord's aura, I'm not just a target in the main city, I'm a target everywhere I go. I have to solve this problem now. Back in the present, as he's lost in thought, a massive blade of light energy comes slashing down from the sky, tearing through the air. He barely has time to yell. Huh. With a deafening crash, he backflips away, narrowly dodging the surprise attack. What the? He lands smoothly, one hand on the ground, his sharp eyes already scanning for the source of the attack. At the same time, the sound of dozens of footsteps echoes from the ridge above. He looks up to find countless silhouettes appearing, a huge party of fully armed players. The shield bearer at the front smirks arrogantly. I've been waiting for days. Finally caught you. He steps forward with a sinister grin. Humph. Last time you ambushed me. This time I brought 30 of my brothers. Another player behind him sneers, let's see how you die this time. A third with a sick, twisted smile chimes in. When your head hits the dirt, make sure you scream loud. I really want to hear it. As the circle closes in on him, a tiny recording drone starts buzzing overhead. And get this, it's hovering right above them, live streaming the entire ambush for everyone to see. Instantly, phones everywhere buzz with a notification. The Bloodstain Guild is now live. It starts on a crowded subway. Everyone's glued to their phones, listening as a host's voice rings out, hello. To our lucky viewers, and stick with me because you're about to see what has everyone so completely hooked. On screen, a man in a hat strokes his chin with a sinister grin, introducing the main event. We're going to chop a man into tiny pieces. The live viewer count instantly skyrockets to 212. In an office, a group of guys huddle around a monitor, absolutely shocked. What the Bloodstain Guild is live streaming them crushing another newbie again. Even pedestrians stop in their tracks, staring at their phones. The chatter begins. Whoa, 30 against 1. Which unlucky bastard pissed off the Bloodstain Guild this time? Another group watches a laptop. A guy rubs his chin. He looks kind of familiar. The girl beside him almost swoons. He's pretty handsome. What a shame he's about to die. But opposite to the viewer's concern, Lin Yuan is calm. He just crosses his arms, brushes some dust off his shirt, and coldly remarks, you two lapdogs aren't even a warm-up. Since you came here to die, I guess I'll have to kill you again. Now watch this, the live chat absolutely explodes. Crazy, the guts on this guy, wait a minute. Why do I think he's kinda cool? Selling popcorn, front row seats, waiting for him to get humiliated. Enraged, the shield bearer's face turns beet red. He roars, charging forward with his weapon raised. On his command, 3 assassins with daggers move with blinding speed. They glide across the sand, straight for Lin Yuan. At the same time, the enemy mage summons forth crackling streams of bright blue lightning. From high above, an archer draws his bow, loosing a light arrow. It rips through the air as he screams, die. Other warriors leap down from the sky, brandishing axes and swords, aiming to crush the lone man below. But facing this coordinated assault, Lin Yuan doesn't even flinch. A system window pops up, malicious attack detected. Counterattack time 15 minutes. Eliminating all attackers within the time limit will not increase your crime value. A cold smirk plays on his lips. He pulls out a crackling blue spirit sword, declaring with total confidence 15 minutes. That's enough time to kill them 3 times over. He slams the sword into the ground and bellows, "Zombie army, time to come out and play." And just like that, a thunder scorpion and 7 dire wolves crawl out of green flames. A ferocious zombie werewolf raises its massive war pick, readying a devastating strike as the mage's lightning ball flies in. Lin Yuan watches with a mocking sneer. "You dare call a tiny spark like that lightning?" The words barely leave his mouth before the war pick smashes the orb to pieces. He gives another order: "Thunder, scorpion, poison them." The giant scorpion whips its tail, piercing a warrior jumping down from midair. Seeing things go south, the commander starts sweating and yells, "All units listen." Warriors fall back, switch to shield formation. Mages and archers open fire. Instantly, the shield bearers rush forward, planting their weapons in the ground. Formation, they roar. The synchronized shield bash creates a deafening shockwave and a pulse of protective energy. The dense barrier cracks the sand below. Behind the shield wall, mages chant in unison, channeling magical power from their magic circles into the lead mage. Absorbing the energy, the mage strains, raising his staff high. He condenses a colossal purple lightning orb that pulses with earth-shattering power. He lets out a crazed scream and slams his staff into the ground, unleashing the full attack. Giant purple lightning bolts tear across the battlefield, slamming down with blinding force, devastating Lin Yuan's zombie army. Meanwhile, the archers on the cliff draw their bows. "Fire," they shout, unleashing a rain of light arrows. The volley whistles through the air, slamming straight into the dire wolves and the zombie scorpion, dealing constant damage, -15, -20, -20. Back on the live stream, the viewer count plummets from 212 to 168 amid a flood of mocking comments. "Aren't these summons just a light snack for a level 8 elite team? I'm out, just another overconfident newbie." Place your bets, everyone. Let's see how long this kid lasts. Behind a shield wall, a swordsman smirks. He raises his weapon, taunting. "So what if you can summon zombies? Even if you summon that big guy from before, he'll just turn into a pile of mincemeat under our attacks." The man in the hat makes his final declaration. "Today you die." Hearing those arrogant words, Lin Yuan's face, hidden in shadow, twists into a chilling smile. "Hemp, is that so?" That demonic smirk catches the shield bearer's eye, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His eyes widen as he mutters in pure confusion, "Why is that guy smiling?" And at that moment, the live chat suddenly explodes. The feedback explodes in panicked red letters. "What the hell?" And folks, this is where their whole plan goes sideways. The ground suddenly cracks. A small explosion erupts right under the mages, making them scream in pure terror. The ground beneath the mages in the back collapses, forming a deep pit that swallows the panicking men. As they scream, "Help me!" Hearing the loud noise, the frontline shield and swordsmen all turn around, their faces filled with absolute shock. Their eyes land on a massive zombie werewolf swinging a pickaxe straight for the head of a panicking soldier. A green bolt of lightning then tears through the air, striking a mage and making him howl in pain. In that same instant, a trembling voice realizes what's happening as the pickaxe comes crashing down with devastating force. The commander shrieks in terror and stumbles back. Instantly, the enemy formation completely shatters. Rabid wolves charge in, tearing down the shield wall amidst countless screams of agony. "Help me!" Faced with such brutal power, the man in the hat and a shield soldier turn pale, sweat pouring down their faces as they whisper, "What?" This chaos makes the livestream viewer count jump to 302, along with a flood of excited comments. You and I are watching the same thing as these viewers, and they are losing their minds. Do they know how to coordinate? Who said he was a newbie? Who said they'd tear him to shreds? Now, there are literal shreds of them all over the ground. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the battlefield, a mage frantically casts a yellow healing spell, shouting a warning to his comrades. "Be careful, the wound is poisoned. You have to purify it before healing." But just as he finishes, a blast of green magic erupts from the ground, launching him screaming into the air. Standing silently amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan calmly extends a hand, gathering streams of blue-green magic that dance around his fingers. Just then, a slight ripple appears in the air behind him. Instantly, he whips around and thrusts his sword into that shimmering space. The magic blade perfectly impales an assassin as he materializes, blood pouring from his mouth. As he gasps out in shock, "How did you know?" Lin Yuan keeps the blade buried in the enemy's back, standing coldly on a rock and looking down with contempt. "At least I'm not dumb enough to go invisible on sand." "Okay, not gonna lie, that was cold." He glances at the bloody battlefield where survivors are frantically fleeing the magic scorpion's barrier, screaming in fear. "He's too strong. All the shield soldiers are dead. Run!" Witnessing his guild's utter defeat, the man in the hat grips his greatsword tightly. His eyes turn bloodshot with rage as he grinds his teeth. His face twists into a furious snarl in the reflection of the blade as he growls, "Damn it, a bunch of useless trash." Overcome with rage, he leaps high into the air, bringing his greatsword crashing down on Lin Yuan. I'll kill you myself. Facing the lethal blow, Lin Yuan just slightly raises his glowing red eyes, his expression still terrifyingly calm. He stands tall, his hand tightening on the green spirit sword that's releasing powerful whirlwinds of magic around his body. Immediately, he swings his sword upwards, unleashing the skill Green Spirit's Curse Seal. It summons gigantic, roaring, ghostly skulls with wide-open mouths that charge straight at the enemy. The massive skulls trailing green energy tear through the air toward the swordsman, who's still in midair. The man's eyes go wide, his face turning pale with absolute terror as he stammers. What is that? Instantly, Lin Yuan somersaults into the air, unleashing sharp blasts of magic from his sword, along with a cold final judgment. Back on the ground, he calmly turns his back on the enemy, his eyes hidden by his hair as he begins to count down. 3. Behind him, the man in the hat is drenched in cold sweat, his face contorted in desperation as the count continues. 2, 1. Then a terrifying explosion rocks the earth, erupting in a blinding flash that consumes the man in his final desperate scream. Lin Yuan stands unfazed, one hand on his cloak, the other holding his smoking green spirit sword. He smirks, satisfied. This old friend really does feel better in my hands. At the same time, on the live stream, the viewer count explodes from 302 to 558, with a storm of chaotic comments. What is he, a pay-to-win player? Huang Feihu talked a big game, but in the end, the worm turned into fireworks. The guy who wanted to shred someone else got shredded himself. Does he need a servant? I'm a great hype man. Then a bright red system notice pops up, and just like that, we witnessed a total wipeout. Done. Physically, anyway. Shifting his gaze to the battlefield, the shield bearer watches in horror. His brothers are torn apart by monsters and zombies. Desperate cries for help echo everywhere. Ah, save me. Sweat drenched his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was he hallucinating? In the distance, Lam Vien stood motionless amidst floating red magic radiating a suffocating pressure. The shield bearer couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago, he was nothing. But now he stood surrounded by the blood-soaked corpses of his attackers, the very ground cracked beneath them. The sheer pressure made the soldier feel like his opponent was some kind of god. He trembled, feeling like he was facing a demon straight out of hell. Suddenly, Lam Vien turned his head slightly, his piercing red eyes locking onto the last survivor. Targeted by that gaze, the soldier dropped his shield. He fell to his knees, his face a mess of tears as he begged, "Don't kill me, I'm begging you." But in response to his plea, Lam Vien pulled a sword from a nearby corpse and slowly walked towards him. With an arrogant posture, he advanced on the trembling soldier and said in a low voice, "Now." Then with a flash of blue light, he plunged the sword straight through the man's head, declaring, "It's your turn to taste despair." The blow was so powerful, it sent the soldier's body sliding back, pinning him to a cliff face as he let out one final agonizing groan. Lam Vien held out a hand calmly, watching the blood droplets float around his glowing sword. It's over. But then his crimson eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze shifting towards the sound of beating wings in the sky. High above, a small camera drone was frantically trying to escape. Lam Vien raised a hand, gathering a swirling blue energy, and muttered, "I almost forgot." He quickly swung his arm, unleashing a magical blast that shot through the air, hitting the fleeing device dead on. Withdrawing his mana, he stood alone on the desolate battlefield, not a single survivor in sight, and made his assessment. Good, it's quiet. Now. The scene abruptly shifts to a skyscraper glittering with lights in the real world. An angry text message pops up. Damn it, why did that big shot have to blow up the livestream drone? In a luxurious room, a few men are talking. A chat box asks, "Does anyone know who he is?" Immediately, another one replies enthusiastically, "I know him. He's the guy who killed the giant wolf. I saw it with my own 2 eyes." On the computer screen, messages flooded in. Non-stop. Where is he? Now I want to meet him. Looks like he's in the gravel desert. The mercenary guild already sent an S-rank invite. In a dark corner, a blond man in a white suit held a glass of red wine, a sinister look on his face as he whispered the name Lam Vien. At the same time, in a shabby warehouse in Black Gravel Town in the self-generated world, a ragged, bearded man was curled up asleep on some old wooden crates. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Lam Vien's face hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the situation inside. In the corner, the bearded man, sleeping on the crates, hiccuped and then sluggishly said, "Oh, it's you again." The messy room was littered with empty wine jugs. Quincy clutched a pot, muttering a refusal. "I'm not teaching you. I have enough money, and today, I'm feeling lazy." Paying him no mind, Lam Vien calmly deactivated the disguise on his system panel and said firmly, "I need to talk to you." At that exact moment, his brightly lit information panel officially switched from Mage to Forbidden Necromancer. And just watch what this single change does. The moment that dark aura was released, the clay pot slipped from Quincy's hand and shattered on the floor, sending pieces flying everywhere. The drunkard's expression did a complete 180, his eyes turning bloodshot as he spat out each word with pure hatred. "You're a necromancer." And then he went berserk furiously, throwing everything around him. Quincy gritted his sharp teeth, his face twisted by hateful memories as he muttered, "How many years has it been?" His rough hand clenched into a fist, gathering crackling blue lightning. A necromancer. His rage exploding, Quincy threw his head back, revealing eyes glowing with magic as he roared, "How dare you show yourself to me?" With that, he shot into the air, swinging both arms down to unleash a massive lightning attack on the ground below. Dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the space, slamming into the spot where Lam Vien just stood, blasting the floor into countless fragments. Peering through the thick dust cloud, Quincy quickly threw out a hand, sweat pouring down his face. So fast, a demonic shadow carrying a chilling, killing intent flashed right past his face at an impossible speed. Seizing the chance to counter, Lam Vien flipped in mid-air, swinging his cold, sharp sword straight at his target. The magically glowing tip of the blade stopped just inches from his opponent's eye. And that's where we leave it, with our guy calmly saying, "Now can we talk?" What choice did he have? Under overwhelming pressure, Quincy grits his teeth, sweating as Lin Yuan's sharp eyes stay locked on him. Completely in control, Lin Yuan raises his weapon, looking down at the man. He asks in a low voice, "What do you want?" With a defeated sigh, Quincy clutches his chest, helpless. "Fine. If you insist, I'll give you a hint as compensation." The story shifts to a distant memory, a voice full of sorrow. In the beginning, under the Dark Lord's rule, the immortal world was drowning in endless despair. To bring justice, Quincy and his wife fought against the Dark Lord's most loyal subordinate. An image of the woman appears, her face shattered as the brutal narration continues. After a life or death battle, the necromancer was killed. But while trying to heal Quincy, his wife was cursed by that same necromancer. Her soul was corrupted by darkness, erasing her memories, turning her into a monster that could never be reincarnated. Watching his beloved wife twist into a demon amid dark energy, Quincy reaches out, crying in despair. He collapses to the ground, his sword dropped uselessly beside him, shedding bitter tears. To break the curse and save her, the only way was to destroy her corrupted soul. But after the battle, Quincy couldn't even hold a sword. Everyone thought he'd spend his life in grief, until one day he issued a mysterious quest. If anyone could save his wife, they would receive his entire fortune, and a necromancer could learn the method to break the shadow perception, a treasure he had taken. He took it from the body of a dead necromancer. But the truth hidden behind Quincy's determined eyes was absolutely cruel. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and you're right. Quincy plans to use the reward as bait trap to save his wife and make other necromancers pay. A horrifying image of his demonic wife appears, sprouting countless bloody tentacles. But all 158 people who took the quest met the same end. At the monster's feet lie the corpses of armored warriors scattered in pools of crimson blood. A cold system notification ends the flashback. Not a single one has ever returned alive. Back in the present, Lin Yuan's stance doesn't change, his sword still pointed, his expression calm. "Tell me about your quest." Quincy's lips curl into a crazed smile, revealing a sharp fang. "Hey, fine," he sneers. "You asked for it. And I've been waiting for someone to come play a little game with my dear wife." A blue system window instantly appears. Quincy's quest detected. Do you wish to accept quest? Name the lingering soul of his wife. Quest details: free Quincy's wife and let her soul rest. Time limit 10 days. Quest level silver. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow with confidence as he states decisively, "I accept." Hearing this, Quincy bows slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Well then, good luck. Maybe you can complete my quest." But as Lin Yuan turns to leave, the man's face twists into a grotesque sneer and the shadows hissing with pure malice. "If you can even make it back with your body in one piece." The scene shifts to an old dark fortress deep in the mountains. A sign reads, "Memorial for the Dead north of Blackstone Town." Inside the fortress, Lin Yuan's quiet footsteps echo. You can feel the tension as he moves slowly deeper into the long stone corridor. Standing in the pitch-black darkness, he calmly uses an item. System notification: night vision potion used. With his vision now brightly lit, he confidently strides forward with his ghostly army, a thunder scorpion, and 2 torch-bearing werewolves. Lin Yuan steps inside, scanning the dark hall and thinking to himself. The Memorial for the Dead has 5 floors. All the dead NPCs from Blackstone Town are buried here. Suddenly, a zombie shrieks, mouth wide open, lunging from the shadows with its claws out. Instantly, the thunder scorpion's massive tail pierces the zombie's chest, causing it to sizzle in agony. Lin Yuan calmly looks at the corpse, continuing his thoughts. Besides them, immortal monsters like zombies, ghouls, and ghosts will occasionally appear. Along the corridor, shambling zombies appear with their info displayed. The level of these monsters increases with each floor. The first floor usually has level 1 to 3 zombies. The scene shifts to armored skeletons holding shields and swords with a caption. The second floor contains level 4 to 6 skeletons. A cloaked faceless ghost hovers in the air. The third floor holds ghosts from level 7 to 9. And finally, you see a massive monster trampling over blood-soaked corpses. The fourth floor has a giant beast, baring its fangs with a sinister grin. He finishes the thought, a level M ghoul. With the intel gathered, Lin Yuan takes his two torch-bearing werewolves and heads for the glowing blue teleportation gate. He steps into the magic circle, with a sharp look deciding confidently, "Let's go straight to the fourth floor. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this." Space-time shifts and the teleportation light whisks him past the grand stone pillars of a memorial. His vision continues, sweeping past dark ancient archways moving straight up to the higher floors. As the light settles, the system displays a landing notification memorial of the dead fourth floor. Lin Yuan begins walking down the long hallway, his cautious gaze scanning the deathly silent atmosphere. He stops in his tracks when he hears a sound, a rustling from up ahead. He glances down into the darkness where countless pairs of glowing red eyes are staring back. Instantly, a ghoul digs its claws into the wall and lunges, a bright notification flashing, skill activated. Wall climb. Up above, two more monsters hang upside down, ready to strike with their own skill. Skill activated, clinging tier. A whole swarm of ghouls pours out from the shadows, rushing him. The stat window pops up. Elite Ghoul level 10. HP 2000. Attack 400. Defense 40. Skills Corrosive Bite, Wall Climb, Clinging Tier. With a bloodthirsty roar, they activate Corrosive Bite. Facing this overwhelming number of monsters, his expression remains ice cold, unchanged. He shouts a challenge, "Bring it on." At his command, the Thunder Scorpion immediately slams the ground. A huge glowing blue fissure cracks open. Skill activated, Earth-Splitting Pincers. Next, it raises its sharp tail, gathering an electric charge that crackles violently with lightning. The giant scorpion whips its tail in a powerful horizontal sweep. In an instant, 3 ghouls are sent flying into the air. The army of zombie wolves joins the frenzy. They hammer the ghouls with relentless energy attacks, making the pack howl in agony. Under this overwhelming assault, the monsters are continuously knocked back, smashing hard against the walls and shattering stone. A dying ghoul tries to crawl across the cracked tiles, its red eyes widening in terror before the glowing blade. Lin Yuan simply raises his foot and brings it down, crushing the monster's head. His eyes are cold as he says, "I almost forgot about you." With the battlefield now littered with ghoul corpses, a system notification lights up the silence. "Congratulations, your level has increased to 12. The young man turns his head slightly, looking over his handiwork with a hint of surprise, murmuring, "That ended faster than I thought." He waves his hand, sending streams of blue magic around. His undead army clicking his tongue in regret. It's a shame that Dark Corpse Control can only resurrect corpses. It doesn't work on undead-type monsters. Suddenly, swirling streams of dark purple energy erupt around Lin Yuan. The feeling of extreme danger fills the air. He whips his head around, his red eyes widening in shock. Just then, and pay attention because this changes everything, a massive purple pillar of light slams down from the ceiling. A huge explosion rocks the entire floor. Lin Yuan hastily raises his sword to block the terrifying impact, gritting his teeth. What he's thrown backwards by the force, his sharp eyes glaring at the energy beam as he growls out, "Damn it!" His entire body is flung into a deep abyss created by the attack. All around him are countless cracks of purple energy. When he finally lands, he finds himself in a vast hall with a stone throne, illuminated by eerie blue flames. A colossal, shadowy entity appears, letting out a terrifying growl that shakes the hall. Lin Yuan quickly regains his footing, raising his sword to face the monster, his expression now calm. He glances around to assess the situation. Looking up, he spots a glowing purple coffin suspended by heavy chains. He wonders aloud in surprise. A different area. Inside the coffin, a woman with demonic horns stands perfectly still. Her eyes are covered. Suddenly, a demonic smile spreads across her face, her lips curling upwards as she licks them, speaking in a seductive voice. "Ho ho ho, so you finally arrived." Instantly, the woman shatters the coffin, and the chains binding it, creating a massive explosion that shakes the entire chamber. She calmly steps out from the wreckage, extending her sharp claws and purring in a low voice. Fresh blood. The system window immediately displays her stats. Hateful Ghost Maiden. A level 18 Lord. 6,000 HP, 800 attack, 200 defense. Skill Flower of Death. And Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan takes a battle stance, narrowing his eyes. "So you and I just found the real 5th floor." With a crazed smile, the demoness dives down to attack, roaring with bloodlust. "I'm going to tear you apart." "All right, stick with me as we jump right into this insane boss fight." He throws up his sword, deflecting her sharp claws with a scrooge of metal. The demoness spins, swinging massive tentacles that sprout from her back. A system window flashes open. The boss just activated her skill. Death Flower. Her tentacles slam down, shattering the stone floor and creating massive cracks. They immediately start to surround him. The tentacles wrap around him, squeezing tight. Lin Yuan unleashes a blinding arc of energy from his sword, slicing clean through them. All right, let's dive in. Tentacles are swarming him. He backs away, eyeing the dripping purple poison and thinking, is that corrosive poison? He watches the rocks melt away, analyzing the sheer power of this attack. Then he grips his sword with both hands, pouring every ounce of strength into the blade. He unleashes blinding arcs of blue energy, yelling with total confidence, "That's useless against me." His precise slashes slice right through the tentacles. Lin Yuan focuses his blade, glowing with dark purple magic. This shadowy power latches on, causing them to completely disintegrate. Seeing her attack fail, the demoness grits her teeth in a furious growl. She opens her mouth, unleashing a powerful purple shockwave. The sound rips through the entire space. And boom, a system notification. The boss just activated Screech Kill Boost. Under the immense force of that scream, every wooden door in the area blows wide open. Another roar echoes out, and Lin Yuan realizes an area of effect skill. She's summoning something. He narrows his glowing red eyes, his face a mask of pure concentration, watching what happens next. And out of the darkness emerges a skeletal hand. It glows with a cold, green light gripping the doorframe. A horrifying creak fills the air. Lin Yuan raises his sword, tense, realizing what's being summoned. Now here's where it gets wild. Cloaked skeletons, armed to the teeth, begin shuffling out. He gasps. The NPCs from Blackstone Town. They were buried here. But that's not all. Countless more skeletons in modern armor claw their way up from the fractured ground. He mutters. And the challengers who failed Quincy's quest. Lin Yuan tightens his grip on full alert. Damn it. Is she actually planning on resurrecting all of them? Just then, the skeletons start piecing themselves back together. His red eyes flash with sharp calculation. He thinks there have to be more behind those doors. I never expected this boss could resurrect them. He immediately summons his entire zombie army. He orders them out. Surrounded by his zombie wolves and scorpions, he points to the doors. His command rings out, "Block those doors." A zombie wolf responds instantly. He calculates, "My zombie army will hold off these grunts for now." The wolf swings a heavy pickaxe, slamming it down to barricade the exit as a thunder scorpion blocks the path with its massive pincers. Okay, I know what you're thinking, time to go on offense. Lin Yuan faces the demoness and roars, "Activate Bloodthirst." Instantly, a zombie wolf howls to the sky, its body exploding with a terrifying, furious aura. Roar. The system panel flashes, entering Bloodthirst state. The wolf's eyes burn a furious, bloodthirsty red. He then summons his two strongest minions, calling out their names, Leader Cobalt and the Thunder Scorpion Phelan. The two summoned beasts immediately charge the skeletons, trying to break through the doors. He gives the order to attack. The Thunder Scorpion slams its massive tail into the floor. System notification, skill activated, Earth Splitter. At the same time, Cobalt hefts his Warhammer high and brings it down in a devastating blow, activating the skill Heavy Strike. The combination of the two attacks creates a massive explosion, blasting skeletons into the air. The sheer force of the impact shatters the surrounding stone walls into massive chunks. Seeing her army get wiped out, the demoness can only glare in pure helpless rage. The moment the skeletons fall, more green energy erupts, signaling another wave is coming. The demoness floats among her regenerating tentacles, a smug smirk on her face. She strokes her face, her voice dripping with arrogance. Ghosts are soul-type monsters. They can pass through physical objects, and they're immune to all physical attacks. Lin Yuan's cape billows as he creates an arc of pure magic. He retorts, but they take double damage from magic, and with that he leaps into the air. Unleashing magical sword techniques, he summons a swarm of skulls that rocket toward the demoness. He tightens his grip, planning to use his blue soul curse, but the demoness suddenly vanishes. She moves with unbelievable speed, dodging every single attack. His stunned speed just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, the doors held back by his zombie army begin to shake violently. Skeletal hands pound from inside. A bead of sweat drips down his face. Gotta end this now. And you and I both know he's pulling out the big guns. He had to shut down her movements. Now, he clenches his special ring in the palm of his hand. And here's where the game changes. He activates the ring's full power. The system window displays the item details. Paralysis Ring, a silver tier accessory. Affects HP plus 100, magic plus 100, agility plus 15, and spirit plus 15. With an added skill, Paralysis Toxin. With this equipped, his attacks now have a 5% chance to paralyze a target for 3 seconds. Gear set, he backflips through the air, unleashing a volley of glowing energy slashes right at the demoness. He tightens his grip. He channels all of his lightning energy straight into the ring, activating its special skill, Paralysis Toxin. A massive bolt of purple lightning erupts from his fist, blasting towards the stunned demoness. The attack finds its mark. It hits her dead on, exploding in a blinding flash of light. The system immediately announces target hit. Effect activated. Paralysis toxin. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan launches himself into the air, his sword carving a bright magical arc. He roars, "I'm not done yet." Instantly, a massive demonic skull materializes right behind the demoness and smashes into her. The impact creates a blinding explosion. The sheer force of the blast sends the demoness flying backwards. Streams of sharp green energy shred her cloak to pieces. Lin Yuan slams his sword down hard into the ground. The shockwave shatters the stone floor, sending debris flying everywhere. He then plunges his blade deep into one of the cracks. He continues channeling his skill. He looks up, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smirk. Not bad, he thinks. Suddenly, a giant phantom wolf materializes with a deafening roar. He knows exactly what to do. After being hit by the Azure Soul Curse, he thinks her speed has already been nerfed. Then he gives the command Wolf's Howl. The phantom wolf throws its head back, letting out a long howl that releases a powerful sonic wave. A system notification pops up. Skill activated, Wolf's Howl. Hit by the blast, the demoness staggers, clutching her head and groaning in pain. The system confirms it, target stunned. Lin Yuan grips his sword, his eyes sharp with absolute confidence. The stun only lasts 5 seconds. But you and I know that for a pro like him, that's more than enough time. He asks her coldly, "How many hits can you take?" A relentless barrage of magical slashes rains down upon her. The strikes land one after another, dealing massive combo damage. -50, -60, the numbers keep stacking up. She grinds her teeth in agony. Dark blood drips from the corner of her mouth. She throws her head back and screams, unleashing a violent wave of energy. A wave of dark purple power explodes outwards. Lin Yuan frowns, wary of this sudden, desperate move. The system announces it. The boss has activated Corpse Explosion. A chain reaction of dark energy blasts erupts from the corpses on the ground. The explosions are earth-shattering. Dust and smoke instantly blanket the entire area. Flashes of purple lightning crackle through the chaos. His entire army of phantom wolves and scorpions is completely swallowed by the blasts. They disintegrate into nothing but dust. Clouds of purple smoke billow up, shrouding a huge section of the tomb. But as the smoke begins to clear, Lin Yuan's army of immortal zombies emerges completely unscathed by the explosion. Standing on a large rock, he surveys the battlefield. Corpse explosion. So she tried to detonate the NPC corpses to bring down the whole tomb. He glances at his remaining summons and clicks his tongue in frustration. His undead army is down to just 1/3 of its strength, a heavy loss. He turns back to the weakened demoness, his eyes glowing red with pure killing intent. Now, it's time to end this. He launches into the air, unleashing a barrage of demonic skulls from his sword, and roars vanish. The ghostly skulls, each glowing with a sinister green light, rocket towards the demoness, creating a devastating storm of pure energy. Completely overwhelmed, she can only reach out a hand in desperation, letting out one final desperate scream, no. Her health bar plummets with every single hit. The boss is entering its death throes. HP 300, nearing death. HP 200. The boss is on its last legs. HP 100, 30. A final blinding flash of light erupts. And then the system's final message appears. Congratulations, you have defeated the vengeful demoness. Reward: 800 experience points. Lin Yuan lands softly on the fractured ground, standing tall as the smoke dissipates. He looks at his phantom wolves circling him and wonders, is it finally over? But you and I both know it's never that simple. As silence falls, purple spirits begin to materialize, floating gently around Lin Yuan. From the light, a beautiful female spirit appears, her voice soft. Thank you. Thank you, brave human. She smiles serenely, her body dissolving into sparkling motes of light and fading away. Lin Yuan reaches out as a stream of purple light floats down, transforming into a small golden ring. The ring hovers in his palm, glowing brightly as a system window appears. Beloved ring, a quest item. It cannot be discarded or sold. Note, this ring was Quincy's proposal to his wife, a symbol of their bond, symbolizing their love. Lin Yuan just frowns, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Was this ring the only reward? Just a ring. Hold on, you and I are about to see where things get really weird. It materializes from thin air with a strange chiming sound. Lin Yuan looks up, his face a mask of pure surprise. Whoa, what's this? He reaches out and grabs the book, realizing the Banshee's corpse explosion skill was a Necromancer exclusive. The info panel pops up, golden corpse explosion. Learning condition, Necromancer exclusive. He holds the book, eyes narrowed in thought. Could it be because the one who sealed her was a servant of the Shadow Lord? A moment later, the book dissolves into countless green lights flowing straight into his body. A system notification dings, skill book automatically memorized. He stands bathed in a column of brilliant light. The skill details appear. Golden Corpse Explosion, Level 1. Effect detonates one corpse, dealing 60% of its HP as fire damage to nearby enemies. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0 out of 100. He cracks a satisfied smile. He figures even though this skill consumes his own undead, the attack damage and range are pretty damn good. A very welcome surprise. The scene shifts to the bustling town of Black Gravel, where a cloaked Quincy stands on a balcony. He's stunned, staring at the ring in his palm. Is this the engagement ring I gave her? He asks. He clutches it tightly, memories of his beautiful wife flooding back. A sealed soul has no memories, he murmurs. Only when it's free does it regain them and drop its most precious item. Back in the room, Lin Yuan is standing by the window. Quincy approaches, his hands trembling. My wife, when she passed, was she in pain? Lin Yuan calmly replies, no. Quincy raises the ring, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. He sees his wife's smiling ghost in the distance. He chokes out, that's good. That's so good. He turns, saying earnestly, I never thought a necromancer, the class I despise most, would be the one to grant my wish. No matter what, I will forever remember this kindness. An old book radiating black smoke materializes in his hand. He opens a chest and get this. Inside is a crown glowing green. He says seriously, now it's time to fulfill my promise. The system panel displays unique Crown of Shadows. Effect 1 evil value becomes unviewable after equipping. Effect 2 conceals dark aura. Note Necromancer exclusive. Cannot be sold or destroyed. Lin Yuan takes the crown thinking, the Crown of Shadows may not have stat boosts, but its other abilities to hide my evil value and dark aura are exactly what I need right now. He smirks, calculating confidently. With this, the Scorpion Tail Knights are no longer a problem. I can do whatever I want. Inside the main city, a system prompt appears, equip the Crown of Shadows. He doesn't hesitate. Yes. A brilliant magic circle surrounds him as the crown dissolves into green flames, merging with his body. He stands amidst the swirling energy, his cloak whipping around him. He smiles. Finally, I'm one step closer to the truth. The scene cuts to a bustling city in the clouds. A system message welcomes him to Sanwind City. Inside, the city is buzzing, players running deliveries everywhere. Sanwind City is home to tons of guilds, both big and small. Guild 20 is recruiting. Our guild master is a total fanboy. Join us and see him do backflips. PvP guild here. If you've got the passion, join up. Apple Guild is recruiting. Lin Yuan pulls up the guild rankings. Number 1, Berserker's Fury. Number 2, Mirrored Flower Water Moon. Number 3, Starfall. Number 4, Holy Anthem. Number 5, Eternity. All the way down to number 10, Blackwood. Is he hiding in one of them? Lin Yuan stares at the list, his crimson eyes narrowing with calculation. So the hunt begins. You and I know he's looking for someone, but joining one of these major guilds won't be easy. He melts into the massive crowd, his proud silhouette vanishing among the other players as he mutters, looks like I'll have to find an opening. His long strides carry him down the stone path past countless other players. He moves calmly through the chaos, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Then suddenly hurried footsteps echo right behind him. Sensing trouble, a golden-haired knight whips his head around startled. His face is a mask of pure shock. In the next instant, the razor-sharp tip of Lin Yuan's sword is pressed against his throat. Overwhelmed in a flash, the knight's eyes go wide with terror. Whoa, who are you? He stammers as Lin Yuan looks down on him. His expression is cold as ice, but then recognition dawns. The knight lets out a huge sigh of relief, murmuring, finally. His eyes lighting up. He throws his hands in the air, shouting with joy, Lin Yuan, it's really you. But in his excitement, he trips hard, face planting with a painful yelp. Oof. Lin Yuan looks down deadpan and asks with a frown, is that you? And you're about to meet the most chaotic character ever. The knight scrambles up, rubbing his sore backside with a grin. Hey Lin Yuan, you still remember me? Lin Yuan's sharp red eyes narrow. His voice drops heavy with caution. How do you know my name? The knight scratches his head eagerly, explaining, oh, from that Blood Guild's live stream, I recognized you. We see him sitting in a high-tech chair, surrounded by countless screens as he brags, I found clues about you in thousands of comments. He throws his arms wide, standing proudly atop a mountain of gold coins. Haha, then I spent $2 million to upgrade our system. The latest facial recognition tech from my corporation just to be sure it was you. So you gonna praise me or what? Lin Yuan's eyes widen, his face, a mask of pure disbelief. 2 million, just to find me. The knight just scratches his head, totally clueless. Huh, is that a lot? The Han Corporation spends hundreds of millions just testing systems. Hearing that, Lin Yuan glances at a skyscraper in the distance, thinking, the Han Corporation, that trillion-dollar tech company. The one controlling all the high-end technology in the entire world, a guy with that background. What else could he know? Should I just kill him right here? I know what you're thinking. And yes, our main character is going there. Meanwhile, the knight is acting like an excited puppy, tail wagging. Lin Yuan, party up with me. There's an S-rank hunt tomorrow. People are saying someone found an iron-eating salamander's nest. All we have to do is... But before he can even finish, He trips again, falling flat on his face with another, leaving Lin Yuan completely and utterly speechless. He turns to leave coldly, stating, "You should go, and don't follow me." Internally, he's thinking, forget it. Why am I getting worked up over a total moron? Hearing the rejection, the knight slumps to the ground. He laughs, "Haha, you're right. A monster like you, who can solo the whole Bloodstain guild, doesn't need a team." Plus, he sighs, scratching his head, the Black Tree Guild's third team will be there scouting for new talent. If you perform well, you could get your shot. Lin Yuan freezes, his eyes flicking to the guild rankings board. The Black Tree Guild's name is sitting at rank 10. The knight sighs, defeated. Guess I'll have to try my luck alone. Suddenly, a deep voice speaks from behind. When is the hunt? And just when all hope was lost, watch this. He whips his head around, totally stunned. Lin Yuan, with his back still to him, patiently repeats the question. I said, what is the specific time of the hunt? The knight practically jumps for joy, scrambling to catch up. He yells, tomorrow morning at 8. Lin Yuan, does that mean you're in? Lin Yuan puts a hand on his shoulder and calmly corrects him. Call me Lin Yuan. He starts walking again. However, I need to prepare some things first. The knight covers his mouth in shock. The scene cuts to a dilapidated fortress, a skull flag whipping in the wind. The location tag reads, Vulture Bandit Camp. A massive explosion rocks the entire area as debris flies everywhere. Lin Yuan and his zombie army smash right through a stone wall, charging inside. He gives the order. The Lord must be up ahead. He exhales a cloud of frosty air, leaving his mouth. In front of him are bird-like monsters. The system window shows Vulture Bandit Zombie level 12. HP 1600, attack 250, defense 70. Skills, Scythe Toss, Undying Body. He swings his arm. Let's go. Lin Yuan stands on a high cliff looking down at the army of bird men forming ranks below. They're wildly swinging their weapons, tearing at each other among a pile of white skulls, letting out these horrifying piercing squawks. A bird monster raises its sharp talons. It roars a threat. Lin Yuan thrusts his hand forward, his eyes sharp with a single, decisive command, charge. Responding instantly, his zombie army leaps down from above, crashing directly into the horde of birdmen. One bird monster launches itself into the air, hurling its giant scythe, which spins like a boomerang. The system announces, skill activated. Scythe Toss. The spinning blade hurtles towards Lin Yuan, who stands completely still. But just before impact, Lin Yuan vanishes. The scythe shatters into pieces, shocking the monster. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan launches himself. He soars through the air, his sword carving a brilliant arc of magic. He takes the heads off 3 monsters in one clean swipe. He roars, your life is mine. The system confirms bandit leader successfully eliminated. And with that, you and I just saw a pro finish the job. Vulture times 3. He continues to tear through the battlefield, and his relentless slashes take down countless more enemies. Vulture gang leader successfully eliminated times 6. Then times 10. He lands lightly on the ground. His robes flutter amidst the shattered monster corpses. He turns, his crimson eyes filled with suspicion. He realizes the monster lord vanished from his throne at some point. Suddenly, a massive shadow appears. Right behind him, the system shows the Vulture Gang Lord, a level 19 overlord. HP 6200, attack 820, defense 220. Skills invisible, scythe throw, and stealth stab. The skill activates with a piercing scream. Lin Yuan quickly thrusts his hand forward. Green lightning crackles between his fingers as he activates his own skill, Corpse, Explosion. The Vulture Lord swings its sharp scythes and charges, screaming, die, but it's blocked by bird-like zombies, erupting from the ground. A terrifying green explosion ignites, engulfing the entire area in a sea of flames. Thrown back by the blast, the Vulture Lord roars in agony, its body slamming hard into a cliff face, creating a huge crack. Lin Yuan leaps into the air, ready to bring a lightning punch down on the enemy's head. Watch this, it's finisher time. He clenches his fist, green light flashing in his eyes as he yells, take this. The system announces Shadow Gloves activated. The punch lands. The Vulture Lord is stunned. Lin Yuan roars, go to hell. A colossal pillar of light erupts, sending the Lord plummeting into the abyss with a horrifying scream. Lin Yuan lands, fists clenched, green lightning still dancing around his body. He says calmly, it's over. The system announces, you have slain the Vulture Lord. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. The skill info panel appears, Golden Darkness Curse level 3. Effect deals damage equal to 20% of the target's HP or heals an undead by 20%. Costs 60 mana. 6-second cooldown. Art of Corpse Explosion, Gold tier level 2. Effect detonates an undead, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies, equal to 80% of the user's HP. Costs 100 mana. 10-second cooldown. A skill scroll appears. The system asks if he wants to use it to upgrade a skill. He replies, yes. He grabs his chin, thinking to himself, not bad. He used one scroll to upgrade Darkness Curse once before. And now, he's pushed it straight to level 3, and he's also upgraded Corpse Explosion along the way. He looks over at his undead army, assembled and ready. A satisfied smile crosses his face. As for my immortal army, this should be enough for now. System notification. You have acquired 130 immortal monsters. Details of the new units pop up. Vulture Captain, level 15. Vulture Lord, level 19. Lin Yuan's eyes gleam as he reads the system panel, thinking after resurrecting. The Vulture Lord as an undead, it gained a new skill. He recalls the last time, mumbling to himself. Plus, when the giant direwolf was revived last time, it also got a new skill, Wraith's Fury. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, a small smile playing on his lips. Does this mean resurrecting Lord-class monsters gives them an extra skill? This could get interesting. And you and I are about to see where this goes next. The system announces, the hunting expedition you join will officially begin in 2 hours. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Lin Yuan turns decisively, his cloak billowing in the wind. He gives the order, prepare to move out. Scene change to the rendezvous point. In front of them is the entrance to the molten blood scale cave surrounded by jagged cliffs. Lin Yuan is sweating, pointing ahead and asking in utter confusion, "What in the world are you wearing?" The other guy is busy striking a pose. In a full set of gleaming armor, Lin Yuan can't help but ask, "Are you cosplaying as a Golden Knight statue?" The Golden Knight proudly puffs out his chest. "Lin Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to have a master blacksmith forge this super armor just for me. So don't worry, I definitely won't be a burden to you today." Just then, a loud ripping sound comes from the crotch of the armor. The groin plate clatters all the way down to his ankles, revealing his boxers and freezing them both in place. Yeah, we're witnessing peak comedy right now. The air goes silent as they just stare at each other speechless. Lin Yuan breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to find an excuse. "This is the first time I've ever seen segmented armor like this. It's pretty unique." Han Qing's face turns beet red. He hastily pulls up the armor plate and stammers. The blacksmith said, "This is the latest style." He grits his teeth trying to take off his helmet, but it's stuck solid, sending him into a panic as he flails his arms, yelling, "Wait, I can't see anything. Lin Yuan, help me." While Lin Yuan is speechless, the guy stumbles forward and crashes into someone's leg, letting out a wild shriek. The Golden Knight rams his head straight into a stranger's nether region, followed by a short, sharp cry of pain. Looking up, the guy just blankly lets out a confused "Huh." Before him stands a massive bald-headed man. A suffocating black aura pours off him. The bald man flashes a wicked grin. "You doing okay?" The system displays his info. Ironblood Ancient Guild Squad 3 Captain Zhao Kui. His profession, a level 15 warrior. Han Qing freezes solid. He's sweating bullets, feeling a killer intent rolling off the bald guy like a giant venomous snake. He gulps, thinking, this guy is clearly smiling, so why do I feel like a poisonous snake is staring me down? You and I can already tell that smile is a total lie. Is it just my imagination? Before he can finish, a hand yanks him back hard by the collar, making him jump. It's Lin Yuan pulling his friend back and coolly asking, "Are you ever going to ditch that ridiculous outfit?" Han Qing just laughs awkwardly. "Hey, right." Zhao Kui narrows his eyes at the newcomer, letting out a cold little snort. Lin Yuan's gaze is ice cold, his crimson pupils locking onto the bald guy without a single shred of fear. Zhao Kui starts sweating. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, "This brat. How dare he stare at me with eyes like that? What an absolute nuisance." He forces that fake friendly smile back onto his face and calls out, "Hey, you too," but gets cut off by a harsh voice. It's another guild member standing with a one-eyed mage. "Which one of you is Han Qing?" he barks out. He's holding a registration form with a picture of the Golden Knight clearly labeled Han Qing class swordsman. He frowns, comparing. He looks from the paper to the person, then points a finger right in Han Qing's face. "Ah, it's you, isn't it?" The guy in the ridiculous armor. The guild members behind him burst out laughing. "What kind of fashion sense is that? Haha. Look at all that tacky gold. He must think he's at some kind of lame cosplay convention or something." Han Qing just scratches his head, giving an awkward laugh and a little wave. "Heh, yep, that's me," he admits. "You guys are from the Black Tree Ancient Guild, right? Oh, and this is my friend." But then the sharp ring of steel. Now here's that classic guild arrogance, but watch how our main character handles it. "That's enough," the member snarls, sword drawn. "We're not interested in the names of some newbies. And you better remember this, the reason we're letting you bring an extra isn't for a double fee. It's because our captain is feeling extremely generous." Lin Yuan just keeps his head down, eyes hidden. He says nothing. Zhao Kui steps forward, pushing the sword down, playing the peacemaker. "What are you all doing? We need to be welcoming to our new friends, don't we?" The guildie quickly backpedals. "I was just joking, Captain." With the sharp clash of metal, the sword is sheathed. Zhao Kui continues his little speech with a thin, unsettling smile. "However, don't get cocky. Just because our captain says a few nice words, you need to properly appreciate this opportunity. Show some gratitude." "Got it." His underlings all bow in unison. Yes, yes, of course we'll do our best. The one-eyed mage claps his hands, getting everyone's attention and announcing, "All right, everyone into position, I'm starting the roll call." As the other players gather, they start whispering among themselves. Man, the tension is real. I've never actually thought I'd get to team up with members of a major guild. Are these really the players who take on those S-rank hunting campaigns? Man, I really hope my gear holds up during this raid. Lin Yuan casually scans the area, silently sizing everyone up. They all look like newbies who just reached the main city. Zhao Kui turns and heads for the dark cave entrance, barking an order. All right, we have enough people. No more wasting time. Get ready to move out. He glances back, a sinister and overly confident smirk plastered on his face. Everyone can relax. Even the Grim Reaper turns the other way when he sees the Black Tree Ancient Guild, so everything will be perfectly safe. You and I both know that smile means nothing but trouble. Zhao Kui boldly leads the party into the cave as they let out an excited cheer. Yeah, and at that moment, Han Qing has already swapped into his set of pure white armor, and he's holding a little red flag, happily skipping past the grumpy guildie. He waves his flag excitedly. Yuan, come on, hurry up, I heard there are glowing slimes inside this cave. The guild member behind him just frowns and mutters, this idiot thinks we're on a field trip. Lin Yuan follows calmly. The ragged hem of his black cloak flutters behind him. A curious smile plays on his lips, a look of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I can already smell it, he thinks. A truly thrilling scent. Inside the cave, the party presses on. They travel down a long slope lined with giant stalactites inside the molten bloodscale cave. After a while, the group stops. They've reached a fork in the path and murmurs spread through the group. A three-way split already. Hey, we haven't even seen a single one of those Iron Eater lizards yet. Another player explains that it's normal. The Iron Eater lizards are nocturnal. They hide during the day, so they're probably all gathered and resting deep inside some cavern. A girl in the party looks up. She directs her question to their leader. Captain Zhao, in your opinion, which path should we take? Zhao Kui narrows his eyes, a cunning look on his face, and makes his decision. In my opinion, we should split up. The newbies flinch in fear, imagining themselves facing ferocious monsters all alone. Split up. Okay, you and I both know this is a massive red flag. But isn't that a little dangerous? Another asks. Yeah, what if we run into a level 16 elite monster by ourselves? The green-armored guy raises a hand to calm the crowd. Silence. Everyone please calm down. To ensure your safety, our captain has already scouted the path ahead. Trust me, you and I are about to see how a real pro handles things. We just finished our recon and we're taking a break to regroup. A man in round armor looks up completely shocked. What, Captain Zhao already scouted the path? Zhao Kai stands proudly at the dark cave entrance, nodding with a smug grin. That's right. Based on our morning scout, out of these three paths, the middle one has strong iron-eating lizard pheromones. The risk of a surprise attack there is extremely high. The other two paths, much safer. He spreads his arms, laying out his master plan. But where there's danger, there's a higher chance of valuable treasure. So to balance efficiency and safety, I've decided my guild will take the dangerous middle path. The rest of you can split up and take the two side paths. He offers a slick, manipulative smile. So what does everyone think? The players, completely clueless, are beyond impressed. Now that's what I'm talking about. The major guilds are on another level. Their plans are always so well thought out. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third team and the highest level here. Your word is law. But amid all the praise, Lin Yuan coldly points a finger. Now here's the moment that changes everything. We'll take the left path. Zhao Kai glances back, a smirk on his face. No problem. Anyone want to go with him? The crowd hesitates, looking between the two before whispering. Go with those two guys, I mean. One of them looks really odd and not very reliable. And the other one, looking at Lin Yuan's silent figure, a man scoffs. He's just some cold-faced freak. He probably hit his level in class because he's ashamed. A girl blushes, defending him. But I think he's kind of handsome. The other guy snaps back, then go with him. Zhao Kai just shrugs, throwing his hands up like he's helpless. Seems like your popularity is a little low, huh? Too bad. Even though I'm the mission leader, I can't force anyone to join you. Unbothered by the sarcasm, Lin Yuan turns to leave, saying simply, follow me. Han Qing hurries to catch up. Oh, okay. As Lin Yuan and Han Qing disappear into the darkness of the left tunnel, Zhao Kai's fake smile instantly vanishes. Okay, let that sink in. He's showing his true vicious nature. Two ignorant fools. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, there's only the sound of water dripping from icy stalactites, making tiny ripples on the surface below. Lin Yuan and Han Qing walk through the silent cave surrounded by small slimes hiding behind rocks. Han Qing nervously shrinks into himself as they walk. Yuan, the temperature is dropping fast. I've got a weird feeling. Sweat drips down his face as he turns and whispers, I feel like someone's watching us. And that feeling is getting stronger every second. Lin Yuan stays completely calm, glancing sideways. So you finally noticed. Yeah, there's definitely something here. Hearing that, Han Qing panics. What? But didn't Captain Zhao say he scouted this path and that it was safe? Lin Yuan's lip curls into a sarcastic smirk. Ha, you actually believe him. This is an S-rank hunt, and they brought a bunch of rookies with them. It's obvious they're just using people as bait to clear the path. Han Qing asks, bewildered. Then why didn't you? Lin Yuan tilts his head, eyeing the slimes on the wall, and calmly cuts him off. Expose him. In a flash, he grabs a trembling slime, startling it. Then Lin Yuan hurls the slime deep into the dark cavern. Because coincidentally, I also want to see just how many there are. The two of them freeze, staring into the absolute darkness ahead. Suddenly, dozens of glowing red eyes flash open in the shadows. As Lin Yuan thinks about what interesting things he's lured out, a horde of monsters crawls forward. The system panel flashes. Iron-eating lizard elite. Level 16. HP 3300. Attack 440. Defense 100. Skills: Iron Tail Whip, Corrosive Shield. An attack slams into the ground, sending rock fragments flying. The scene cuts to the next cave where a firestorm erupts. A vortex of flames explodes among the monsters with a roar. The one-eyed mage is casting his spell, burning the lizards as they scream in agony. Right after a powerful slash of blue light descends, cutting a monster clean in half. The brash swordsman swings his blade, yelling, "You fools, attack and witness my power." He turns to Zhao Kai, sucking up. Captain, thanks to those decoys drawing the monsters and splitting their forces, this is way easier now. I can't believe they actually fell for that lie about scouting the path ahead. And you and I both know this is just the beginning of their downfall. Ha ha, a spiked mace spins through the air. You can almost hear the wind howling. Zhao Kui's voice echoes, explaining that once most of them are dead, the lizards in the other two caves will also be on the brink of death. Zhao Kui smashes a monster with his mace, then adds smugly, "That's when we'll step in and reap the rewards. We'll get double the results with only half the effort." Just then, 3 iron-eating lizards leap down from above, aiming straight for him. But Zhao Kui just keeps that arrogant, taunting smile on his face. "You uneducated creatures, who do you think you're screaming at? Ha ha, come on all of you." The monsters charge, only to get slammed back by an invisible force, their bodies breaking against the rock wall. Zhao Kui drags his spiked mace, scraping sparks off the ground. His voice turns cold. Trash should stay at the bottom of the food chain forever. The scene shifts. Back in the left cave, Han Qing's eyes are wide with shock. He stammers, "Yuan." Right in front of him, a monster attacks with its tail. A system alert pops up, Iron Tail Whip activated, a skill that uses its metallic tail for a sweeping attack. On a direct hit, it deals 170% attack damage. Instantly, giant sickles spin through the air toward them. System alert, Machete Toss activated. It's a ranged attack with a maximum 10-meter range that can be retrieved, dealing 0% attack damage. At the same time, shadowy bird men flicker past the lizard, and the system announces the activation of Stealth and Backstab. "Now check this army out." Watching his bird-like undead overwhelm the lizards, Han Qing yells, "When did you manage to tame all of these undead monsters?" He can't hide his admiration. This is even more impressive than the battle back at the swamp. "You're incredible." Lin Yuan just glances back with a calm smile. He replies, "I told you I was going to make some preparations, didn't I?" Han Qing's jaw drops. "What? In less than a day, you managed to tame all of these powerful monsters?" Right on cue, the system window flashes with brilliant text. "You have successfully defeated 5 elite iron-eating lizards." Lin Yuan walks past the monster corpses, his undead army surrounding him. He nods, satisfied. It's over. Their performance wasn't bad. Han Qing watches with eyes sparkling like stars, whispering, "I'm so jealous. When will I ever be as strong as you?" Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Han Qing stumbles, using his sword to stay upright. What the hell is this? An earthquake? He quickly turns to call for Lin Yuan, but he sees his friend is busy collecting monster corpses with an eerie blue flame. Han Qing thinks to himself, Yuan's busy. I should probably check this out myself. I can't keep bothering him with every little thing. I have to be useful too. Han Qing cautiously inches his way forward, following the rumbling sound. Seems like it's coming from this direction. He stops, tapping his boot on the stone floor. He looks down, completely confused. Did the shaking stop? Without warning, a massive bright red tongue erupts from the ground and shoots into the air. Han Qing jolts back, his face instantly drained of all color. The slimy tongue stands tall before him like some kind of grotesque tower. He breaks out in a cold sweat, stammering, "What the hell is that thing?" Immediately, the fleshy tongue slams down right where he was standing. Han Qing falls hard to the ground, his sword flying from his hand. He screams in terror, "Help me!" The tongue writhes and retracts, preparing for another strike. It lashes out like lightning, wrapping tightly around Han Qing, squeezing the air from his lungs. In the next moment, he's dragged violently into the deep pit, his face pale with utter despair. He squeezes his eyes shut. It's over. I'm dead. But in that life or death moment, a brilliant green slash of sword energy tears through the air. Lin Yuan leaps forward, swinging his sword and slicing the massive tongue clean off. He shouts coldly, "You're just a beast hiding underground, chewing on dirt. How dare you pull these tricks in front of me?" Fresh blood sprays from the severed tongue like rain. Lin Yuan grabs Han Qing's collar without a second's hesitation. He yanks his friend out of the danger zone in an instant. They both land safely. Han Qing clutches his chest, coughing violently. Yuan. He looks back at the hole, panicked. He warns, "That thing is definitely a giant monster. Before it gets out, we have to hurry," and before he can finish, the ground in front of them shatters with a deafening crack. Han Qing's eyes bulge in pure terror. He screams, "Oh my god, it's too late." A colossal blue reptile bursts from the ground, roaring with fury. The system flashes a warning: iron-eating salamander, a level 20 boss. 6,300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense. Skills: Iron Tail, Sweep, Impenetrable Fortress, Earth Vein Infiltration, and Poison Sand Breath. And you and I both know the mission briefing just got thrown out the window. The Molten Blood Scale Cave is home to elite salamanders, but this is a boss-level monster. And trust me, you're about to see some real guts. He steps in front of Lin Yuan, gritting his teeth. "I'm sorry, Yuan. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be facing this thing. That monster's terrifyingly strong. I'll hold it off, you get out of here." But Lin Yuan just cracks a smile, asking calmly, "You call this a scary monster?" "Trust me." His eyes are practically glowing with excitement as he stares down the boss. "That thing's my prey." Han Qing just stood there stunned. "Wait, what?" The flesh-eating salamander roared its heavy steps, shaking the entire cave. "Then watch this, because you and I are about to see him go all out." Lin Yuan flew straight towards it, his glowing magic sword raised high. "I'll be the one to finish you," he yelled. Up above, the Harpy army got into position, brandishing their weapons. The Harpy Elder unleashed a volley of giant spinning sickles that sliced through the air, heading straight for the boss. But the boss reacted instantly. A system notification popped up: "Boss has activated Iron Tail Sweep." Its tail, hard as steel, swung out and deflected every single sickle. The monster then roared in triumph as Lin Yuan closed in. This was his chance, the opening he'd been waiting for. Hovering in the air, he unleashed his attack. A flood of magical skulls screamed with the curse of the vengeful spirit, slamming into the boss's head and exploding in a burst of green light. Lin Yuan landed gracefully after the attack, but as the smoke cleared, the salamander seemed completely unharmed. He frowned, his sharp eyes assessing the damage. A few minor burns. That's it. The boss reared back, drooling venom as it prepared a counterattack. A horrifying torrent of green poison shot from its mouth. System warning: boss has activated Poison Sand Breath. And trust me, this attack is absolutely nasty. A high-pressure blast of pure toxic sand. When it hits, it deals constant poison damage, draining 3 to 10% of max HP every second for 5 long seconds. The toxic stream slammed into the ground, causing a massive green explosion that filled the cave. Han Qing screamed from the sidelines. "Lin Yuan, be careful." The wave of poison sand surged forward, shattering the stone floor into pieces. Lin Yuan leaped backwards, sliding as he desperately tried to outrun the damage. The ground sizzled and melted where the sand touched it. Han Qing was horrified. That was a concentrated corrosion attack. Lin Yuan, however, was already sizing up the boss. "This is tougher than I expected," he thought. Just then, another powerful tail swipe came straight for him. He jumped high into the air to dodge it, a cocky smirk on his face. This just makes it more interesting. In midair, he raised a hand and gave a command. "Arise, Vulture Lord." From out of thin air, the Vulture Lord appeared. It looked magnificent in its gleaming armor. It spread its wings and let out a piercing shriek. Instantly, the giant avian warrior dove straight for the salamander boss with terrifying speed. Han Qing could only watch his jaw on the floor. Is this undead creature one of his new servants too? He wondered, his face lighting up with excitement. "So awesome," he gushed. On the battlefield, the Vulture Lord had already teleported directly behind the salamander. It raised its twin blades. System prompt: activating skill, Backstab. "You think this is a guaranteed hit, right? Not so fast." The reptilian monster started to glow. System alert: boss has activated Impregnable Fortress. This skill boosts its defense by 150% for 10 seconds. At the same time, its giant tail whipped around at the enemy behind it. The attack was fast enough to slice the very air. Lin Yuan saw the danger instantly and shouted a warning: "Watch out." But the tail was too fast. It struck the Vulture Lord dead on, sending it flying back in a massive explosion. Han Qing's face went pale. That reaction time is insane. Does that thing have eyes in the back of its head? Lin Yuan landed, his brow furrowed as he watched the giant salamander slowly turn. Eyes in the back. he muttered to himself. As the Vulture Lord recovered from the blow, Lin Yuan was already analyzing his enemy's weaknesses. Lizards, he remembered, have simple eye structures. They mainly rely on changes in light to perceive their surroundings. This means once an enemy stops moving, they're hard to spot. He continued his internal monologue, but their motion-based sight is incredible. Plus, their hearing and smell can detect the smallest movements from their prey. In fact, he recalled, some lizards even have infrared organs they use to detect body heat. Recalling these facts, he realized this is why the creature's sensitivity to movement is so many times greater than a human's. A slight smirk played on his lips, his eyes turning ice cold. Okay, now let's see the master plan he's cooking up. The giant monster growled its body, taking hits from all sides. Lin Yuan raised his hands, goading it. He created several huge magical fireballs. Come on, let's see which is tougher, your scales or my fireballs. The salamander moved with incredible agility, dodging every fireball that came its way with blinding speed. It let out a deafening roar, challenging its enemy. Lin Yuan kept running calmly, explaining, good, I'll provoke it. I'll make it focus all of its attention completely on me. From a safe distance, Han Qing yelled out in a panic. Lin Yuan, you're in danger. He was sweating buckets, muttering. A boss-level salamander's defense is just too strong. Those fireballs won't do any real damage to it. What he's doing right now is just a massive, pointless risk. He watches in awe as his friend charges forward. Wait, Lin Yuan is running straight into a pile of lizard corpses. Han Qing can't help but shout, those are undead, as Lin Yuan vaults over the lizards pushing forward. A smirk plays on his lips as he gives a sharp command. And check this out, he stops on a dime, spinning with absolute precision. The giant salamander lunges, but he meets it with a blinding slash of energy that stuns the beast. At that exact moment, the pile of undead corpses suddenly rises their hands, grabbing hold of the boss, shocking it completely. Lin Yuan scoffs from a distance. You big dumb idiot, don't you know how to stop? The monster roars in fury, and Lin Yuan simply raises a hand. Green energy swirls around him as he says coldly, enjoy this feast of explosions. The system announces the activation of the corpse explosion technique. A massive green blast engulfs the monster as damage numbers pop up everywhere. -50, -80, -100. Lin Yuan's face is bathed in an eerie green glow. He sees its armor has been shattered. The giant salamander roars in agony, but Lin Yuan stands firm, then moves in a flash, barking out a decisive order. Vulture Lord to the left. As the monster turns, he analyzes its final weakness. Its eyes can't focus on enemies from the left and right at the same time. The Vulture Lord swoops in from the side. He's ready to unleash a fatal strike, his arrow aimed right for the boss's eye. Seeing this, the boss starts gathering an energy ball in its mouth to counter. At the same time, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, lightning crackling around his sword. His reflection dances in the monster's pupil. He roars, this attack will send you straight to hell. He dives, plunging a lightning charge slash straight into the monster's open mouth, sinking the sword deep into its weak point. The system dings. Weak point hit, and you and I both know what that sound means. Notifications spam the screen. Level up, level up, level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. The massive beast collapses, white smoke rising from its corpse. Immediately after, streams of green light fly from the boss toward the undead army. System notification, HP restored 85%. Lin Yuan holds out his hand as a white energy surrounds it. A skill panel appears, Dark Curse, level 3 proficiency, 200 out of 300. He looks at the notification, his gaze sharpening. It seems, using the skill, Scroll Again will directly raise Dark Curse to level 4. He glances at the giant corpse, thinking that even though corpse explosion used up his undead, getting this new creature makes it all worthwhile. The boss's new stat block appears. Undead Devourer Salamander, Lord level 20. 6300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense. Skills Iron Tail Whip Fortress. Of Strength, Earth Vein Infiltration, Poison Sand Breath, and Undead Body. Lin Yuan looks at his newly resurrected monster. He declares, from now on you will be my shield. In the distance, Han Qing sits overjoyed amidst a pile of loot. It's sparkling brightly. Lin Yuan, he calls out. This is the most loot I've ever seen. Should we start going through it? Lin Yuan turns back, his cold gaze fixed on the cave entrance. What's the hurry? There are still a few rats to kill. And speaking of rats, let's see what the trash who abandoned them are up to. In another cave, a player's corpse is sprawled on the ground. Zhao Kui stands on a rock looking down with contempt. Humph, those idiots weren't even worth a second glance. His swordsman and mage approach, sucking up to him. Hey. All thanks to the captain's brilliant command. With you here, even a lord-level monster would have to kneel. Captain, judging by those tremors from before, the fight on their end must be about over. If we go now, we can just collect the rewards of their labor. Zhao Kui crushes a small lizard underfoot with a sickening crunch. He hoists his massive spike mace onto his shoulder and orders, move out. It's time to collect the corpses. Suddenly, an explosion erupts right above them. It nearly hits the mage's feet. Then a series of blasts goes off all around them, forcing the whole party to jump back in panic. Zhao Kui roars in anger. Who's there? How dare you ambush the Black Tree Guild? From a high ledge, Lin Yuan and Han Qing appear through a chilling mist. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, his calm voice echoing through the cave. Wasn't the plan to collect corpses? Well, I'm here to collect yours. The mage points a trembling finger. He screams in terror. No, impossible, you two should have been devoured by the Iron Eater salamanders by now. Han Qing furiously points right back at them. You have the nerve to say that. Shame on you, I thought the Black Tree Guild was a great guild full of honor. I never dreamed you use other players as bait to clear a dungeon. The swordsman just sneers back. So what? Becoming a stepping stone for our glory is an honor for trash like you. Zhao Kui grits his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it. Those two actually managed to escape. Could their cave have had fewer monsters and they all just swarmed those other poor guys? I think you and I both know he's completely missing the point. Han Qing clenches his fists, seething. Do you people have any shame at all? He roars at Zhao Kui. And you and I can just feel the killing intent coming from Zhao Kui. The more I look at this kid, the more I want to kill him. He takes a step forward, his voice dripping with menace. I don't know what kind of ridiculous luck you stumbled upon that let you escape with your lives. He then swings his spiked mace with full force. But your lucky streak is over. Just as the mace is about to land, Lin Yuan shoves Han Qing back. Get back, he yells, facing Zhao Kui alone and asking coldly, you plan on killing us all by yourself? The sound of chains straining fills the air as Zhao Kui puts his all into the attack and the two warriors collide. Sparks fly as their weapons clash. Lin Yuan's sword blocks the mace with a massive bang, earning him a smirk from Zhao Kui. Hey, what is this, a kid's game? But pay attention because Lin Yuan is about to show him a real fight. A green energy erupts from his sword, summoning ghostly skulls that charge forward and explode with incredible force. Zhao Kui scrambles to dodge, trying to brace himself against the force of the blast. As the smoke clears, he's the only one of his men left standing. He scans the area nervously. Damn it, where is he hiding? From above, Lin Yuan suddenly appears, slashing downward. You really think I wouldn't see that coming, you fool? Zhao Kui barely manages to block the sound of screeching metal filling the air. Lin Yuan says, experience has taught me that those who rely on luck. He channels power into his sword, forcing his opponent back. Sleep with one eye open. After the clash, Zhao Kui vanishes into a cloud of smoke. Lin Yuan stands alone in the silence. Then a giant shadow appears. It looms up right behind him. Zhao Kui's voice echoes. Because in the end, for trash like you. Lin Yuan whips around. Zhao Kui brings his mace crashing down from above, roaring, your worthless lives can be taken. At any moment, a massive explosion shakes the entire cave. Han Qing screams out in absolute terror. The swordsman and mage turn on Han Qing, sneering. Leave this newbie to me. Hey, wasn't your warm-up enough? Guess it's my turn now, right? From the smoke, Zhao Kui looks down at the figure at his feet. All right, I don't have enough time to play around with you. He raises his fist ready to end it. So just lie down and accept your death quietly. But suddenly he freezes, his eyes flying open in pure shock. What? His hand is caught in another's grip. And this right here. This is where everything changes. Don't blink. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third squad, aren't you? Zhao Kui breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. A sinister smile spreads across Lin Yuan's face. His eyes are glowing red as he tightens his grip on Zhao Kui's hand. I'm starting to get a rough idea of the real level of the 10th ranked guild in the main city. And he stands up, effortlessly pulling Zhao Kui up with him. Zhao Kui screams in agony as his fist is crushed in Lin Yuan's grip. His eyes flash red as he squeezes harder. Then with one hand he just throws Zhao Kui away like a ragdoll. Zhao Kui's body slams into the ground near his two cronies, carving out a deep crater. He staggers up, coughing blood. You bastard. I really underestimated you. He forces himself to his feet, swinging his mace. Don't just stand there. Attack him together. His two lackeys respond in unison. All three of them leap into the air, charging straight for Lin Yuan. Die, they scream. Lin Yuan just looks up, a contemptuous smirk on his face. In the end, a mob is still just a mob. Nothing impressive at all. He swings his sword, unleashing a massive wave of energy that sends all three of them flying. The fight is over in an instant. Right as the sword wave fades, two green bird-like specters suddenly swoop from above. Zhao Kui and the mage look up just in time to see them. The phantoms instantly dive and grab them, making the swordsman panic. What he screams, while the mage just lets out a terrified yelp. Zhao Kui's eyes are wide with absolute horror as he realizes an overwhelming power is bearing down on them. He stands frozen, watching as the sky fills with ghostly green skulls. They're all rushing straight for him. A powerful impact slams into Zhao Kui, sending him flying as he roars in agony. The horrifying pressure crushes all three enemies, pinning their faces to the stone floor, making it impossible for them to move, not even an inch. Struggling to lift his head, Zhao Kui's eyes land on the tips of Lin Yuan's shoes, standing right over him. Terrified, he scrambles backward, cowardly begging, "Wait, stop. If you kill me, the Black Tree Guild is no joke. They won't let you get away with this, so think carefully." Lin Yuan just stares down at him with cold, soulless red eyes. Then his expression wavers, slightly breaking the tense atmosphere. Han Qing suddenly rushes forward, clinging to Lin Yuan's leg, and you and I see him with hearts in his eyes gushing. "As expected, you're unbeatable. I was worried to death for a second." Annoyed by this clinginess, Lin Yuan breaks his sweat and kicks Han Qing away, shouting, "Get off me." He aims his greatsword right at Zhao Kui. And here's where we see his genius at work. The Blackwood Ancient Guild isn't just cruel to outsiders, they're ruthless with their own members. So if you die, lose your gear and rank, they'll hold you accountable. Right? Figured out your excuse yet? Hearing this, Zhao Kui starts sweating bullets and quickly surrenders. "Fine, I lose. Just tell me what I have to do to make you stop." A faint smirk plays on Lin Yuan's lips. Simple. Give me a list of all the high-level players in your guild. List their class level and all their attributes. His mind flashes back to a shadowy, cloaked figure, a man unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning. In his past life, the first follower's skills were completely unknown. Nobody knew what they were or how to counter them. That means he had to have a hidden class, an extremely rare one. His identity remained a mystery to the very end. Blindsided by the request, Zhao Kui stammers, "A list of names. Why would you want that?" Before he can finish, Lin Yuan slams his sword down, right through the guy's hand. Blood spurts out as he lets out a horrific scream. Lin Yuan presses the blade deeper, growling at the wincing Zhao Kui. "Are you going to write or not?" Terrified, Zhao Kui just cries out, I'll write it right now." A moment later, Lin Yuan scans the list, thinking to himself, "Looks like all the experts from Blackwood Ancient Guild are here. A few special classes, but no match for the first follower." Behind him, Zhao Kui and his goons clutch their mangled arms cautiously, asking, "Boss, can you let us go now?" Lin Yuan turns a sly smile on his face. "Now, you and I both know what's coming, don't we?" Hearing this, Zhao Kui sighs in relief, bowing his head. "Thank you, boss." But his smile barely forms, before a brilliant flash of light blasts all three of them away, making them scream. Lin Yuan's voice rings out. "You've harmed countless innocent players. You owe them an explanation." After finishing them off, the system screen pops up. Item drops appear: a moon-tainted demon hammer silver, a berserker blade copper, and a cloak of light. Lin Yuan picks up the new sword, a look of surprise on his face. Huh. Just then, Han Qing walks over, happily carrying a chest. Lin Yuan, look. They had a treasure chest too, and they haven't even opened it yet. Lin Yuan calmly reaches out to take it. "All right, I'll pick first. The rest is yours." But Han Qing quickly pulls it back. "No, you can't." Instead of sharing, Han Qing smiles brightly and pushes the entire chest forward. "I'll buy it. I can't just take advantage of you." Seeing how insistent he was, Lin Yuan just shrugs. "Suit yourself." He turns to leave, slinging the sword over his shoulder. "Nothing in there suits me anyway. You take it all." Han Qing waves happily from behind him. "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right now." And with that, a system notification confirms 54 gold coins have been deposited. The scene shifts to outside the Molten Bloodscale Dragon's cave. As Lin Yuan walks, he thinks to himself, "Just as I thought. All just silver-grade gear." In the current game version, it's not easy to find any gold-grade equipment. As they walk, Han Qing raises a hand, hesitantly speaking up. "There's something. I'm not sure if I should mention it." Lin Yuan glances over. "What is it?" Picturing terrifying assassins, Han Qing breaks into a cold sweat. "I've heard the Blackwood Ancient Guild holds serious grudges. If they can't win in-game, they'll come after you in real life. How about I have my bodyguards protect you?" But Lin Yuan just keeps walking, waving a casual goodbye. "Thanks for the warning. They're nothing but disgusting bugs, and I know how to handle them." Back in the real world, Lin Yuan is taking off his VR helmet, when a clear voice echoes into his room. "Yuan, come out and get ready for dinner." He gets up from his gaming chair and turns to answer. "Coming." Just as his hand touches the doorknob, a soft click echoes in the quiet space. The door creaks open, and Lin Yuan freezes, facing a giant imposing figure in his suit. But wait a second, look closely. An oppressive aura radiates from him with glowing eyes blocking the way. But Lin Yuan's reaction is pure shock. He's breaking out in a cold sweat, a look of utter surprise on his face. Looking closer, he sees the tall man is his dad, standing at his door, wearing a VR helmet. His dad awkwardly reaches up and slowly takes the helmet off, then clears his throat, smiles, and holds it out to him. "Ahem. Yuan, look. Isn't this the helmet you need? For your game, is yours broken?" Lin Yuan takes the helmet, examining it with a puzzled look. "It works just fine. It doesn't seem broken at all. But Dad, Why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? His dad sweats, waving his hands. Lin Yuan just face palms, totally defeated. What? No, Dad, what were you doing with it? Your mom found it while cleaning her room. At the mention of his sister, Lin Yuan flashes back to an image of Lin Tan in her blazing armor from his past life. In the previous timeline, it was right around now that she awakened her hidden class. Just then, his mom walks out with a plate of food. All right, you two stop standing there and come eat. At the dinner table, his mom playfully teases his dad while he tries to defend himself. Your father doesn't get all this new tech, but he always wants to find something to talk about with you. He spent all afternoon trying and couldn't even turn it on. Hey, it wasn't like that, Yuan, don't listen to her. I was just checking on it for your sister. During the meal, Lin Yuan's mind is racing. If he can just get his parents into the world of Eternal, he can use in-game resources to repay them. And when the cataclysm hits, they'll have the power to protect themselves. With that, he looks up and smiles. This game isn't that hard. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more helmets. Mom, you should try playing too. But his mother just waves her hand dismissively. Don't waste the money, it's fine. Anyway, isn't Lin Tan back yet? She asks, reaching for her phone. It's Friday, she's probably out with friends. I'll call her later, you two go ahead and eat. But Lin Yuan quickly pulls out his own phone. I'll call her. The screen shows he's calling his sister, but the automated voice kicks in. The user you are calling is currently unavailable. And right here, you can feel the mood shift completely. Even if Lin Tan didn't want to pick up, she would have at least sent a text. She'd never just ghost him like this. Seeing him frozen, his mom urges him to eat. Yuan, she's probably just eating out. We won't wait for her. Ignoring her, Lin Yuan immediately stands up. Mom, Dad, you two eat first. I'm going downstairs to buy something. The shop might close if I wait too long. His mom sighs, but the food will get cold. His dad just waves it off. Let him go. Watching his back, his mother lets out a long sigh. Remember when Yuan and Lin Tan were inseparable? I don't know when they became so distant. It's good that they're trying to communicate more. His dad nods in agreement. Yeah, Yuan's just not good at expressing himself, but at the end of the day, he's still her big brother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan walks down the quiet stairwell, his face dead serious. His mind is suddenly flooded with haunting memories from his past life. He sees his sister appearing at their door, tattered and covered in wounds. The memory keeps flooding back, showing him holding a cup of noodles, completely stunned to see her home. Back then, he just stared in shock. Lin Tan, what happened? But she just clutched her bleeding arm and yelled back coldly. It's none of your business. Don't call the police, and don't you dare tell Mom and Dad, you hear me. Then the door slams shut, leaving Lin Yuan standing alone in the dark hallway. Back in the present, a cold glint flashes in his eyes. In his past life, after Lin Tan started playing Eternal, she quickly awakened her hidden class, but she also suffered through things she never should have. It all began with the arrival of that mysterious organization. He pictures a group of people in mysterious armor and cloaks. The system. Okay, let's pause here because this system organization is the key to everything. It's a secret group founded by 9 chosen ones, and only other chosen ones are worthy of joining. Then an image of a hooded woman appears, her hand touching a pool of glowing red water. He recalls that among them was an entity called the Prophet. The Prophet could sense other chosen ones in the real world, and he'd send members to recruit them into the system. The organization grew at a terrifying rate until their power in the game became absolutely unrivaled. But it didn't stop there. He remembers scenes of them apprehending criminals in the real world. Not only that, their influence, in reality, grew stronger and stronger. Though their actions were secretive and hard to predict, they did some good deeds to maintain social stability. This made them incredibly hard to understand. After Lin Tan was invited to join, she often went on dangerous missions, but she never said a single word about the system at home. Rushing down the stairs, Lin Yuan clenches his teeth, hoping, praying it's not them. He shoves the heavy door open, determination flashing in his eyes as he steps into the night. He thinks to himself with absolute resolve, but even if it is them, Lin Yuan's expression hardens. You and I both know what's coming. I won't let Lin Tan get involved in this mess while she's still in the dark. Not again. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he walks quickly down the quiet street under the dim lights. People pass by, but his mind is focused on only one thing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he spots his real target, a brightly lit drink shop with a glowing sign up ahead. Lin Yuan stealthily closes in, hiding behind a large stone pillar to watch the scene through the glass door. He frowns, assessing. Just as he suspected, Lin Tan was already with them. But they were too far away for him to hear a thing, and he couldn't risk being spotted. It was time to act. His hand began to glow with a green light. A system notification pops up, invisibility skill activated. It's been a while since he used this, so he'd have to focus. Watch this. Lin Yuan's body slowly fades from view. He calmly steps right through the shop's entrance. His invisibility skill is currently at level 3. That gives him 5 minutes. Inside, he silently comes to a halt. While invisible, his eyes remain laser-focused. This was more than enough time. He quietly moves right next to the table. His sister is sitting across from two young men, Xiao Fan and Hao Chen. Hao Chen has his hands clasped, speaking seriously. I've told you everything. Whether it's the truth or a lie, the decision to join us is yours. This isn't just about benefiting the organization. He looks straight into Lin Tan's stunned eyes and continues. When disaster strikes in 3 years, you'll be like us, a protector of this world. Hearing this, the young girl bows her head. She's lost in thought. Right beside her, the invisible Lin Yuan keeps a stone-cold expression, taking in every detail. Xiao Fan chimes in, blaming his partner. Look at you, you scared the poor girl. You need to tone down that killer aura. Ignoring the jab, Hao Chen frowns. I'm talking about a serious matter, and this is for her own good. After all this is about, suddenly Hao Chen freezes as if sensing something completely out of place. The entire shop falls silent. A strange tension fills the air. Hao Chen's piercing gaze sweeps right over the exact spot where Lin Yuan is standing invisible. Instantly, Hao Chen raises his hand and twists his ring. A red light flashes, skill activation dispel. Okay, you and I both know he's totally busted right. A wave of energy blasts out, passing right through Lin Yuan. The system alert screams in his head. Invisibility effect will be dispelled. The countdown begins. 3. Hao Chen's eyes narrow. He's staring intently at the empty space. But then Hao Chen looks around the counter and sees no one. Just then, Xiao Fan breaks the tension by calling out to the owner. Hey boss, you've iced herbal tea, and you didn't tell me. I'll take another one to go. The owner happily replies. Of course, please wait a moment. Soon after, the owner brings out the drinks. Here you are, sir. Meanwhile, behind the counter, Lin Yuan is crouched down, sweating. He must have used a dispel skill built into that ring. Lucky for him, the skill had a 3-second delay. The system warned him just in time. The invisibility wore off right after he ducked for cover. Back at the table, Hao Chen takes a sip of his drink and continues. Lin Tan, I hope you'll think about our offer. As he spoke, Hao Chen slid a business card across the table. Someone with your sense of justice won't just stand by when disaster hits, so when you've made your decision, call the number on this card. His sister clasps her hands together, her expression firm as she replies, all right. The two men stand up to leave. Xiao Fan even turns back to wave, teasing, I'll be waiting for you, my little beauty. Make sure you come. The second their backs are turned, Lin Yuan reactivates his invisibility skill. His body glows for a moment, then he zips past the shop owner who is busy cleaning up. Once outside on the street, Lin Yuan watches the two figures walk away. Are they gone? Distracted for a second, his foot kicks a paper cup on the ground. It makes a small, sharp noise. He freezes instantly, his eyes widening in pure panic. At that exact moment, the footsteps of the two men up ahead stop dead. Hao Chen whips his head around. He spots the empty cup rolling on the ground. Just as I suspected, he says, with a grim smile. Something is definitely wrong here. And right then the system warns him again. Invisibility is about to end. 3, 2. Lin Yuan is practically dripping sweat. Radiating pure killing intent, the two men rush back toward Lin Yuan's position. They stop, carefully scanning the empty space. He is standing right there. Hao Chen cautiously walks over to the empty cup rolling on the ground. The surrounding plaza is deserted. There's only the sound of the wind, not another soul in sight. Kneeling down to inspect the area, Hao Chen mutters, maybe I've just been too on edge lately. And trust me, what happens next is wild. Someone advises, big bro, you're way too tense. Relax a little. By the way, you think that girl is going to join us. As they walk, Hao Chen answers decisively. According to the seer's prophecy, she will. Sooner or later, she'll show up. It's true, the seer's prophecies have never been wrong, Xiao Fan adds. He shrugs with a sly grin. But I'm more interested in finding out which girl I'm destined to be with forever. Hao Chen strides ahead, his voice stern. Survive the coming disaster first. Then we'll talk about that. Xiao Fan follows leisurely, hands behind his head. Hey. That's still a long way off. High above the plaza, Lin Yuan stands hidden in the shadows, quietly watching them disappear. Firm on the branch, he analyzes the situation. This group is tougher than I thought. If I interact with them too much and my forbidden ability is exposed, I'll have no place in the eternal world. I need to be more careful. It's time to move. The scene shifts to a storefront where Lin Tan is tightly clutching a business card. She had just stepped out of the cafe, and this is where things get a little complicated. She's holding her phone with a thoughtful expression when suddenly her eyes widen. Brother, what are you doing here? Turns out Lin Yuan was waiting on the steps holding a plastic bag. He calmly explains, I was just out buying a few things. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She looks down, avoiding his eyes. She hesitates. I'm fine. Lin Yuan lifts the bag of food, gently urging, it's late. Don't make mom worry anymore. I bought some food to take home, see if there's anything you want. Seeing Lin Tan just standing there stunned, she thinks, this guy can barely take care of himself, so why is he doing this now? Lin Yuan turns to leave, telling her to come on. He glances back at his sister, gently reminding her it's time for home. Lin Tan just stares at his back, completely silent. A moment later, at their apartment, footsteps echo. "We're home." Their mother comes out to greet them. "You were playing so much, you forgot the time," she scolds. "Have you eaten? Want me to heat up some food?" Lin Tan, looking exhausted, closes her eyes. "No thanks, Mom. I'm going to rest." She walks straight to her room. Their mom turns to Lin Yuan. "You haven't eaten either, Yuan. I'll make something else for you, too." The sound of a lock clicks. It's Lin Tan's room. She leans back against the door, sighing heavily, and slowly walks toward her bed. She murmurs thoughtfully, "What has been going on lately?" before flopping onto the bed and placing a hand on her forehead. Hugging her teddy bear, she thinks, "Ever since I started playing that game, all sorts of strange and wonderful things have started. Now stick with me because this flashback to the game world is key." A giant mantis attacks with razor-sharp winds. A girl with purple hair turns and screams, "Lin Tan, run. I'll distract the monsters." The look on her face is pure terror. The system displays the monster's details. Long Scythe Mantis. Normal. Level 5. HP 300. Damage 50. Defense Dark. Skill Frenzy Dance. Skill effect rapidly moves its size to inflict double damage. At the same time, the monster rears up, ready to strike. The purple-haired girl collapses, screaming in horror as the blade of the mantis behind her slices through the air. Seeing this, Lin Tan instantly dashes forward to shield her. She says firmly, "You go on ahead, I'll stop them." Gripping her greatsword, she loudly proclaims, "I'm a frontline warrior. How could a frontline warrior possibly abandon their comrades and just run away? Leave this to me." With that, she looks to the sky and lets out a huge yell, gathering her power as the mantises all charge at once. She swings her massive sword, blocking a lightning-fast strike from the monster's sharp scythes. But the sheer force of the attack makes her face contort with extreme strain. And just then, another one. A mantis appears right behind her. The monster forces its scythe down with all its might and she can't hold on. She cries out in pain. Just when she's about to collapse, a sudden system notification chimes through. And here it is, the moment you and I have been waiting for. "Congratulations, player. You have activated your hidden potential. Potential is being awakened for you." As she's coughing from sheer exhaustion, her eyes suddenly flash with a new light, a determined spark. She tightens her grip on the hilt, musters all her strength, and yells. A brilliant power erupts from her sword, creating a shockwave that throws everything back. A blinding light slices through the air, knocking the monster backward. In a state of panic, the massive shockwave slams into the ground, creating powerful spider-webbing cracks. After that terrifying attack, she stands panting heavily from exhaustion. Then she straightens up, sword in hand, absolutely majestic. Trust me, this is where the game stops and reality begins. As the skill named Dawn's Sword appears, Lin Tan raises his hand to stare. He's absolutely stunned. That feeling, it's real. He can literally feel his body's power changing even out here in the real world. His expression turns serious. If that disaster he warned about is actually coming, will he even be strong enough to protect everyone? Does he truly have what it takes? Just then, a faint mystical blue light flashes from between his fingers. She lies on her plush bed, hand on her forehead, deep in thought. If even this power can't stop the disaster, what chance does anyone else have? She sits up, grabbing a picture frame and murmurs, wondering if she should join them. Looking at the photo, her eyes fill with determination. "I have to get stronger as fast as possible. I want to protect them." She then gently places the frame, showing a happy family of 4 down on the table. We cut to Lin Yuan, who's also looking at a photo with a serious expression. "The move to the new house, can't wait any longer. I need to focus on the game, so I can't be on high alert all the time." The next day, in front of a modern building, Lin Yuan thinks it's time they lived a better life. Just then, a receptionist's voice cuts in. "Welcome, sir." The staff member approaches, with a bright smile, asking, "Are you here to look at a house today?" Lin Yuan, hands in his pockets, calmly makes his request. "Do you have any luxury villas? I need one with a high-end security system." The employee starts to sweat a little, thinking he looks so young. Can he even afford this? But she keeps her professional smile and replies, "Sir, have you seen the prices for this residential area? This location is..." Immediately, Lin Yuan pulls out a prestigious black card and says nonchalantly, "I haven't, but I think the money in here is enough." The employee's eyes go wide with shock when she sees the card on her system, stammering out, "This is..." She clutches the card, ecstatic. "Isn't this the exclusive VIP card that requires a deposit of at least tens of millions? Oh my god, he's a walking goldmine." Arriving at the new residence, the villa's AI system greets them warmly. "Welcome, Home Master. Agent 2345 at your service," with absolute sincerity. His mother stands frozen by the sheer luxury, hesitantly asking, "Yuan, did I hear that right? Is it talking to you?" The whole family stares at the grand villa before them, his mom exclaiming in awe, "This is our new home." She walks out to the spacious yard with a private pool gushing. A private pool. This place is as fancy as what you see on TV. His father enters the bedroom. Looking around in surprise, this bed is huge. His mother turns to him worried, grabbing her son's hand. "Yuan, son, how many years will you be paying the mortgage on this? Maybe we should go back." His father clears his throat, agreeing. "Ahem, your mother's right. We don't want to put so much pressure on you." Lin Yuan just smiles, reassuring them. "There's no mortgage. I paid in cash with my tournament winnings and game income, so please relax and enjoy yourselves. I'll be living in the house next door. Normally, I'll be focused on the game." His dad puts an arm around his wife, laughing with satisfaction. "I never thought I'd live in a villa like this in my lifetime. Haha, it's all thanks to our son." His mother tears up, agreeing. "In a blink of an eye, our son is all grown up and can stand on his own 2 feet. Lin Yuan gives a gentle smile, his eyes warm as he watches his happy parents. Walking around the villa, he thinks the security here is more than enough. The next step is to guide my parents into the game so they can be more aware of the new order. Suddenly, his eyes darken. He senses danger approaching. From a dark corner, a group of men step out, their leader sneering, "Finally. Heh, we've been waiting for you to show up." A tall, tattooed thug with a steel pipe steps forward, saying aggressively, "You weren't easy to find." Lin Yuan casually keeps his hands in his. He shoves his hands in his pockets, casually sizing up the bald thug. "Wait, isn't this the leader of the Black Tree gang I just took out?" Surrounded, he doesn't even flinch, just takes one calm step forward. His indifferent attitude makes the thugs see red. They all charge at once. "Not so tough without your game powers, are you?" Look at him. He's frozen, stiff with fear. Yeah, he's terrified. Somebody go smash his head in. A huge goon swings a steel pipe right at Lin Yuan's head, roaring. Anyone who dared insult him before was just asking for death. Right before the pipe hits, a secret system alert pops up. Stealth skill activated. Lin Yuan just smirks. Too slow. The pipe slams into the ground, shattering the concrete. He's just gone. Vanished into thin air. As the leader swings his own club down, Lin Yuan dodges it with ease. He instantly rushes forward, unleashing a kick. A massive impact of power explodes in a brilliant flash of light. The bald leader screams in agony. "Arga!" He's sent flying backward, crying out as he hits the ground, hard coughing up blood. The other thugs gasp in horror. Wah! Is he human or a ghost? Lin Yuan looks down, pointing the steel pipe at his neck, his voice cold. "You persistent leeches. You never give up, do you? It seems you don't value your life." The leader is horrified, begging for his life. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. Boss, don't kill me. I'm still useful." I know a secret. Lin Yuan's command is short and sharp. "Talk." With a boot pressed firmly on the man's chest, the guy spills everything. In the main city, find a blacksmith named Huo Tian. After that, just keep doing his ore delivery quests. Once your favorability with him is high enough, he'll forge a piece of gold tier equipment for you. Hearing this, Lin Yuan starts to think. And here's where it gets interesting. He remembers from his past life that someone got gold tier gear super early on. The rumor was it was tied to some obscure NPC. So this guy might actually be telling the truth. Still, he grips the steel pipe, his aura overwhelming. Lin Yuan crouches down, his voice ice cold. "I hope you aren't planning on doing anything stupid. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both inside the game and out. If you even think about touching my family." He slams the pipe down hard to make his point. "This will be your end." The thug is sweating bullets, nodding frantically. I get it." Cut to inside the game. We're in the main city of the Western Desert late at night, inside the rowdy Night Moon Inn. Guests are cheering next to platters of steaming food. A scruffy, bearded old blacksmith shouts at Lin Yuan, "You're telling me you can get me 100 pieces of ore? Don't mess with me, kid. You look way too clean to be a miner. But hey, if you can actually pull it off, I'll forge you a weapon free of charge. You have my word on that." Stepping outside, he thinks, so Zhao Ku wasn't lying. Next step, time to go mining, but nearby, a drunk girl is desperately trying to escape from a group of shady men. "Hey, where are you going? Have a drink with us." She waves them away frantically. "Get away from me, I don't even know you people." She stumbles, trying to push them back. "Don't touch me." But one of them gets handsy. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't lay a finger on you." Passing by, Lin Yuan stops, just watching them silently. The thug gets pissed, pointing right in his face. "What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out." In a flash, Lin Yuan strikes, knocking him flat. "Idiot. You clearly don't value your own life." Now free, the drunken girl stumbles over her, eyes playful. "Ooh, what a handsome young man. Thank you. Can I buy you a drink?" Lin Yuan turns his back, his refusal cold and sharp. "No need." But she follows right after him. "Hey, don't walk so fast." He keeps his face stern, not even glancing back. Suddenly, she trips and falls right into his arms. He catches her just in time. Lying there, she looks up at him coyly. "Oh, so you like to dance, young master?" Lin Yuan just gives up, throwing her over his shoulder with a heavy sigh. What a pain. He turns the knob and pushes into a room. He gently lays her on the bed to rest. Finally, with that taken care of, he moves on to the venomous snake mining area. Here, Lin Yuan has his minions working non-stop with their pickaxes while he does a quick mental calculation. Right now, I have 12 of these magic dog hybrids from the Hellgate. They're perfect for mining, which means I'll be able to gather a massive amount of ore in no time. But suddenly, a huge explosion echoes from deeper within the cave. He whips his head around. A new swarm of monsters appears and the system window flashes frenzied mole rat level 10. 1200 HP, 70 attack, 15 defense. And its skill, Frenzied Bite, lets it launch a flurry of attacks for bonus damage. Plus 10% to be exact. Summon Giant Scorpion. Lin Yuan gives the order, wipe them all out. The scorpion's massive stinger swings around, wiping out rows of the mole rats. In seconds, the ground is littered with their bodies. Activating the magic circle on his hand, Lin Yuan thinks to himself that collecting different types of monsters will definitely improve his strategy. It'll make his army way more versatile. And just like that, the dead mole rats begin to rise again as shadow minions bound to him. But right at that moment, a massive fiery explosion rocks the entire cave wall, forcing him to turn around. And you and I both know something big is coming. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What the from? High above, a massive chain rat boss was diving straight for a female player holding a scepter. The system flashes a red warning. Raging Chain Rat, a level 16 boss with 3800 HP. Attack 300, defense 150. Skills, Rage Pursuit and Keen Smell. Seeing this, Lin Yuan backs away to analyze the threat. Is that the mine's boss? And someone's kiting it over here on purpose. A player raises their scepter, casting a protective spell. It's a glowing circle of magic. But then they fire a magical blast right at him. And this is where things get messy fast. Lin Yuan is completely caught off guard. He instantly leaps backward, dodging as the attack barrels toward him. He analyzes on the fly, is this a target lock skill? Nope. Just then, a system notification pops up. A priest has activated the sacred shield art on him, boosting an ally's defense by 20 points. The buff lasts for 60 seconds. He's stunned. Why would a priest give him a support skill? Meanwhile, far away, a player looks around totally baffled. What the hell is going on today? Why is all the iron ore gone? Isn't that the priest from the Iron Triangle squad? Why is he playing solo? Another player is piloting a scout drone, and he thinks to himself, I've got to take advantage of this. Back with the priest, he's running for his life, panting as he yells, "Wait, I didn't mean to lure the monster here, you need to run. I'll take full responsibility for this mess." On his live stream with 15 viewers, the chat starts blowing up with comments mocking the priest's solo attempt. They're laughing at his strange agility, calling him a wannabe stealth assassin. Lin Yuan watches the guy and admires his sense of honor. At the same time, he decides to gladly accept this boss that's delivering itself to him. After all, he just spent a ton of money on a mansion. Suddenly, the viewer count explodes from 15 to 130. The audience gets hyped, they recognize him. It's the great master who soloed the world boss. They're urging him to fight. The giant monster roars, showing off its power, preparing to pounce on the screaming, desperate priest. Now don't blink, because this next part is pure awesome. Lin Yuan appears, blocking the creature's heaven-shaking blow with his glowing sword. The priest, escaping death by a hair, collapses to the ground in shock, stammering. In a grassy field far away, a buff bald guy is watching the entire battle on a live stream. He gets pissed, yelling, "Damn it. Getting wiped by a monster like that is nothing to be ashamed of." Next to him, another guy sips his wine and adds, "The internet is blowing up again over this so-called great master Lin Yuan. It's annoying, right? They won't shut up about him. Anyone can talk big. But when it comes to pure skill, I'm telling you, no one can touch our guild master." The bald guy just smirks, turning to another man. That's Jian Yan of the Fury Guild. He's also watching the stream. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. The drama is just getting started. He continues to taunt. Honestly, Kuang Shen just benefits from his guild and his class. As for pure skill, right now, nobody can compare to the great master. Hearing this insult, Jian Yan, the one with the red headband, glares at him. Say that again. The bald guy immediately starts backpedaling. "Oh, you're Jian Yan from the Fury Guild, right? Listen, it's not just me saying it, the comments are praising him too. Some are even saying that Kuang Shen, as the leader of the #1 guild, should have stepped down a long time ago." Jian Yan doesn't waste words. He draws his massive greatsword threateningly. He pushes the blade right up to the guy's face. The bald guy starts sweating bullets, forcing a nervous smile. "What's the point of taking it out on me? Everyone's saying it." He squints and adds cryptically, "But you should understand, Kuang Shen is very humble." When the heroes finally leave the stage, the villains get their turn. Ignoring the comment, Jian Yan turns away. "Confirm that kid is still live streaming, right?" He gets his answer. He's still in the mines. Jian Yan grabs his greatsword and starts walking with purpose. His order is sharp: inform the guild. Everyone who is online, follow me. Back to the battle in the mine. Lin Yuan unleashes a series of diagonal slashes, tearing through the monster's hide. He stands in front of the priest and says calmly, "You can leave now." All of its aggro is focused on me. The giant mole monster is furious. It raises its sharp claws and prepares to charge straight at Lin Yuan, smashing huge rocks with its attack. The impact shakes the entire cavern. However, Lin Yuan skillfully slides backward, easily escaping the area of effect damage. He instantly regains his balance, spins with his sword, and yells, "Attack!" A sharp wave of sword energy splits the air, exploding with enough power to knock the beast backward. The chat blows up with 1,297 viewers. The audience is going wild, demanding to study every single frame. And this right here, this is why you and I are watching. They praise his perfect aggro control. He is a true genius. Enraged, the boss slams its giant claws into the ground, cracking the earth. It opens its massive jaw, lined with jagged teeth, and charges madly at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a pack of summoned shadow wolves leaps out. They launch themselves straight at the giant beast. The wild pack tears into it from every side, clinging to its limbs and body. Can't even react. Zipping past the monster, Lin Yuan hits him with a cold reminder. And trust me, you and I know this rule well. Only focus on what's ahead, because ignoring what's behind you comes with a heavy price. Sword tight in his grip, he keeps taunting, but you won't need to learn that lesson. With one powerful swing, his blade cuts the air and comes crashing down. Lin Yuan drives the point straight through the boss's eye, and blood just erupts. Taking a fatal blow, the beast throws its head back, screaming in pure agony. Right then, a magical werewolf vaults forward, spear in hand, letting loose a deafening shriek. It slams its weapon onto the boss's head, shattering its bulky defenses. A brutal combo rains down, leaving zero openings. Lin Yuan takes his stance and speaks the final words. Time to end this. A blast of light slams into the monster's head, and the chat goes wild, asking who the real boss is. And just like that, he's a legend. Fans are literally begging him to hit them, completely starstruck by his power. The system immediately congratulates him for killing the frenzied rat boss, leveling him up to 15 and rewarding him with 2 items. The Stalker's Dagger and Swift Boots. The stats pop up. The dagger adds 20 damage, 5 attack speed, and 25 agility. It even has a damage-boosting skill every 6 hits. The boots grant 30 agility and 5 movement speed, plus a super sprint ability. Just then, a priest approaches him, eyes wide with pure admiration. That skill. You're him, aren't you? You're the legend who soloed the direwolf. Sir, please add me as a friend. If I support you, we'll be unstoppable. But Lin Yuan just turns and walks away, a cold rejection that makes the priest desperately try to stop him. He's practically pleading, swearing he's watched the video a million times and would recognize him even if he turned to dust. The second Lin Yuan starts to leave, a fireball streaks out of nowhere, aimed right at his head, followed by a huge energy slash. Lin Yuan instantly draws his sword, and with one clean swing, he tears that dangerous energy wave apart. Now pay attention, because at the mine entrance, a whole new group of players steps out from the shadows. It's Jian Yan and his crew, who arrogantly declares, "Well then, let's turn him into dust and see if you still recognize him." One of his lackeys snickers. "Isn't this a bit much for some trash-tier player?" Jian Yan snaps back, "How dare you? He's a top-tier expert. Everyone start the live stream. Show them all what happens when you provoke our Fury Guild. We have to make them remember this. Our leader Kuang Shen is the undisputed strongest player in the entire Western region." Lin Yuan thinks to himself, so the Fury Guild wants to use him to make a name for themselves. Looks like a free delivery of high-tier equipment just fell into his lap. He'll gladly accept it. Right on cue, the system confirms he's surrounded. Counter-attack timer 15 minutes. Any kills during this time won't count towards his crime points. The priest beside him immediately raises his scepter, ready for battle. He shouts with glee, "Yes, I've been waiting for a moment like this, the feeling of fighting alongside a comrade. I'll be a shining light in this hellish battlefield. In the name of our bond, I will protect those I hold dear." Lin Yuan just gives him a blank stare. Who is this guy? Seriously, all he needs to do is step to the side. Jian Yan points a finger and screams, "Hold on, you bastard. Listen up, Kuang Shen is." But before he can finish his sentence, Lin Yuan flashes forward and smacks him right in the face, asking calmly, What was that you were saying?" He follows it up with a powerful kick that sends the arrogant leader flying through the air, crashing hard into the ground. His minions are stunned. On the live stream with over 5,600 people watching, the comments absolutely explode. I mean, can you believe this? The fight hasn't even started and their leader's already gotten his face smacked in. This guy is on another level. Using his own face to block a legend's attack, the chat is ruthless. Wait, he just soloed a boss and now he's gonna take on an entire guild. This is insane. Jian Yan struggles to his feet, clutching his face and snarling, "You're just a stray dog no guild would ever want. How dare you attack me? You really think you're some kind of legend? Get him," he roars, his eyes bulging with rage. "Finish him for me." The guild's commander barks out orders. Warriors charge mages and priests attack from the back, archers spread out and surround him. The whole mob rushes forward filled with confidence. There's no way he can handle all of us by himself. Lin Yuan melts back into the shadows, making his move. They've got some coordination. I'll hit their backline first. He activates his stealth skill. The warriors lose their target and start yelling in confusion. Damn it, where'd he go? Mages use a reveal spell now. A female mage quickly casts an area of effect detection spell. One of the warriors smirks. Nice work. But Lin Yuan is already diving down from above, his sword swinging. Too late. The support line is completely stunned. They scream in terror. What, he's right behind us. Jian Yan turns trying to rally his troops. Don't panic, he's just putting on a show. He just fought a boss. His health has to be low and his mana is drained. We have the numbers on our side, finish him. The livestream audience is having a field day. Amazing. First time I've ever heard someone describe a Zerg rush so beautifully. I don't know, the Fury Guild is still #1 in the Western Desert, another viewer types. If the legend actually turns this around, the Fury Guild will become a total laughingstock. Good luck, dude. The mob charges screaming. Kill him as skills light up the screen. Jian Yan promises a huge reward. And that's where we get to see what happens next as fireballs rain down while Lin Yuan faces the entire horde alone. He flips and dodges narrowly, avoiding the flames. He notes that this tunnel is too tight to leverage his mummy army's numbers. But wiping them out in one fell swoop, that shouldn't be too hard. An endless barrage of fireballs explodes around him. The chat is flooded with sympathetic comments. What a shame, even a top-tier player is still human. How can anyone possibly withstand an ambush and pincer attack of this scale? But you and I both know this is all part of the plan. It's a pity they exploited his weakness. Remember, everyone, he's alone and he's up against an entire team. The collision sends rocks and debris flying, filling the passage with smoke. When it clears, he's nowhere to be seen. They immediately give chase. Look, that bastard is trying to escape. He's exhausted. Hurry up and take his head. The mob eagerly pursues him. After him, we can't let him get away. Jian Yan laughs triumphantly. He charges deep into the cave. Ha ha ha, today you're mine. Suddenly, he glances at the ceiling and freezes. From the shadows above, Lin Yuan drops like a stone, slamming a heaven-sent kick right into the guy's face. Jian Yan coughs up blood sent flying backward by the surprise attack, skidding to a halt with a pained scream. Clutching his face, he curses, "You coward! What kind of hero uses a sneak attack?" Lin Yuan grabs his hair, a glowing sword pressed to his throat. The man panics, shouting, "Get over here, he's right here." Lin Yuan coolly declares, "They won't be coming back. But I do wonder, now that you've led your vanguard to their deaths, won't your fanatical master punish you?" Jian Yan grits his teeth. "You." From the narrow passage behind, a pack of glowing magical beasts emerges, forcing his minions back. What is the meaning of this? Now watch this. Lin Yuan activates his corpse explosion art, grabbing Jian Yan's head. Jian Yan screams in desperation. "What the hell have you done?" Lin Yuan gazes down at him indifferently. "Go ask them yourself." The chat explodes with over 10,000 viewers. Damn it, I knew it. How could a master player make such a rookie mistake? Genius plays 666. Jian Yan looks like a total clown. Our boy wiped out the entire team, and it was even easier than grinding mobs. I give up. I'm a fan for life. This move right here deserves a perfect score. One swift strike of the sword, and the stunned Jian Yan is finished. Seeing the loot drop, Lin Yuan thinks to himself, now that's an unexpected reward. I need to grab all this gear and get out of here. This place is about to be crawling with players. The system displays the stats for the Bloodthirsty Scimitar, a gold-tier weapon. Plus 50 physical damage, plus 20 attack speed, and plus 30 critical strike. Its special skill, Lifesteal, converts 10% of damage dealt into personal HP. After leaving the mine, he returns to the stone forge in the main city. The bearded blacksmith happily gestures to the ore pile and says, "Well, I take back everything I said before. You're a truly talented young man. I hope you'll come by more often. We're going to need a lot more ore in the future." The system immediately notifies him. Favorability with the blacksmith has increased by 100. Current relationship status, friends. As Lin Yuan calculates, he knows the blacksmith can only gather 100 iron ore per day. It seems this is a long-term quest, but this haul is enough to last for an entire month. Leaving the forge, he mulls over the huge amount of equipment dropped by the Rage Guild. Selling it all to Han Xing would just cause problems for him, so selling to individual players is a bit annoying, but it's much faster. However, relying on a guild to find his first follower is way too passive, and this is where his knowledge from a past life really kicks into gear. A look of determination crosses his face. In his previous life, his first follower had a henchman who could control snakes, which might be a clue to finding the lost snake person civilization, the one hidden away in the sewers. The key to this whole puzzle might just be right there. Lin Yuan walks through the dark sewer, his footsteps echoing with a steady drip of water in the eerie silence. Looking around, he summons a ball of green energy. The quest he got from Officer Sato was to kill 30 rat spirits. A very ordinary mission, but there's a hidden dungeon inside this sewer system. He hurls the energy at a mutated rat. He analyzes the situation further. The Serpent Demon's Lair, a hidden dungeon, can drop a flesh-blood seed. This is a rare item that permanently boosts stats. Plus, the dungeon has a weekly attempt limit, so once the news gets out, everyone will be fighting over it. That's why he has to use his magical corpses to secure the dungeon entrance beforehand. Suddenly, a snake's hiss signals danger. He presses forward, thinking, I just need to find the room with the snakes. That has to be the location of the hidden dungeon. It's the only snake-related dungeon he knows of in these sewers. His eyes sharpen as he locks onto his target. Here. Lin Yuan immediately swings his sword, shattering the barrier in one powerful blow. The dust settles and he frowns. Something's not right. A snake in the Serpent Demon's lair got this big. And pay attention, this is where the real game begins. A giant serpent rises up, hissing loud enough to crack stone. The system window flashes. Hell Serpent King, level 60. HP, attack, defense skills, all off the charts. The beast opens its massive jaws to strike as he stumbles back. This thing is from the snake person civilization. How is its level so damn high, he thinks in shock. Level 60. It cannot touch me. Not even once. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan leaps backward and yells, activate invisibility. Now hidden, he's sweating bullets. One wrong move and I'm dead. I'd lose levels and all my gear. That's a loss I can't take. But even while he's invisible, the snake's giant tail smashes the ground, shattering solid rock. He panics. Stealth is useless. He barely manages to leap back and escape. Time for a new plan. All right, I'll have to use the terrain. Lin Yuan keeps rolling and dodging as the monster's fangs tear through the stone wall. The razor-thin margin for error makes his eyes sharp-focused. The giant Serpent King lunges again and again, a relentless assault of razor-sharp teeth. Its head slams into the floor, cracking the foundation and sending rubble flying everywhere. Dodging in midair, he realizes this is bad. Real bad. I can't block any of these hits. To get some breathing room, Lin Yuan quickly raises a hand and summons his beast. A thunder scorpion materializes, charging straight for the giant snake. His strategy is simple, use the scorpion to buy time. Fight magic with magic. Okay, let's see how this plays out. I refuse to believe it can't handle you, he says with a confident smirk. The scorpion clamps down hard and unleashes a blinding current of electricity. A direct hit. But even injured, the Serpent King is furious, lunging forward and tearing up the ground. Panting, Lin Yuan looks up and spots at a glowing triangular passage. Behind him, the snake's armored scales slide forward, crushing everything in their path. Fast as lightning, he dives and slides through the narrow gap as the rock explodes behind him. He's safe. He turns back, eyes on high alert. The monster's terrifying colossal eye glares through the opening with a furious hiss. Now safe, he starts analyzing. Even a beast like that can't make a dent here, because this place is. He looks up at the towering city, the royal palace of the Western Desert guarded by the Grand Master. Any monster that dares approach gets crushed, no exceptions. The giant snake can't follow. It lets out a deep hiss and starts to back away. Lin Yuan recalls the lore. The snake person civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom are ancient, bitter enemies. The kingdom's military might completely shatter the snake people, forcing a faction of them to retreat underground where they secretly plotted their revenge. And whenever any spirit, beast, or monster sets foot on palace grounds, the Grand Master annihilates it without a moment's hesitation. This snake is tough, but against the Grand Master, it's nothing. The Serpent Demon's lair has to be near that thing. Following that trail could work, but he decides on a different approach. To stop this from happening again, I need to hit the market. Try my luck and see if I can find a lure for low-level snake monsters. And let's be honest, you and I both know that is a much smarter play. That potion will only attract the small fry. That way, I won't run into another absolute monster like that again. The scene shifts to a magnificent white palace glowing under the setting sun. Over at a market stall, a merchant bows with a huge smile. Thank you for your business. Please come again. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan inspects his new item, Snake Lure Potion. Effect emits a special scent that attracts low-level snake monsters nearby. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out full of cheer. I've been wandering all over Sandstorm City just looking for you. It's that priest from before. He rushes over, all smiles. My dear friend, I was hoping you're okay without me. Wait, isn't that the guy the mine boss was chasing? He latches onto Lin Yuan and just starts rambling. Add me as a friend first, my dear friend. Finding you on this huge map wasn't easy at all, but I feel like our souls are calling out to each other. Lin Yuan just frowns and asks, do you need something? Just then a system alert. The son of that year is requesting to be your friend. Lin Yuan turns to walk away, but the priest keeps clinging. Of course I need something. Wait up. Don't you want to grind monsters together in the valley? of embers. It'd be awesome fighting side by side. But Lin Yuan flatly refuses. No, I have other things to do. The priest desperately reaches out to stop him. Wait, my dear friend, doesn't a super trio sound awesome? You should join us too. He throws his arms out, laying on the charm thick. This way you can join me, Leng Yue, and Sing Hen to become the Fantastic Four. We can be each other's wings and awaken this sunken world. Hearing a familiar name, Lin Yuan reconsiders. Leng Yue from his past life. Leng Yue was the leader of the second strongest guild in Sandstorm City, the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. He was also a core member of the Order, and rumor had it he was one of the 9 saviors who originally founded the organization. Now pay attention, because this is a classic gamer's choice. Lin Yuan sees an opportunity here, a lead on the Order, or even his first follower. But the hidden dungeon entries reset tomorrow. If he misses it, he's out this week's loot. So it's better to grab the immediate reward first, then contact Leng Yue later. Then the system pings. The friend request from the son of that year has been accepted. Lin Yuan walks away, leaving him a promise. Next time, let's hit a dungeon together. I really have something I need to do now. The priest waves cheerfully. All right, I'll be waiting for your invite anytime, my dear friend. Using his knowledge from his past life, Lin Yuan quietly heads for a stone staircase. He knows there are golden village snakes near the hidden dungeon entrance. He kneels down carefully, checking the cracked ground, searching for any sign of the giant serpent. His gaze suddenly sharpens when he spots 3 small blue snakes slithering out from a crack in the rock, flicking their tongues. Watching their tails vanish into the shadows, he assesses them. These little snakes are the real monsters in the serpent demon's lair. Still better to be careful. Lin Yuan unleashes a blast of magic, shattering the camouflage rocks and clearing the entire path. With the way clear, he and his massive zombie underling ascend the dark stairs. A small smirk plays on his lips. He's finally found it. Before him, a giant snake skeleton hangs on the eerie green wall. The system immediately notifies him. You have entered the hidden dungeon lair of the serpent demon. Standing on a ledge, he looks down at the swarm of tentacle-like monsters below. The system displays the details. Normal serpent demon larva level 10 1000 HP. Blood seed plus 500 100 attack, 10 defense. Skill condensed blood seed. The larva condenses the blood seed inside its body for 500 more HP. Lin Yuan raises his hand, gathering a brilliant, powerful green magic. And trust me, you're not ready for what comes next. The moment he gives the order, a giant thunder scorpion is summoned, crashing down into the horde with an overwhelming aura. The scorpion's gruesome pincers gape open as he gives a cold command: kill them all. The system reports the battle's progress. Thunder Scorpion activates its skill, Crystal Lightning Storm. The monster immediately unleashes a destructive wave of purple electricity. Countless bolts tear through the space, annihilating the entire swarm of serpent larvae. In an instant, immediately, he leaps down into the shower of loot, picking up one of the items. This is it, the rare drop from the hidden dungeon, the blood seed. A system prompt appears. Do you wish to consume the blood seed? It's a special potion. It randomly boosts one of the player's main attributes by 1 to 5. For human players, using it increases their tolerance, currently at 0 out of 100. Lin Yuan gives a smug grin, raising the juicy red pill to his lips. The system immediately dings. You have consumed 1 blood seed. Spirit plus 3. Current tolerance is now 1 out of 100. Watching his scorpion continue its massacre, spawning a mountain of seeds, he calculates. He can only eat 100 max, but the amount of stats gain is absolutely insane. This kind of rare item that permanently boosts attributes is always incredibly limited. He could sell them for at least 4 or 5 gold coins a pop. If he clears this dungeon once a week, he'll get 1,000 seeds. So what does this mean for our guy? Even without a guild, he will never be broke again. He keeps using the items, and the system alerts just keep ringing. You have consumed 1 blood seed. Stamina plus 5. Current capacity 2 out of 100. He just keeps popping these seeds in his hand without a break. System, you've used 1 blood flesh seed. Strength plus 2. Capacity now 3 out of 100. Another seed. Spirit plus 4. Capacity is 4 out of 100. Lin Yuan's eyes burned a demonic red as he felt the incredible power surging violently through his veins. His status window popped up instantly, his spirit stat rocketing to 318 points. He smiled, seeing the system confirm 100% capacity max out at 900 blood flesh fruits. He'd save the rest for later. From now on, he only needs to grind here once a week. Behind him, leftover magic from the slain snakes twisted and floated, forming ghostly illusions of eerie green serpent spirits. Lin Yuan turned and walked away. He leaves 3 of his wolf-headed minions guarding the entrance. These zombies are enough to scare off any normal players. For now, this spot would remain his little secret. As he walked, he frowned logically, piecing things together. The snakes here seemed different. They weren't like the ones he remembered that guy controlling. Or maybe he has the power to mutate monsters. A level 60 creature should absolutely not be appearing at this stage. Suddenly, his interface flashed with a piercing red warning. A call from the real world. His sister. But wait, his sister Lin Tan almost never calls him first. You know this can't be good. Something must have happened. He answers immediately, his voice tense. Lin Tan, what is it? On the other end, a hesitant, shy female voice spoke up. Oh, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was speechless, his worry instantly replaced by utter confusion. Huh, yeah, I already ate. Through the screen, a blonde classmate snatches the phone from his panicking sister and gets straight to the point. Hey, class president's brother. What she really wants to ask is if you're free to help us clear a dungeon right now. Lin Yuan was stunned, sweat beading on his forehead as he replied mechanically, oh. Sure. 1,000 question marks exploded in his mind. Lin Tan needs my help with a dungeon. Before he could even process it, a mocking sneer echoed from the background. Haha, see what I tell you. Lin Tan is a pathological liar, and her brother is just some loudmouth who talks a big game. The blonde-haired punk smirked triumphantly while a purple-haired girl next to him just looked confused by the commotion. Another guy in the crowd started piling on. Listen to him so confident, didn't even ask which dungeon before saying yes. Lin Tan, did your brother fry his brain playing games, or are you two just a team of professional scammers? A red-haired girl chimed in smugly. Yeah, Wang Yan. Let's pick Ashfall Valley on heroic mode. I heard. Not a single guild has managed to clear that one yet. The blonde girl with the phone nervously glanced at the punk. She hesitantly relayed the challenge to Lin Yuan. Ashfall Valley heroic mode. Brother, did you get all that? The blonde punk named Yan crossed his arms, laughing with contempt. Ashfall Valley, keep dreaming, Lin Tan. Your brother is a slacker who doesn't study, just a typical scammer. And you're nothing but a liar. To raise two pieces of social trash like you, I bet your parents are just as worthless. And that's the line. Hearing that, her friend glared, shouting, hey. But from the other end of the line, a voice cut through. It was Lin Yuan's, ice-cold and full of killing intent, his eyes burning with rage. Enough, Lin Tan. Don't waste your breath on trash. I'm heading to Ashfall Valley right now. The scene switches back to the game. The female warrior, Lin Tan, stood on a cliff, feeling a deep sense of dread. She knew her brother played this game a lot, and spent plenty of money, but heroic Ashfall Valley was second in difficulty only to death mode dungeons. Had she just dragged her brother into a world of trouble? As she was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, Lin Tan. She turned around, surprised to see her friend. A system notification popped up. Qian Xia Changge has joined the party. The priestess Qian Qian tapped her staff, furious. I heard what happened. Someone congratulated you on moving to a new villa, and that brain-dead idiot Wang Yan just had to overhear. That bastard is something else. I came here to be a witness. After this, I'm going to make him apologize to you in front of everyone. The warrior Lin Tan teared up, touched by her friend's loyalty. Thank you. But suddenly, a harsh voice cut in from below. Yeah, you definitely need a witness, so you can open your eyes and see exactly what's about to happen. Wang Yan and the red-haired girl leaped onto the cliff, still mocking her. They're about to deeply regret this. I've seen plenty of social climbers like you. Are your parents the servants in that villa or something? Ha. Just then, the system announced a VIP logging in. Yan Xiao Wu Shuang, Zhui Sui Yan Xiao Mo Ren, and Sun Xing Kuang have just joined the party. Lin Tan is absolutely furious, her eyes blazing. She roars, defending her friend. Wang Yan is just some punk who got lucky being born rich. What right does he have to mock people? Lin Tan quickly puts a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Chin, don't. He's not worth it. A vein pops on Wang Yan's forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, I have officially had it with this girl. He swings his sword and orders his hired guns. You two go teach her a lesson from me. I'll pay you double. The red-haired girl lets out a shrill laugh. I've been dying to scratch that innocent little face of hers. One of the mercenaries eagerly charges forward. Young Master Yan is generous. Let's see me strip you of all your gear first. But just as the goons rush in, a massive wave of green sword energy tears through the air with devastating power. It rips through the air, coming straight down. Stick with me, you're about to see what happens when you mess with the wrong MC's sister. The two thugs go flying, screaming in absolute terror. What the hell was that? As the dust settles, Lin Yuan appears, his cloak flowing. He lands directly in front of his sister, and with a flick of his blood-stained sword sends the two scumbags flying dozens of feet. His jet-black cloak settles around him, a pure power move. He turns slightly, his voice deep and warm, asking, You okay, little Dan? The warrior Lin Tan is totally stunned. I'm fine. She peeks at her brother's back, her cheeks bright red. She's screaming on the inside, so fast, so unbelievably cool. But Wang Yan is just stunned, then starts yelling curses. You dare sneak attack the hired players I paid for? Do you have any idea how much they cost me? Can you even afford to pay me back? Now that they're gone, how the hell are we supposed to clear this dungeon? Lin Yuan doesn't even bother to answer. He launches forward like a phantom. In an instant, his sharp blade is right at the guy's throat. You're the one who was bullying my sister and running your mouth about my parents. The rich kid falls flat on his butt, terrified but still trying to act tough. You. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you talk to me? Before he can finish, Lin Yuan's hand blurs. A massive slap connects squarely with the jerk's face. His jaw twists sideways as blood sprays from his nose and mouth. The slap sends him tumbling, but Lin Yuan follows up with a lightning kick. He smashes through a huge rock behind him as a cold voice rings out. I don't give a damn whose little dog you are. If you're going to bite people randomly, you better be ready to get your snout kicked in. The redhead backs away in horror. Are you insane? This dungeon requires at least 6 people to even enter. Wang Yan crawls out from the rubble, his face swollen as he howls in frustration. You took out 2 of our guys, so how are we supposed to get into the dungeon now, huh? Lin Yuan dusts off his hands like he just touched trash. He gives them a lazy glance. We're short on people, I'll handle it. Your job is to shut your mouth and wait. In his mind, the gears are turning. The Valley of Remnants drops a riding skill, and sooner or later he's going to need it. Opening the system panel, he thinks about inviting that player. The son of that year, using this as a chance to get closer to Leng Yue. The system flashes. A party invitation has been sent. Target, the son of that year. Meanwhile, Qian scoots closer to her friend, her eyes shining like headlights. Dan, your brother is way more savage than I imagined. Plus, he's super handsome too. Lin Tan just crosses her arms looking smug. Oh, that's just normal. He's alright, I guess. Wang Yan is still fuming, pointing and sneering. Humph, a broke loser like you. What kind of decent player could you possibly summon? You'll probably just drag in some trash that can't even beat the mobs at the entrance. But before he can finish, the redhead is tugging his sleeve, her face pale as a ghost. Yan. Young Master Yan, you need to see this. A figure descends from the sky wrapped in a blinding aura. It's the priest, the son of that year, striking a dramatic pose. The crowd around them instantly gasps in awe. Isn't that one of the top players from the Iron Triangle? The priest closes his eyes, leans on his staff, and mutters some cheesy dramatic line. When the bell of destiny rings, you and I were fated to drown together in this irreversible sea of ambition. The system dings. The son of that year has joined the party. Teleport successful. The priest's face appears. He's got this cold, intense gaze, trying to look all mysterious and dangerous. It's so over the top. Wang Yan's jaw hits the floor. His eyes bulge as he yells, no way, that's Jiu Nian, the legendary lead priest from the 2nd rank guild Mirrored Flower Watery Moon. The redhead next to him does a complete 180, her attitude flipping instantly as she coos at him. Brother Jiu Nian, are you going to carry us through the dungeon? Oh, thank you so much. The warrior Lin Tan turns to her friend, totally confused. The son of that year, why is he here? A top-tier player like him never joins random parties. Qian is sweating bullets. Her face is blank. I have no idea either. Shattering the cool atmosphere, the priest suddenly throws his arms wide. He rushes towards Lin Yuan like a baby bird seeing its mother. My supreme friend, you finally remembered me. I knew it. I knew you'd take me dungeoning. Okay, hold on. This is not the epic entrance you and I were expecting. The second I got your party invite, I dropped everything and sprinted over here. The priest shamelessly nuzzles up to him with that cheesy look. The 2 of us together will be an unbeatable super-duper combo. Lin Yuan has a look of pure disgust on his face, using one hand to shove the guy's face away. He wants absolutely nothing to do with this cringy display of affection. Seeing this, Wang Yan shrieks like a stuck pig. He absolutely cannot accept this brutal reality. What, the great Jiu Nian needs that guy to carry him through a dungeon? How is that possible? Isn't her brother just some random nobody gamer? The redhead grabs his sleeve, egging him on. Master Yan, maybe the pro joined the wrong party by mistake. You should go talk to him, set things right. Jiu Nian immediately whips around, glaring daggers at them to protect his idol. Nobody, I'm here specifically for my supreme friend. Here. He's the real deal, the boss of bosses. How have you guys not heard of him? Just as she was about to spill the beans, Lin Yuan coldly turned and walked away, cutting her off. Enough. Let's enter the dungeon. But Wang Yan's stubborn streak flared up. He gritted his teeth, pointing like he was some kind of expert. I get it now, Lin Tan. Your brother hired a power leveler too, but the Valley of Cinders on heroic, even the #1 guild. Frenzy wiped there, and he's just some priest from a 2nd-rate guild. What the hell can he possibly do? Ignoring the yapping, Lin Yuan just casually glanced back, dropping a legendary comeback. Shut your mouth and open your eyes. Watch me clear this. The system lit up and the party began entering the Dungeon Valley of Cinders, heroic difficulty. The team stepped through the portal, dissolving into streams of green light that tore through space, teleporting them straight inside. The moment they landed, they were face to face with a horde of snarling, fiery beasts. The system identified the target and normal Cinder Lizard. Level 18, 4700 HP, 580 attack, 75 defense. Skill, Fire Breath, which launches a flaming attack and adds a burn effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Faced with the pack of monsters blocking the entrance, the warrior Lin Tan broke into a cold sweat, nervously gripping her weapon. The stats on these monsters are insane. Can my brother really handle this? If only my level was a little higher. Standing behind them, Wang Yan smirked, already cooking up a dirty plan. He called over a priest, not to clear the mobs, but to cause trouble. I'm not letting him have it easy. Go pull that group of monsters on the side over here. The red-haired girl flipped allegiances faster than a pancake, immediately forming a fireball to sabotage the run. Yes, whatever you say, young Master Yan. The fireball shot out, exploding right next to a group of lizards that were just minding their own business. The girl smiled smugly, curious to see how he'd handle this mess. The lizard that got hit roared in fury, its grotesque mouth wide open. Noticing the dirty play behind him, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened like daggers as he shot a wary glance over his shoulder. In the next second, a whole swarm of red lizards charged in like a tidal wave, spitting fire everywhere. One of the guys screamed, "What the hell is going on? Why are so many monsters attacking us all at once?" Lin Tan and Qian stared. In terror, their faces pale with shock. The guide videos they watched looked nothing like this. The horde of Cinder Lizards swarmed forward, their red maws roaring as they lunged at the party, ready to tear them limb from limb. The young master Wang Yan drew his sword, pretending to defend while secretly enjoying the chaos he created. "Looks like your luck isn't so good today, is it?" But in stark contrast to everyone's panic, the veteran priest seemed absolutely ecstatic, raising his staff and shouting, "Now this is a situation that gets the blood pumping. Ah, Ji Zan, my friend, your battle spirit has been awakened too, right? This fight will be glorious for us both." But Lin Yuan cut his dramatic speech short. Thunder Scorpion. A magic circle opened, and a colossal Thunder Scorpion appeared in a show of force. The system instantly flashed a notification. Corpse of the Thunder Scorpion. Activate skill. Crystal Lightning Storm. The dungeon sky went dark as massive dreamlike purple lightning bolts crashed down from above, blasting the lizard corpses into the air. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged to the front line, leaving behind a simple god-tier instruction. "Everyone protect yourselves." Lin Yuan's figure flashed across the battlefield like a green thunderbolt. He swung his sword relentlessly, and with each cold, sharp slash he cut down lizards in the blink of an eye. The jade-inlaid blade glowed brilliantly. Our gaming CEO spun around, unleashing a finishing blow to clear the remaining monsters, his eyes burning with a murderous badass intensity. Suddenly, one lizard that slipped through the chaos lunged toward the two girls with its jaws wide open. Lin Tan gritted her teeth and shielded her friend, raising her spear to block. "Get behind me, I'll deal with it, Qian." Qian nodded, trembling. "Okay, be careful." But just before the monster could even touch his sister, Lin Yuan dropped from the sky, driving his sword straight through the lizard's skull. He growled, his voice ice cold, "Don't even think about it." Lin Yuan's imposing figure stood tall, his cloak billowing over a mountain of lizard corpses. Lin Tan stared at her brother in awe, thinking, "I never knew he was this incredible in the game. He's so strong." After dealing with the trash mobs, Lin Yuan walked over gently, placing a large hand on his foolish little sister's golden hair. He looked at her with a warm gaze, his voice full of main character charm. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let any harm come to you." Faced with this overwhelming moment, the warrior Lin Tan's cheeks turned bright red, her big round eyes blinking with emotion. The great god Lin Yuan responded with a confident and gentle smile that could make any heart skip a beat. Her friend Qian clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Lin Tan just grabbed her pigtails, coiled up tight but feeling completely safe. Yeah, having a big brother is the absolute best. While they're having a sweet sibling moment, the walking megaphone named Wang Yan starts spewing his usual nonsense. "Chesh, I see what that was. A sneak attack. Big deal. A single person could still crush all of you. You really think my full set of silver-grade equipment is weaker than whatever you guys have?" The red-haired girl immediately starts sucking up. "Exactly. How could these beggars ever afford gear like yours, young Master Yan?" His ego-restored Wang Yan delusionally charges forward like a god. "You idiots, open your eyes and watch a real pro at work. And trust me, you're going to want to see this." He leaps into the air with a superhero pose, screaming. This is the true power of young Master Yan. The next second, the lizard, clearly annoyed by the noise, smacks him with a tail whip straight from the heavens. His face contorts as he screams in pain. RG. The young master lies face down on the ground like a flattened frog, whining. "Damn, this monster's way too strong. It hurts." Lin Yuan stands over the pathetic lump, hands on his hips, and drops a cold line. "If you want to die, wait until I've cleared the dungeon." Shoving the trash aside, Lin Yuan's hand glows with green mana as he murmurs, already planning to spoil his sister. I wanted to find little Dan some gold-grade equipment, but I guess she'll have to make do with this silver stuff. Like a domineering CEO, he tosses a pile of shiny expensive gear to his sister as if it were a bag of groceries. This gear should suit you. Take it. The system displays battle-will bracers, silver grade, attack plus 50, strength plus 25. Along with it, a blindingly shiny silver, fearless battle armor with a massive 50-point constitution buff. Talk about tanky. The red-haired girl nearby smells money, and her eyes light up like car headlights as she squeals. He's so hot, a single piece of that silver gear could buy tons of luxury goods, and he just gave away millions without blinking. Young Master Wang Yan is seething, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. That's enough, do you have to be so pathetic? But standing before all this incredible gear, her teenage pride kicks in. And I know what you're thinking, just take it. But she firmly pushes it away. You keep it, brother. I can get my own equipment. Despite being rejected, though, her doting older brother Lin Yuan doesn't get mad at all. He just gives a soft, knowing smile, thinking still the same as ever. Always trying to act tough. Wasting no more time, the party dives in to clear out the mobs. Lin Yuan moves like a storm. Brilliant green flashes from his sword send lizards flying through the air. The warrior Lin Tan is also a whirlwind of power, slashing monsters with fierce energy while her friend casts spells. As for Wang Yan, he's running for his life. Meanwhile, Lin Tan is struggling, barely blocking a monster's heavy blows. Wiping sweat from her brow, her eyes burn with determination. I can do this. But her bad luck isn't over. A massive lizard suddenly lunges from a blind spot, roaring as it opens its stinking, fang-filled mouth right in her face. Before she can even scream for help, a huge bright green magic orb smashes directly into the lizard's head, exploding and killing it instantly. Lin Tan glances behind her, a warm smile spreading across her lips. She thinks to herself, that was definitely him. While cutting down monsters, the little sister grumbles on the outside but is blooming with joy on the inside. Just like before, always treating me like a kid, meddling in everything. Far away, the god-tier gamer Lin Yuan is sweating bullets, wiping his forehead. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Why is it so hard to secretly give her some gear? A truly hilarious scene is now unfolding. The big brother is skewering monsters in front of him with one hand while secretly tossing magic with his other hand to help his little sister, who's busy swinging her sword on the other side. Their friend Qian watches completely floored. One of them is sneakily giving support and loot. The other knows it perfectly well but is too stubborn to say anything. Let's be real, you and I both know this awkward sibling teamwork is way more entertaining than the actual monster grinding. Through a narrow, treacherous pass littered with the remains of battle, the group ventures deeper into the dungeon. Alright, let's dive into the darkest part of the dungeon. That Sun Cleric taps his staff, looks up at a massive cliff, and sets the scene for us. He says dramatically, whoosh, the final boss is right inside. But then the cleric turns to Lin Yuan with a serious face. A look you almost never see on him. My supreme friend. Maybe we should just dip. We can leave the dungeon now with no penalty. But if we wipe against the boss, we'll lose levels and gear. The risk is just too high. Hearing this, Lin Yuan, with his usual calm face, nods calmly in agreement. You're not wrong. The second their party starts to hesitate, the resident loudmouth Wang Yan pipes up with his usual trash talk, arms crossed, laughing his head off. Huh, this is killing me. So eager to bully the little mobs. But you turn tail and run the second you see the boss ignoring his yapping. Qian turns to her friend worried. She tries to comfort her. Lin Tan, your brother getting us this far is already amazing. But Lin Tan just looks down, biting her lip in frustration. I'm just causing him more trouble. If only I were a little bit stronger, then maybe this wouldn't be happening. Just as the atmosphere hits rock bottom, Lin Yuan slowly steps forward. His tall, dependable figure faces the threat as he speaks. The cleric is right. The death penalty is too high. And here's where it gets crazy, watch closely. A sinister green smoke explodes around him. He drops a bombshell, that's why none of you need to lift a finger. The air turns ice cold. Dozens of hulking werewolf zombies, weapons at the ready, suddenly appear. They rise from thin air, forming a seriously menacing army right behind him. Lin Yuan gives a cold smirk. I'm all that's needed. Seeing this insane army of monsters, Wang Yan's jaw hits the floor. He just stammers. That many summons. What the hell kind of player I as this guy, the veteran priest, that Sun Cleric, immediately claps his hands to his chest, looking proud enough to burst like a total fanboy. You're in the same party as my supreme friend and you still don't know his true strength. From soloing world bosses to single-handedly destroying the Blood Crow Guild of all the players I know, he is the absolute strongest. High above them on the cliff face, the giant bloodshed lizard boss clings to the rock, its spiky scales and jagged teeth radiating pure menace. It's exuding some serious pressure. Then fast as lightning, a massive green magic orb tears through the air. It smashes right into the boss's face with a huge explosion. You can see its yellow eyes widen in pure rage. And just like that, the final battle erupts. The green magic orb lands a direct, critical hit right on the giant boss's chest. It howls in pain, throwing its head back and roaring. That hit made the bloodshed lizard absolutely furious. Its eyes glow a furious red, its forked tongue flicking out. Suddenly, a massive magic explosion erupts from beneath it. The blast is so powerful it shakes the entire cliffside. And with that ear-splitting roar, the system starts pinging. Time for some intense boss stats. Tyrant Lizard King, level 21. 10,000 HP, 1200 attack, 300 defense. And a whole bunch of overpowered shield skills. But despite this insane pressure, Lin Yuan just stands there, hands in his pockets. He's flanked by two of his werewolf guardians completely ready to throw down with the boss. Meanwhile, in the back line, the team's deadweight Wang Yan is looking at the stats, sweating bullets and screaming his head off in a panic. 1,200 attack points. One hit from that thing and you're logged out. How are we supposed to fight this? The complete opposite of that coward, the warrior Lin Tan grits her teeth, her eyes burning with determination as she raises her greatsword. She thinks to herself, this is all my fault. How can I possibly let him face this alone? Without a second of hesitation, she charges forward, shouting at her brother's back as he faces the beast. Let me pull aggro, I can tank the damage for you, but just as she's about to make her move, the system pings. That Sun Cleric just activated a skill, Holy Light Shackles. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant gold magic circle clamps around Lin Tan's ankles, rooting her to the spot. Target successfully locked. The cleric taps his staff on the ground, strikes a cool pose, and smirks at her, completely frozen in place. Just stand there quietly and enjoy the show. If you rush in, you'll just get in his way. Furious at being trapped, Lin Tan whips her head around to glare at him. What did you just say to me? He completely ignores her, dramatically waving his hand and declaring with the flair of a true storyteller. Let us all witness the smooth and elegant performance of our supreme friend, and while they're goofing off, you and I are watching the real show. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Yuan stands alone, his back to us, calmly caressing his magic sword. Freezing cold. Just then, a blazing red system notification pops up. The Lizard King is activating a skill. In a flash, its raging eruption attack explodes, a massive pillar of fire blasting right towards Lin Yuan. However, let's kick things off as our hero dodges a literal death bomb with a single graceful step. Talk about style. Seeing this, the fanboy priest outside just loses his mind, hyping him up. His positioning and control are on another level. Perfectly control, the boss's skill range is absolutely top tier. The second the boss finishes its attack, he seizes the opening. Lin Yuan's 3 werewolf zombies instantly use the momentum to leap high into the air, launching straight for the beast's spiky head. Leading the charge, 2 of the fearless wolves fly forward, digging their claws deep into the Lizard King's snout and skull, completely ignoring the monster's infuriated roars. What comes next is a series of fatal, unavoidable bites from his summoned beasts. Their eerie blue teeth sink brutally into the tough scales around the boss's shoulder joint, while the massive boss is getting chaotically swarmed and torn apart by the smaller monsters. Like a pack of rabid dogs, Lin Yuan weaves in and out, constantly chipping away damage. The wannabe commentator's voice rings out again. His perfect calculation of every single skill cooldown to kite the boss like this is just an unbelievably god-tier move. Keeping up the relentless pace, another jade green beast opens its massive jaws, tilts its head back, and takes a huge decisive bite out of the Lizard King's hide. Witnessing this masterful kiting display, the Sun Priest clasps his hands to his forehead, his eyes sparkling with pure adoration as he yells. It's like he's already seen all the monster's data this fight. Damn it, this is a masterpiece, a work of art. Standing safely in the back, his sister Lin Tan stares blankly, wondering to herself, is this his true power? Beside her, the shameless red-haired girl has massive hearts in her eyes, waving her staff and cheering him on. Lin Tan's brother is just too cool. Go big brother, go wreck that giant lizard's face. Seeing this, Wang Yan standing right behind them, his face darkens as he hisses, shut your mouth, the petty despicable look on. Wang Yan's face is clear as he grips his dagger, veins popping as he secretly plots. At this rate, that bastard is going to clear this stage by himself. What will that do to my reputation as the class's young master? That's it. If I can just sneak attack him and make him lose his footing, the boss's ultimate attack will take him out. Completely ignoring the dirty scheme brewing behind him, the badass Lin Yuan continues to dominate the battlefield. He launches himself into the air, landing a heavy stomp right on the boss's sharp teeth, while its mouth is wide open in a furious roar. At the same time, the system shows the boss's health is critical, only 315 out of 10,000 left. It's now bending its head down, charging a straight line of pure white energy. The skill, Paralyzing Bite, has just been unleashed. From a corner, Wang Yan cracks a wicked smile. He just used his bite skill that has an 8-second cooldown. This is my golden opportunity. And right on cue, here comes our pathetic villain Wang Yan leaping out with a twisted, insane grin. Don't blink because this next part is wild. Weapon in hand, he roars with bloodlust, still trying to solo the boss, go to hell, but life isn't always like the movies. Lin Yuan, as if with eyes in the back of his head, turns his ice-cold face, his crimson eyes blazing with killing intent. He glares daggers at the sneak attacker behind him as his lips curl into a smirk, 2 words of pure contempt escaping. His lips curl into a smirk as 2 words drip with absolute contempt, "You idiot." With reflexes like a cheat code, he glides backward. Wang Yan's sneak attack cuts through nothing but air. The young master freezes mid-air in total panic. What, you shouldn't be able to dodge that? Lin Yuan raises his sword coldly, adding, "It seems you're tired of living." Not even letting the trash finish his sentence, Lin Yuan plants his feet firmly. The greatsword in his hand explodes with energy as he swings. He delivers a merciless death sentence. Then you can disappear along with it. With a whoosh, the blade cuts through the air. The devastating wave of damage slams directly into Wang Yan's face, forcing his mouth open as he lets out a miserable shriek that echoes through the heavens. The result of this godly swing is a soul-crushing force that sends the traitor's body flying backward in a perfect arc right into the gaping, waiting mouth of the Lizard King. And just as the unlucky prey lands inside the boss's mouth, our MC's most legendary moment arrives. Trust me, you and I are about to witness an epic finish. A bright blue screen suddenly appears in the darkness, displaying the brutal final move. Activate skill, Corpse Explosion Art. The skill immediately detonates Wang Yan's body from the inside. The horrifying pressure rips the Lizard King's throat apart, followed by the rich boy's final desperate struggle before he's completely erased. As the dust and rubble finally settle, the world system window instantly pops up gloriously, announcing his victory. Alright, let's jump right into a server-wide announcement that shook the entire game. A first ever clear of the heroic difficulty Valley of Despair. Seeing the insane results, the female lead. The rest of the team just stares completely shocked. He actually did it. Lin Tan, her brother, is an absolute beast. You think you could ask him to carry us through another dungeon sometime? Lin Tan can only sweat bullets. He just awkwardly scratches his head. He's, really busy lately. Maybe some other time. Meanwhile, the fanboy priest puffs out his chest. As expected of my ultimate bro, I let you have the spotlight this time. Next time, I'll show you the true power of a priest. And yep, you guessed it. Here comes the girl who suddenly changed her tune. The red-haired girl who'd been ignoring him now sidles up. Hey, great God, can we be friends? But her flattery is met with a disgusted scowl. His eyes turn to ice. Shut up. I see right through you. Without a shred of hesitation, he swings his sword, purging her for siding with the ambusher. His eyes went wide in panic just before he collapsed as a system alert confirmed that player was dead. With the trash taken care of, his attention snapped to a blue system window that just popped up, dark summoning on the corpse of the Ashen Lizard King. And trust me, with his eyes glued to that body, you know what he chose. He muttered his confirmation, securing the giant beast. Only then did he turn to his team and casually announce, "Now that the pests are gone, let's open the chest and split the gear." The treasure chest was glowing brilliantly, but his sister Lin Tan was way ahead of him, quickly waving her hands in refusal. "You carried us the entire way and did all the damage. We can't possibly ask for loot. Just getting through the dungeon was more than enough." In contrast to his sister's modesty, Lin Yuan casually flicked his wrist, levitating several skill books in the air. He stated firmly, "I only need the beast riding book and this magic scroll. The rest of it is all yours." Right after the high-quality loot was revealed, starting with the Ashen Legguards, a silver-grade item. They added 30 Constitution, 20 Speed, and 10 Spirit plus the Flame Wing Step skill, reducing fire damage by 10%. The second item was a pair of Blazing Bracers, a brilliant red bronze item adding 10 Constitution, 15 Strength, and 5 crit damage. And it didn't stop there. The Azure Fire Sword, a bronze-grade weapon, dropped with some incredible base stats, plus 15 attack, plus 5 strength, and plus 5 constitution. The final piece was a pair of shiny black leather boots. They boosted speed by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 5, perfect for kiting and dodging skills. Seeing the loot, the priest's eyes lit up with a massive grin. This is perfect. Our guild leader has been trying to buy these leg guards. This drop is an absolute godsend. Seizing the moment, he quickly proposed, "How about this? I'll buy all of this gear, and we can split the gold evenly among everyone." Hearing this juicy offer, the two girls' eyes lit up with pure joy. Whoa, we're rich, but Lin Yuan's expression stayed completely neutral as he replied, "Split it however you want. I don't need the money." With the deal done, he calmly turned towards the teleportation gate, leaving his sister with some protective words. "After this, Wang Yan's crew won't dare bother you again. Next time you're in trouble, just call me. I'm off to do a few quests." Seeing her brother about to leave, Lin Tan quickly reached out to stop him. "Wait a second." He paused, turning his cold face slightly to look back at her, raising an eyebrow. His voice was flat, What is it? You want more gear? But she wasn't thinking about items, her brow furrowed, filled with a deep probing curiosity. Ever since we entered this dungeon, your moves have been insane and you used that summoning spell. Now here's where she drops the big question. Are you some kind of hidden genius class? Have you felt any changes to your own body? The sharp question made Lin Yuan lower his gaze, hiding his calculating crimson eyes. His mind raced, she noticed, but Lin Tan has already met the Order faction. I absolutely cannot reveal my identity as a necromancer right now. Hiding it is the only way to protect her. He quickly masked his confusion, turning back with a clueless, innocent look to deny everything. Nope. Why are you asking such a weird thing? Did you notice some kind of change or something? With the question turned back on her, Lin Tan jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. Flustered, she waved her hands frantically, changing the subject. No, not at all. Oh right, I have a quest I need to turn in. I gotta go. Watching his sister hurry away, Lin Yuan's expression finally softened into a rare faint smile. Okay, let's just appreciate this moment. He thinks all grown up, but her acting is still as bad as ever. Still, she finally called me brother. So I guess that's progress. Just as that warm thought surfaced, a loud voice cut through the air. Hey, my friend. Turning around, he saw the cheerful priest waving eagerly, leading two incredibly cool-looking players toward him. Glad I caught you. Our boss, Xiao Yue, just decided to run the Ashen Valley dungeon on death difficulty. She insisted that I had to invite a master like you if we wanted any chance of winning. Standing on a ruined ledge, Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly, his cold face partially hidden by a black cloak as he observed them. With his sharp tactical mind, he quickly formulated a plan. He hadn't expected to make contact with Lang Yue this soon. And you know what this means? It's the perfect chance to investigate if that #1 believer is hiding in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. With his plan set, he nodded decisively. All right. I've been wanting to see what death difficulty is all about. Seeing his idol agree instantly, the priest joyfully threw an arm around Lin Yuan, grinning from ear to ear. Awesome. You're the best, my friend. Come on, let me introduce you to the core members of our guild. As he spoke, he proudly gestured towards a girl in fiery high-slit armor. Our iron triangle formation consists of our guild leader. All right, you and I are about to meet the team, starting with their Ice Queen leader, Lang Yu. She just crosses her arms, totally unfazed, and says, hello. I've heard about you. Welcome to our core party. But the priest isn't done. He gestures to the dude in the ridiculous wizard hat. And this is Xing Yin, our heavy hitter for magic damage. A super rare class and our team's main powerhouse. But the praise gets cut short by the mage himself, who looks seriously pissed. That's enough. I never even agreed to letting this guy join. Picking up some random solo player isn't a smart move. The mage's eyes narrow. From under his hat, he shoots Lin Yuan a look of pure contempt. The margin for error in the death dungeon is practically zero. A nobody like him doesn't know teamwork. He'll just be dead weight holding us back. I refuse to take that risk. You get what I'm saying. Hearing his new idol get trash talk, the priest fires back. He immediately jumps in. Xing Yin, what the hell are you talking about? This guy literally just carried us. But the mage just scoffs, dismissing his teammate. He arrogantly points his chin right at Lin Yuan. I've seen your type. All talk, no skill. Now here's the part you've been waiting for. I'll give you one chance to prove your worth. With a smug grin, he lays down a dirty bet. If you can take down half the boss's health bar by yourself, I'll give you the gold-grade equipment right off my back. But if you die and screw this up, you have to pay for every single one of our losses. Xing Yin's eyes bore into Lin Yuan, filled with threats and absolute disdain. He spits out every word. Get it. If you're scared, get lost now while you still can. But faced with this blatant provocation, Lin Yuan doesn't even flinch. He just leans forward, a challenging smirk playing on his lips. Gold-grade gear. Served up on a platter, I'd be a fool not to take it. But I hope you'll all witness this in case he tries to back out later. The two stare each other down, killing intent flooding the air, making it hard to breathe. Seeing a civil war about to break out, the guild leader Lang Yue steps in, her voice like steel. That's enough, Xing Yin. The decision to let him join was already final. You should have spoken up then. The deal is done. Now stick to the plan and cooperate. Getting called out by the boss in front of a stranger, Xing Yin absolutely sees. He grips his staff so hard that fire magic erupts from it, and he snaps back. Lang Yue, you're siding with some random nobody. The death penalty in this dungeon is brutal. You better think this through. In response to his rage, Lang Yue just brushes him off coldly. My decision is final. I'm not saying it again. Utterly humiliated, the mage steps back, his hateful eyes glued to Lang Yue's back. He grinds his teeth, his mind screaming in silent rage. Lang Yue, I'll make you watch. You'll see just how useless that stray dog you picked up really is. The only one who is absolutely essential to this team is M.E. Under his dark hat, his face twists, his eyes flashing with a twisted, insane jealousy as he continues his silent scream. It will always be me. In the blink of an eye, the team is deep inside the dark, fiery dungeon. The second they step inside, they run into the gatekeeper beasts growling menacingly. The system instantly scans the target ash lizard, a level 18 normal monster, 4700 HP, 580 attack, 75 defense, and it has a fire breath skill. This officially kicks off the next bloody battle. Just then, a blinding golden beam of light smashes down from above. Before the dust even settles, a massive lizard head emerges, its blood-red eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. In the narrow canyon, the entire Iron Triangle team plus Lin Yuan are caught in a full-blown ambush. The cliffs on all sides are crawling with lizard monsters while a massive lizard lord slowly makes its way down. Its long tongue aims straight for its prey. Okay, let's just take this in. The priest starts sweating bullets, panicking. The monster density on death difficulty is just ridiculous. We barely stepped inside and we're already completely surrounded, as expected of their leader. Lang Yue stays cool as ice. She draws her glowing blue greatsword and gives a sharp command. All melee classes, to the front line. There are too many monsters, we have to find a way to break out. Instantly, she lunges forward, swinging her greatsword and shouts, "Hold your ground, I'll draw their aggro." Everyone else look for an opening to escape. From the back line, the priest quickly replies, "Okay, got it." In the rear, the mage Yi Xingyin is already charging up too, crackling orbs of lightning. He shoots a venomous look at the back of Lin Yuan's head, cursing internally. Looking at this damn freeloader pisses me off. I wish I could just slam these lightning orbs right into his skull. But while he's distracted by jealousy, a lizard minion suddenly dives down from above, landing in a blind spot right behind their defensive line. The priest screams, "What the hell was that?" and Xingyin jumps completely stunned. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what happens next. In the middle of the chaos, Lang Yue parries a monster's claw and shouts, "What the hell are you thinking?" Xingyin focus. Getting chewed out by his leader, Xingyin grits his teeth, sweating bullets. This is bad. He thinks monsters are pushing from behind and we don't have another tank. In a desperate move, the red-haired girl decides to sacrifice her pet. "No choice, I'm using my baby brown bear to block them." Xingyin immediately protests, "Are you crazy? They'll tear it to shreds. You paid with silver-grade gear for that pet." Just as their formation is about to completely shatter, a black-cloaked figure calmly steps forward. He raises a hand to the sky, dark magic swirling at his feet. "And trust me, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Leave this to me." A dark magic seal opens and three massive dire wolves with gray fur and glowing green eyes rise from the shadows. They bare their fangs, snarling with pure, untamed savagery. A scarred phantom bear appears, slamming its giant paws into the ground, creating an absolute defensive shockwave. The shadow beasts charge into the fight. Two wolves leap onto a giant red lizard, sinking their teeth into its back. It roars in agony as Lin Yuan glides past a monster's snapping jaws like a ghost. His sword glows with a green aura, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterates the enemy in one clean strike. With the rear flank completely secured, the team's archer sighs in relief. "He really did it. That's amazing. Now my pet doesn't have to be sacrificed." But Xingyin is absolutely furious, glaring at Lin Yuan with pure hatred. "How dare you embarrass me in front of Lang Yue," he sees. "You're not walking out of this dungeon alive." And yeah, can you believe this guy? The petty mage tries to smooth things over stammering Lang Yue, "Just now But she isn't listening. She steps in front to shield Lin Yuan, shouting orders. "Everyone hold the line. No more getting distracted." But before they can recover, the system drops another bomb. A new wave of monsters is about to attack. Standing on the edge of life and death, the tank roars, ready for another brutal round. The priest closes his eyes, raising his staff as it gathers a blinding holy light, preparing to buff the entire team. In the middle of all this chaos, only Lin Yuan remains perfectly calm and collected. His eyes subtly glance backward, taking in the entire state of the battle with a sharp tactical awareness. Seeing that overwhelming confidence, Xingyin breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with a mix of panic and envy. He just can't hide. On the front lines, Lang Yue slashes through monsters with her greatsword, all while secretly observing Lin Yuan. She's thinking he can analyze blind spots and neutralize a fatal threat in an instant. His reflexes and his skill are the signs of an extremely rare talent. After we clear this dungeon, I'm definitely inviting him to the guild. Xingyin retreats to the back, watching Lin Yuan's summons lock down the rear while Lang Yue dominates the front. Their synergy is flawless, and it's so infuriating it feels like a personal attack on his ego, threatening his favored spot on the team. He starts gathering lightning magic, his face dark as he cooks up a dirty little plan. My image in Lang Yue's eyes is already ruined. This is not happening. I have to find a way to completely humiliate you. The coward leaps into the air and launches a powerful lightning ball straight at Lin Yuan's unprotected back. Then he has the nerve to shout some fake excuse, "I'm providing support. Be careful not to get hit by accident." Sensing the killing intent from behind, Lin Yuan glances over his shoulder, his eyes flaring red with utter contempt. But watch this. he thinks. What an idiot. But this is the perfect chance to play the victim, get closer to Lang Yue and pry some info out of her. So with the stage perfectly set for him, instead of simply blocking the attack, Lin Yuan pretends to stumble. He drops to one knee, sliding across the ground to barely dodge the two deadly lightning orbs headed his way. He charges straight into the death zone between two massive red lizards, their jaws wide open and tongues flicking out. Our boy's acting. Panicked, he stammers, hateful things, looking like he's about to be eaten alive. That's when a soft but incredibly strong hand grabs onto Lin Yuan's, pulling him back decisively. A divine save from Ling Yue. Lin Yuan uses the momentum to launch himself into the air, narrowly escaping. The guild leader's blade is already a blur. She quickly assigns their targets. I'll take the one on the right, you get the left. Got it. Hearing that, Lin Yuan obediently locks it in. Understood. The very next second, Lang Yue hurls him forward with a shout. Instantly becoming a black shadow, Lin Yuan dashes ahead. Green and red sword auras intersect, slicing the lizards into bloody chunks. Clean and brutal. Landing with a spin, Lang Yue's purple eyes flash with overwhelming power as she and her teammate give the final order. Let's finish this. A powerful wave of sword energy tears through everything. It leaves a deep smoking trench in the ground, wiping out every obstacle in a single blink. Witnessing this silky smooth team-up, the priest beams, his eyes crinkling as he heaps on the praise. Oh my god, a combo that gets the blood pumping. The guild leader and this handsome guy have insane chemistry. So damn cool. But ignoring the hype, Lin Yuan just straightens up, sword in hand. His cape billows behind him, giving off the vibe of a true battle-hardened master. Captivated by that presence, Lang Yue sheathes her sword and smiles in admiration. I've never seen a skill like that before. Did you learn it after your class change? Lin Yuan just shrugs, playing it cool. It's nothing special, just found a skill book. Hearing that, Lang Yue immediately goes into recruitment mode, her eyes shining with a genuine offer. Our number 2 guild has some hidden masters, you know. Interested in joining Jinghua Shui Yu? Not interested in fame. Lin Yuan turns his back smoothly, rejecting the very generous invitation. Forget it, I'm used to being a lone wolf. Even though she was rejected, Lang Yue still has a faint smile playing on her lips, which makes Lin Yuan pause and wonder. Is that familiar smile just an illusion? It looks so much like hers. Unfortunately, that rare smile catches the eye of the mage Xingyin, becoming fuel for his rage. He grips his staff, cursing internally. What the hell did that bastard say to get a reaction like that from Lang Yue? Why is she looking at him that way? Damn it. The tension is broken when the priest cheerfully waves his staff. I've collected all the drops. We can split everything after this, guys. For now, let's stick to the plan and kill the boss. Xiao Yue doesn't hesitate. Lang Yue just calmly nods in agreement. Just as everyone is getting ready, Xingyin the hypocrite steps forward with a fake smile. Wait, I must apologize to our brother here. After seeing your sword skills, I know your true power is beyond imagination. Talent like yours deserves a much better stage. He squints, a vile, petty smirk spreading across his face as he delivers his deadly proposal. I suggest we let him go first and pull the boss's aggro for us. And yep, I know what you're thinking. A cheap trap. Lin Yuan scoffs, exposing the guy's cowardice. If I'm the punching bag pulling aggro, when do I get a chance to deal damage? Never mind getting the boss to half health. Are you trying to chicken out of this fight? Too heartbroken to give up that gold-tier equipment, called out Xingyin drops the act, his face twisting with rage. You think you can survive even a few hits from the boss? You're delusional. I'm telling you, complete this quest, and I'll give you the gold-tier item myself. Seeing the sparks fly, Lang Yue frowns and steps in. I disagree. Changing our strategy right in front of the boss introduces too many unknown factors. But despite her objection, Xingyin stubbornly pushes back. Don't stop me, Lang Yue. I can see you admire him. Why not just let him make his own decision? At that, Lin Yuan's crimson eyes narrow as his mind coldly analyzes the situation. He stares at the mage quickly, calculating. This clown just keeps getting between him and Lang Yue. What a pain. Fine. I'll play along for now just to shut him up. I can deal with him later. With his decision made, he looks up and calmly says, all right, I accept. The team walks into the silent, barren valley. And there they see it, the Lizard King, a colossal beast covered in spiky crimson scales, curled up in a deep sleep. The priest turns to Lin Yuan, excitedly nudging his shoulder. My friend, I can't wait to see your full power. But hiding in a corner behind them, Xingyin pulls his hood low, concealing a vicious and wicked grin. He sneers to himself. That fool has no idea this boss's area attack was practically made to counter summoned beasts. Heh. This is going to be a great show. Ignoring the smug looks, waiting for him to fail, Lin Yuan starts gathering a mass of magic. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Green energy crackles in his palm, his eyes blazing with confidence. You and I are about to watch him take on a death difficulty boss. Sure, this version's boss is a monster, but thanks to his past life he knows every single one of its moves. He seizes the opening, launching himself forward and unleashing a perfect crescent slash with his blade. The massive energy blast soars through the air, a magic shell that drops and detonates right on the beast's head. It wakes the monster with a brutal shockwave of damage that cracks right through its armored scales. Stung by the attack, the Lizard King awakens, throws back its massive fanged maw, and lets out a deafening roar. The system flashes red with insane stats. Tyrant Lizard King Monarch-class level 25 with 15,000 HP, 1,500 attack, 500 defense, and a ton of insane skills. After seeing those terrifying stats, Lin Yuan starts to sweat. He starts freaking out, screaming, "A level 25 boss. The highest player right now is only level 15. How are we supposed to fight a gap that huge?" Hey, stop staring and start attacking. That guy Ming must be regretting this so hard. But pay attention here, just as the trash talk starts, the real fight begins. The enraged boss stomps, sending pillars of red energy erupting from the ground, but Lin Yuan is already moving. He backflips through the air, perfectly dodging the devastating attack and landing in a super cool solid kneeling stance. Lin Yuan slams his hand down and a magic circle erupts, summoning a pack of fierce mana wolves as he smirks. Some habits die hard, he always opens with the same move. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan raises his staff, ready to act. He yells at Lang Yue on the front line, "Hurry, take this chance and charge." But as Lin Yuan leaps into the air, Lin Yuan hangs back, a treacherous smirk on his face, watching with satisfaction. He thinks to himself, this is perfect. Watching him run straight into a death trap is just beautiful, like a pathetic sewer rat. But before the team can even get close, the massive boss slams its tail down. The ground shakes from the impact, sending out a violent shockwave that throws the entire backline flying. Amidst the chaos, Lang Yue grits her teeth and screams back over her shoulder, "Lin Yuan now. Use your crowd control skill." But the mage just freezes up, clutching his staff with a pale face. He panics and screams, "Damn it, it's too late." And because of his epic failure, the entire party gets blown away, like leaves in a storm. In the middle of the chaos, a furious shout cuts through the noise. "Lin Yuan, what the hell are you doing?" As soon as she regains her balance, Lang Yue glares at him. "Why didn't you use your lightning magic to paralyze its tail? We went over the plan a dozen times. Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity you just wasted?" Chewed out by his leader, Lin Yuan collapses, trembling. He just stammers, "Lang Yue, I'm sorry. The situation is so bad." The tank just sits down, defeated. He sighs, "Man, we're all completely wrecked. It'll take forever to heal up. That new guy is screwed." The healer adds, "There's no way he can solo that thing." Okay, I know what you're thinking. It's a total wipe, right? Wrong. If they bail from a death difficulty dungeon, now the penalty will be insane. They are completely stuck. But pushing the panic aside, Lang Yue stands tall, her leadership shining through as she makes a decision. "All right, we've hit a wall. I just hope everyone learns from this disaster. Our new friend fought perfectly. Not a single scratch on him. Instead, our elite team was the deadweight dragging him down. I'll tell him to retreat. The guild will cover all the losses." But just as she's about to surrender, the team's archer suddenly shouts, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, guild leader, look, he's fine. And he's soloing the boss." In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Lin Yuan is calmly planning his next move. The Tyrant Lizard King's weak spot is its back. Paralyze the tail with lightning and it's an easy kill. With his plan set, he raises his sword to the sky, summoning his magic as the monster roars. It readies a counterattack, but Lin Yuan just smirks at its pathetic speed and utters two cold words. "Too slow." Like a flash of lightning, he points, giving the command for the deadly final strike. Lightning Scorpion, break its tail. Instantly, a giant magic scorpion appears, its stinger plunging deep into the lizard's tail. The moment the stinger hits its mark, the system flashes, confirming the absolutely perfect move. The Lightning Scorpion's skill activates Paralyzing Strike. A massive burst of lightning erupts, electrocuting the gigantic beast, freezing it solid. The high-voltage current locks the boss down completely. And just like that, you and I witness absolute perfection. Unleashes a brilliant flash, shattering its defenses. Paralysis effect. The moment the boss's guard breaks, Lin Yuan gives the signal and his summoned beasts swarm in like a tidal wave. Perfect, its blind spot is wide open. Attack. Watching this perfectly smooth outplay, Lin Yuan's eyes widen as he breaks into a cold sweat. He has thunder-type summons and he even knows the boss's patterns. Pure jealousy boils up inside him. He curses under his breath. How the hell did he know that? That last play made me look completely useless. Even more useless than a damn summon. But the team's priest shatters the tension, raising his staff to rally everyone. He shouts with excitement, "Incredible, our friend's got this. Everyone heal up and prepare to back him up." The warrior fired up roars back, "Roger that." But just as the team prepares to charge forward, Lin Yuan stops them with a sinister smile. And here's where it gets nasty. "Hold on," he whispers. What a fool, he thinks, walking right into his own doom. His eyes are glued to the spirit wolves. As they tear into the boss, he sneers, analyzing their fatal weakness. Those pathetic summons won't last long. One shockwave from the boss is all it takes to wipe them out. And just as the snake predicted, the Spirit Wolves' health bars flash red. They begin to flicker, about to vanish from the Lizard King's damage reflect. Before his army collapses, Lin Yuan calmly raises his hand. A dark green magic circle flares to life in his palm. The system flashes instantly. Skill activated. Dark Blessing. A surge of dark power flows from him. The energy channels directly into his summons. The Spirit Wolves' muscles ripple, their bodies restored in a brilliant green light, ready to wreak havoc once more. This comeback completely stuns Xing Yin, his eyes bulging wide. His teeth chatter as he trembles, muttering in utter disbelief. No way. This is impossible. How can he heal summons? At this rate, doesn't that mean he could just solo the boss, ignoring the mage, currently having an existential crisis? Lang Yue draws her massive sword, regaining her cool composure. She shouts, rallying the team's spirit. Everyone get ready, the boss is entering its execution phase. Let's all charge in and finish this. The entire party roars, their killing intent surging. Feeling the humiliation of the swarm attack, it lets out a roar, its body glowing like burning embers. The system blares a critical warning. Skill-activated furnace of all things. The temperature skyrockets, and yeah, the whole valley is now a giant oven, ready to incinerate anyone who dares to get close. Facing this certain death, the party leader pales as she shouts a warning to the entire team. Be careful. This is its ultimate wide-area nuke. The boss's final attack before it dies. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xing Yin's mind is completely lost to jealousy. His eyes become bloodshot, twisting with madness as he silently screams, "No, I will not let you win. I'll get that gear back. Lang Yue will be mine. You can die right here with this monster." He then pretends to play the hero. He raises his staff, activates his Thunder Ring skill, and puts on a show. He yells to split the party. "Everyone get back, let me interrupt the boss's super attack." But instead of aiming at the monster, the deadly trajectory of the lightning veers off course, striking the ground. It hurtles straight towards Lang Yue's exposed back, a clear attempt to use the boss to do his dirty work. Caught completely by surprise, the party leader has no time to react. She can only gasp out as stunned. What? Before the ruthless lightning sends her flying straight into the death zone. But watching this betrayal, Lin Yuan remains ice cold. He uses a wind step to dash forward and intercept, smirking contemptuously. I knew that piece of trash would pull something. Knew he'd try a backstab. Lang Yue's body is sent flying helplessly straight into the boss's fiery attack. Lin Yuan shatters the ground, dashing to the rescue. He sighs internally, always so much trouble. Fast as lightning, Lin Yuan's arm shoots out, grabbing her waist right at the brink of life and death. He pulls her back with a powerful, decisive motion, catching her in a classic romantic princess carry pose. Bringing his cool face close to hers, he reassures her with a deep, charming voice, "Don't be afraid. Just hold on tight." The words barely out, he leaps backward with her, instantly clearing the kill zone. And just like that, the game is decided. And trust me, you are not ready for this next skill, Corpse Explosion. A blue shockwave erupts from within, shattering the Lizard King's defenses. As the light fades, and before the dust even settles, the world system starts spamming his name, celebrating this unprecedented achievement. A server-wide alert, anonymous players have achieved the first clear on a dungeon, and guess what? We're jumping right into the aftermath. Death difficulty. In that shattered valley, Langju Xingyin is held in a strong embrace, her cheeks blushing and her heart racing. She's completely stunned, praising him. "I can't believe someone so young has such incredible combat experience. You weren't even panicked." Lin Yuan gently sets her down, coolly replying, "Really, maybe I just got lucky." Langju regains her composure, but her eyes are still full of admiration. "Even if you won't join my guild, I really want to be friends with you. You know, just so we can run high-level dungeons together later." A perfect opening. Lin Yuan smirks, sealing the deal. All right. Instantly, the blue system window pops up. A sweet connection request. Lenjiu sent a friend request, and our boy doesn't hesitate to hit accept. So our boy has officially befriended Lang Yue, completing his infiltration of the guild. And trust me, the fun is just getting started. The fanboy priest lugs over the reward chest, a sly grin on his face as he teases his uptight leader. I swear, in all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen Lady Lang Yue blush like a flustered schoolgirl. But the embrace doesn't last long. Lang Yue face beat red, coughs awkwardly, and reminds him, "Ahem, you can put me down." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the mage Xingyin is sweating absolute buckets, clutching his staff in a total panic. He's practically in tears, wailing, "How is this possible? I haven't even touched a single strand of her hair." After gently placing the beauty on the ground, Lin Yuan stands tall. The system immediately lights up with a golden announcement. Player Anonymous has achieved 87% contribution in the Death Difficulty Valley of Ashes dungeon. With a number that high, he calmly holds out his hand, ready to collect on a debt. "My contribution was 87%. According to our bet, you should be taking off that golden gear for me." Cornered Xing Yin's face goes pale. He's drenched in sweat, trying to find any way to weasel out of this. Ahem, well, the boss is dead now, so let's check out the loot first, right? We'll split it up. No need. Just take off your golden equipment and hand it over. Lin Yuan forces him back with a pathetic excuse. I'll give it to you. Just don't rush me. Let me find a replacement and I'll hand it right over. And here's the moment we've been waiting for. Lin Yuan smirks coldly. Looks like you're trying to bail on the bet. Seeing the tension rising, guild leader Lang Yue steps in to play peacemaker, making a very generous offer. Honestly, Xingyin's equipment probably wouldn't even suit you. How about this? You get first pick of all the loot from this raid. And on top of that, I'll personally buy you a suitable piece of equipment out of my own pocket. What do you say? Sweet talk by her, Lin Yuan gives a small smile and takes a step back, setting up his real objective. All right, we'll do it your way. But frankly, more than any equipment, I'm interested in learning from a master with special skills. Relieved, Lang Yue nods and agrees instantly. A master, of course. We owe you big time for this. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they're willing. With the deal done, Lin Yuan calmly turns away. He walks toward the giant glowing red corpse of the Lizard King, muttering under his breath. Almost forgot about you. He raises a hand preparing to cast his dark summoning spell on the Lizard King's remains. But in the next second, a flashing red warning interrupts everything. 3 kobold manor zombies have been eliminated. It's a sudden death notification from his minions far away in the underground sewer. Lin Yuan's eyes fly open in shock. He blurts out completely stunned, what his brain immediately kicks into high gear, analyzing the new development. My undead minions were killed. No one ever grinds near the hidden dungeon. There's no reason for anyone to be there. And 3 zombies are more than enough to scare off random explorers. Could it be, has that fake snake charmer finally appeared? And right here, the whole dungeon-clearing plot gets thrown out the window. You and I are now on a manhunt. The clue to finding the #1 believer. It has to be on him. Not wasting a fraction of a second, Lin Yuan becomes a blur. He dives straight into the glowing blue portal, leaving his entire team stunned and shouting after him. Hey buddy, you didn't even grab your gear yet. The scene then cuts to a damp, dripping sewer. Lin Yuan, under a magical invisibility cloak, stealthily moves along the wall, calculating his next move. The entrance looks clear, but sticking to this narrow tunnel is the safer play. As he presses deeper inside, he quickly spots the bodies of his 2 summoned dire wolves already lying cold and still on the stone floor. Kneeling down to examine the scene, he uses his glowing sword for light, his brow furrowed in expert analysis. There are no signs of a struggle. My summons were killed by strangulation. Looks like the enemy is a pro. Lin Yuan squints, his suspicion confirmed. These are definitely snake bites. The mobs in the hidden dungeon aren't this big. And if it was the Ming Wang serpent, my minions would have been obliterated. Piecing all the clues together, he springs to his feet, his cloak billowing around him dramatically. He reaches one undeniable conclusion. Then it's 100% certain. The snake charmer himself was here. Just as he figures it all out. Boom. A massive wave of killing intent crashes down, shattering his invisibility. A giant phantom snake, its venomous fangs bared, lunges straight down at him as a red system window appears. Invisibility, broken bone, corroding demon serpent. Level 15, HP 4500, attack 300, defense 130. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Yuan flips backward, artfully dodging a devastating tail whip with pure style. The serpent's tail smashes down, cracking the very ground as he leaps back to create a safe distance. He raises his hand, gathering a blinding sphere of green necromantic magic that cuts through the oppressive darkness. Swinging his sword, he sends the energy slicing right into the demonic serpent. Lin Yuan frowns, his guard up. These sewer snakes are no joke. Plus, he has no idea what kind of nasty skills they're hiding, so he has to stay on high alert. But just then, a massive shadow suddenly blots out his vision. Startled, he looks up to face a colossal serpent king. Another gigantic beast rearing its head and staring him down. He can't help but gasp, how is there another one? Without a hint of fear, he grits his teeth, tightens his grip, and raises his great sword to block the monster's powerful bite. Under the suffocating pressure from the brutal strike, Lin Yuan seizes the moment to unleash a magic circle beneath his feet. He shouts out, summoning his trump card, the dire wolf. Instantly, a massive glowing green demon wolf head emerges from the ground. And this is where it gets crazy. Radiating pure killing intent, he points his sword and gives a sharp command, stop them for me. The dire wolf obeys, lunging forward with its massive fangs, sinking them deep into the serpent's tough scales and throwing it aside. With his summon keeping the monster busy, Lin Yuan pivots and dashes deeper into the darkness, his mind already racing. This messy situation won't work long term. The real enemy is hiding, pulling the strings. He has to drag him out. The mastermind has to be dealt with first. His crimson eyes pierce the gloom, all his senses pushed to their absolute limit. He scans for the final boss's hiding spot. Very quickly, his gaze locks onto a large iron gate. It's blocking the end of the tunnel. Just then, he spots the tip of a snake's tail hastily slithering inside. A smirk crosses his face. Found you. Instantly, Lin Yuan flies towards it at full power, his fist crackling with green magic. Tearing through the air, he growls out a final judgment. There's nowhere left to run. His punch carries overwhelming force. He brings his fist down without a shred of mercy. But even with that direct, brutal impact, there's absolutely no reaction. His brow furrows. Something is very wrong. Looking closer at the shattered iron gate, he suddenly realizes there are still traces of his own green magic left on it. His expression turns cold. He'd been here before. Standing before a bottomless pit, he quickly connects the dots and finally understands the enemy's wicked scheme. Okay, so you and I just figured it out too. This is the domain of the Serpent King. He was intentionally lured into a death trap. At the same time, his summoned beast finally runs out of energy, crumbling into faint green smoke and fading into nothing. Seeing his summon vanish, Lin Yuan slowly turns his head, his face ice-cold, looking back at his enemy beside the demon serpents. A provocative smirk plays on his lips. All right then, let's see who loses patience first. As he speaks, the system window flashes. His stealth skill activates. Lin Yuan's body dissolves into wisps of dim light, melting into the shadows. Having lost their target, the two purple demon snakes snap their venomous jaws wide open, frantically lunging forward to attack. But their fangs hit nothing but the cold iron gate, leaving behind an empty space with not a single person in sight. Seeing his prey slip away, the serpent tamer grinds his teeth in frustration. So he didn't fall for the trap after all. Underneath his snake-scale mask, his eyes flash with vicious killing intent. I will not allow anyone else to learn the secret of this sewer. This is my territory. The air grows heavy with a suffocating silence in the dark, gloomy tunnels. The creepy atmosphere is amplified by the slight ripples on the water's surface. The villain holds his breath, his dark purple pupils darting around, rigorously scanning every nook and cranny to sniff out the intruder. The moment he catches a tiny flicker of movement, he instantly spins, swings his staff, and fires a destructive bolt of lightning, roaring maniacally. There you are, become food for my snakes. The powerful attack slams down, smashing the ground into a pile of rubble and thick dust. However, contrary to the villain's fantasy, Lin Yuan descends like a phantom from the air right into his blind spot. He lands directly behind him and asks with cold sarcasm, "Who are you trying to hit?" The serpent tamer jumps in pure shock. But seizing the moment while his opponent is still stunned, Lin Yuan channels his power and swings his greatsword. A brilliant green crescent-shaped slash cuts through the air. In a desperate reflex, the villain quickly raises his staff to block. He barely parries the blow, gritting his teeth and hissing. "You dare toy with me?" Refusing a fair fight, he calls for backup. The giant demon snake behind him opens its massive fang-filled maw and lunges at Lin Yuan, roaring, "Are you looking to die?" Instantly, Lin Yuan analyzes his opponent's weakness. It's obvious this guy is completely useless in close-quarters combat. And there it is, you and I both see the game plan forming. All he has to do is keep the beasts busy and victory is guaranteed. He smirks. Back into the fight. "You're not the only one who can summon minions," he taunts. "Let's see how they play together." As more undead crawl from their graves, the Snake Master's eyes widen, whispering in absolute shock. "More zombies? How can this be? This is impossible." While his enemy is still processing, Lin Yuan unleashes another devastating magic attack. He presses the advantage, landing a physical blow while taunting. "Besides dancing around with a few snakes, is that all you've got?" Hitting a sore spot, the villain roars back. "Shut your mouth. A dead man like you doesn't need to know anything." His cloak billows in a magical aura as Lin Yuan just scoffs at the weak comeback. "Stop barking. Without your little snake pets, you're completely useless. You're an embarrassment to the name of the #1 believer." Hearing his master insulted, the villain explodes in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of dark purple energy from his staff. He screams, "You bastard, how do you know about the existence of that great person?" As chaos erupts, a giant snake strikes. The massive serpent descends from above, carrying a destructive power aimed directly at Lin Yuan's position. The villain grips his staff tightly, a twisted evil smile spreading across his masked face. "Didn't see that coming, did you? I still had one more snake ready. Now let me personally interrogate you." Now you and I both know this is far from over. Facing this ambush, Lin Yuan remains perfectly calm. His sharp crimson eyes have already figured out the truth. So that's how they hid their surprise attack. These creatures actually use the terrain for cover. He's deep in enemy territory now. He realizes he's in the #1 believer's turf and must capture this guy alive for information. In the next second, his sword flashes. He tears through the incoming snakes. Seeing this, the Snake Master goes berserk, pouring all his life force into one final desperate attack. "The game ends here," he declares. "You piece of trash." But Lin Yuan quickly dodges his mind, already working on a counterplan. This is the perfect moment. He'll use this chance to lure him in closer. The destructive energy blast rips through the air. Lin Yuan raises his sword to block, pretending to struggle as he shouts, "Damn it." The next second, two snakes wrap around him tightly. The villain's magic actually comes with a control effect. His movements are clearly slowing down. The Snake Master points his staff downward, mocking him with a condescending laugh. When I saw those zombies, I thought I was seeing things. I can't believe you're an undead hunter. It's a shame your skills are so pathetic. You clearly haven't mastered them yet. Hearing his ultra-rare class name exposed, Lin Yuan freezes for a second, his sharp gaze filled with genuine astonishment. Undead hunter, what the hell are you talking about? His mind races, suspicion building to a fever pitch. How does this bastard know about his hidden class? He even seems to know the entire skill set of an undead hunter. From behind the snake-scale mask, the villain lets out a crazed laugh. Just confess already, he sneers. Where did you get the information on my master's location? I have all day to play with you. In response to that arrogance, Lin Yuan holds his head high. His eyes glow red, his killing intent absolutely chilling. I'll return that question to you. In a moment, I'm going to beat you until you spit out everything you know. Before he can finish, the Snake Master's face turns pale with horror as he spots his pet snakes behind him, now corrupted by darkness. You, when the hell did you turn my snakes into undead monsters? Lin Yuan folds his hands behind his back, declaring judgment. My undead army is endless. Your little pets are dying by the second. Stop your useless struggling. Having lost his advantage, the villain grinds his teeth and throws up a magical defense, screaming, in your dreams. He ignores the danger and makes a break for it, shouting, I will never let a mongrel like you catch me. Seeing this, Lin Yuan thrusts out a hand glowing with azure magic, decisively activating his trump card, Corpse Explosion. Receiving the command, the zombified snake fiend frantically twists and launches itself into the air, intercepting its former master. The violent force from the undead explosion obliterates everything in its path, sending a shockwave through the entire tunnel. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Lin Yuan activates another skill, sending out a volley of magical green vines to chase him down. He lands in the smoldering wreckage, coolly assessing the scene. He's fast, he thinks, but at least I've pinpointed the general area where this snake controller is operating. His crimson eyes gleam with calculated confidence. Plus, at this stage, the villain hasn't yet gained that broken power-up. He thinks he hasn't received the overwhelming power of the evil god's advent yet. Once I learn how to break control effects, these pathetic snakes will just be free raw materials delivered right to my doorstep. While lost in thought, his eyes suddenly stop. His gaze falls upon the rubble and debris. In a dark crevice, a brilliant golden light flashes, completely catching his attention. He bends down and picks up the strange object. And trust me, what he just found is about to change absolutely everything. It's a pocket watch. Flipping it over, Lin Yuan finds no stat board, quickly confirming his theory. No stats showing. Let's piece this together. If it's not gear, it's a marker. A clue. If this guy really is hiding in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, then finding Lang Yue is the right move. He's definitely still in his hideout. Without wasting a second, he opens the system and sends an urgent message. Lang Yue, are you free tonight? I need to discuss what happened in the Valley of Cinder. He hits send. The scene shifts to the quiet night sky. The stone castles of the city begin to light up, bustling with life. In a quiet corner of a tavern, Lang Yue rushes to his table. A hint of apology in her voice, she says, Sorry, I'm a little late. Sitting down, she gets straight to business. She slides a gleaming golden ring shimmering with magical effects across the table. The gold-grade item I promised. See if the stats work for you. A bright blue system window pops up showing off its premium stats. A direct 20-point boost to spirit, 200 extra mana, and a skill that rapidly speeds up mana recovery. Stroking the high-quality ring, Lin Yuan nods in satisfaction. A mana regen effect, After spamming his last move, his mana has been dropping like a rock. This is a solid show of good faith from Lang Yue. But she's not done yet. She pulls out the loot from the Death Gate raid, smiling brightly. And the spoils from the Valley of Cinder. As promised, you get first pick. First, a silver-grade Umbral Light armor flashes, followed by a wickedly sharp Star Essence dagger, perfect for an assassin. But hold on, this is the one you and I have been waiting for. A level 1 skill scroll that instantly adds 100 proficiency points. He doesn't even glance at the silver gear. Lin Yuan snatches the scroll and immediately stashes it. He calls it. This was made for me even better than I hoped. You guys can split the other stuff, I'm good with just this. Seeing how decisive he is, Lang Yue rests her chin on her hand, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. And here I thought you were the brooding lone wolf type. I never expected to see you in a noisy place like this. Lin Yuan ignores her, teasing his expression, turning stone cold. Today, while farming mobs in the sewers, I ran into an expert. The emblem on him was an exact match for your guild's logo. I want to find him for a friendly chat. Think you can help me out? Lang Yue looks surprised. The sewers, let me ask around internally. As proof, he pushes the gleaming gold pocket watch towards her. He dropped this when he ran. Take a close look. Does anyone in your guild use a watch like this? She picks up the evidence, frowning. She inspects it carefully. And trust me, her reaction is not what he expected. A pocket watch. This doesn't really look like game equipment. To be honest, I've never seen this kind of flashy accessory before. Lin Yuan gets the picture and says, seriously, understood. Please listen for any news about the sewers for me. This is literally a matter of life and death. Seeing his gravity, she nods firmly. Got it. I'll make this a guild priority. With the main business handled, Lin Yuan subtly probes her about the guild's internal drama. By the way, you just handed a gold-grade item to an outsider. No one in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild had a problem with that. At the mention of her troublemaking teammate, Lin Yue's face turns icy. Xingyin, of course, threw a fit, but he brought this on himself. It was clearly his fault, so who else can he blame? Her sharp gaze suddenly softens as she brushes back her hair, her voice filled with a distant memory. There's another reason. You look incredibly similar to my younger brother. It's confusing sometimes. If he were still alive today, he'd be about your age. Hearing this, Lin Yuan quietly connects the dots. No wonder he thinks her reactions before felt so strange and yet familiar. He gently pushes the watch back to her. It's been a long time. Try not to dwell on the past. The heavy mood lifts as Leng Yu regains her usual sharpness. Oh right, if you trust me, start stocking up on as many lightning resistance potions as you can. You'll need them soon. As Lin Yuan pockets the ring, a system notification pops up. A quest from Ya has been completed. He puts two and two together. The Order faction must have caught wind of the upcoming lightning-type dungeon, and I happen to have the best recipe for those potions. He thinks, then says aloud, I'll consider your offer. It's late, so I'll be leaving first. Leng Yue stands with a smile. It's on my way, let's walk together. And just like that, you know it's about to go down. As they leave, a figure in a low-brimmed hat emerges from an alley blocking their path. Lin Yuan walks off with his goddess. But Xingyin's face goes dark, his hands gripping his staff so hard it cracks the stone. That bastard dares to secretly date Lenju, I've got to destroy him. But just as he turns, they're right there. Lin Yuan and Lenju are right in front of him. Well, what a coincidence, Xingyin. You came to this tavern too. Flustered, he tries to play it off. I was just taking a walk nearby. Then he immediately targets Lenju. Lengjie is the guild master. Why are you wasting your time with this nobody? You should keep your distance. Lin Yuan glares back, his comeback sharp. I asked her here to discuss some private guild matters. You're just a grunt. You don't need to worry about it. Getting shut down in front of his crush, Xingyin's staff crackles with lightning. Oh, look at Mr. Big Shot. Weren't you just bragging about not joining the guild? Now pay attention to this part. He gets right in Lin Yuan's face, eyes bloodshot. Tell me the truth. What filthy reason do you have for getting close to her? Lin Yuan frowns, thinking to himself this persistent ghost is just absolute trash. Then he replies out loud. Guildmaster Lengyu's sword skills are truly extraordinary. I went out of my way to ask her here for a little sparring. You got a problem with that, Xingyin sneers. I think you're more interested in the girl than the sword pal. Lenju, don't be fooled by this guy. Don't bring disaster upon yourself. That was the last straw for her. She turns her back and walks away, her voice ice cold. Thanks for your concern, but since when do I need your permission? Seeing his crush angry, he panics, trying to save the situation. No, Ling Yue, that's not what I meant. She whips around, her face full of disappointment. Enough, I came all this way to sort out your equipment issue. You couldn't have disappointed me more. He stammers, sweating bullets. Leng Yue, you misunderstood. Watching them walk away, Xingyin's eyes fill with a crazed, wicked glare. It's all that bastard's fault. He grabs his head, muttering, I just need to make him disappear. Then Leng Yue will go back to how she was. Her eyes will only be on me. His face twists in a monstrous snarl, a bone-chilling, killing intent radiating from him. Consumed by rage, he heads to a dark port filled with wooden crates. Seeing his contact, he slams a bag of money on the table. So you were hiding here, he commands. Take care of this guy for me. The masked assassin calmly sips his wine. He lazily replies, what's the rush? Let me finish this drink. Xingyin roars, completely losing it. Double the pay when you're done. You have to take him down. Make it as miserable as possible for him. The assassin receives the target's picture through the system and smirks. Well, a big spender. I'll take this job. The malicious mage adds one more sinister instruction. Remember, do it somewhere crowded. A place with lots of people. His face contorts like a demon, eyes blood red as he growls. Torture him slowly right out in the open for everyone to see. The assassin stares at the projected image of Lin Yuan's cold face, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This kid. He looks kind of familiar. The scene then shifts to a bustling desert city. An old NPC, Uncle Darkway, stares at a pocket watch. He shakes his head. I've never seen a watch like this. It just looks like a normal piece of jewelry to me. But you could try your luck with the Scorpion Knights. That is, if you can even get inside their headquarters. Taking back the watch, Lin Yuan sighs. He can't believe even a veteran NPC like Darkway is clueless about this item. He nods politely. All right, thanks, Uncle. The NPC waves his hand. Don't mention it. Too bad I'm retired now. Without a good reason, it's hard to meet the Knight Commander. Just then, a beautiful young woman walks in with a basket. "Uncle Darkway, how have you been? I brought you some tasty food." Seeing her, the old man's face lights up instantly. "Is that you, Edith? Ah, I feel better already. Thanks for coming all this way to visit an old man like me." Hearing that familiar name, Lin Yuan's eyes narrow and he murmurs, "Edith. And trust me, you'll want to see how this plays out. If you want intel on the Scorpion Knights, go ask this girl. She's Captain Shi's daughter." But Edith quickly shook her head, looking hurt. "No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. Now I'm just a self-reliant tailor." Smelling a quest, Lin Yuan took a step forward, baiting the hook. "Sounds like a simple family misunderstanding. Maybe I can help with that." And just like that, you can see our main character about to work his magic. The old man sighed and urged her, "Edith, the captain regrets everything now. Don't let your bad blood fester like this." Edith managed a gentle smile, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "All right, young man, please follow me." Turning to go inside, she clutched a small box to her chest and confessed, "I thought I'd never get the chance to give this to him." Turns out all she needed was a little push from our guy Lin Yuan. Edith gently caresses the crimson box, slowly unlatching the lid to reveal a neatly folded black ceremonial outfit inside. She carefully holds the box containing the exquisite suit, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. This was more than just clothes. "I spent a whole year sewing this suit by hand. I hope you can help me deliver it to my father." She gently places the box into Lin Yuan's hands, her voice pleading. "Afterwards, please tell me what he says." Taking the item, Lin Yuan gives a firm guarantee. "Don't you worry, I'll make sure it gets there as soon as possible." And right. On cue, a green system window pops up. You and I both know what this means. A hidden quest has been triggered. Lin Yuan quickly scans the details. Quest name: Dust-Covered Kinship. The activation condition was to heal Edith and gain her favor. He also needed a reputation score higher than 0 with the Scorpion Knights. The objective: deliver the hand-sewn suit to her father, a gold-rank knight named Shi. Time limit: 12 hours. In no time, Lin Yuan arrives at the gate of the Scorpion Knights barracks. The place is heavily guarded by soldiers wielding massive pikes. Seeing a stranger in a black cloak approaching, they immediately react. 2 guards cross their weapons, blocking his path and shouting, "Halt, who goes there?" But Lin Yuan remains perfectly calm. "Please don't worry. I'm here on behalf of Lady Edith to deliver something to your commander." Hearing her name, one guard lowers his weapon in surprise. "Lady Edith, please wait here. I'll inform the commander right away." While waiting, Lin Yuan crosses his arms, doing some mental calculations. The Scorpion Knights are a major power in this land. In fact, they're the strongest fighting force in the Western Desert, ancient country, second only to the Imperial Tutor. A good relationship here would be huge. Things would be much easier down the road. Soon the guard runs back out, waving him over. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please follow me." Lin Yuan strolls behind the guard deeper into the camp, his eyes scanning everything with curiosity. He spots a giant winged lion with a vicious scorpion tail chained up. Looking at the beast, an idea begins to form. He quietly thinks to himself, if he wants to get one of these unique manticore mounts, he'll need to grind a lot more reputation. Only then would he even have the qualifications to buy one. The beast sees him pass by and lets out a low, menacing growl. It flexes its massive claws, eyes burning with a fiery threat. They soon arrive at a large tent where the guard stops and points. The commander is right inside. "You can go in yourself." Lin Yuan gives him a polite nod. "All right, thank you." The moment he steps inside, however, his face tenses up. Now pay attention, this next part is critical. The commander's power is absolutely terrifying, on par with a level 60 Lord-class monster. He cannot afford any mistakes. He must not let his secret as a necromancer slip. Inside, a man in heavy armor stands with his back to him. He's studying a battle map. Lin Yuan speaks up, "Commander Shi, my apologies for the intrusion." The silver-haired man with a long scar across his face turns slightly, his voice heavy with regret. "Tell me, is my Edith doing well?" Lin Yuan steps forward, placing the red box on a wooden table, and calmly replies, "Lady Edith misses you very much. In fact, she asked me to bring you something." With careful hands, he lifts the beautiful suit out of the box. He continues, "This is the suit she spent an entire year sewing for you, hoping you would understand her feelings." She just stares blankly. A year, that child. She must have poured her entire soul into this. "Why won't she come see me?" He clutches the suit tightly, the old commander's eyes shining with a mixture of immense pride and deep sorrow. So after all these years, she's still so passionate about tailoring. "Look at this exquisite needlework. It is a true work of art." His face crumples with regret as he hangs his head, blaming himself. "And yet, all those years ago, I was so stubborn. I believed my daughter couldn't pursue such a lowly profession as a tailor, and in the end, I forced her to run away from home." His rough, callous hand gently traces the soft, frilled collar. He whispers, "It's been 10 years. 10 long years since they last met." Seeing this raw emotion, Lin Yuan is stunned. He never expected a legendary general, a man who could command armies, to have such a vulnerable side. This is his chance. He has to ask about the watch. Composing himself, he offers a comforting smile. Sir, Lady Edith. She doesn't hold any resentment towards you. The commander snaps his head up, his teary eyes filled with determination. Please tell her for me. I no longer care about that ridiculous honor anymore. I just want my daughter to come home. Lin Yuan places a hand over his chest. He bows his head respectfully. Of course. However, I have one more thing I need to trouble you with. With that, he opens his palm. He reveals a unique skull-shaped golden pocket watch to the old commander. Do you know anything about this watch? She squints, observing the item carefully, and his tone is firm. And what he says next just opens up a brand new mystery for us all. A pocket watch, I can say with absolute certainty I have never seen a design like this before. Now go. Give my Edith this message. Lin Yuan pockets the watch, sighing in frustration, forced to accept the dead end. All right, fine. But just as he turned to leave, he froze at the sound of a voice behind him. It was Captain Shi. Wait. The captain's gaze turned sharp as steel, one eye glowing with a menacing red light. The pressure was immense. Who are you really? And you just know this is where things get seriously intense. Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Did he slip up? Did the old man see through him? But then the captain closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and withdrew his killing intent. That was rude of me. If my daughter trusts you, I shouldn't. He suddenly held out a gleaming gold medal as he declared, Thank you for what you've done. If anyone dares to bully Edith, you have my permission to use the Scorpion Knight's name and send them straight to hell. Lin Yuan let out a huge sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was way too close for comfort. He straightened up and made a vow. Understood. I'll ensure Lady Edith's safety. Immediately, the system interface flashed. A brilliant notification appeared. You have gained Shi's recognition, Scorpion Knight's reputation plus 1,000. The good news kept rolling in. Scorpion Knight's reputation has reached friendly. You are now an honorary member. Staring at the medal in his hand, Lin Yuan couldn't help but grin, his mind already calculating. He can't believe the captain just handed over a knight's medal. This is an item you can't get any other way. Holding this little treasure is basically like having a VIP pass to walk all over the Western Desert. Leaving the barracks, he headed straight for the shops district with a smirk. His reputation score was finally high enough. 1,500 points. The reputation store was officially unlocked, and he wasn't about to miss this golden opportunity. After all, some exclusive items could only be bought right here. The guard at the shop welcomed him with a huge smile. Greetings, young knight. What can I get for you today? Scrolling past rows of high-end gear, Lin Yuan made his choice. I want to buy a manticore mount. He chuckled to himself, scheming. He had already mastered all the combat engineering skills. Now, if he could just activate this mount, he'd basically own a mobile fortress. The NPC stroked the fur of the strange lion-scorpion beast, reminding him the manticore is incredibly expensive, you know. There are only a few in the entire city, and the price is 3 million gold coins. Lin Yuan just tossed a massive sack of gold on the table. Without even blinking an eye, he said coolly, Not a problem. The system window instantly lit up. 2 notifications back-to-back, gold coins deducted. And Manticore mount has been successfully activated. The scene cuts back to the tailor's shop. Edith had her hands clasped, tears of pure joy streaming down her face. My father. He really said that. Oh my God. I thought he'd long forgotten about me, lost in his world of knights in duty. Lin Yuan offered a gentle, reassuring smile. Don't say that, Lady Edith. The captain truly wants you to come back home. The girl lowered her gaze, a contented smile spreading across her face. Just knowing he feels that way, for me that's more than enough. The familiar interface glowed again. Hidden quest, dust-covered kinship. Complete. Another win. Edith respectfully presented a wooden box to her benefactor with a bright smile. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. And please tell my father that being able to sew beautiful clothes for people with my own hands has made me truly happy. I want to stay here and continue my work. He opened the box, and the stats of a top-tier item immediately filled his vision. The Dark Spirit Cloak. Gold-tier equipment. Constitution plus 100, Defense plus 60, Spirit plus 30. And its skill, Magic Immunity Cloak. An active ability that makes him immune to all magic damage and CC for 10 seconds. The only catch, a 24-hour cooldown. He quickly threw the brand new cloak on a magical aura flaring to life around him. And with that gold-tier glow, you and I just watched our boy get one hell of a power-up. Magic immunity and crowd control resistance. With an item like this, he can completely shut down that snake charlatan. He gives a nod. Thanks for the intel, I'm off to deliver a message. The scene shifts again. Outside the Night Order's barracks, a sigh of relief comes from Commander Shi. It seems Edith really loves her current life. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. But he hasn't given up on finding clues. Lin Yuan strokes his chin, gears turning. If the pocket watch lead is a dead end, why not just ask directly for intel on snakes? Steeling himself, he speaks up, "Commander, sir, do you happen to have any information related to snakes?" The commander strokes his beard, a confused frown on his face. Snakes. Ever since the Serpent-kin civilization was exiled, we've already wiped out every single snake around this city. But then the commander suddenly remembers. He paused, narrowing his eyes in deep thought. But you gotta wonder, if a snake appears in a dream, does it still count? Smelling something unusual, Lin Yuan pressed curiously. A snake? Was there anything special about it? Stroking his chin, the man recalled. Well, rumor is it's a giant python. But I mean, stuff in dreams is just illusions, right? We have no idea what to do. As he spoke, he picked up a letter sealed with red wax, his voice lowering with the weight of the request. You're an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights now. And since you're so interested in this snake, handing the letter to the young man, he sealed the deal. I'm leaving this mission in your hands, taking the secret letter. Lin Yuan gave a sharp nod. All right, I'll go immediately. But his mind was racing with possibilities. Could it be the Nether King's serpent? How could it possibly crawl into someone else's dream? Is this whole thing connected to that snake charmer? The system panel immediately popped up with a new quest. Mission accepted, the Nightmare of Count Callow. The mission objective: head directly to Count Callow's mansion, find him, and uncover any clues related to this quest. 48 hours on the clock. Following the system's directions, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the massive, luxurious stone mansion. But before he could even approach, the heavy wooden doors burst open. A servant with a vicious face was dragging a young woman out, tossing her callously onto the ground. Now pay attention, because what happens next is just plain ugly. The woman hit the stone floor, crying out in pain. The servant glared, pointing and cursing at her. How dare a lowly commoner like you defy the count? The butler, dressed in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, smugly adjusted his white gloves and gave the order. She clearly has a death wish. Beat her for me. His goons immediately rushed forward, kicking the girl as she curled into a ball to protect her head, still hurling insults. You trash, can't you learn your lesson without a beating? A brawny thug raised a muscular fist, snarling through his teeth. The count, taking notice of a peasant like you is a blessing, you hear me, a blessing. But before his punch could land, Lin Yuan's hand shot out and stopped it as if it were a feather. He smirked sarcastically. So this must be the count's mansion. Your hospitality is truly an eye-opening experience. Interrupted by a stranger, the goons backed up a few steps, glaring and shouting threats. What sewer did a little rat like you crawl out of? You dare stick your nose in the count's business? The butler chuckled, pushing up his glasses with an air of superiority. Oh look, trying to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. If you like it here so much, you can stay. Permanently. The girl, lying weakly on the ground, looked up at her savior with bruised eyes, pleading, please, you have to run. Nothing good comes from offending the count. In response, Lin Yuan simply took a cold step forward. This is exactly the place I was looking for. And here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for. He explodes with power, sending the thugs flying into the air with terrified screams. What in the world is happening? Lin Yuan slowly advanced on the cowering butler. In a cold voice, he asked, where is the count? The man was sweating bullets, trying to cling to his last shred of dignity. Dude, do you have any idea who you're messing with? This place is. Before he could finish, a figure slowly approached. Looking up at the newcomer, the fat, bearded Count Callow swaggered forward arrogantly. This is Count Callow's territory. Where did this peasant crawl from, daring to touch my men? Go inform the Scorpion Knights and throw this punk in jail for me. Lin Yuan calmly pulled out a gleaming gold medal, holding it up for the count to see. He smirked. I'm the one the Scorpion Knights sent here about your little nightmare problem. Seeing the emblem, the count's eyes went wide with shock. You're a knight. His attitude flipped 180 degrees. The count turned and snarled at his butler. Hang every single one of these useless fools up. Starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. The butler bowed low. Yes, my lord. Turning back to Lin Yuan, the count's face twisted into a fake fawning smile. A bunch of blind idiots can't even tell a knight from a commoner. They deserve to die. You've come at the perfect time. If you can solve my problem, I'll personally request a bonus for you. Lin Yuan coolly shoved his hands in his pockets. I certainly hope so. Following the count inside, his eyes landed on a ridiculously extravagant library with massive bookshelves reaching to the ceiling. A few maids were busily cleaning. Some dusted with feather dusters, while others struggled to tidy up the gaudy jewel-encrusted velvet chairs. Sinking into the large armchair behind his desk, the count clutched his forehead and began to vent his troubles. In my dreams, there's always this giant python chasing me, hissing and trying to tear me apart. I've even hired senior priests, but none of them could find the cause. It's utterly humiliating. A count like me forced to endure this pathetic torture. He slid a meticulously drawn painting across the desk toward Lin Yuan. I hired an artist to paint the damn thing. Model. Yuan wonders if there's a solution. He picks up the strange drawing of a 3-headed cobra. Lin Yuan's brow furrows in surprise. Of course. The Nether King's serpent. Folding the paper, he smirks and calmly replies, "Your Excellency, I'm going to need a little more time on this." Just then, a pretty short-haired maid approaches, timidly with a tray of tea. Now watch closely because this is where everything goes sideways. A simple mistake would change everything. The maid suddenly trips on the edge of the carpet, falling forward as the tray goes flying, sending a glass of ice-cold water straight into the arrogant Count's face. Panicked, she freezes. Splash, the Count jolts to his feet, wiping his face and roaring like a wild animal. He points a furious finger at the trembling girl. You filthy commoner." In a fit of pure rage, he swings his massive arm, a vicious slap sending the maid crashing to the floor as he screams curses at her. "You worthless trash, I'll peel the skin from your bones." The poor girl clutches her swollen cheek, sobbing on the ground. She begs for mercy under the oppressive shadow of her cruel master. "Please, my lord, don't hit me." But the Count's face is a twisted crimson mask of fury, his eyes bloodshot as he bellows like a demon. "You can't even do one simple thing." Still not satisfied, he hatefully raises his heavy leather boot, about to stomp her face into the ground. Trash is as trash does. But before the boot can land, Lin Yuan moves like the wind, sweeping the maid up in his arms. He dashes her to safety in a split second, leaving the Count stumbling off balance, his eyes wide with shock. Holding the blushing girl, Lin Yuan calmly turns back. "Your Excellency, we are still discussing the commission. I'm afraid your current behavior is a bit inappropriate, wouldn't you say?" Called out, the Count forces himself to calm down, pasting on a fake laugh. "Ha, my apologies, I lost my composure, but I'm only trying to help them. If they can't handle a simple task, how will they ever survive in the real world?" He puffs out his chest proudly, while Lin Yuan gently sets the maid down. "When they were starving on the streets, it was I who took them in. They should be on their knees thanking me every single day." He shoves his greasy, cruel face close to hers, hissing out his threat. "Answer me, Anna. Isn't that right?" The maid Anna looks at the floor, tears welling up as she clasps her hands together and whispers in fear, Yes, my lord. I am eternally grateful." He sneers and dismisses her. Walking past Lin Yuan and the butler, the Count just keeps ranting, spewing the most vile, condescending insults. Unlike nobles like myself born with superior blood, these kinds of poverty-stricken rats from the slums, they aren't even worth a scrap of black bread. He plops back down at his lavish table, lacing his fingers together smugly. "However, even these lowly creatures have their uses. Their greatest purpose in life is to please me and keep me entertained. Don't you agree?" And I know what you're thinking. The insult is clearly aimed at Lin Yuan too, but he just closes his eyes, staying silent. Annoyed, the Count turns to his butler to show off his authority. "Butler, clear the table and set up a separate place for this knight without a title." The butler bows deeply, and the Count turns back to mock Lin Yuan. "Hey, if it weren't for the fact that you're working for me, you probably would never in your life get the chance to taste the fine delicacies of a Count's household." Soon after, a long banquet table is filled with food by the scurrying maids. The butler stands beside his master, announcing, "Your Excellency, the venison sent by Count Golden Hu has been prepared by the chef exactly as you instructed." The noble strokes his chin, nodding like an expert. Not bad." But then, he glances at Lin Yuan with utter disdain and clicks his tongue. This knight is from the countryside. He's probably not used to such refined cuisine. Just give him a bowl of fish soup. "Yes, my lord," the butler smirks obnoxiously. Hearing the blatant insults, Lin Yuan's brow twitches as he makes a promise. "The mission comes first, but trust me, you and I both know when this is over. I'm coming back to burn this house down." He just shrugs and gives a simple reply. "Whatever you say is fine." A moment later, Anna approaches, gently placing a simple bowl of fish soup in front of him. "For you, Sir Knight." Lin Yuan looks up at her and offers a polite smile. "Thank you." While noisily chewing a huge piece of meat and chugging wine, the fat Count gets impatient. "Knight, have you figured out a solution yet? Don't waste any more of my time." Lin Yuan calmly lifts the simple bowl and takes a sip of soup. He then makes a calm suggestion. "I hope to stay in your room tonight for observation." Hearing this, the Count explodes, shattering his wine glass and pointing furiously. "Are you kidding me? My bedroom? Is that a place for someone like you to just waltz in and out of? Figure it out yourself. I just want results." Despite getting chewed out, Lin Yuan stays cool, carrying a bowl of soup and cursing the guy under his breath. What an arrogant, self-important fool. A moment later, the fat man enters the room and a cold glint flashes in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets ugly. He activates invisibility and stands before the Count's room when he suddenly realizes something's wrong. Right in front of him, a sickening slap rings out. The maid Anna clutches her swollen cheek, screaming in pain. Sprawled on a jewel-encrusted chair, Count Kalos shoves his arrogant face down towards her and snarls, "You ungrateful thing, is serving me, Count Kalos, such a grievance to you?" The butler standing nearby chimes in, "That's right. Countless people would kill for the chance to serve the master." On the floor, the poor girl sobs, begging, Please, please spare me. He grabs a fistful of her hair, yanking her head back, revealing a vile, wicked smile. You really think some low-level knight can protect you? That idiot does whatever I tell him to do. Don't you get it? Ha ha ha. The butler pushes up his glasses, joining in with a sneer. A knight, what a joke. If you just say the word my lord, he's nothing more than a slave. From behind the ornate wooden door, cloaked in blue invisibility magic, Lin Yuan's brow furrows, his fists clenching. So this is how he forces the maids, here into servitude, through disgusting blackmail. Inside, the count shoves the girl away, sending her sprawling on the stone floor. He declares arrogantly, I Count Kalo am not just powerful in the Western Desert Kingdom. Even in other nations, I am still recognized as a count. You will never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Anna can only cover her face and weep. The slimy butler leans in to flatter him. A brilliant man, such as yourself, my lord, would of course never put all his eggs in one basket. The fat count strokes his chin and scoffs, incredibly pleased with himself. Fat's only natural. Overhearing this, Lin Yuan's mind races, connecting the dots. Wait a minute, his title was granted by the Western Desert King. How could he possibly retain those privileges in another country unless... Instantly, a green system window flashes to life with a new quest update triggering a hidden condition. You see that, the whole mission just flipped. The Nightmare of Count Kalo has upgraded to arrest the traitor. A gold-level quest. Objective: apprehend the traitor, Count Kalo, and find evidence of his treason. Time limit 48 hours. A smirk plays on his lips. Just as I predicted. This Kalo guy is a traitor. He needs to contact the Scorpion Knight Order right away. He uses a special item, and his system notification confirms it. An arrest request has been sent to the Scorpion Knight Order. Back. Inside the room, the Count's eyes are heavy and bloodshot. He yawns and grumbles, why am I suddenly so sleepy? He scratches his head, his eyes lined with red, and turns his anger on the kneeling maid. Damn it, that wretched snake keeps me up every single night. And you won't get any peace from me either. But before he can make a move, a terrifying force explodes from outside. Boom. A powerful kick sends the thick gold-plated doors flying wide open. In strolls Lin Yuan, hands in his pockets, trench coat draped over his shoulders, with an air of pure, arrogant calm. Count, I believe I just heard a rather desperate scream. As he speaks, a plan forms in his mind. He just needs to stall for time until the Night Order arrives. Seeing the party crasher appear yet again, the Count's gut twists in fury. He points a trembling finger, sputtering, You damn knight, showing me such disrespect time and time again. The nerve. The butler also steps forward, threatening. Do you have any idea what a grave crime it is to barge into the Count's private chambers? Ignoring the pathetic screams of the two clowns, Lin Yuan looks down at the maid and says softly, You should get out of here first. I have some private business with the Count. The girl looked up with teary eyes, stunned and utterly humiliated. And trust me, this is where our main character decides he has seen enough. The fat Count's face twists as he hisses. Leaving, a low-ranked knight with delusions of grandeur thinks he's actually somebody. That metal can't hide the stench of a peasant on you. The butler leans in, eager to stir the pot. My lord, perhaps a little punishment is in order. The Count just smirks and gives the cruel order. String him up. I want him to watch and understand what happens to trash with inferior bloodlines. You and I know this type of villain all too well. The butler adjusts his glasses, rubbing his hands together. Consider it done, my lord. He turns and screams for backup. We have an assassin here, trying to kill the Count. Instantly, from the grand hall outside, countless guards armed with spears storm into the room. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, the maid Anna grabs Lin Yuan's sleeve, pleading with him. Run away, don't throw your life away for me, to throw your lives away. But Lin Wei just narrows his eyes, sizing up the mongrels before him with a confident smirk. You think this rabble is enough to take my life? Not even close. The guards roar, leaping from the air like beasts pouncing on their prey. There's the assassin. Take him down. Lin Wei raises his hand and a massive gold inlaid greatsword crackling with blue lightning materializes. He grips the hilt, his eyes glowing with a murderous red aura as he warns the girl behind him. Get ready to run. She quickly nods in agreement. Right. With that, Lin Wei spins, unleashing a wave of sword energy that splits the very earth and sends the first wave of guards flying. They could only stare in horror and gasp. What? Seizing the chance, he grabs the maid's hand, pulling her through the chaos and breaking out of the encirclement. The main gate of the Count's manor, made of solid ironwood, was sealed shut under the silent night sky like a suffocating cage. Suddenly, that massive gate is blown apart by a terrifying force from within, sending splinters flying in a shocking explosion that rips through the night. From the dust and smoke, Lin Wei strides out coolly, his cloak billowing behind him, leaving the maid on the ground gasping in fear. The guards charge after them, swinging their shining swords and roaring out orders. He's there, don't let him escape. Lin Wei weaves through them, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he calculates his next move. Too many maids and servants here. Can't use necromancy or my corpse explosion skill. The maids huddle in a corner, trembling as they whisper in terror. Is that him? Is he really trying to assassinate the Count? An armored guard rushes past, hissing at them over his shoulder. Shh, don't say such nonsense. But before the short-haired maid can finish, her face drains of color as she screams in absolute terror. A soldier slashed by Lin Yuan plummets from the air, screaming desperately, "Help, save me." Meanwhile, our hero moves like a blur of blinding green sword energy, cutting a path of destruction through the ranks. He stands among the groaning bodies, sheathing his sword and planning. Next, I just need to watch for the Count and his butler and wait for the knights to arrive. But suddenly, countless glowing blue magic chains shoot out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Lin Yuan's limbs. Now you and I both know this is just for show, right? He just smirks. A control skill. This is a great chance to test out my Shadow Spirit's equipment skill. Immediately, the system interface flashes with a bright green notification. Skill activated, magic immunity. Control. Effect has been nullified. The butler and the Count step forward, their faces smug. The butler grips his magic staff, sneering at his foe. You knights are all the same. Nothing but muscle and a complete lack of brains. Behind him, Count Carlo stands with his hands on his hips, ordering with pure arrogance. You think Count Carlo wouldn't have powerful guards punish him? Make it cruel. Hiding behind a door, maids cry in despair. It's over. He's fallen into the hands of that demonic butler. What can you do? The butler is a retired master from the Royal Mage Division. The butler grins insanely, shoving his crackling lightning staff at Lin Yuan, unleashing a thunderous blast as he threatens him. This little toy can pump lightning directly into your veins. The brilliant sword reflects off Lin Yuan's ice-cold killer expression. The butler keeps monologuing. I promise you, that's not a pleasant feeling. And here it comes, the moment we've been waiting for. In a flash, Lin Yuan casually knocks the attack aside with a bone-chilling voice. Why don't you keep this little toy for yourself? The tip of his sword slams into the butler, who vomits blood and screeches, You were never under control. The next second, he's on his knees, clutching his chest and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the fat Count breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes bulging as he stares at Lin Yuan standing there like a god of death. His face twists in utter panic. He stumbles back, pointing a shaky finger. I summoned you here for a commission. Is this how you act? This is rebellion. Lin Yuan points his sword, radiating killing intent, right at Carlo. Compared to a commission, he says, I think your little act of treason is far more serious, don't you? Hearing this, the Count freezes in pure terror, stammering. How did you know? While Lin Yuan is focused on the Count, the butler struggles to his feet, lunging from behind with his staff. If you know, then you can just die. As if he has eyes in the back of his head, Lin Yuan doesn't even turn around. He just raises two fingers, firing a blast of blue magic that stops the attack cold. A pity I can't chop you to pieces. The mission requires me to take you alive. And with that, the butler is sent flying, screaming in disbelief. What? A knight, who can also use magic? He instantly closes the distance to the butler. A blast of holy lightning explodes with fury, slamming straight into the royal mage, burning him and making him convulse in agony. The massive force sends the butler's body flying across the room, smashing hard into the stone floor. He collapses unconscious. His glasses shatter, marking the pathetic end of a power-tripping bully. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Count scrambles up the stairs as fast as his legs can carry him. He looks back, screaming, You bastard, I'll see you executed for this. But when he looks up, a pair of black boots is standing right there, blocking his path like a demon. He freezes in horror, sweating bullets. How did you get up here? Lin Yuan's silhouette blocks out the moonlight. The suffocating pressure forces the Count to fall flat on the stairs. What's wrong? Weren't you just demanding my execution? Tossing aside all dignity, the fat coward drops to his knees, frantically waving his hands. What are you talking about? I was just going to find Zit to praise your work. No, I was going to ask the king himself to grant you a title. Lin Yuan coldly raises a hand, a blazing blue magic flame igniting inches from the Count's face. Handing over a traitor like you will be all the reward I need from the king. The sphere of magic descends. Lin Yuan delivers his cold judgment. When you were tormenting those innocent, unarmed people, did the word mercy ever once cross your mind? The Count shields his face, screaming in vain. Stop, stop. Under the intense heat of the blue flame, he's a crying mess, begging for pity. I was wrong. Okay, I'll release all of them. Ah. Lin Yuan's voice is ice, shattering the Count's last hope. It's far too late for that. He grabs the noble's fat body, lifting him effortlessly into the air, choking the life out of him. Hold this traitor tight. Lin Yuan snarls out his sentence. Now you can take your time thinking about your confession. The fat noble still struggles, trying to offer a cheap bribe. Don't. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just take it. Please just spare my life. The only answer he gets is a brutal magic-infused punch straight through his chest. Now pay close attention here because this is where everything gets exposed. Say goodbye to that filthy, noble status of yours. A powerful surge of blue energy like lightning itself slams down with unstoppable destructive force. Just then, Commander Zid arrives riding a majestic griffin with his entire knight squadron right behind him. I hope I'm not too late. Is Count Kahlo unharmed? Where is the culprit behind all this? Lin Yuan, hands in his pockets, replies with a calm arrogance. Sorry, Commander. The criminal you need to arrest is Count Kahlo. He's the traitor. The commander breaks out in a cold sweat, absolutely stunned. A traitor. Good heavens, he turns to the young knight with a stern warning. You better be sure about this. If you have no proof, and you dare to lay a hand on a count, that's a death sentence. At that moment, Count Kahlo is sprawled pathetically on the floor. He points a trembling finger, screaming madly to save what little face he has left. You know it's a death sentence. You sent a madman here. This is a blatant insult to a nobleman. Zit frowns, crossing his arms. He looks torn, unable to make a decision. Based on your word alone, I can't order the count's arrest. Lin Yuan just leans back, arms crossed, completely unfazed by the situation. Just as things reach a stalemate, the maid Anna steps forward. Hands clasped together, she musters all her courage to expose the truth. Wait, I know where the evidence is. She approaches Lin Yuan, looking up with determined, fearless eyes. Trust me, you and I are about to see a side character become the hero of this entire arc. I once overheard the Count plotting with the Serpentoids. They even have an altar for their worship set up in his secret chamber. The young girl's face shines with resolve as she points the way. With his cover blown, the Count's face twists into a demonic rage, his eyes shot red. He roars, denying everything, then lunges like a cornered beast to silence his accuser. Peasant, he screams, I will rip you to shreds, but Lin Yuan is already moving. But watch this. Lin Yuan steps in, shielding the girl behind him with his own body. A single kick crackling with blue magic sends the fat man flying. The system mission confirms it. This guy is a traitor. He turns to the commander. Sir, take him into custody. I will bring back the evidence shortly. Seeing no other choice, the commander sighs, putting a hand to his forehead. He reluctantly agrees. All right then, he says. A matter this big will depend on what you find. Meanwhile, riding his beast, Sith wonders. All right, let's see how this plays out. Lin Yuan gives the order. 2 knights stay for the search. The rest escort the Count back to camp. The soldiers snap to attention, shouting in unison as they accept the command. Lin Yuan turns to the maid, his voice firm. Lead the way. You don't need to worry. Blushing, Anna stammers. Okay. You're different from them. I trust you. She leads them down a dark, gloomy passage built from cold, hard stone. The Count's secret tunnel leads right here, she says. A knight mutters, a sewer. Perfect serpent folk territory. Trailing behind them, Lin Yuan gives the maid a suspicious glance, his mind already racing. But what possible reason could she have for being in this god-forsaken place just to overhear a secret? They finally stop. Before them is a massive sealed metal door. Anna looks up. This is the secret room where they always meet. Lin Yuan steps forward to take point. All right, I'll handle it from here. He stares at the giant door, carefully inspecting every crack for any kind of trap. Finding nothing, he grabs the edge, slowly pulling it open while warning his team. Stay alert, I'm opening it. The door reveals pitch-black darkness. Lin Yuan looks inside, astonished. He clicks his tongue, seems empty, and then bam! From the darkness, massive venomous pythons suddenly lunge out to attack. He leaps back, shouting at the top of his lungs, everyone fall back now. The knights behind him jump, grabbing their weapons in a state of pure panic. But facing the horde, Lin Yuan just calmly unsheathes his sword. Don't worry, they're just a few snakes. With a few lightning-fast slashes, the entire swarm is diced, lying in pools of blood on the floor. Still, Lin Yuan's eyes dart over to Anna, who's standing silently in the distance, his mind analyzing everything. He can't shake the feeling that she isn't the least bit scared or surprised by the ambush. If they had all died here, there'd be no witnesses to the Count's crimes. Is she a serpent person in disguise? Secretly working with that fat nobleman, maybe she used him to make a clean getaway when she sensed he'd be exposed. The snake repellent he carries is something the serpent folk absolutely detest. One quick test should reveal the truth. As quick as a flash, he smashes a glass vial on the stone floor, releasing a pale yellow mist. He gives the perfect cover story. This is snake repellent. It will keep any more of them from ambushing us. The yellow smoke completely engulfs Anna, but she just clasps her hands together, looking apologetic as she speaks. She's perfectly calm. I'm sorry, I had no idea something so horrible was inside, but I'm certain the evidence is hidden in there. Seeing her totally unfazed by the smoke, Lin Yuan silently retracts his murderous gaze. He summons a green magical flame in his hand. It illuminates the space. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking maybe I was just being too paranoid. He turns to her with a reassuring smile. It's all right. This wasn't your fault. The group proceeds deep inside the chamber where they find a giant evil statue of a coiled serpent. Lin Yuan crosses his arms. We found the evidence. A knight picks it up shouting, "This is a totem of the Serpent King. The king ordered all these artifacts destroyed long ago." The knight next to him holds up a piece of embroidered fabric, his eyes wide with horror. This is the Count's family crest. He's been committing high treason. And here's the twist. Behind the two stunned knights, the maid Anna lowers her head, revealing a twisted, sinister smile. With shadows hiding her eyes, she clasps her hands, playing the weak victim. "Oh, Sir Knights, please. You must make him pay dearly for this." Cut to the jail cell where the Count is screaming at the guards. "A whole night has passed. Where is this evidence? How dare you slander a nobleman? When I get out, I'll deal with every last one of you worthless peasants." Just then, the cell door bursts open. Commander Shiwei strides in with Lin Yuan, his eyes blazing. "We found the evidence. Drag him out." "Yes, sir." The guards brutally force the Count to his knees. "Shut your mouth," one shouts. "Confess your crimes, you vile traitor." The Count sweats bullets, muttering in panic. "What impossible? I have no connection to the serpent folk." During the interrogation, Commander Sich let out a long sigh, shaking his head in disbelief. "Stick with me. You're about to see a traitor get exactly what he deserves. You've done a great service. I've reported this to the king, and a reward will be coming your way soon." Lin Yuan gave a humble smile. "Thank you, Commander. I was only doing my duty." Behind them, the sharp crack of a whip mixed with the Count's desperate screams. "Ah, stop. That's Count Carlo." The steward shrieked, his voice dripping with cowardice. "It wasn't me. I'm just a steward." Sich's face turned grim as he analyzed the situation. "I fear the snake folk have a lot of our kingdom's intelligence. I will lead a squad to investigate. You'll have to handle settling the maids from the Count's manor." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Perfect. There was one incredible item in that manor he absolutely couldn't miss out on. The young knight accepted. "Consider it done. I will arrange everything." Just then, a guard rushed in. "Commander, they're talking." Sich's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Get a pen and paper. Now." The once dapper steward, now bruised and swollen, scrambled forward to betray his master. "I'll confess first." "Oh no, you don't." The Count wasn't about to be outdone by his servant. His bloody face twisted in a snarl. "Shut your mouth, it's not your turn." He then body-slammed the steward, sending him tumbling. Carlo dropped to his knees before Zich. Snot and tears streaming down his face, he began his shaky confession. I confess. I had some minor dealings with another power. Just a tiny bit." He looked up, sobbing pathetically. "But I came clean. You have to tell the king to go easy on me." Outraged by this audacity, Sich gripped his sword. "We've risked our lives for this country for years, and a man like you dares to betray us. You're a worthless piece of trash who deserves to die." A system panel suddenly lit up. Mission capture the traitor complete. Scorpion Knight order reputation plus 1,000. Now here's where it gets interesting. Lin Yuan knows something's off. What about that giant snake? Dismissing the system window, Lin Yuan bowed. "Since he has confessed, I'll go arrange for the maids." Exich nodded, his eyes burning with killing intent as he stared at the fat Count. "Go. I'm about to make this scum spill every last one of his secrets." The heavy cell door slammed shut, sealing the traitor's filthy secrets inside the interrogation room. Inside, Exich drew his sword. He pointed it right at the Count's face and roared, "Tell me everything. Who are the snake folk spies?" Carlo's eyes went wide with what looked like genuine confusion. "What snake folk?" he screamed. "The person I was dealing with was a spy from the Southern Turtle Kingdom." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was back at the mansion. He stood at the gate, recalling a memory from his past life. "I remember someone on the forums bragging that Carlo owned a shield gifted by the king. Top-tier stats and a special skill. It has to be hidden in here." He slipped into a cluttered storage room. He scanned for the treasure, throwing open expensive chests, only to find them completely empty. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. "Someone beat me to it. But who else could possibly know about this item?" Back in the main hall, a guard ran up to him. "Sir, all the girls are gathered. But we've discovered one of them is missing." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. "Who's missing?" They answered nervously, "The maid named Anna." Lin Yuan's expression went dark in an instant. A green magic flame unconsciously ignited in his palm as his mind raced. Was she silenced by the snake folk? Or was his other theory the correct one? He extinguished the flame, his resolve hardening. "No matter what, I have to find her." "Okay, this is where the real mystery begins." He stopped at the basement door, his mind working fast. A living person can't just vanish into thin air. This secret passage leading to the sewers under the manor is the most suspicious place. He descended the damp steps, his figure disappearing into the cold, pitch-black sewer below. "I have this nagging feeling I missed something. If the Count was really with the snake folk, then why on earth would he ever admit to dreaming about snakes?" Just then a familiar female voice cuts in. You're late." Lin Yuan's eyes narrow. He is instantly on high alert. "Who is it?" In the dim light of the sewers. "And wait a second, you're going to want to see this. It's the maid Anna." "What's the rush?" she taunts. "I'm the one who had to suffer and hide in this dump of a mansion, not you. Of course you can show up whenever you want." From the shadows, a cloaked figure with purple hair emerges. One eye is hidden by a snakeskin mask as he lets out a sinister smile. Well, well, is that worthless count done for? Seeing his sworn enemy, Lin Yuan immediately activates his stealth skill. The system panel flashes, concealment activated. He slips into spirit form, his mind racing. The Snake Tamer. Why is Anna meeting him in secret? Isn't Anna supposed to be just an NPC? The Snake Tamer smirks, praising Anna. TSK, impressive. You really are a natural-born actress. That pig-headed count probably never would have guessed that you planted this secret message yourself. By now, Anna has ditched the maid uniform for a skin-tight combat suit that shows off every single curve. She crosses her arms, smugly replying, "Of course they couldn't have guessed." But she frowns as strange night showed up. He started suspecting my connection with the snake folk. Now hold on, you and I both know who she's talking about, right? He even used snake-luring medicine to test me. The Snake Tamer scoffs. Oh, haven't you always been able to wrap those fools around your little finger? Then his face turns serious. What does he look like? Anna pulls out a portrait, coldly reporting this is him. I still need to continue my mission for the snake folk, weakening the nobles of the West Desert Kingdom. Then she asks him, by the way, how is your supply of snakes coming along? The Snake Tamer takes the portrait, glances at it casually, and in the next second, his face twists in pure rage. Veins pop on his forehead. He hisses through clenched teeth, "It's this bastard. If it wasn't for him, my precious baby snakes would have never left me. He's the one who stole my hidden dungeon." Hiding in the darkness, it all clicks for Lin Yuan. So Anna is a spy for the snake folk, framing the nobles. But a new question arises. If the count was really framed, why did the system say the mission was complete? Forget it, he thinks. I'll just find the right moment and wipe them all out. Hearing the Snake Tamer's roars, Anna crosses her arms, looking down on him. What's wrong? You've run into him before. Isn't he just some knight who knows a little magic? You can't even handle a small problem like that. Provoked, the Snake Tamer roars back. What the hell do you know? His power is far beyond what you've seen. He can summon the undead. If not for that damned creature guarding the dungeon entrance, I wouldn't have this problem. Anna is stunned. The undead, could his class be? The Snake Tamer growls, that's right, which is why I need you to lend me the Nether King's serpent for a while. His face becomes impossibly evil. His eyes burn with bloodlust as he screams, I will make him die without a corpse, but Anna flatly refuses. Absolutely not. The Nether King's serpent has other plans. If it's detected by the Grand Tutor of the West Desert, it's highly likely he'll destroy it. That's a loss our snake folk civilization cannot afford to take. The Snake Tamer grabs her shoulder, pleading desperately. But I can't wait any longer. You have to lend it to me. She shoves his hand away, gets right in his face, and warns in a low growl, I will not let you act so recklessly. And trust me, while still invisible, Lin Yuan's mind is blown. NPCs aren't supposed to interact with this much depth, so this Snake Tamer is using Anna to farm reputation points for his civilization. You and I both know that can't be good. He clenched his fists, determined. Absolutely not letting this guy get his way. Suddenly, a massive shockwave ripped through the sewer, shaking the entire tunnel. Lin Yuan whipped around, stunned by the sight. From a cloud of white smoke, a giant green python with fierce golden eyes slithered out, its scales shimmering. It reared its head, a wave of pure pressure washing over them. The Snake Tamer backed off, giving the stage to the beast and its master. Standing before the python, Anna crossed her arms, her voice laced with ice. The Nether King snake can feel my emotions. If you really want to fight, I can't promise I can hold it back. The Snake Tamer just sneered. The two of you really are a loyal pair, aren't you? The colossal python lowers its gaze, its mind fixed on one thing and one thing only, the grand plan. Anna gently strokes the serpent's tough scales, searching for some kind of understanding. Finally, the fake serpent master has to give in. All right, fine. I'll figure out how to deal with him myself. You just keep executing your mission and don't you dare forget what the big boss ordered. You will cooperate with my actions. Anna leans her head against the Serpent King's solid frame. She's holding a shield she just stole, muttering with disgust. I know. Just let me rest for a second. Dealing with those decrepit old men is absolutely nauseating. This whole trip and all I got was one lousy shield. After all that time being tormented by that fat pig, this was a total net loss. As the fake serpent master turns to leave, Anna scoffs. Do whatever you want. But here's the thing, Lin Yuan saw the entire exchange from the shadows. He knows his stealth ability is completely useless against the Serpent King. He cannot afford to act rashly. So if he comes up with a new strategy, he'll send a tiny snake to follow the imposter and wait until he's far away to strike. A small spirit snake immediately splits off from his body, slithering away in silence. Looking up at the massive python, Lin Yuan whispers, be patient. Very soon you'll be reunited with Tian Ri. The giant serpent flicks its tongue in response. A hiss of pure anticipation. Lin Yuan's fist clenches tightly. He decides the Count's case can wait. Dealing with the first follower is the top priority now. He has to catch that fake serpent master. A confident smirk spreads across his face. With the power of the Shadow Spirit at his command, he's sure to land a surprise attack. The fake Serpent Master is striding along when suddenly he feels a numbing jolt of electricity run down his spine. He freezes. This Necromancer. It's him again, isn't it? And right on cue, the system alerts him. Skill activated. Numbing sensation. His purple eyes, hidden beneath the scale, mask fly open in shock. Damn it, I'm being followed. He quickly pulls out a scroll, grinding his teeth in pure hatred. Good thing I came prepared. The system immediately displays a notification. Teleportation in progress. A bright blue magic circle appears right under his feet, swallowing him whole before vanishing without a trace. Lin Yuan is left standing there completely stunned. A teleportation scroll, an expensive single-use item like that, and he just burned it without a second thought. Lin Yuan thinks it over. It seems the first follower has way more resources than I gave him credit for. I need to build up my own capital. That's it. It's time to stock up on high-efficiency lightning resistance potions. When that new lightning dungeon opens, they'll become a hot commodity. His eyes harden, looking toward his undead minions. And to do that, I have to maintain control over the hidden Serpent's Nest dungeon. Meanwhile, in a grand solemn church, a noble woman named Edith is overcome with emotion. Now pay attention here because this scene is more important than it looks. Good heavens, I had no idea these homeless girls had suffered so much. Please let them stay here. Another girl gratefully takes her hand. I can teach them to sew. It's much better than them going back to being servants. Thank you so much, Lady Edith. A knight standing nearby speaks up. We'll be taking our leave now. Oh, that's right. Has the Count's confession been sorted out? Another knight replies, already delivered it to the captain. I can't believe he was secretly working with the Southern Turtle Empire. What a disgrace. They are our sworn enemies. As the group of knights leaves, an onlooker mutters to himself, so it was the Southern Turtle Empire pulling the strings. In this world, the Southern Turtle and the Western Desert have always been enemies. I hope he gets what he deserves. But once the knights are far gone, no one notices the shadows stir in a nearby thicket. A man in a black cloak appears, a crow on his shoulder. He whispers a command. Go inform the boss. The target has left the knights. We can make our move anytime. The crow caws as if in understanding, then spreads its pitch-black wings and soars into the sky. Back with Lin Yuan, he's walking down the street calculating. The formula for the high-efficiency potion he's holding is a one-of-a-kind item. To craft a potion like this, you need a high-level alchemist, but nearly all of them are tied to the major guilds. He stands before a quest board frowning. This recipe is a single-use item. If they learn the formula and then betray me, it'll be a huge problem. Lin Yuan makes his decision. Looks like finding a freelance alchemist and signing a contract is the safest way. He scans the papers on the board. High-level freelancers are hard to come by, but I might as well post a bounty mission and just see if anyone suitable applies. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto one specific piece of paper. He snatches it from the board and reads it. Player Luo Qingyan has posted a bounty mission. Luo Qingyan. Trust me, you'll want to remember that name. In his past life, she wasn't just a top 10 alchemist in the Western Desert. Her main class was also a ranger model, a long-range attacker. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He gripped the paper tighter. Best of all, she's never joined a guild. A system panel flashed to life. Bounty quest accepted. Quest poster automatically added as a friend. A chat window popped up and Luo Qingyan's surprised voice came through. I didn't think anyone would actually dare to take my quest. You didn't see the Wild Flame Guild intentionally burying my post. Lin Yuan typed back a blunt reply. Never heard of them. When do we go? Luo Qingyan let out a little laugh. Looks like you're impatient too, huh? All right, sending you the coordinates. See you in a bit. A small notification appeared. Coordinates 2254785. He muttered, a high-level freelance alchemist. There aren't many. Hope she's worth it. Lin Yuan quickly made his way to a jagged canyon under the setting sun. A cheerful voice called out from behind him. Hey, sweetie. You the one who took my quest. It was Luo Qingyan, a beautiful ranger with long brown hair and a green combat outfit. She sized him up. Just you. You know the granite golems are elite monsters, right? Are you sure you're... Enough. Lin Yuan just grunted, then it hit him. This was the drunk girl from the tavern. So she was Luo Qingyan. She leaned in close, a teasing look on her face. Well. I didn't realize my little quest taker was so handsome. I'm counting on you for this one. She hopped onto a rock, drawing her bow. With a wink, she added, be careful, okay? Big sis will protect you with her arrows. Lin Yuan's reply was cold, not necessary. In her head, Luo Qingyan was thinking, this guy doesn't seem reliable at all. Lin Yuan just sighed. If there was no one better, he'd have to make do. Luo Qingyan pointed ahead. The granite golems hide in that rock pile, always ambushing people. The two began to move deeper into the canyon. The crunch of their footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped. His eyes went sharp. Luo Qingyan was still carefree. Don't worry, even if we fail, I won't blame you. And right at that moment, the ground started to shake violently. Now pay attention, this is where the action starts. A massive granite golem burst from the rock wall. A stat window popped up in front of Lin Yuan. Granite golem level 15 elite. HP 3600. Attack 300, defense 410. Skills, hardened body power block. Both of them snapped into a fighting stance. The hunt was on. The granite golem roared, bringing a boulder-sized fist crashing down. But Luo Qingyan didn't even flinch. She drew her bow, a bright green energy arrow materializing. See, told you I protect you. The arrow flew. But the moment it hit the monster's steel-hard skin, it just bounced off. The word miss appeared mockingly. Luo Qingyan's face fell. Of course. Knew it. Compared to alchemy, fighting is way too hard. She didn't even have time to finish her complaint. Two more golems erupted from the rocks on either side of her, their fists swinging straight for her head. In the absolute nick of time, a shadow blurred past. Lin Yuan stood before her. One hand pushed her back to safety, the other already gripping his sword. Stay back. I'll handle this. A light blue aura exploded around Lin Yuan. His eyes sharpened, his mind racing. Granite golems, their main trait is. Surrounded by monsters, Lin Yuan didn't show a hint of fear. In fact, he flashed a provocative smile. Their defense is crazy high. So let's use that against them. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this dude's got a plan. He fired off two fireballs aiming right for their heads. From a distance, Luo Qingyan just stared, mesmerized by his silhouette. She muttered to herself, why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? So handsome, so cold, but so decisive. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. Luo Qingyan froze. I remember now. He's the guy who saved me from those thugs at the bar. He's actually that strong. You and I both see it. One guy's soloing a monster. She's thinking I must be hallucinating. She grabs a healing potion and dashes towards the fight, totally worried. He's definitely cursing me out right now. Hang in there, kid. Big sis is bringing you a potion. But before she even gets close, Lin Yuan stomps hard. He launches into the air like an arrow sword held high. Then he roars out the words, Netherworld Gate. And check this out. A massive eerie green portal rips open right behind him. From inside, hell wolves and werewolves come screaming out. The undead army crashes into the granite golems, kicking off a chaotic battle. The clash is earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, the monsters are completely wiped out, their bodies exploding into fragments. Golden crystal cores now litter the ground. Lin Yuan lands, gently picks one up, and calmly checks his new skills. He steps in front of his still-stunned Luo Qingyan. Here's the crystal core you were looking for. The granite golem core, right? A system window pops up. Luo Qingyan's bounty quest is complete. She blankly accepts the core. It's really over just like that, or is she just hallucinating from staying up all night? Lin Yuan just shrugs it off. They were just a few elite monsters. Her eyes sparkle with admiration. Wait a second, she says, weren't you the one who carried me back to my hotel room before? This time I seriously owe you. But with your strength, why did you even take my mission? You could easily handle quests with way higher rewards. Lin Yuan looks her straight in the eye, getting right to the point. To be honest, I'm looking for a high-level alchemist to sign a contract with me. But I don't trust anyone in the guild. You're the only one who fits my requirements. This is a business deal with great pay. Are you interested? Luo Qingyan smiles, charmingly nodding without hesitation. Deal. I already saw what kind of person you are that night. Now pay attention, this is where our main character secures a huge asset. So should we grab a drink and discuss your plan? Lin Yuan instantly pulls up a virtual contract. I'll tell you the details later. Sign the contract first. She replies cheerfully, I don't usually like these things, but for you, no problem, I'll sign. Lin Yuan gives a silent, satisfied nod as the system confirms the successful contract. He secured another powerful ally. A notification appears, player Luo Qingyan has agreed to a partnership contract, entering an employment relationship. The employer is player Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Luo Qingyan crosses her arms, winking playfully. So I work for you now. What do you need me to do, boss? Lin Yuan replies, I have a formula. But halfway through he stops. He squints, looking around. Wait a second, this place. He looks up at the jagged stone pillars and a familiar feeling hits him. He feels like he's seen this exact landscape somewhere before in his past life. The spawn pattern of these granite golems. There's a certain logic to it. Just then a green light flashes. A giant monster with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and a scorpion's tail suddenly appears. Luo Qingyan panics. Lin Yuan recognizes it instantly. A manticore. Without a second thought, he leaps onto the beast's back. The monster roars and beats its wings, soaring into the sky, leaving a baffled Luo Qingyan on the ground. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yes, it gets even crazier. Soaring through the air, he looks down at the canyon. Suddenly, it all clicks. The perspective of that single photo from the forums in his past life. It was taken from up here. The stone pillars where the granite golems appeared are arranged in a mysterious formation. The manticore flies toward the largest one. Lin Yuan's eyes light up with excitement. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Inside the ancient catacombs, Lin Yuan and Luo Qingyan, one radiating dark blue energy, the other shrouded in green life energy, move cautiously. Luo Qingyan whispers as they walk, her eyes wide with amazement. I can't believe there's really a hidden dungeon here. But there are only two of us. Are you sure this is a good idea? Lin Yuan remains calm, his mind already calculating. The forums in his past life only had a single picture of this dungeon's entrance. There was no other information. Hidden dungeons are dangerous, but the rewards are massive. Even with no intel, he has to go in. He glances at her. If I remember correctly, you're the one who insisted on coming. Luo Qingyan immediately feigns a pout, hands on her hips. Hey, I was just curious, okay? Don't worry, I don't want any of the loot. I just wanted to see what a place like this looks like. Lin Yuan just shakes his head. Now that we're here, you follow my lead, he says firmly. Let's go. The entrance is right ahead. The moment he steps on the first stair, an ancient chilling sensation washes over him. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. Before them is a long, dark passage leading deep underground, ending at a massive stone sarcophagus. He recognizes it immediately, an underground ruin of the A civilization. An ancient tomb. He explains to a confused Luo Qingyan that in the world of Immortal, the AC civilization was a death-worshipping culture. As they walk, he points out the strange patterns on the walls. What they pursued was the transcendence of the soul. In immortal state, they mastered powerful techniques of corpse necromancy. But their civilization fell hundreds of years ago. Looking at the ancient crumbling stone steps, Luo Qingyan shivers and hugs her arms. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Suddenly, from the stone coffin, a low buzzing sound begins to grow louder and louder. And trust me, you're going to want to see what comes out of there. That's the sound of mosquitoes. A black shadow shoots out of the coffin. Let's dive right into the action. A shadowy blur flashes by. Lin Yuan barely has time to yell. It's too fast. He swings his sword, unleashing an arc of brilliant blue energy, but the shadow is faster. It easily dodges his attack and zips straight towards Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan lets out a terrified scream as a black aura wraps tightly around her, a paralyzing sensation spreading through her entire body. The shadow reveals its true form, a wraith in a black cloak holding a scythe, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light from under its hood. A stat window pops up, black-robed wraith, regular type, level 17. HP 4500, attack 530, defense 45. Skills, clinging hatred and endless pursuit. From behind the wraith, a swarm of smaller monsters begins to crawl out. One of them speaks. Are those insect-type monsters? Luo Qingyan grits her teeth, completely immobilized. I don't think I can move anymore. Lin Yuan, without looking back, commands his subordinate Houndkin. Get her out of this dungeon. Even while paralyzed, Luo Qingyan manages to pull several potions from her bag. She musters all her strength and throws them straight at Lin Yuan. These potions will temporarily boost your stats. System notifications begin flashing. Agility potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Attack potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Defense potion used. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan feels the power surging through him. He quickly analyzes the situation. The main boss specializes in lightning-fast attacks. First, he has to clear out these minions, then focus on the big guy. He charges into the swarm, the green glow of his necromancy skill flashing, wiping out the small fry. Suddenly, a powerful force strikes from the side. Now watch this. This is where things get really interesting. Lin Yuan dodges back, his expression turning serious. This thing is smarter than he thought, and it knows how to seize an opportunity. In front of him is a giant beetle, its body shimmering like jade. Lin Yuan swings his sword, but the attack does 0 damage. It seems to be a defense-type beetle, with 0 defense, yet it doesn't deal any damage either. Does it have some kind of special defense mechanic? The info panel appears. Attack. Empire's Divine Beetle. Special monster. HP 100. Attack 1000, defense 0. Skill Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. He's made up his mind. It's incredibly fast with powerful single-target damage. It perfectly covers the weak points in his strategy. I absolutely cannot let you escape. He immediately summons a giant thunder scorpion from the ground to block the beetle's path. But the beetle just flies up, soaring right over the scorpion's head. Lin Yuan roars. You're not getting away. He chases after it at top speed, but it's still like a bolt of lightning, dodging every single attack. In that split second, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, bringing his sword down from above. No matter how cunning it is in the end, it's just a bug under his blade. The full power of his necromancy crashes down. Just a beetle. The creature shatters into countless shards of energy. Die, Lin Yuan shouts. He takes a deep breath, his sword still pinned to the writhing divine beetle. Even though each hit only does a tiny bit of damage, it can't escape anymore. Death is just a matter of time. Soon after, the system coldly displays the words, life signs, 0. Lin Yuan stands tall, one hand outstretched, aquamarine necromantic energy swirling in his palm. Excellent. Now you will fight for me. From the beetle's corpse, a powerful aquamarine light suddenly explodes, shattering the stone floor around him. The light condenses and the broken shards of the beetle quickly reassemble, forming a completely new divine beetle glowing with an otherworldly light. Lin Yuan can't help but be surprised as the revived beetle circles around him. And I know what you're thinking, but wait for this. A childlike voice echoes in his mind, where are you taking me? Lin Yuan thinks to himself he didn't expect it to have a sliver of consciousness. What an unexpected reward. The beetle doesn't wait for an answer, flying straight towards a massive stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan immediately understands. That coffin, you can open it. The beetle lands on the lid, and a powerful energy shoots from its body, activating an ancient mechanism. The lid slowly slides open with a heavy, grinding sound, and a blinding pillar of light shoots from inside straight into the sky. Lin Yuan watches the incredible sight, finally understanding. No wonder the forums from his past life had no info on this hidden dungeon. This step required the divine beetle's willing cooperation. From within the pillar of light, a radiant golden book bound by chains materializes. System notification. Congratulations, player, you've received the cursed book. You and I are about to see just how broken this is. You can pay a price to choose your own skills to learn. A list appears. Deepen damage. Level 1 curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take by 50%. The price. Max HP is permanently reduced by 200 points. Blinding darkness. Level 1 curses a group, reducing their range of vision. The price. Your own vision is reduced by 50 points. Weaken. Level 1 curses an enemy, reducing the damage they deal. The price. Your own attack is reduced by 100 points. Counterattack. Level 1 curses a group, causing the damage they deal to be reflected back at them. The trade-off: -10 strength points and a level 1 fear skill that makes an enemy flee in terror. The cost is -5 points to his spirit. Lin Yuan scans the list, nodding. As expected from a death-worshipping civilization, the skills are mostly debuffs and they're not easy to get rid of. Without a second thought, he reaches out and picks the very first one. Piercing damage is best for combat, he'll take it. Losing 200 max HP is not a big deal for him. The divine beetle already covers his lack of assassination power, and this new curse is perfect for wiping out groups. Plus, with the crowd control break from the dark spirit, he can pinpoint and take down key targets way more effectively. After he finishes learning the new skill, Lin Yuan glances at the defeated spirits. They don't matter. He turns to leave. The divine beetle follows right behind him. Lin Yuan smirks. The beetle's paralysis effect combined with its high-speed stealth means the next time he sees that teleporter, he is not getting away so easily. Just then, the beetle's info panel gets an update. A new interface pops up detailing its skills and the immortality effect. Any damage the beetle takes gets converted, hitting the enemy with 200% lightning damage. It also has a 50% chance to paralyze them for a full 60 seconds. An undead body is immune to fear, poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. As they step out of the dungeon, Lin Yuan already has a plan. Next up, he needs to go back and get the shop ready, gotta start stockpiling alchemy potions. But suddenly, Luo Qingyan is sent, flying through the air, landing right at his feet. Lin Yuan spins around, instantly on guard. A group of players is heading their way. The arrogant blonde leader just smirks at him. Well, well. So you're the punk who took her quest. Did you not know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish. Luo Qingyan scrambles up, whispering angrily to Lin Yuan. Kid, find a chance to get out of here. And here's the backstory. They're here for me because they weren't strong enough for my request. They got their whole team wiped by monsters and now they're trying to shake me down for cash. The blonde leader points right at Luo Qingyan's face and screams, you hag, if it wasn't for you and those stupid rock monsters, my brothers wouldn't have died and lost levels. You're paying for this. 30 gold coins or neither of you walk out of here alive. Suddenly, he feels a freezing dark aura pouring off of Lin Yuan. The guy is completely caught off guard. They all stare in terror as Lin Yuan is enveloped by dark purple curse energy. The blonde leader stutters out. What is going on? Lin Yuan raises a hand and a massive curse formation erupts under the entire group. The blonde leader panics. This is a curse. A ghostly voice echoes all around them. Curse, descend. The divine beetle rises up from behind Lin Yuan, its eyes glowing as its voice echoes inside their minds. Not leaving here alive, you say. Lin Yuan smirks with total confidence as the purple curse energy swirls around him. This is the perfect chance to test the combo between his new skill and the divine beetle. A system window pops up in front of him. Cold glowing text appears. Skill activated, increase piercing damage. The blonde leader screams at his team's healer. You're useless. You can't even get rid of one simple curse. The terrified mage wrapped in black energy yells back, no, it's not that, boss, this kind of curse. I've never seen anything like it before. The system panel displays a cold, blunt message. Dispelling, failed. Cannot be removed. The leader grits his teeth, trying to calm his team down. Damn it. Don't think your sneak attack means you've won, he points at Lin Yuan smug. It's just a curse. There are 4 of us, so killing you is easy. But before he can even finish, a jade-colored light flashes. A blade flashes. One of the thugs lets out a horrifying scream as a green light engulfs him. Another team member watches, in horror as his comrades fall stammering. When did he even move? Lin Yuan hadn't moved an inch. A green orb of energy gathers in his hand as he calculates using curse magic to amplify the damage. Then he'll send his divine scarab, the one with insane mobility, to one-shot the enemy's healer. That way, his battle strategy becomes way more flexible. The leader clutches his shoulder, screaming, quick, he must be on cooldown. Get him and finish him now. The 2 remaining brutes roar, charging Lin Yuan with weapons raised. This guy only relies on summoned beasts to attack. He has to be a long-range class. Getting close. The other one yells in agreement. And I know what you're thinking. He's a ranged class, right? Oh, just you wait. Jade-colored data streams across his sword, and the 3 remaining members of the Raging Flame Guild just stare, their eyes wide open. You and I are about to see just how badly they miscalculated. Lin Yuan moves like a phantom gliding past. The 2 brutes in a blink, his cold voice echoing in their ears. Too bad, you guessed wrong. Meanwhile, the healer is getting toyed with by that hellish beetle, screaming in total despair. What in the world is this thing? Another guy gets grazed by the beetle, yelling, how should I know? Hitting it only does 1 point of damage. Leader doesn't even have time to react before a single kick from Lin Yuan sends him flying backwards, crashing to the ground. Lin Yuan casually strolls over, standing before the struggling guild leader. Impossible. How could you beat my team so easily? What class even are you? The leader's attitude flips in an instant, trying to bargain. I can't believe she found a helper like you. He grins. Hey, how about you join our Raging Flame Guild? Whatever that woman is paying you, I'll pay double. No, 5 times more. But as his hand touches the ground, a dark vine erupts from the earth, wrapping tightly around his arm. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the forest. Still more people hiding. From the shadows, a giant ghost wolf leaps out, sinking its fangs into the guild leader. Lin Yuan says it cold, shut up and die. The leader only manages one last terrified scream before the wolf tears him to shreds. Lin Yuan raises a hand and the corpses on the ground begin to glow. He roars. The system window pops up, activating the skill Corpse Explosion. The bodies detonate in a violent blast, creating a massive explosion that throws everything back. The blast is so huge it stuns the assassins hiding in the forest, forcing them to stop. One of them slams on the brakes while another mutters in horror. Was that a coincidence, or were we exposed from the start? Just then, Lin Yuan appears, dusting off his clothes with a smirk. Just as I thought. 3 more little rats. The black-robed man sees they've been discovered and screams a warning. Be careful. In that instant, a massive wave of jade blue sword energy erupts from his blade, sweeping across the battlefield and blasting the assassins back. Lin Yuan lands his eyes, analyzing the situation. Something's not right. The power of these guys and the Raging Flame Guild, they're on completely different levels. Could this be another faction? Meanwhile, the 3 robed figures quickly regroup, forming a pincer formation. Their leader yells, we've been exposed. Let's do it. Use that move. The big guy with the axe roars in agreement. He immediately leaps into the air, swinging his giant battle axe down in a powerful cleave. At the same time, arrows rain down on him from behind with terrifying speed. He just squints. From the ground, a blazing red chain whip snakes out, striking hard at Lin Yuan's feet. But his reflexes are insane. He stomps on the whip, using its tension to launch himself spectacularly into the air. Now watch this. He effortlessly dodges the spinning axe and lands perfectly. His sword radiates an icy aura. He smirks, taunting them. Whatever else you've got, you'd better bring it out now. Pissed off by Lin Yuan's attitude, the axe-wielding assassin roars in fury and charges straight for him. You arrogant bastard, die. He's met with a swirling torrent of blue magic. The axe-wielder is thrown into the air, gritting his teeth and screaming in pain. Dark, oppressive magic circles begin to glow around Lin Yuan's hand. He smirks, delivering the final word. My turn. At the same time, the system coolly announces skill activated, damage amplified. It's a critical hit. The roadman's eyes bulge in horror, sweat pouring down as his entire body is bound by a paralyzing purple-black aura. Caught in the suffocating grip of the magic vines, unable to move, he panics and screams for his allies. Dispel this. Get me out of here now. Just as the words leave his mouth, a massive shadow falls over him, and his face goes pale with absolute terror. A colossal stone golem slams down a 1,000-ton punch right on top of him, followed by an ear-splitting, agonizing scream. Ignoring his comrade's fate, the leader cracks, his chain whip frantically giving orders. Don't stop. Continue the mission. We have to eliminate him at all costs. The archer immediately responds, understood. Lin Yuan easily parries the sharp spear that lunges for him, calmly assessing the situation. A mission. Looks like these guys are mercenaries hired by someone else. Just as he thinks that the enemy's spear rips through the air again, striking with incredible speed aimed right for his heart. But with one smooth motion, Lin Yuan grabs the long chain attached to the weapon, pulling it taut. And trust me, this is where it gets good. The assassin is pulled off balance in mid-air, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell? Right then, Lin Yuan's black sword gathers immense magic, unleashing a ferocious blue tempest straight at him. The blast smashes his body, sending the assassin flying as he screams with his last breath. Ah, Captain, run for it. The female assassin with the crossbow hiding far off clutches her face in pure panic, dripping in cold sweat. What kind of monster is he? He took down number 2 and number 3 in just a few seconds. And as she's trembling in fear, a shadow of a magical scorpion descends over her head, its voice cold and deadly. Time to die. The scorpion unleashes a brutal green lightning bolt. The shock is so intense, it sends her tumbling helplessly off the cliff. Strolling up to his defeated foe, Lin Yuan rests his sword on his shoulder, looking down with immense pressure as he coldly interrogates her. Who sent you, tell me, and I might just spare your life. The assassin bites her lip through the pain, her eyes glaring defiantly back at him. Humph, in your dreams, she spits back. Just kill me. Seeing her resolve, Lin Yuan frowns, analyzing the situation. Looks like she isn't going to talk. The force behind these three must be a massive organization if they're willing to die before spilling any secrets. So who exactly is targeting me? Done wasting time, he raises his hand and summons a storm directly on top of her, coldly stating his final words. Then I'll grant your wish. She barely manages an ugh before being completely vaporized. He dusts off his sleeves. Stylistically after the fight, as Lin Yuan turns, the archer Xiao Si comes running over, praising him with total admiration. Dude, you were incredible. Watching you absolutely wreck those guys was so satisfying. And hey, all the gear they dropped. And you know what that means. It's loot time, my favorite part. I gathered it all up for you. This silver tier bracer has a skill that boosts bow speed. You should take it. The other silver items I'll just take back to sell for cash. Grabbing the awesome gear, she gives him a playful wink. You got it, little boss. Don't mind if I do. Let's just call it an advance on my salary. The system interface pops up, showing off the gleaming silver bracer. With its intricate design, the stat window pops up clearly. Chaser's bracer, silver tier, and effect-type piece of gear. Attack power plus 30, movement speed plus 10, and attack speed plus 15. It comes with the skill Rapid Fire, providing an extra 15% attack speed when using a bow or crossbow. After that, they leave the corpse-littered battlefield behind. She nudges Lin Yuan's shoulder. So what's next? You think we can grab a drink to celebrate? He immediately shuts her down, with a deadpan expression. No, we need to handle business at the shop first. As the two of them stroll along, deep inside the dense woods, a mysterious shadow lurks silently, watching their every single move. The scout falls back to report to his leader, a man in a wicked-looking metal mask. Boss, that team of 3, they had a perfect 100% mission success rate, but that kid wiped them all out, not a single survivor. Hearing this, the leader's eyes narrow. A glint of twisted excitement flashes from behind his mask. This guy is even more interesting than I thought. His subordinate asks cautiously, so should we dispatch a stronger team to take him out? The leader waves his hand. And right here, you and I are about to see the whole plot shift. No, I've changed my mind. A talent like him who hasn't joined a guild. We need to find a way to recruit him instead. The leader's eyes glow with a strange, eerie blue light filled with curiosity. He gives a firm command. I'll deal with the client myself. For now, call off all operations targeting him. Back to the bustling city. Lin Yuan, hands tucked in his cloak pocket, strolls casually alongside the archer entering the plaza. It's peaceful, as if a bloody massacre hadn't just taken place. Lin Yuan holds a piece of parchment at the corner of his mouth, curling into a confident smirk. He thinks to himself, the world's rarest recipe for a high-potency electric resistance potion is finally in my hands, and I've already locked in a deal with a reliable high-level alchemist. All I need now. Once he solves the shop's location and gathers enough materials to mass-produce the divine potion, he'll just have to wait. When the Thunder attribute dungeon opens, he can seize the chance to make $1 billion, but his daydream is cut short by a slimy voice. Stick with me, because this is how you know you've made it. This blonde warrior Yuan Shen comes running up, fawning all over him. Yuan Shen's laying it on thick. Boss, you finally remembered, little old me. Remember that last dungeon run we did together? That was seriously epic. Just then, the system interface pops open, bringing some very good news with 2 notifications. A flashy alert pops up. 400 gold coins have been paid out, and gear from his buddy has been sent straight to his inbox. Seeing this clingy bootlicking display, the female archer puts her hands on her hips and teases, well, is this your biggest fan? Lin Yuan just coughs, trying to dodge all that crazy energy. I was thinking about buying a storefront to open up a shop. We can talk about the dungeon later. Hearing the words, spending money, the blonde guy's eyes completely light up. He rushes forward, thumping his chest. Buying a shop, let me come with you. Spending cash is my #1 talent, my absolute favorite. Meanwhile, the archer waves them off. All right, I'm heading back to my workshop for a bit. I've got to go clear out all my alchemy tools. Inside the magnificent city hall, the mayor was perched on his plush chair, waving his hands frantically, absolutely refusing. No, this has nothing to do with money. Stroking his fancy mustache, the mayor raised a finger authoritatively, citing the ultimate authority, the law. The king issued a strict decree: commercial property in Rogo Square absolutely cannot be sold to commoners. The blonde guy leans in to sweet-talk him, but you and I know that rarely works on NPCs. Mr. Mayor, please reconsider. Think about it. If we open a shop here, it'll boost the local economy. It's a win-win for everyone. But the mayor was firm, raising his hand to cut him off. Young man, don't waste your breath. This is non-negotiable. The bargaining failed. Miserably. The blonde guy turned to Lin Yuan, scratching his head apologetically. Abyss God, I think I messed up. How about I just buy you a storefront? In the real world instead? Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward, brushing him off. No need for that. It's not that complicated. I'll handle him myself. Thinking they were about to haggle again, the mayor shut his eyes and waved them away dismissively. Just go. That area was already zoned and assigned to someone else long ago. But in the next second, the official's eyes flew open, pupils shrinking, in shock at the commanding tone in Lin Yuan's voice. And here's the part that changes everything. What if I have this? He held up a medal glowing with a brilliant, mysterious golden light, making the mayor stammer in absolute terror. Is that the Medal of Honor from the Veye Knights, personally granted only by Commander Cid himself. Despite his fake dignified act, the mayor shot up from his chair, jaw dropped and sweating bullets, shouting, You're an honorary knight of the legendary Veye Knights. His attitude flipped in a split second. The official bowed deeply, obsequiously, holding out a map. According to the king's decree, this area is forbidden to commoners. But if you're a core member of the Knights, you naturally have the privilege to purchase it. Here's the layout. Please, sir, feel free to choose the most prime location. Ignoring the cheap flattery, Lin Yuan crossed his arms and studied the map, his mind racing. The shop's location was directly linked to his future gold mine, so he had to choose carefully. Beside him, the blonde guy was practically drooling in admiration, as expected, of the Abyss God, so powerful and imposing even in front of a high-ranking NPC. Lin Yuan's eagle-sharp gaze locked onto the most strategic red square on the map. He pointed firmly, sealing the deal. Right there. Stopping in front of a bustling building, a holographic sign announced that Lot 32 had been bought by an anonymous player. A warrior looked up confused. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Wait, didn't the system lock this area from being purchased? Who the hell was powerful enough to snag this spot? And they even hid their ID. Just then, hauling a bunch of gear, the archer arrived, her eyes wide and jaw on the floor. You actually managed to buy this building. But didn't the NPCs say this whole block was frozen? Hands casually in his cloak pockets, the new owner stepped up to his brand new property. Lin Yuan just casually dropped a line. It just took a little special privilege, that's all. He handed her a secret document, asking seriously, take a close look at this potion recipe. Tell me, which ingredients are we still missing? A system notification popped up at the same time, confirming the potent electro-resistance potion recipe had been successfully shared with his partner Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan frowned as she skimmed the document, professionally assessing the situation. I've gathered all the other minor ingredients. The only thing we're stuck on is the Thunder Lizard's Claw. That item is basically extinct on the auction house right now. There are no sellers. Lin Yuan smirked. Perfect timing. His experience bar was almost full. Time to level up and farm some mobs to gather the materials. Catching on to his plan, the blonde guy started waving his hands excitedly. You're going to farm monsters, right? Abyss God boss, take me with you. I promise I'll be the best loot-collecting lackey ever. Seeing the two guys fired up for a fight, the archer quickly waved her hands and backed away with her things. You two go have your fun. This young lady prefers to be buried in her alchemy lab doing research. Holding out a set of keys to his partner, Lin Yuan calmly entrusted her with the responsibility. Full boss mode activated. I've given you full operational and business rights to this shop. From now on, this place is your own private workshop. And let that sink in for a second as Luo Qingyan just stares in disbelief. Leaving the girl utterly confused. You and I are about to see Lin Yuan summon a majestic dark beast ready to fly. He shouts his orders. Let's go. Riding, this will save us a ton of time. Below, the blonde guy just stares up. His eyes gleam, seeing the massive wings. Whoa, that mount is insanely cool. The system confirms the summon. A winged lion mount. Soon after, they land in a treacherous canyon where a monster is waiting. It's a lizard-dragon hybrid crackling with blue energy. It roars, showing off a mouthful of jagged teeth, then fires a ball of lightning. A battle interface pops up instantly, analyzing the enemy's data for all to see. Thunder Lizard, normal tier level 17. HP 3800. Attack 330. Defense 145. Skill discharge. It summons allies and a volley of green-flamed magic orbs rains down from the sky, like a meteor shower. But with his insane skills, Lin Yuan slams his black sword into the ground as an anchor. He slides to dodge the bombardment while the blonde guy behind him barely dodges the blasts. The ground cracks open. A whole swarm of hideous green lizards emerges and the blonde guy absolutely freaks out. There's too many of them. But Lin Yuan is calm as ever, explaining the thunder lizard's trait. When one dies, it awakens all the others. This is totally normal. Seeing his boss so cool, the blonde guy gets fired up, eager to prove himself. Divine Lord, let me be your frontline tank. Our main character just steps back, hands in his pockets, letting him take the stage. He just nods. Your job is to collect the materials. Just then, a huge, spiky, green-flamed lizard lord appears. Not even hesitating, watch what Lin Yuan does next. He summons his strongest subordinate to the fight, giving a badass command. Lizard Lord, go all out for me. The system window immediately flashes with a golden notification. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 16. An arrow glows over his head and Lin Yuan smirks, doing the math in his head. At this rate, my level's already in the top ranks of the server. Standing beside him, the blonde guy is speechless. He's just staring at the summoned beasts in total awe. Is that the boss of the Valley of Remnants? Are they working for you too? Damn, that is just way too cool. A massive stat board appears. Lin Yuan strokes his chin, plotting his next move. The snake controller's leveling speed is definitely not as fast as mine. With my holy scarab and damage buffs, I'll catch him. As for those three who ambushed me, they felt like assassins. I need to investigate them too. His sidekick comes running back with a loot bag bigger than he is, reporting excitedly. Divine Lord, all the materials are here. Lin Yuan turns coolly and starts walking. Good work. Let's go. The scene changes. We're inside store number 32, which has been beautifully renovated with a classic mystical design. Behind the counter, a girl named Luo Qingyan swirls a purple test tube, worrying about the market. This high-potency lightning resistance potion is good, but no current dungeon needs something this strong. Will it even sell? And just like that, the door swings open. Lin Yuan walks in with that giant sack of materials and gets right down to business. This should be enough for a while. How familiar are you with the formula? Luo Qingyan is shocked at his insane farming speed. Already so fast, she nervously explains the professional pressure she's under. This is a high-level recipe. Even for an advanced alchemist, there's a certain failure rate. I need more time to increase my proficiency. Lin Yuan just plops a basket of plump, juicy fruit on the table, switching up the entire business plan on a whim. Then let's sell these first. Seeing this, Han Qing, who is there too, speaks up, worried about their prime location. Fruit big bro with a storefront. This good you're going to sell this stuff. Isn't that a huge waste? I still have some other potions we can put out first. Ignoring his advice, Lin Yuan just smirks confidently. Just try one, you'll see. Han Qing, you try one too. Holding a red apple, Luo Qingyan is still skeptical. All right, but isn't this just a normal piece of fruit? Not caring about the details, Han Qing eagerly takes a huge bite. He's not forgetting to suck up either. The Divine Lord must have his reasons for this. No need to overthink it. The moment he swallows the apple, Han Qing's eyes go wide in shock as his stats for physique and spirit skyrocket. He shouts in disbelief, my stats, they went up. How is this kind of miracle fruit even possible? I told you, anything the Divine Lord brings out is going to be something special. Ready to rake in the cash, Lin Yuan sets the price with the air of a CEO. Each person can only use this fruit 100 times. I'll supply the shop weekly from now on. List them at 5 gold coins each. And with that, you and I just saw the grand opening of our new business. But right then, bam, a massive, colorful announcement rocks the entire server. Server-wide broadcast, shop number 32 in Rogel Square. is now officially open. Now pay attention because this one announcement sends shockwaves everywhere, starting with a warrior in the desert. He's farming mobs and is completely stunned. He turns to his buddy. Wait, didn't Lin Yuan say yesterday that nobody could buy that spot? How is it already open? Tian Tian turns to her friend. And look, it's not just any shop, it's the first one on the entire server. Across the city, players are buzzing. What is happening? And you can bet the salty players are fuming. One stomps his foot. Damn it. Location 32 is the absolute best spot. I've been trying to get it forever. Meanwhile, the curious ones start rushing over. Come on, let's go to Rogel Square and check it out. But lurking in the shadows before this grand new shop is an assassin leader completely stunned and sweating bullets. What him? He actually opened a damn shop. His white-haired client is furious, gritting his teeth. I thought you were supposed to take him out. When are you guys gonna make your move? The masked leader is just speechless, muttering in disbelief. Suddenly, a hand throws a heavy bag of coins right at him. He catches it, but then flatly rejects the contract. This guy. I think he's a lot more dangerous than our intel suggested. Even one of our elite squads got wiped out by him. Here's your money back. We're dropping this job. Absolutely livid at being double-crossed, the white-haired client grabs the assassin's robes and screams, "Are you serious? This is just about money, isn't it? Name your price. How much do you want?" He's desperate, willing to pay anything for the kill. As long as you make him dead, we can talk numbers later. But just as he's yelling his head off, the white-haired guy's eyes suddenly shrink in pure terror, because in the distance he sees the silhouette of a female warrior. It's Lin Yuan walking forward in her imposing ice-cold armor. Jealousy completely blinds him, and the white-haired guy just turns tail. He vanishes, cursing internally. She's going to find that bastard again. Inside, the shop is bustling and brightly lit. Han Cheng is at the door, enthusiastically welcoming everyone. Welcome, honored guests. A group of players steps through the entrance. The one in the lead glances around the shelves, a look of absolute confusion on his face. Seeing how bare the displays are, he's totally baffled. Huh. You guys only sell one item. Fruit. You got the most prime real estate in the game to sell this. The talented shopkeeper Qing Yan just smiles, brushes back her hair, and holds up an apple. This isn't just any fruit. This type of fruit, she says, permanently increases your stats. It's only 5 gold coins apiece. And, yeah, I know what you're thinking, that price is insane. The customer's jaw hits the floor. How much? 5 gold. My entire set of gear isn't even worth 10 gold coins. But ignoring his friend's cheapskate, screaming, the other player steps up. He steps forward to confirm. Wait a second. Did you say it permanently raises your core stats? After thinking for a moment, he decides to take the plunge. There's no way. I've never heard of any fruit that can do that. Fine, I'll take one and try it. The second he gets it, he shoves the whole thing in his mouth, chewing furiously. And instantly, his eyes light up like stars. You can see the veins on his neck pop as pure joy hits him. He screams out the good news. It's real. It's actually real. My constitution just increased by 4 points. The other customer, who was just complaining, suddenly freezes. His face goes completely serious, shocked beyond words. And right after that, the first guy starts shoving his way back to the counter, waving his money bags. Quick, sell me 3 more. Inside his head, the gears are turning. If he can buy these and resell them to the big guilds for a higher price, he could make an absolute fortune. As the crowd starts to get chaotic, a customer in a red cloak quietly turns. He strides out of the shop, a calculating smirk playing on his lips, and right at that moment, Lang Yui's silhouette appears. She steps coldly into the shop. And trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. A system notification pops up just for her. You have entered the shop of your friend Lin Yuan, and inside there he is coolly waiting. As she sees him, the powerful female warrior approaches him, her voice filled with shock. I had no idea the secret owner of the #1 shop on the server was actually you. But how did you manage it? Just yesterday I came here to buy something and the NPC kicked me right out. In response, Lin Yuan just smirks, a confident, mysterious smile on his face. He shrugs it off, answering, with a boss-like attitude, maybe it just took a little bit of luck. You and I both know that's a total lie. Changing the subject, Lang Yue gets serious. Well, this is perfect timing then. About that sewer incident you mentioned before. I investigated it thoroughly. On that day, absolutely none of our guild members went down into the sewers. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiles knowingly. Thank you. I guess my eyes must have been playing tricks on me. Internally, he thinks too. Himself, it seems he can temporarily rule out the Mirror Flower Guild as suspects. Business concluded, Lin Yuan turns and heads up the stairs, making a generous offer. Feel free to look around. If you need anything, I can give you a discount since we know each other. Lang Yue reaches out from behind, about to call out, wait. But just as she's about to speak, her brow furrows, her sharp eyes flashing with a sudden wariness. Humph! A system warning had just popped up right in front of the female captain. Pay attention now, this is where things get messy. Your close friend Xing Yin is nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation? She thinks to herself, full of suspicion. Xing Yin is around here too. At the same time, the scene cuts to a hidden alley outside where the mage Xing Yin is grabbing an assassin's sleeve, desperately negotiating. I'll pay you triple no 5 times the fee. It's just to assassinate some nobody. Don't you guys be so greedy. The masked leader Yu Pang shoves his hand away. This isn't about the money. From now on, our organization will refuse all of your requests. As they're arguing, Leng Yue's cold voice cuts in from behind, making the villain's heart stop. Xing Yin, what did you just say about increasing a fee? Who are you trying to hire someone to assassinate? Xing Yin jumps completely, terrified. Caught red-handed, his face freezes as he breaks into a cold sweat, stammering out a pathetic excuse. Leng Yue. What are you doing here? You must have misheard. I was just negotiating an equipment trade with him. But Leng Yue's expression darkens her sharp gaze, seeing right through his clumsy lie. Have you forgotten about the core member location feature of our Iron Triangle team? When friends are close by, the system sends an automatic notification. Who is this person next to you? I clearly heard the word assassinate. Xing Yin's mind explodes in panic as he curses himself. This is bad. Damn it, I forgot to block my location from Leng Yue. Realizing the situation is going south, the masked assassin decisively shoves the troublesome client aside. Time to make a run for it. You deal with your own mess. I'm out of here. But in that brief moment he turns to leave, the masked man accidentally reveals a certain emblem. A gold-inlaid skull pocket watch dangles from his belt, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Let that sink in, because that one detail changes everything. As her eyes lock onto the object, Leng Yue freezes in horror, a jolt of recognition hitting her. That pocket watch. With lightning-fast reflexes, Leng Yue lunges forward to block his path, shouting, "You stop right there, I have some questions for you." The assassin turns back, glares at her, and scoffs arrogantly. You think you can stop me? With that, he launches himself into the air to escape. But suddenly, from the sky, a strange bug flies toward him. What the hell is this thing? In the next second, he throws a grappling hook into the wall, using it to pull himself away from the thunderous blast coming from the dangerous bug. However, the moment he lands, Lin Yuan's black-cloaked figure appears like a phantom, cutting through the wind to intervene. As he regains his footing, the masked assassin's eyes widen in absolute shock. Giving the enemy no time to breathe, Lin Yuan swings his dark blade, unleashing a slash of green energy. He follows it up with a ruthless pursuit, roaring coldly. Where do you think you're going? Cornered, the assassin is forced to parry the attack. Seeing Lin Yuan, a stunned Xing Yin asks, "Where did you come from?" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan has already sheathed his sword, standing protectively in front of Leng Yue. He answers calmly, "I was nearby and heard the commotion, so I came to check." You said that guy was carrying a pocket watch. Are you absolutely sure you saw it correctly? Leng Yue's eyes burn with determination and a hint of killing intent. She gives a firm nod. Exactly. Even though it was just for a split second, I'd bet my life I saw what I saw. Seeing her confident expression, Lin Yuan smirks, triumphantly muttering to himself, "Well, isn't this great? I was wondering where to find you, but you just had to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." Yeah, you and I just saw the exact moment the hunter became the hunted. He's terrified, thinking, could he already know I sent those assassins? It seems his target isn't just powerful, but his intelligence network is something else. Realizing his disadvantage, the guy immediately backs down, trying to negotiate. He tries to buy time. I know you're angry, but can't we just talk this through like civilized people? I can give you a full explanation. But Lin Yuan's only reply is a powerful swing of his sword. It tears through the earth. The attack forces him to leap onto a nearby wall. From below, Lin Yuan coldly replies, an explanation, sure. After I catch you, then I'll just ask whatever I want to know. Seeing Lin Yuan's absolute ruthlessness, Xing Yin starts to panic. He backs away, sweat dripping from his forehead, already planning his next dirty move. According to their code, they never sell out a client. But if this goes south, I better strike first to silence him for good. On the other side of the conflict, Lin Yuan keeps the pressure on his opponent, forcing him to scream out, "Enough already, I've given up on the assassination. Don't force my hand to a point of no return. Now watch this." Lin Yuan just scoffs. "All you know how to do is run." Cornered, the assassin desperately dodges a thunder beetle as it flies past. "I'm just a guy who gets paid for a job. I can't reveal any personal information. I absolutely cannot break the rules of my organization." Catching that key phrase, Lin Yuan lowers his sword slightly, his sharp eyes narrowing as they lock onto his target. Paid to do a job, huh? Suddenly, a dark orb hurtles at him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan swings his greatsword. He splits the toxic cloud in two, charging straight out of the explosion with unbelievable style. And in that very instant, Xing Yin makes a mad dash, trying to stab the assassin in the back while roaring, "You're way too loud, just die already." He's thinking smugly, this damn assassin was about to sell me out. Not a chance. If Ling Yue finds out about this, I am definitely a dead man. But his sneak attack hits nothing but air as the assassin dodges. He'd already leaped smoothly onto the wall, causing Xingyan to curse. You idiot, you were trying to kill me to keep me quiet. Landing gracefully, the assassin points an accusing finger, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. If you're going to abandon all honor, then don't blame me for what I'm about to do. He steps in front of Ling Yue. And here's the twist you and I have been waiting for as the assassin exposes the true face of the villain. Yeah, I sent those 3 guys. But I was just hired help. Xingyan is the one in the shadows who wants you dead. Then he throws out the evidence. It's ironclad proof, a holographic screen showing the entire dirty transaction. The assassin lays all his cards on the table. Go on, look for yourselves. He even promised to pay me double to make sure the job was done and that your death was guaranteed, and that it was as miserable as possible. Oh, a big spender, huh? In that case, I'll take the job. Ling Yue can't believe her ears. She whips around to face Xingyan, her eyes filled with utter disappointment as she questions him. Is this true? Xingyan, you actually hired assassins to kill someone. Backed into a corner, Xingyan just points a trembling finger at the assassin. He's shaking, screaming, You bastard, you actually dared to sell me out. Ignoring the 2 hypocrites, Lin Yuan simply raises his massive black sword, his ice-cold voice pressuring the masked man. I don't care who the target was. That pocket watch you have, where did you get it? Tell me now. Seeing Lin Yuan's sudden change in focus, the assassin dangles the pocket watch from his hand, taunting him. After all that chaos, you're telling me this is what you really wanted. Don't worry, you'll be getting it very soon. Right after he activates a magic skill, preparing to escape, he vanishes into thin air. Left behind, Lin Yuan just furrows his brow, wondering. I'll be getting it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? With the immediate threat gone, Ling Yue turns to face Xingyan with a look of chilling indifference, her voice sharp as a knife. Xingyan, I think you owe me a very clear explanation. Facing his captain's killing intent, Xingyan is sweating bullets, his face twisted in pure panic as he grits his teeth. He can't get a word out. A moment later, tears just burst from his eyes as he screams with his sick, twisted jealousy. Ling Yue, don't you get it? If we just make him disappear, we can be close again, just like before. And with that, you and I are left on a massive cliffhanger. All right, let me show you the exact moment of friendship completely shatters. Ling Yue cuts in, furious. Enough. The Xingyan I knew was a polite friend, not some scumbag who hires assassins to kill people. You better apologize to him right now. And at the same time, the system delivers a fatal blow with a blinding notification. You have severed your core friendship with Xingyan. Staring at the message, Xingyan's eyes well up as he chokes out in total disbelief. You actually threw away our core friendship for some outsider, and now you want me to apologize to him? What does he have that I don't? Everything he's been holding back just explodes. Xingyan glares like a wounded animal, turning all his venom towards Lin Yuan. This is all your fault. Because of you, our iron triangle is turning on each other. You made me a complete joke. Finally, his eyes turn bloodshot with rage as he lets out a desperate scream and charges. You're the one who should die, you damn curse, you bastard. With his face twisted by pure hatred, Xingyan madly rushes past Ling Yue, channeling his lightning magic for a final lethal strike on Lin Yuan. Thunder's roar today. I swear I am going to kill you. Sensing that killing intent, Lin Yuan turns his head, his eyes glowing a murderous red. He scoffs, fine by me. Let me send you on your way. Before Xingyan can even touch his sleeve, Lin Yuan gracefully flips through the air, his black and green sword deflecting the attack, leaving Xingyan completely stunned. What in this right here is where the tables turn hard. Using his momentum, Lin Yuan brings his sword down with incredible force, blasting Xingyan backwards and making him howl in agony. Arga, he flails like a broken kite tumbling through the air before crashing hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggles to his feet, clutching his chest and coughing violently before growling out, Damn you. You think this is enough to beat me? This isn't over yet. But just as he's about to raise his staff for another spell, a glowing green beetle suddenly zips toward him, making him pause in confusion. Before he even knows what's happening, the sacred armor beetle unleashes a blinding green electrical current. It zaps him over and over, making the mage convulse and scream in agony. Arga. And right on cue, the system window coldly displays the loser's fate. Target has been paralyzed. Looking down on the kneeling mage, Ling Yue crosses her arms, radiating an ice-cold pressure as she questions him. Xingyan, after all this, are you still not going to admit you were wrong? Even with his entire body twitching from the paralysis, Xingyan grits his teeth and argues back. I did nothing wrong. But seeing how hopeless his situation is, his eyes dart around, already scheming. Tai Yang. Only Senior Tai Yang can save him now. He secretly opens his system interface and a pathetic call for help flashes on the screen. A request sent to core friend, Senior Tai Yang. And just when you think it's over, you know the cavalry had to show up right. Tai Yang rushes in with his team, already defending Xing Yin without knowing a thing. What's going on here, Leng Yue? Why did you suddenly break your core friendship with him? The second they arrive, a notification pops up on Leng Yue's system. Your core friend, Senior Tai Yang, is nearby. Send a party invitation. Seeing his savior, Xing Yin, grabs onto this last hope and shamelessly starts twisting the story. Tai Yang, quick, help me. Break this paralysis effect. I was ambushed. They cheated. Disgusted by his pathetic lies, Leng Yue decisively swings her massive sword to block the path, making Tai Yang stop in his tracks, utterly confused about what is going on. Leng Yue's gaze is sharp and unwavering. She exposes his crime without a hint of hesitation. Xing Yin hired an assassin to kill someone. He brought this on himself. Nobody is allowed to interfere. Stopped by the sharp blade. And the shocking truth, Tai Yang's eyes go wide in horror. Hired an assassin to kill someone. His gaze flicks over to the man holding the black sword and he freezes, recognizing him. Supreme, you're here too, with a sword, don't tell me. The person Xing Yin wanted dead was you. In response, Lin Yuan just gives a cold nod. Yeah. Tai Yang's face falls, his expression, a mix of sorrow and resignation. He closes his eyes and sighs, defeated. I get it, Supreme. I won't interfere. To think Leng Yue would even draw her sword on me. Xing Yin, what on earth have you done? Using his staff to hopelessly push himself up, Xing Yin's face is a mask of pure desperation and hatred. Tai Yang, you're not going to help me either. You rather believe some outsider over our years of friendship. Not about to let the hypocrite keep talking, Lin Yuan sends a cold, hard kick straight into Xing Yin's body, launching him backwards. Then he demands, tell me, what exactly do you know? Xing Yin glares back, completely unhinged. In your dreams. Even if I die, I will never. And with that, you and I are left on a massive cliffhanger. I won't let you get away with this, but you and I are about to see that bravado crumble as his eyes widen in terror. That green beetle is right in his face again, and he's completely wrapped in a blinding storm of blue lightning. It tears through his body again and again. Xing Yin's eyes bulge, his mouth wide in a silent scream before he begs, stop, please stop. Lin Yuan's armored boots stomp onto the solid ground, each step thundering with pressure as he closes in. He swings his blade right to the guy's throat, standing over him like a god of death. The killing intent rolling off him is insane as he coldly demands, now tell me, the man who was just with you, who the hell is he? Below him, Xing Yin lets. Sweating, panicking, he finally breaks. I'll tell you everything. Just stop electrocuting me with that bug. Pure terror. You and I are about to get the full story. Trembling, Yin Gan confesses. That man. He's from the Apostle Guild. As he speaks, he spills another crucial detail, urged on by the tip of a boot. Lin Yuan's foot shifts menacingly. That pocket watch you mentioned, it's the official symbol of the Apostle Guild. A flash in his mind, hooded figures armed and lurking in shadows. Lin Yuan puts the pieces together. The Apostle Guild, In his past life, he didn't know much, but he remembered they were an organization specializing in assassinations. He touches his collar, his sharp eyes glowing red with deduction. On top of that, they were so secretive that getting any solid intel on them was practically impossible. With Lin Yuan deep in thought, Xing Yin saw his chance, propping himself up to make a stealthy escape, but he instantly breaks out in a cold sweat when an icy voice cuts through the air. Did I say you could leave? He turns his head, his eyes wide with absolute terror. And right here, this is where Lin Yuan delivers judgment without a shred of mercy. Weren't you the one who swore you would kill me today? A brutal blow sends Xing Yin reeling. He throws his head back, screaming in agony as destructive blue flames engulf his entire body. Desperately, he reaches out to his former teammates, pleading, Leng Yue, Tai Yang, save me, I don't want to lose my level. Save me. But Leng Yue's face remains cold as stone as she announces his punishment for all to hear. Because Xing Yin hired assassins, a direct and severe violation of the guild's rules. Now let's hear the official verdict. I am hereby stripping him of all positions within the guild. His past contributions are the only reason he remains a member. Still burning from the magic, his form twisted in pain. Xing Yin desperately reaches toward Leng Yue's retreating back. He screams, begging her. Leng Yue, I'm sorry, I'll go apologize to him right now. You can't do this to me. I'm the one who deserves to be standing by your side. Her gaze is like steel, completely devoid of emotion. She delivers the final soul-crushing blow to sever all ties. Xing Yin, you have disappointed me beyond words. From now on, you will call me Guild Master. A moment later, his face contorts in hatred and despair as a crimson notification seals his fate. His health bar hits 0. Instantly, Xing Yin's body shatters into thousands of dark data particles, scattering into the air. Tai Yang can only watch with a grim, helpless expression as his old friend vanishes completely. Turning away from the harsh reality, Tai Yang's eyes droop in disappointment as he mutters to his remaining teammate, No wonder he kept making excuses and messing up. Come on, let's go. As the others fade into the distance, Lin Yuan gets lost and thought about that golden skull watch, his eyes gleaming sharply. So that pocket watch isn't just a sign of the first follower's subordinates, it's the symbol of the entire Apostle Guild. Either way, he's now certain the Snake Master is hiding within that very organization. He turns to look at the girl, the one who just defended him so fiercely. And yeah, Lin Yuan has to admit she's the reason he found this crucial clue. He honestly didn't expect her to be so determined to protect him. Snapping out of it, he gives Lang Yue his sincere thanks. Lang Yue, thank you. My shop has a few permanent stat-boosting items. Would you like to come pick one out? Not long after they arrive, the golden afternoon sun glowing on the building. A warm light filters through the window, carrying a sigh of relief. Who finally sold everything? Inside, the charming female manager wipes a bead of sweat from her brow, standing proudly behind a chest-high mountain of gold. She beams, asking, "So, your big sister here did a pretty good job, right?" Facing the massive pile of wealth, Lang Yue just calmly shrugs it off. "Looks like I came too late. I'll be back another time." Lin Yuan quickly reaches out to stop her. Wait a second. He pulls out a handful of sparkling items and presses them into her hand. "I just so happen to have a few extra. Please take them. I hope you won't let that loser ruin your mood anymore." Looking at the precious gift, Lang Yue gets flustered. These are way too valuable. I really should pay you for them." Witnessing this blatant favoritism, the manager's eyes narrow and she starts seething with quiet, jealous rage. What, he just gave her a whole handful? I've been working my butt off all day long, and he doesn't even notice. Her slender hand slumps onto the table, completely drained of energy. She lets out an exhausted sigh. Half a day of hard work for absolutely nothing. Fuming, she stomps toward the door. A dark, resentful aura radiates from her as she mutters passive-aggressively, "I'm just gonna clock out early and get a drink." She leaves Lin Yuan standing there with a completely baffled look on his face. Lang Yue tilts her head and asks about her. "Your employee doesn't seem very happy." Lin Yuan, still with a stone-cold expression, gives a flat reply. "She's probably just tired. She can go home and rest." Under a gorgeous sunset sky, ancient white stone pillars stand silent. Strolling through the park, the manager kicks a stone pedestal, venting her anger, her face a mask of sour frustration. What the hell was that? Acting all generous and not even charging her money. Who's your actual employee? Seriously, who works for you here? You might as well just let her run the shop for you. A leather boot steps into frame. It crushes a stray stone into the grass. A man in a red cloak blocks her path, radiating pure arrogance. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss what comes next. Cut to the owner of shop number 32, getting cornered. "We've been waiting. The Black Tree Guild is interested in your methods of acquiring shops. I hope you'll cooperate." The manager's eyes instantly harden with caution. "Now watch this." She gives her blocker a sarcastic look. "The Black Tree Guild, as arrogant as the rumors say, think I'm an easy target just because I'm a woman, trying to muscle me out." The man smirks, a smug and cunning look on his face. "Of course, you could just join the Black Tree Guild. I guarantee you'd be treated as our most honored guest." Right then, a glowing system notification pops up in front of her. "Your friend Lin Yuan has sent you a hidden mail package. Item Flesh Seed times 45 has been added to your backpack." Reading this, her expression softens as she glances away. A pleased thought crosses her mind. So he saved some for me. He does have a conscience. He still cares about his big sister. Then the notification scrolls down, showing an attached message. From Lin Yuan, "There are still 45 left. In stock, remember to put them on the shelves for sale tomorrow." Her hopes are instantly crushed as a fiery rage erupts. A demon screams in her mind. "I knew it, that heartless bastard." Noticing he's being ignored, the man's face darkens. He loses his patience, his voice dropping to a growl. "You don't seriously think you can protect this shop, do you? We have a real-world corporation backing us. People are dying to get in, so don't be a fool." Hearing that, she flips her long hair, casually gliding past him while making a very smooth counter-offer. "This is a big deal. I'll need some time to think. If your guild is as powerful as you say, surely you can give me that much." His eyes narrow into cold slits and he shoots her a venomous sideways glance. "Fine," he agrees. "But don't you dare try any tricks." Without stopping, the manager turns back with a sharp look. She meets his cruel threat head-on. "Remember, I can crush you at any time." Okay, let's pause. This guy's ambition. He squints, looking absolutely venomous as he watches her disappear. His face twists into a treacherous grin. He's already scheming. Once I take over this shop and the chairman sees what I'm capable of, the entire Black Tree Guild will be mine to command. The afternoon sun bathes the rooftops in gold, creating a peaceful scene. But the manager is fuming, picturing Lin Yuan's face in her mind and complaining to herself. I'm getting threatened over here, and I'm still keeping your secrets. You'll never find a woman as good as me." Blending into the crowded street, she holds her head high, muttering under her breath, "You rotten little brat. Sooner or later, you're going to have to repay your big sister for this." Rows of houses soak in the fading sunlight. The scene shifts. We find Lin Yuan standing alone in the middle of a damp, flooded sewer. He holds a glowing green beetle up to his eye, calmly forming a plan. The flesh seeds are selling like crazy. This next batch will go for an even higher price. While I'm at it, I should check if the snake controller has left any traces in this area. A system window quietly appears in the air. Activating stealth skill. Lin Yuan's body immediately turns transparent. He calmly observes the shambling undead guards on patrol. The undead are still here, and my sacred beetle doesn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Looks like he's been laying low lately. He slips past the line of guards, his feet barely touching the stone steps, making no sound as he heads straight for his destination. Once he gets close, Lin Yuan drops his stealth, summons a green lightning scorpion, and gives the command, Thunder Core, end this quickly. As the attack lands, a system alert confirms it, and just like that, you and I have entered the hidden dungeon, the Serpent Demon's lair. We pan to the center of the gloomy evil god temple where eerie purple flames flicker, illuminating an eye-shaped throne. The snake controller is kneeling, waiting for orders, grinding his teeth as his hands clench. All right, let's kick things off with a villain absolutely losing his mind over our hero. Han Shu is furious. He leaps to his feet in a rage, the snake tails on his back thrashing wildly. The guy just keeps raiding hidden dungeons one after another, and he's stealing every last treasure. Realizing he can't get help anywhere, Han Sui glares at the maid in the corner. Anna won't lend me the underworld serpent, and my own snake is still injured. He's hit a dead end with no other choice. He throws himself down at the foot of the throne, his voice trembling as he begs. Things have gone too far, my subordinate can only plead for master's help. Instantly, a majestic purple illusion descends from the void, its deep voice radiating pure pressure. Snake Tamer, you should be carrying out the new plan right now. Crushed by the force, the Snake Tamer presses his face to the floor, sweat pouring down as he frantically tries to explain. Master, there's this one guy. That player keeps messing with our plans, and he even stole my precious snakes, the purple phantom's underling complained. The phantom spread his arms, a wave of dark energy washing over his subordinate. You know just one player, and you can't even handle it. So tell me, how exactly should I punish you? Backed into a corner, the subordinate frantically looked up. A single spark of hope lit his eyes. He's no ordinary player. I think he's a necro hunter. Just like you, my lord. The moment he heard that title, the purple aura around his master flared violently. He repeated the words cold as ice. A necro hunter. Just then, the fiery red silhouette of the enchantress appeared. She sneered, well, snake boy. Looks like you had a pretty rough time in the western desert, huh? Bad enough to make up some ridiculous story that a second necro hunter even exists. Ignoring her, the snake master opened his grimoire. He desperately presented his proof. My lord, every word is true. Please see for yourself. The book floated in mid-air, bursting with energy as a system notification appeared, loading memory codecs, replaying battle footage. The horrifying battle played out. The snake master watched as Lin Yuan corrupted his snakes, turning them into undead minions. He could hear Lin Yuan's arrogant voice again, my undead are endless. Your snakes just keep dying. Give up. A wave of purple light erupted from the book, filling the entire throne room. Faced with the undeniable footage, both the master and the enchantress fell silent, their eyes glued to the screen. And trust me, even with video proof, a rival just has to get one last jab in. Is that all? If he was really so powerful, do you honestly think you'd still be alive to crawl back here? How pathetic. Ignoring her taunts, the Phantom Lord calmly analyzed the situation. So it's true. Another necro hunter actually exists. A pity his inheritance is incomplete. He's nothing to worry about. Summoning a vial of purple potion, the master boasted. For a half-baked product like him, I won't even need to get my hands dirty. Seeing his chance to get back in favor, the snake master let out a vicious grin awaiting his orders. Your will is. The master drew a dark circle laying out his plan. Listen closely. Deep within the Western Desert Empire, a majestic aura of magic pulsed around him. He continued. Their spirit-draining skill is the perfect counter for a player like him. The moment he finished speaking, a set of coordinates flashed before the Snake Master's eyes. Coordinates shared 45827 Grabbing the potion, the Snake Master laughed cruelly. Understood. I'll make him suffer until he wishes he was dead, forcing him to show me every single one of his tricks. But the master hesitated, then spoke. No. And okay, I did not see this next part coming. If you get the chance, make him one of us. Completely floored, the Snake Master and the Enchantress stared up at the purple phantom standing regally on the sharp crystal steps. He spoke with the deep curiosity of a true ruler. I find myself very intrigued by this. A necro hunter who isn't even supposed to exist anymore. Just where in the world did he crawl out from? The Phantom Lord sat on his throne, resting his chin on his hand with an air of pure arrogance, radiating a pressure that silenced the room. The scene shifts to a magnificent city, its architecture a masterpiece of desert style with massive onion domes reaching for the sky. Everything was bathed in a golden sunset. The Snake Master, however, was filled with nothing but absolute rage. He stormed through a sunlit doorway and into a tavern, grinding his teeth and muttering furiously under his breath. The Master actually wants to recruit that bastard, then what the hell happens to my revenge? His face, hidden behind his snake-scale mask, tightened with scheming. A cunning light flashed in his eyes as he thought, if I follow his orders and try to pull him in, I'll need to use the Death Apostles Intel network to check his guild status. Hiding his dark intentions, he pulled his black cloak tighter and strode confidently towards a messy warehouse filled with oak barrels. He saw a waiter carrying a tray of drinks down a narrow stone hall and immediately moved to block his path. Time for the secret handshake. The waiter, all business, reminded him, "Sir, the drinking hall is up front." The Snake Master casually replied, "Oh no, I'm here to deliver the hops." Facing the waiter's suspicious stare, the Snake Master clicked his tongue, pretending to fumble through his pockets. "It's always the same thing with you guys. The password, then the token. Such a pain. Let me just find where I put that pocket watch." But then he suddenly froze. The pupils behind his mask blew wide open in pure, unadulterated shock. He frantically began searching every inch of his cloak. His face went pale with panic as he whispered, "The pocket watch. It's gone. When the hell did I lose it?" Without the token, the waiter's entire attitude shifted. His eyes turned sharp, his gaze becoming a direct threat. The Snake Master stammered, pointing desperately. "Damn it, just wait. Let me think where I dropped it." The waiter calmly cut him off. "And you and I both know what happens next. We don't need hops here." The waiter's face hardens, his eyes flaring with a murderous red light. He coldly tells them to get out or maybe try another bar. But just as the tension is about to explode, a steady hand reaches out from the shadows, stopping the waiter's outburst with a single sharp command. "Hold on." From a dark corner, the branch chief in the silver mask calmly steps out. He crosses his arms, vouching for the nervous newcomer. "He's with me. Let him pass." Recognizing his superior, the waiter instantly retracts his killing intent, bowing respectfully. "Yes, branch chief." The scene shifts to the guild's secret basement, a place where cold stone walls are lit by flickering torches. Sharp metallic panels line the room, showing off the brutal nature of this hidden base for assassins. The silver-masked branch chief leans back comfortably in a leather armchair. In front of him, Kong Shijia bows his head in apology. "Thank you, my lord. It's my fault for losing the pocket watch and causing you more trouble." The branch chief cuts straight to the point. "Spit it out. What do you want?" Kong Shijia presents a file masking his true ambitions with a plausible excuse. "I'm here because of a new commission. I need to investigate some intel on this person." As his boss flips through the papers, Kong Shijia smirks to himself. "Now here's the crazy part. You and I are about to see his real twisted plan unfold." He thinks, "Even if I get him killed, it's useless." His eyes gleam with a venomous light as his scheme takes shape. "If I can use this intel to make him think we're after him, he'll never agree to join my master." The branch chief squints, skimming the request, then nods thoughtfully. "I see." But contrary to the subordinate's calculations, Branch Chief Yun reaches into a nearby file box and pulls out a different folder. He leans forward slightly, tossing another paper down with a look of amusement. "What a coincidence. I just received a commission myself, and the target is the exact same person." This sudden move makes Kong Shijia flinch, sweat beading on his temples. He stammers, trying to stay calm. Is that so? Looks like this guy has a lot of enemies." Branch Chief Yun lays the papers on his lap, tapping a finger calmly. "I've already investigated the target thoroughly. Since it's the same person, I might as well handle it myself." Seeing his prize about to slip away, Kong Shijia panics. He reaches out, feigning admiration. "My lord, I've always admired your strength. Can I tag along for practice? I don't even need a fee." His over-the-top enthusiasm is immediately met with a suspicious stare. The branch chief leans back again, resting his chin on his hand. Forget it. I only team up with people I know. Besides, why do I get the feeling you're a little too interested in him? He's being read like an open book. You and I can see the panic setting in right. Kong Shijia quickly waves his hands, backing down. "Haha, of course not. Well then, my lord, I'll go handle another commission." As he walks away down the narrow corridor, his face twists back into a dark, scheming expression. Even if Yan Wang manages to kill him, it's useless. He'll just revive in the immortal world. Looks like I need another way to completely cut off any chance of my master recruiting him. Left alone in the stone room, the silver-masked branch chief sits in silence. He flips open an old file, his eyes glinting. I can't believe Xing Yin's discarded commission is actually coming in handy. His mind flashes back to that explosive encounter. He'd been forced to flip and dodge a powerful slash from Lin Yuan. No wonder that angry-faced guy went nuts when he saw the watch. So it was all about this kid. But the fact that they want him dead at all costs. This is getting... Suddenly, a 3D hologram with a flaming mask emblem ignites in mid-air. The system displays an urgent message. The leader is initiating a remote call through the Eye of Supervision. A powerful voice echoes from above. The person you mentioned. Could it be the one who wiped out our elite team? The branch chief immediately stands up. He bows slightly, confirming the report to his supreme leader. Yes, that's him, leader. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic. The branch chief clenches a fist over his chest, his voice filled with a warrior's longing. If it wasn't, I really would have loved to test my skills against his. From within the magical flames, the leader's final command comes down sharp and decisive. In that case, go test him again. And while you're at it, see if he has any intention of joining us. Trust me, you are not ready for what our hero walks into. Lin Yuan stares, utterly baffled. Are you? A blonde knight, in a maid's apron. The figure just smiles, holding a broom. Yuan Shen, I'm here to help. Lin Yuan is speechless. His face darkens. Pushing past that weirdness, the shop owner Luo Qingyan steps out holding a small box. Hey kid, an acquaintance of yours is here. Been waiting a while. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turn ice cold. It's him. The cloaked masked man sips his tea calmly. Let's go. We'll talk outside. Before leaving, Lin Yuan finishes his weekly trade. Here's this week's batch. A notification pops up. 100 blood flesh seeds transferred to his partner Luo Qingyan. He casually tells her to just mark up the price as she sees fit. The scene shifts to a desolate canyon where jagged stone pillars reach up toward the twilight sky. Lin Yuan chases the assassin, whose voice echoes from up ahead. Did you really find me just to run away? The assassin leaps effortlessly between cliffs, letting out a mocking laugh. Haha. Now here's the thing. Kid, if you want to ask questions, you gotta beat me solo first. No weird summon pets this time. Lin Yuan frowns. What's this guy planning? Is this another client trying to get him assassinated? His eyes lock on, cold and determined. Fine. Let's go. The assassin grins, hyped for the fight. Show me what you've really got. A sharp claw connected to a long chain shoots straight for Lin Yuan, who raises his sword to block the attack. Sparks fly as the weapons collide, the claw clamping down tight on his blade. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, realizing something is off. Fomph, a hidden mechanism. The chain suddenly retracts, pulling the assassin right towards him. He just smirks. Nice try. A wave of green death aura erupts from Lin Yuan's body, forming a small vortex. The assassin is a little surprised but still scoffs. Too bad, you're too slow. Lin Yuan's sword gets yanked by the chain and slammed into the ground. Instantly, the green aura explodes, blasting everything back. The assassin yanks the chain hard, trying to pull the sword towards him. Get over here. But all he manages to pull back is the blade. Lin Yuan has vanished without a trace, leaving the assassin stunned. Then a black shadow zips past his back fast as the wind. Lin Yuan appears, landing a heavy strike on the back of his neck. You're the one who's slow. The impact is so powerful it cracks the ground. The assassin collapses with Lin Yuan standing over him, sword back in hand. He looks down at his defeated opponent, his voice dripping with ice. Why didn't you use your stealth skill? Is this how all you Zidu followers handle your contracts? The assassin lying in the rubble rasps out. Who said I'm here on a contract? Lin Yuan points his blade at the man's throat, his gaze sharp as a knife. If that's the case, I'll just cripple you first. Just then a notification pops up. Your good friend Han Cheng is requesting an emergency call. Connect immediately, he answers flatly. Yes. An urgent message fills his screen. Han Cheng writes, Yuan Shen, it's bad. The shop owner was just kidnapped by a group of guys. I wasn't strong enough to stop them. Get back here now, and there it is. A crimson killing intent explodes around Lin Yuan, his eyes turning dark with absolute rage. It seems I overestimated your methods. I can't believe you'd stoop to something as vile as kidnapping. The assassin scrambles up, shouting back furiously. Nonsense, King Yama would never do something so cowardly. And I would never ever lay a hand on a woman. To prove it, he immediately opens his contact list and issues a command. You just wait. I'll make you understand. Intel team, a woman was abducted from shop number 32. Find her location. Now a system window appears. Emergency order issued. All squad members have been notified. Seconds later, another notification pings. Intel team has sent coordinate information. The assassin points at Lin Yuan, sharing the info. The location's not far. Go handle it. I came all this way for you. I'm not going to run. A notification confirms the coordinates 88934753-8 have been shared with the player whose ID is hidden. Lin Yuan gives him one last look, his voice like solid ice. You better not run. The scene cuts away. And what you and I see next, it's brutal. In a graveyard, a girl is slammed to the ground. She lies there, her body turning transparent as the system announces her life has hit 0. A penalty notice appears. You have been eliminated 3 times. Level decreased from 14 to 11. As soon as she respawns at the revival point, she's still completely dazed. She lifts her furious green eyes, her beautiful face smudged with dirt and twisted with absolute rage. Two men stand on the steps above looking down with arrogant expressions. You filthy brat. We've killed you this many times and you still won't talk. One of the thugs steps forward, his voice a low threat. Master Xuan, I already got the info from a city official. The one who bought the shop is a man. If you don't spill his name, we're sending you straight back to the newbie village today. The girl grits her teeth, her mind racing with bitter thoughts. These two creeps are camping the respawn point, leaving her no way to escape. Even if she logged off, her character would just be a sitting duck. So she screams out in defiance, got the guts, then bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The mage just smirks. Looks like you still need to be taught a lesson. Bro, I'll go stake out the shop, you keep her busy. I refuse to believe that other guy won't take the bait. The other goon laughs, don't you worry, I'll make sure she submits. The second those words leave his mouth, an icy voice cuts through the air from right behind him. You'll make Ku submit. Before anyone can react, Lin Yuan moves like a shadow, coldly declaring time to die. The mage lets out a horrifying scream, and his buddy immediately shares the exact same fate. Luo Qingyan is just stunned, watching her tormentors get wiped out in an instant. Lin Yuan stands there completely unfazed, thinking to himself that the coordinates that guy gave him were actually legit. Suddenly, Han Chang in full knight armor dashes in front of Lin Yuan as the punk starts running his mouth. You dare touch someone from our Black Tree Guild. You're dead, kid. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees. He doesn't even finish the sentence. A flash of blue light pierces straight through him. Lin Yuan asks coldly, or what? In the dark of the night, Lin Yuan's silhouette looks more terrifying than ever. His voice is dripping with killing intent. The Black Tree Guild. I'm going to go find them and demand an explanation. Right after the bodies of the two thugs dissolve into streams of blue light, all of Luo Qingyan's equipment drops from where they fell. Lin Yuan frowns. Just as he suspected, her gear was on them. Luo Qingyan calls out hesitantly, little brother. She looks down at her own tattered state, feeling hurt and humiliated. You gotta feel for her here. Even in a game that kind of targeted harassment stings for real. Lin Yuan gently hands her equipment back, his voice softening. It's all right now. Tell me everything that happened. Staring at the shimmering equipment in her hands, Luo Qingyan can't hold back the tears anymore. She sobs as she explains, they wanted to know who owned the shop. I refused to tell them. So they destroyed it. And then they trapped me at the respawn point to kill me over and over. Lin Yuan lets out a soft sigh, his voice calm but with a hint of gentle chiding. You could have just told them it was me. Luo Qingyan quickly wipes her tears, forcing a brave smile. Placing a hand on her chest, she says, I'm your big sister, of course I had to protect you. Besides, they're nothing special. I wasn't scared at all. Seeing this, Han Cheng steps forward, his face filled with rage. This is insane. They must have been ganging up on you for a long time. They took all your gear. He offers her a potion. Here, drink this. Get your stamina back. Just as Luo Qingyan is about to say something to Han Cheng, Lin Yuan turns to him, his gaze as sharp and cold as ice. Tell me everything you know about the Black Tree Guild. Both of them immediately panic and try to stop him. Luo Qingyan says worriedly, little brother, don't do anything reckless. Han Cheng jumps in. Yuan Shen, the Black Tree Guild is no joke. With a grave expression, Han Cheng explains everything. They aren't just some gaming guild. They have a massive real-world power backing them. It's the Black Tree Corporation in real life. Their organization is incredibly tight with a clear chain of command. They're on a whole other level. Yuan Shen, even though you're powerful, trying to fight a guild with hundreds or thousands of members alone, it's impossible. But you and I both know what's coming next. That classic OP main character moment. Hearing all this, Lin Yuan just smirks. The Black Tree Corporation. I know they have money. So what? This is the world of immortals. As he speaks, he summons a gigantic winged lion, and its overwhelming aura forces the other two to stumble backward. But then Lin Yuan's brow furrows. At that exact moment, the two thugs he just destroyed respawn nearby. The second they see Lin Yuan, they start screaming, damn you. But before they can even make a move, Lin Yuan is already there. Two massive soul claws materialize behind his back. You want my shop, right? Make a move, he taunted. The thug roared back. This punk only knows cheap shots, get him. But as he lunged forward, spectral claws attacked. And trust me, this is where it all goes wrong for them. They both scream in terror. Ah, what are those things? Quick call for backup from any nearby guild members. A notification popped up, a request for aid was sent to the nearest Black Tree Guild members. But before help could arrive, the tragedy had already started. Your health has reached 0. You have been killed once, leveled down from 14 to 13. You have been killed twice, leveled down from 13 to 12. Their gear started dropping with every single death, 3 times. Level 12 down to 11. Finally, when both of them were knocked all the way down to level 1, they begged for mercy. Please stop, I'm already at level 1, my account is completely ruined. Luo Qingyan happily picked up her gear. My equipment, she cried. Thank you so much, I really thought I'd lost it all for good. Lin Yuan gave a cold stare. to the two guys barely hanging on. Useless trash. I ask one of you and you call for reinforcements. Just then, their backup arrived. A huge bald man swaggered over, his voice dripping with arrogance. Let's see who dares to ruin young Master Xuan's business. But the moment he sees Lin Yuan, he freezes. Oh yeah, you can tell he recognizes that face. Aren't you that little scrub from the Bloodscale cave? He glanced at his pathetic underlings, then turned back to Lin Yuan. So I guess you already handled young Master Xuan's men, huh? After I'm done with you, I'll go have a little chat with that woman. I'm sure young Master Xuan will give me a huge reward. He grinned. Time to crush you. Lin Yuan just calmly patted the winged lion at his side. So this young Master Xuan is the real ringleader. He took one step forward. The bald guy jumped back, startled, stammering, it's you, but one of his lackeys clearly didn't get the memo and was still acting tough. You dare steal from our Black Tree Guild? You must have a death wish. Our captain is one of the top 10 players in the whole guild. If you get on your knees and apologize right now, our captain might just spare you a few of your lives. He hadn't even finished laughing when Lin Yuan was right in his face. A shadow fell over him as a ghostly voice whispered, "You want to kill me?" The soldier was scared, absolutely witless. Gah. Smack. The bald captain slapped his own subordinate across the face. You idiot. Shut your mouth. He immediately turned to Lin Yuan, his attitude doing a complete 180, sweat just pouring down his face. Great one, if I'd known it was you. I wouldn't have gotten involved in this even if you killed me. He bowed his head low. I'll take them and leave right now. Lin Yuan replied coldly, no need. A flash of green light erupted, sending the entire group flying. He told the trembling captain, they're gone. Take me to this so-called young Master Xuan. The bald guy was terrified, nodding frantically. Yes, of course. But on the way, he secretly opened his comms, link his mind racing. Bringing an outsider to the headquarters is an act of pure betrayal. The fine from the Black Tree Corporation would bankrupt me, let alone leading a monster like this. There. No way. I have to find an excuse. A message goes out on the guild channel. Zhao Kui, urgent report. Found the shop owner, luring him to HQ now. Set up an ambush on the way to prevent his escape. Coordinates 4823.78.2. Seeing the reply signal, the bald captain breathed a sigh of relief. A wicked smile spread across his face. So fast, looks like I'm saved this time. Just then, a system notification appears right in front of Lin Yuan. And you already know what it says. He's just walked into an ambush zone. The bald guy stopped dead in his tracks, forcing Lin Yuan to halt as well. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He looked into the empty space ahead. They're here. Instantly, he spun around, pointed at Lin Yuan, and roared with absolute glee. You fool, did you really think you were invincible? Today, I'm gonna teach you some damn manners. Brothers get him for me, but what he heard wasn't his allies charging. It was a shadow flashing past, like a bolt of lightning knocking an ambusher straight to the ground. The bald guy looked around, totally confused. What's going on? Why isn't Team 7 attacking? He turned his head, and what he saw made his blood run cold. In the middle of the woods lay the corpses of Team 7, the blue lights of their deaths still hanging in the air. He stammered in pure horror. How? How is this possible? Team 7 was completely wiped out. Lin Yuan walked past him, coldly, blood still on his blade. He thought to himself, that guy's throwing knife. Was he trying to help me? He stared right at the captain, who was now shaking like a leaf. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Weren't you going to teach me some manners? Go ahead. And you can just feel the absolute terror coming from this guy. Shiny forehead. Without any warning, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, engulfing him completely. Out a pathetic shriek. Stop, please, don't. I was wrong. When the lightning fades, Lin Yuan steps over to the twitching body on the ground, his voice completely void of emotion. If I'm not mistaken, leading this many of your members to their deaths is going to cost you, right? A pretty hefty fine from the Black Tree Guild, I'd imagine. Lin Yuan's sword presses against his neck, its cold blue light reflecting on his pale skin. Lin Yuan then makes an offer he can't refuse. You're already at a dead end, so why not give me young Master Xuan's coordinates? Maybe after I dismantle the Black Tree Guild, your little fine will just disappear. The captain has no other choice, and he quickly kneels down and begs, I'll tell you everything. Now let's see just who these guys are that Lin Yuan is about to take on. Someone is reporting that the Black Tree Guild, a branch of the corporation, saw a 30% profit increase last quarter. New shop projects are also underway, with growth expected to continue. Another shareholder cuts in. Excuse me, bossy, but as far as I know, you still haven't secured a single one of those new shops, have you? A middle-aged man with an eye patch takes a long drag from his cigar and calmly replies about that. But his confidence quickly returns. Coincidentally, we just found the person who bought the shop. The Black Tree Corporation never misses a chance to make money. That first shop is already in our pocket. No one can take it from us. Just as he finishes speaking, the meeting room door bursts open and a man screams in panic, "Boss Yi, it's bad. Someone is attacking our guild headquarters, boss." Yi slams the table and stands up roaring. What in the world is happening out there? In the grand halls of the headquarters, the screams are endless. One by one, members of the Black Tree Guild are sent flying like fallen leaves against the power of a single intruder. It's Lin Yuan, one man with one sword cutting through a swarm of enemies. A soldier roars, "This bastard dares to attack us on Black Tree Guild turf," but his only answer is a massive wave of green, deathly energy erupting from the ground. Lin Yuan's voice is ice. "Get out of my way." The bald captain stands at the gate staring at Lin Yuan's back, trembling as he asks, Are you really going in there alone?" Lin Yuan doesn't even turn around, just drops a single warning. "I hope your coordinates are correct. Otherwise, I'll still come find you." Inside the HQ, under the brilliant crystal chandeliers, the massacre continues. In a luxurious room, a man known as Young Master Xuan is lounging on a chair watching a live stream and bragging to his lackeys, "A good show's about to start. Oh, trust me, buddy, you have no idea. Once I get my hands on that shop, I'll squeeze a few million out of that old geezer. Then I'll give you all a nice reward." The livestream counter shows over 2,000 viewers. A girl sitting on his lap pouts playfully. "Young Master Xuan, you're so mean, trying to steal from people again." Just then, a commotion from outside makes Xuan frown in annoyance. "Who's making all that noise out there? What kind of job are you doing? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Go check it out." His minions quickly obey. "Yes, sir." Two guards step outside the door muttering, "Who's the blind idiot causing a scene out here?" But the second they open the door, a black shadow slams into them, sending one flying back inside. The other barely has time to gasp out, "What the?" Through the dust, Lin Yuan steps in, his sword still glowing with deathly energy. He asks coldly, "Are you He Xuan?" Two powerful auras clash in midair. An explosive confrontation is about to begin. Young Master Xuan smirks, his face full of contempt. "Ha, another guy looking for attention. Let's see how I play with this one." This scene immediately makes his livestream explode. The viewer count skyrockets as comments fly across the screen. "Here we go. What's Xuan gonna do this time? Who's this unlucky guy? Ha ha ha, wait a sec, that guy looks kind of familiar." Young Master Xuan slowly swivels his chair to face the intruder. He looks Lin Yuan up and down, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Hey you want to join the Black Tree Guild too? Not just anyone has what it takes to be my dog, you know." He props his feet up on the table, looking completely smug. "How about this? Get on your knees and lick my shoes clean and maybe I'll consider letting you join." The girl beside him just giggles. He, Young Master Xuan is giving you a chance." Lin Yuan just smirks back, cold as ice. And with that look, we know this is about to get real ugly. Let's dive right into one of the wildest Manhwa showdowns you'll see all year. Young Master Xuan is stunned as green sword energy rips past, but he's fast, using a girl as a human shield. The livestream chat goes nuts, viewership skyrocketing past 5,000. People are losing it. Someone actually dared to cause trouble with Young Master Xuan at the Black Tree headquarters. "Whoa, isn't that the great god?" 36 Lin Yuan takes aim. Lin Yuan stares down Young Master Xuan, his voice ice cold. "Store number 32 is mine. If you ever trespass on my territory again, I'll crush your entire Black Tree Guild." Stunned, Xuan just leans back and bursts out laughing. "All right, you and I are about to see what happens when you corner a legend." The guild master cackles, "So you wiped out the Black Tree Guild? I thought you were just crazy, but it turns out you're an actual idiot." The livestream's viewer count just broke 10,000. The audience recognizes Lin Yuan and absolutely loses it. "Oh my god, it's him. This is where the real show starts. The legend is back to destroy Black Tree." Young Master Xuan claps, looking thoroughly amused. "Men, get out here now." Dozens of elite Black Tree members burst from the shadows, completely surrounding Lin Yuan. One of them screams, "You dare barge into our headquarters? You got a death wish." Lin Yuan stands there unfazed and just casually swings his sword. Young Master Xuan, legs crossed and full of himself, scoffs. "HMF, taking an interest in your shop is an honor for you. You have no idea how many people would kill for the chance to give me tribute." He flicks a gold coin, unleashing, "All right, check out this absolutely humiliating final offer. How about this? 1 gold coin. Sign over your shop, then kneel and kowtow 3 times, and this young master will forget what just happened." He then flicks a gold coin right at Lin Yuan. Without missing a beat, Lin Yuan's sword flashes out, shattering the coin into dust before it even gets close. He summons a spirit scorpion, a deadly glint in his eye. "My patience for fools like you is wearing thin. Time to die." A green light erupts from the ground, tearing through every single one of his cronies. Young Master Xuan doesn't even have time to react, only managing a shocked gasp. as a stream of green energy shoots toward him. Before he can even process it, a green beetle is already in his face. All he can do is let out one final, pathetic scream as the beetle explodes, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The system notification pops up cold and final. Life points have returned to 0. His underlings just stand there frozen, unable to believe Xuan's body just hit the floor. Young master. Xuan was just killed. Snapping out of the shock, a captain finally roars. Get him, the guards charge forward, but it's useless. All you can hear are their terrified screams as they're cut down. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, an employee makes a frantic call, his voice cracking. Call the chairman now. We have an intruder. He's already at the main headquarters. President Yi, the chairman, tries to keep his cool in front of the shareholders. It's definitely a malicious attack from a rival company. The Black Tree Guild is prepared for this. Quick turn on the projector. Find Xuan's live stream channel. As the screen lights up, President Yi speaks with confidence. Now pay attention because this is where the story gets absolutely wild. Gentlemen, please watch. This is the true power of our guild. But then his brow furrows. Huh. On the screen is just Lin Yuan standing in a battlefield littered with bodies. The entire room goes dead silent. President Yi slams his hands on the table, his eyes wide, staring at the screen. He roars in, pure desperation and shame. Impossible. The livestream chat explodes with viewers soaring past 20,000. This god isn't just soloing a boss, he's soloing the entire guild. Yes, finally. Been waiting to see Black Tree get wrecked. President Yi grinds his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his face. No, if this continues, the Black Tree Corporation's stock will plummet. I'll lose my position as chairman. I absolutely cannot let this happen. He tries his best to calm everyone down. There must be some mistake. The guild's security team is on leave today. I'll contact the person in charge right now. He immediately dials a number, screaming into the phone. You useless brat. I don't care how you do it, just make him stop. At that exact moment at the in-game respawn point, Xuan reappears, roaring in fury. Damn it, he made me die and lose a level. He immediately starts running back toward the main hall. As he runs, he screams with pure rage. Stop right now, or I swear I'll take over your shop and I'll kill every single one of your people back to level 1. Lin Yuan stands among the corpses, and you and I both know what happens when you threaten an MC. That's right, this young master always keeps his word. Just try me if you don't believe it. Lin Yuan slowly closes his eyes, and a demonic spirit materializes behind him. His voice drops to a bone-chilling whisper. If that is your answer, then the Black Tree Guild no longer needs to exist. He raises his hand, activating his ultimate skill. Activate Corpse Explosion Technique. Instantly, dozens of green explosions erupt from the bodies on the floor, creating a massive storm of destructive energy. Back in the meeting room, President Yi can only watch in horror as his guild headquarters is engulfed in a sea of fire. My guild. A shareholder stands up, looking at President Yi with utter disappointment. President Yi, is this the project you wanted us to invest in? This is beyond disappointing. I'm beginning to question your ability to manage this corporation. Hearing this, Yi quickly tries to save the situation. Everyone please calm down. The guild's elite guard unit has already arrived. He turns to his aide for confirmation. The elite squad got the notice and they're all online. Right. A secretary quickly reports. Yes, sir. All of them are in position. Through the screen, the entire room watches as a group of players in black armor smash through the windows. The elite squad's captain yells, "Let's go, boys. Get that punk." President Yi promised 100,000 for each of us. Got it. The whole team roars back. Sir, yes, sir. The live stream viewers now exceed 30. Oh, it's these guys. They're famous for playing dirty. They're just showing up to die. Our god-tier player will crush them. But the reality, trust me, the reality is even more brutal than they could imagine. The entire elite squad gets absolutely wrecked by a single one of Lin Yuan's spirit beetles. Quick stop that damn beetle, I've already lost 5 levels. One member dodges a strike only to see the beetle right in his face. Damn it, it's back again. The slaughter happens. In the blink of an eye. The spirit beetle dives down, claiming another life. Life points return to 0. Lin Yuan just floats there amid the carnage. A cloud of deathly aura, his eyes cold as he stares down at the cowering survivors. His mocking voice echoes through the hall. Weren't you all going to kill me back to level 1? So why are you hiding back there, too afraid to make a move? Without hesitation, the elite squad captain raises his sword, rallying his men. All right, boys, same old tactic, everybody charge. The bloodthirsty soldiers right behind him rush forward for the kill. But seeing Lin Yuan just standing there, the captain's eyes widen. His jaw drops and he roars, "You little brat." He leaps high into the air, bringing down a thunderous strike from above. Now watch this, he declares, "We're your real opponents." But before his sword even connects, a flash of blue light erupts. It blasts him backward. He can only scream in total shock as their captain goes flying. Seeing their leader down, the 2 mages behind him instantly fire off spells. Fireballs and arrows fly, wicked smiles on their faces. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight all 7 of us. Take this, he taunts. And taste my paralyzing arrow. Haha. Moving like a phantom, Lin Yuan dodges every single attack, appearing instantly right in front of the mage. He grabs the guy's face, his eyes like ice. Your tactics are getting old. Then he uses all his strength to slam him violently into the ground, creating a massive green energy explosion that shakes the whole room. The system screen coldly flashes. With that familiar notification, life has returned to 0. Down in the crater, the mage lies completely motionless, utterly defeated. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's system flashes a new alert. Stealth skill activated. The remaining soldiers look around confused. They grip their weapons, searching through the hazy smoke. Humph, where'd that brat go? Did he run away? Meanwhile, the livestream chat is exploding with comments. Even a tiger can't fight a whole pack of wolves. The legend is glorious, even in defeat. They just ganged up. Solo, nobody could ever be his opponent. Back on the scene, one soldier furiously punches the ground, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, he caused all this chaos. If he gets away, the Black Tree Guild's entire reputation is down the drain. He roars at the other members, "Find him for me at any cost." And right then the sky above him goes completely dark. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it gets even crazier. Young Master Xuan breaks out in a cold sweat looking back. Huh. From behind them, a horde of colossal soul beasts, part dragon, part wolf, rises from the dead, their massive fang-filled mouths aimed right at their targets. The soldiers scream in pure terror. What are those things? The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, gathering green hellfire in its mouth. The overwhelming power of its breath explodes instantly, blasting away the remaining elite soldiers. They're sent flying, tumbling helplessly in utter despair. And right then, a system notification pops up. Stealth skill has been deactivated. Lin Yuan slowly reappears, casually clasping his hands and issuing a challenge. Anyone else, send them all out. There's still plenty of room at the resurrection point, you know. In the real world, a guy is glued to his phone watching. He's sweating bullets. Holy crap, I get to see the legend in action again. He really doesn't mess around. When he makes a move, someone is definitely getting wrecked. On a busy street, a group of kids huddles around a tablet, totally hyped. They're all watching, buzzing with excitement. The Black Tree Guild really picked a fight with a god of death this time. Elsewhere, a schoolgirl clutches her blushing cheeks, her eyes sparkling as she stares at her phone. Wow, how can he be so handsome? But back at the scene, a total contrast to the cheering crowd, young Master Xuan is kneeling on the ground. He's holding his head, cowering pathetically. Absolutely terrified, he opens a chat window, tears and snot everywhere. He's begging his father for help. "Dad, you have to save me." Chairman Yi screams back, practically spitting. "How in the hell did I give birth to a useless piece of trash like you? You damn jinx, you've completely ruined me, don't you get it?" But young Master Xuan isn't backing down, craning his neck and firing right back. "Hey, old man, I was just following your orders. Your intel was bad, so how is this my fault? At this point, you and I just get to watch Chairman Yi absolutely lose it." He slams his desk, gasping for air as he barks orders at his men. You rebellious son, I don't care about you. And you gotta hear this. Do whatever it takes, just stall him," he orders. His expression turns deadly. Full of confidence, he sneers, "The expert I paid a fortune for is on his way." Meanwhile, on a high branch, overlooking the ruined Black Tree headquarters, the Yama-masked assassin watches with his arms crossed, impressed. "Not bad, kid. You've really made a name for yourself." Suddenly, his system panel lights up with a new notification. An urgent contract from the Black Tree Guild. Eliminate target Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Reward 500 gold coins. The assassin just smirks at the screen. An urgent request to deal with that brat, how pathetic. He raises a finger. With a simple tap, he decisively rejects the contract and blocks all future requests from the Black Tree Guild. Behind the mask, his eyes gleam with pure amusement. You know, he's sticking around to watch the show. Just then. All right, a new group emerges from the forest, and you and I both know this fight just got way more complicated. Leng Yue notes that even the Death Apostle Guild is here. Looks like the Black Tree Guild really went all out. Up in a tree, the assassin Yan Wang thinks to himself, they're all acquaintances of the kid. This is going to be a good show. A warrior with a giant axe cracks his knuckles, growling, "Heemph! I just want to get this over with and crush that punk." The assassin watches the 3 of them charge down with a smirk. No need to test the kid's power now. He can just send the video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, young Master Xuan is cornered by 2 soul beasts. He screams in pure rage, "Even my dad has never hit me. You're going to pay for this." But as the mercenaries arrive, they freeze, staring at the absolute devastation in front of them. Leng Yue and the masked assassin are also stunned, silently taking in the scene. Lin Yuan appears, his eyes glowing red, and Leng Yue gasps. The target is him. Even the assassin is shocked. It's that psycho. Then a mocking voice cuts in. "Well, young master, your backup has finally arrived. gaining a burst of courage. Young Master Xuan screams from the floor, "You had fun hitting me, right? Everyone attack. Today I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy." But Lin Yuan just casually places his foot right on his chest. His cold eyes scan the newcomers and the air goes terrifyingly silent. Now pay close attention here. With just a single glance, an invisible pressure crushes down on all of them. One of Xuan's lackeys gets cocky. "Ha, you think you're untouchable? The number 1 and 2 guilds are here, you're dead." But before he finishes the axe, Warrior shoves him hard to the side. "Ha." The Warrior glares at the lackeys and roars. "Get lost. You think I'm dying for that pathetic amount of money? Bunch of fools." A system window pops up. "Commission from the Black Tree Guild abandoned." And the Warrior just turns and walks away. Young Master Xuan screams in panic, "Where are you going? You're scared before we even fight." Lin Yuan doesn't even bother looking. He swings his sword, a wave of blue energy flashes out, and the loud-mouthed lackey screams, and then vanishes. Life force returned to 0. With the trash taken care of, Lin Yuan turns to the other two. "Are you two also here to help the Black Tree Guild?" Another system window appears. "Commission abandoned." Lang Yue offers a friendly smile and a shrug. "I'm sure you have your reasons for doing all this." "Need any help?" Lin Yuan replies calmly, "No need. Just stand aside and watch." Just then, having revived, young Master Xuan jumps up, screaming at the remaining mercenaries. "What the hell? I paid you to fight for me, not to watch the damn show." The masked assassin crosses his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And yeah, I think you and I can guess what he's about to say. You paid us to come watch your little circus act." Young Master Xuan, thinking he's found an ally, barks an order, but Lin Yuan cuts him off, looking right at the assassin. "The men in the forest. You took them out, didn't you?" The assassin just chuckles, "Just tidying up." Young Master Xuan freezes. "What, you're a traitor too?" The assassin pulls up his system menu, hits record, and grins. "Hey now, such harsh words. I never accepted your commission. I just came to watch the chaos." Betrayed young Master Xuan and his last 2 goons can only seethe. "Damn you, I'll get you for this. Just you wait." Suddenly, all 3 of them feel it. A terrifying murderous aura crashes down from above. They look up in fear. A massive dragon made of pure energy dives down, swallowing all 3 in a world-shaking roar. Life force returned to 0. Revived again, young Master Xuan crawls out of the rubble, his face covered in soot, but his eyes still burn with hatred. Lin Yuan looks down, his voice cold. "Let's continue. I imagine your guild leader can't sit still for much longer." Meanwhile, in the real world, a shareholder slams his fist on a desk, shouting at Chairman Ye. "The corporation's stock has completely tanked. Hey, you caused this. You will answer for these losses." The secretary trembles. Chairman Yi grits his teeth and snaps an order. "Say no more. Get me my game helmet. Now." He clenches his fists, his face a mask of determination. "If I don't go in there and end this farce myself, we'll lose every single investor. I have to restore their confidence." At that moment, the scene shifts inside the Black Tree Guild's headquarters. A system notification pops up for everyone to see. Guild leader of the Black Tree Guild He Yi has logged on. A majestic mage in crimson robes appears out of thin air. "All right, let's dive right into the chaos." Lin Yuan glances over and asks bluntly, "You're the guild master of the Black Tree Guild." He Yi knows the live stream is still on. He has to handle this guy fast. No way can he let the board see any weakness. So he tries a threat. "Kid, you've messed with the wrong people." But then his whole attitude flips. He smirks, acting all high and mighty now. "Seeing you've got some skill, I might consider letting you join the Black Tree Guild. You can even be an elite squad captain." But young Master Xuan just respawned, jumps in. "Old man, why waste your breath on him? He killed so many of our people. Are you letting him off? Call for backup and crush him." He Yi raises his scepter. Bright red magic energy swirls as he roars. "You little brat." He unleashes a massive attack. "Don't you dare underestimate the power of our Black Tree Guild." But the attack gets blocked easily by a tiny green spirit. Lin Yuan stands behind it, his voice dripping with mockery. "The master of a top guild. Is this really all you've got?" He Yi's eyes go wide. "He used a summon to block my attack." The next second, Lin Yuan's spirit beast lunges forward, rushing him. He asks casually, "So then, what's your plan for this?" The beast swings its blade down, but he barely manages to dodge. And in that same instant, Lin Yuan is right behind him, surrounded by his other summons. He declares coldly, "It's over." A notification pops up. Now pay attention, because here's where it gets wild. Skill-activated corpse explosion. He Yi realizes he's surrounded. Damn it. A massive green energy blast erupts, wiping everything out. At the respawn point, He Yi and the young master once again crawl to their feet. He Yi is drenched in sweat, screaming in his head. "No. No way, I couldn't even take one of his attacks. This guy's a monster. I have to find a way to stall him." Thinking fast, he throws his hands up in surrender, stumbling backward. "Wait, we were wrong," he begs, completely desperate. "Wait, we were wrong." Stop. We'll make a public apology and pay you. Hearing this, Lin Yuan and his giant spirit beast just stand there. His voice is cold as ice. You don't know that you were wrong. He looks him dead in the eye and delivers the verdict. You only know that you're about to die. The beast roars, charging forward and sending Heye's men flying. Tragic screams fill the air. "Arju bastard!" Young Master Xuan yells at his father while being tossed through the sky. "Old man, do something!" Heye is just as furious and yells back. "Shut up, what can I do? I've used everything. You useless son. What kind of monster did you even pick a fight with?" Then a flash of inspiration hits Heye. Wait a second. If even a top-ranked player can't beat him. He looks at Lin Yuan and his colossal summon. Then an NPC is the only answer. He mumbles his plan. The Black Tree Guild's HQ is on the edge of the city. Okay, I know what you're thinking. This is where he gets backed into a corner, right? Well, think again. He just has to report me and I'm done for. Heye smugly pulls out a scroll, turning to his son. You idiot son, why didn't I think of summoning a peacekeeper sooner? No matter how strong he is, can he actually fight a game NPC? He activates the scroll using the item. Emergency summon wanted order. The young master's eyes light up. I get it, Dad. The peacekeeper will stop any fighting in the main city. If you don't obey, you're thrown into the game's prison and forcibly logged out. A bright light flashes and a majestic general appears with 2 soldiers. Summon successful. The general growls. Daring to cause trouble in the main city. You have no respect for me. He points a finger at Lin Yuan and orders arrest that man. Heye and his son start laughing triumphantly. Hey, you little punk. Heye taunts the Black Tree Guild, is inside the city limits. Dare to touch me again and you can get ready for a nice long stay in prison. The young master joins in on the fun. Haha, you think you're so tough. Go on, touch me again, I dare you. Instantly, Lin Yuan vanishes and reappears right in front of the young master, sending him flying with a single kick. The kid lets out a pained scream. Heye is horrified. What? Seeing this, he yells in a panic. You're dead meat, kid. While activating his magic shield skill. Seeing Lin Yuan attack again, Heye roars in his mind, absolutely sure of his victory. Attacking in front of a peacekeeper. You're dumber than you look. And just as he expected, the NPC general is furious. You dare attack right in front of me. The arrogance. Arrest him. I want him locked up. For 3 months. The 2 soldiers obey, immediately charging forward. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on the live stream, viewership has soared past 30,000 and the chat is filled with disappointed comments. Oh, what a shame. It's over now. With this mechanic, how can he fight? Seeing this, Heye gets even more cocky. He points at Lin Yuan and laughs. Ha! Once a player attacks a peacekeeper, they get a bounty on their head across the entire country. No matter how strong you are you going to attack him too? But he never expected that as soon as the words left his mouth, a dark shadow would lunge forward. Lin Yuan easily shatters the shield and strikes. He takes down Blackleaf, his mouth dropping one cold word, idiot. Instantly, the chat blows up again with over 30,000 people watching. Damn, the master is just built different. Yeah, you and I are witnessing a legend in real time. They got what they deserve, slaughtered like chickens. And the result of breaking the rules, Blackleaf coughs up, blood eyes wide, staring in utter shock. A cold notification pops up, life points returning to 0, of course. But the city guard can't just ignore this. He roars the pressure of a high-level NPC flooding the whole area. You are defying the laws of the West Desert Nation. I will punish you severely. Now facing the NPC's wrath, Lin Yuan just calmly raises his hand. Watch what happens next. A glittering gold medal drops from his palm. The 2 soldiers freeze before they can even lay a hand on him. The metallic clink of the metal hitting the ground seems to freeze time itself. The general is stunned, a cold sweat breaking out. His eyes go wide in disbelief. This is an honor medal of the Scorpion Knight's Order. Staring at the exquisite medal, he stammers out a question. You're an honorary knight. Lin Yuan just gives him a mysterious half-smile in return. The tables have turned 180 degrees. The general frantically shouts at his men, stop right now. The 2 guards just look on, completely confused. Just then, the general quickly bows, carefully lifting the medal with both hands and respectfully offers it back to him. Lin Yuan. My lord, your emblem. Lin Yuan casually takes the medal back from the city guard's trembling hand. Now he's the one giving the orders. He points towards the newly revived Blackleaf and young Master Xuan. Those 2. You deal with them. The general immediately bows his head, his attitude completely flipped. Serving you is my honor. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Blackleaf still has no idea what's going on. Why hasn't the city guard done anything yet? The young master beside him has gone pale, stammering. Damn it, that bastard is an honorary knight. The guard is just like a dog wagging its tail for him. At the command, the general whips around, his gaze filled with killing intent fixed on the pair. You 2 scoundrels dare to oppose the Scorpion Knight's order? I suspect you're agents of the Southern Turtle Kingdom. Come with me. to the dungeons for questioning. The situation has flipped. The father and son stumble back in panic. Blackleaf waves his hands. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding, sir. Young Master Shuan turns and blames his own father. Old man, what kind of stupid plan was this? Now you've brought disaster upon us. The general gives them no chance to explain, personally stepping forward to arrest them. Behave yourselves and don't disturb the honorable knight. The two soldiers rush in to drag them away. You and I both know it's over for them. Come with us quietly. A final system-wide announcement appears. Players Blackleaf and Black Shuan have been arrested by the city guard authorities. Being dragged away, Blackleaf still hasn't given up. He turns and yells at Lin Yuan, wait. Whatever you want, we can negotiate. I'll give you money. Lin Yuan coldly turns his back. It's too late for that now. He glances at the ruined Black Tree headquarters and delivers his final verdict. The Black Tree Guild has only one possible outcome: disbandment. And just like that, the livestream witnesses history once again with over 40,000 viewers watching. He broke the record, a new milestone, one man versus an entire guild, an unprecedented battle now etched in the game's history. The truth is proven once again, the master is still the undefeated #1. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a lavish boardroom, a powerful man is pointing at a screen, furious. This is ridiculous. This is what you call a plan. And you live-stream the whole thing. Absolutely shameless. I never should have entrusted the guild project to a useless fool like you. In his own room, Blackleaf smashes his gaming helmet in a rage. He screams out, completely helpless. Enough. Who could have guessed he had so many aces up his sleeve? What could I do? Even the NPCs are on his side. The powerful man gives a cold order over the phone. The Black Tree Corporation's stock is worthless now. Sell it all. And those two idiots. Get my lawyer on the line. I want them to rot in prison. The subordinate who was listening suddenly speaks up, a look of utter disbelief on his face. That madman. He actually destroyed the entire Black Tree Guild. For real. Does this mean my penalty fee gets wiped? Back on the battlefield, Lin Yuan coldly scans the area. His eyes sweep over the remaining survivors. Notifications pop up one after another. Life points returning to 0, every single player. Even the core members falls to his blade. Black Tree Demon War has left the Black Tree Guild. The notifications keep coming, appearing one after another like an obituary marking the fall of a great power. Black Tree Dark Orchid has left the guild. Black Tree Hidden Blade has left the Black Tree Guild. No one can stand against him. Black Tree Twin Spear Death God has left the Black Tree Guild. Even the squad captains are no exception, sent flying by giant spirit beasts. Black Tree Squad 4 captain has left the Black Tree Guild. Finally, one more name vanishes. Black Tree 8 Heavens Kill has left the Black Tree Guild. When the smoke and dust finally clear, only Lin Yuan stands alone amidst the ruins. You and I just witnessed history. A system notification announces the guild's fate. Black Tree's member count fell below 30. Automatic disbandment. Watching from afar, the Yama assassin holds an energy orb, clicking his tongue. Hak Diep and Hak Hoyan jailed. Members slaughtered, the rest fleeing in droves. He actually destroyed the entire guild. This kid is something else. He opens a panel. He starts uploading the precious footage he just recorded, sending combat video to leader. With that done, Lin Yuan turns his razor-sharp gaze locking onto the exact spot where the assassin is hiding, planning to watch all day. The Yama assassin materializes, shrugging casually. Care for a drink? I'll be waiting for you. Meet me at the tavern. Ask whatever you want. Then he adds, oh, and don't forget to collect your loot. Lin Yuan watches the assassin disappear, a new plan already forming. The Black Tree Guild is finished. Time to investigate. The Apostle Guild. He waves his hand and a bright light covers all the loot on the ground. A simple notification pops up. All equipment has been collected. Meanwhile, at a secret base, a short-haired girl stares at someone. She questions him with her arms crossed, her expression stern. What's the plan this time? And let me be clear. Pluto Snake is off limits. Across from her, a snake handler sighs warily. The purple snake on his shoulder flicks its tongue. The master's new orders were for me to investigate him, then find a way to recruit him. So annoying. Okay, pay attention because this secret meeting is important. The man continues. The master gave me some intel. I need to go to the deepest part of the desert to capture a flying snake. The girl retorts, that's your problem. Figure out how to lure him out yourself. Then we can complete the master's mission together. But the man isn't having it. This was your mission, wasn't it? I may be a lower rank, but my boss is way more useful than you are. You don't get to give me orders. The cloaked man leans in close, his voice a threat. You could refuse, but remember that incident with the Earl? You almost blew it. What do you think would happen if that got out? Anna clenches her fists, but she has no choice but to give in. Fine, this time only. But you need to understand, a snake civilization mission cannot fail. If things go south, I'm pulling out first. The man just smiles victoriously. He opens a coordinate map. Just lure him to this location. Coordinate shared 799347548. The girl accepts the info, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. So what dungeon did you prepare for him? Coordinates saved. The cloaked man gives a sinister smile, revealing a face scaled like a snake. Deathsea Island. At that moment in a tavern in a remote city, Lin Yuan and the Yama assassin walk in. The owner greets them warmly. What can I get for you two? Before Lin Yuan can speak, the assassin flashes a skull emblem. The owner's face instantly changes. He bows his head. I understand. Then he announces to the entire tavern. Apologies, everyone, but we're closing early. To make it up to you, everything tonight is on the house. The stunned patrons hear on the house and the place erupts. A girl cheers. It's our lucky day. Another round of free drinks. One guy regrets, man, I should have ordered more earlier. Heh. Suddenly, all the windows and doors of the tavern slam shut, creating a completely private space. Inside, the tavern is now completely empty. Lin Yuan scans his surroundings as the Yama assassin gestures for him to sit. Have a seat. Lin Yuan gets straight to the point. Is this a base for the Apostle Guild? And trust me, the assassin's reply is loaded. If you're so interested in the Apostle Guild, why not experience it firsthand? Then another cloaked figure appears with the official offer. On behalf of the Apostle Guild, I formally invite you to join us. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So is sending assassins your idea of an invitation? The assassin, King Yama, just waves his hands and forces a laugh. Come on, you and I both know it's just breaking the ice. People like you are a rare breed. We'd rather recruit you than have to deal with you. Just then, the owner brings over 2 glasses of wine. The masked assassin adds, to be honest, we've turned down every single contract placed on your head. This is a first for us, the Apostles of Death. The owner sets the glasses down, saying, enjoy. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, not touching the drink. Seeing this, the man asks coldly, well, have you thought it over? He takes a sip, eyes sharp as he glances at them, inviting him to join while still hiding their faces. That's not exactly a sign of sincerity. In that exact moment, Lin Yuan uses his ability to probe them. The system window pops up, initiating a check on their mental attributes. And here's where we see his real power. His mental attribute is 1.5 times higher than the target's. The check passes, piercing right through their enhanced stealth. The hooded man is stunned, thinking to himself, not bad. His senses are sharp enough to detect my stealth. His enhancement can be detected. The second he's spotted, he immediately drops the form. He cancels his stealth, revealing a masked man in a black and red cloak. And trust me, this is where our story truly begins. Lin Yuan recognizes him instantly. This has to be the Guild Master of Death Declaration. In his past life, the guy was infamous. Known for assassinating countless masters, a pure sadist who just enjoyed the process of the kill, Lin Yuan calmly responds, if you've researched me, you know I don't join guilds. But I am interested in getting some information from you. Just name your price. Death Declaration slides a badge towards Lin Yuan. Yama had said, you're interested in this, just join and you'll find out so much more. He taps the badge. Besides, you might have the wrong idea. The Death Apostles isn't a real guild, it's just an organization on paper. You don't have to join the guild in-game. Under the mask, Death Declaration's eyes gleam with confidence. Lin Yuan thought it over. So that's how it is. My hidden class won't get exposed. Joining doesn't seem so bad, especially with their intel network covering the entire immortal world. He looks up, his decision made. If that's the deal, I can consider it. But first, I need to understand how you guys operate. Death Declaration scoffs. Hey, I knew it. You and us were the same type. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. The Death Apostles is a very unusual guild. He begins explaining the assassin ranks: common, elite, expert, outstanding, and surefire kill. 5 ranks total with corresponding member portraits shown on screen. Mission difficulty is also split into 5 levels, D, C, A, and S. He picks up the pocket watch Lin Yuan was eyeing. As for this watch you're staring at, it's a token you get for clearing 3 S-rank missions and reaching elite rank or higher. With this, you can get supplies and aid at our strongholds. It's also the key to entering our true bases. Death Declaration holds out the watch. Of course, rules are made to be bent for the strong. If you agree to join, this is yours right now. Lin Yuan silently reaches out and takes it. Yama suddenly appears behind him, throwing a friendly arm over his shoulder. See, I told you you'd get it soon. No lies. Death Declaration stands, announcing formally, I am Death Declaration. I now officially invite you to join the Death Apostles. He points at Yama. Our guild has 4 ranks: Guild Master, Minister, Team Leader, and Member. If you join now, you'll immediately become the Minister of the West Desert Branch. Lin Yuan glances at Yama. And I know what you're thinking. Wait, did he just take that guy's job? Well, you were not ready for this answer. He makes a cute face. I've been dying to ditch this crappy minister job. I just want to go fight. He leans in close to Lin Yuan's face. Correction, my name is Yama, not that guy. Lin Yuan squints. In that case, he stands and shakes Death Declaration's hand. A pleasure doing business. A flash of satisfaction crosses Death Declaration's eyes. Yama sees it and says, "Boss, the new guy has questions. I'll grab a drink." Death Declaration nods. "Go ahead." With just the two of them left, Lin Yuan gets straight to business. "I'll be direct. I'm looking for someone. I need your guild's help investigating." He opens his system panel, sharing 2 images. Screenshot shared ×2. Death Declaration receives the information. Screenshot received ×2. He studies the pictures. His eyes widen in surprise. "So that's it? The watch. Your real goal was..." He shakes his head. "Sorry, but no. Members of the Death Apostles are absolutely forbidden from investigating one another. It's a core rule to keep the guild running." Lin Yuan frowns. "So this minister title is basically useless, isn't it?" Death Declaration quickly clarifies. "No, I wouldn't say that." He continues, a calculating look appearing in the eyes behind his mask. "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As long as he wants to take on missions, he absolutely cannot bypass you. The branch minister, which is you," he adds with a sly grin. "You can easily arrange for him to be on multi-person jobs, but if he disappears for too long and refuses missions, he'll automatically be kicked from the guild. So really, he has no other choice." Hearing that, Lin Yuan nods and claps the other man's shoulder. "All right, that's good enough." Death Declaration smiles. "A talent like you is a VIP, of course, rest assured. I'll make sure you get all the latest in-game intel first. Even in other countries, just say the word. You can receive assistance from our branches." Having achieved his goal, Lin Yuan decisively turns to leave. "Then I'll be going." Death Declaration calls out in a hurry. "Wait, at least give me your player ID. I have to inform the West Desert branch about their new leader." A system notification dings. "And you and I know the game just changed forever." A familiar system notification pops up. The player has temporarily revealed their hidden ID. Lin Yuan turns his head slightly. He gives Jiao Gie a 2-fingered salute and smirks. "You can call me Qing Ming." Leaving behind the Death Declaration note, he stands alone, stroking his chin and analyzing the situation. Qing Ming really knows how to hide his strength. If this guy wasn't hiding his ID, the #1 spot in the Western Desert probably wouldn't belong to anyone else. The scene shifts to a desolate area where Lin Yuan in a black cloak walks leisurely towards a massive, crumbling ruin deep in the forest. As he walks, he strokes his chin, realizing he's been lazy about leveling up lately. He mutters, outlining his plan. Now that the Black Tree Guild problem is taken care of, it's the perfect time to find a nearby dungeon and grind some experience. Without him even paying attention, the proficiency of his initial skills has automatically gone up quite a bit. He immediately opens his skill window to check his arsenal. Stealth Black Iron level 4. Enters a stealth state for 5 minutes. 80 mana cost, 1 minute cooldown, and proficiency of 8 out of 400. Next is his trump card, Soulfire Black Iron, level 7. It deals 300% magic damage to a target for 10 mana with a 4-second cooldown. Proficiency 10 out of 700. He smacks his lips, judging his kit. As for his newer skills, Corpse Explosion is okay, but Dark Curse is not as great as he thought. Let's break this down. The skill menu swaps to the next one. Corpse Explosion, Gold, level 5. It detonates a corpse, dealing fire damage equal to 110% of its own health to surrounding enemies. Costs 140 mana, has a 5-second cooldown, and a proficiency of 21 out of 500. Lin Yuan looks unimpressed. A 20% single target health restore is basically useless for his massive army of undead zombies. Looking at the next skill, Dark Curse, Gold, level 3. It either deals damage equal to 20% of the target's max health, or restores 20% health to a corpse. It costs 60 mana, has a 6-second cooldown, and a proficiency of 220 out of 300. He clicks his tongue, summing it up. This whole percentage-based damage thing is really only good for bullying weaker monsters. Remembering those unlucky fights against Nef's damage, he breaks into a cold sweat, muttering to himself. When used on monsters and bosses higher level than him, the percentage damage gets nerfed into the ground by the system. He pulls out 2 precious skill scrolls, his eyes lighting up with a calculated plan. Based on his past life's grinding experience, low-level skills can all be upgraded just by grinding proficiency. He confidently draws his sword and starts walking. Only high-level skills require special upgrade scrolls. The 2 scrolls he's been hoarding since the beginning must be used at the most critical moment. Best to save them for a dark gold tier skill. He scans his player information screen. Lin Yuan, level 16. Class Necro Hunter. Taboo Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 107 out of 160. He analyzes it himself, everything else is fine. The core problem is that the Gate of the Underworld needs stronger, tankier zombies. With his level increasing like this, his newbie undead like the Ghoul Wolf zombies are starting to fall behind. He sighs, concluding his thoughts. Plus, these zombies can't level up on their own, so the stat gap will just keep getting wider. He decides to summon fewer of the weak ones. Just then, the system announces that he's reached the entrance of an elite dungeon, the Ruin Laboratory. Now entering the dungeon. Trust me, you and I are heading right in with him. Lin Yuan strides through the dark misty gate of the ancient ruin. Inside, a bleak and desolate scene welcomes him. Giant rusted suits of armor lie scattered all along the pathway. He stops looking up at a colossal black suit of armor as big as a tower sitting motionless in front of him. He whispers the monster's name, an undead knight. Suddenly, the monster awakens a single slash carrying blue energy, tears through the air rushing straight towards him. Its power explodes and the surrounding undead knights all awaken at once. Their deathly aura skyrockets, threatening the intruder. The system flashes red, elite undead knight level 18. Health points: 4,600 attack, 220 defense, 290 agility. Skills: Rotten Howl, World Breaker, Sudden Slash, and Flash Heal. Lin Yuan dodges the attack and sends out his spirit beetle to fight, a smug grin on his face as he points out its weakness. These hollow creatures might be tough as nails, but they give out the absolute best experience among monsters of the same level. The spirit beetle immediately counterattacks, firing a brilliant green energy beam that punches straight through the spirit knight's chest. Roaring in pain, the knight leaps into the air and slams its massive blade into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Not about to let his summon get hurt, Lin Yuan gathers a bright green flame in his hand, jumping in front of the beetle. Back off, kid. This monster has crowd control resistance and its armor is way too thick. Let me handle this personally. With that, he throws his glowing hand into the air, and the system coolly announces the start of a new summon sequence. He casts a debuff, increasing the damage his targets will take. As the magic circle under their feet lights up, the Death Knight roars, heaving its greatsword high, preparing to bring down a thunderous strike that could split the earth. But quick as a shadow, our guy Lin Yuan glides backward, dodging the cold steel and leaving three massive monsters swinging at absolutely nothing. Taking advantage of their stumble, he smirks and slips into the darkness. The system panel immediately flashes to life. Stealth skill activated. Instantly from behind the giant knight, a massive undead serpent materializes and lunges its fanged mouth wide open. The system coldly announces a death sentence. Skill activated, corpse explosion. The serpent lets out a terrifying screech, its body swelling with brilliant green energy, preparing for a devastating blast. A horrifying shockwave rips through the area, wiping out everything nearby and sending rusted pieces of armor flying everywhere. The Death Knight's plating is blasted into the sky. At the same time, a shower of incredible rewards begins to rain down. Receive lethal poison recipe. Receive basic mana recovery potion recipe. And receive intermediate high-grade solvent recipe. As he gathers the loot, Lin Yuan nods, completely satisfied. You have to grab loot from these iron husks immediately. Otherwise, the items vanish right along with their corpses. He reappears from stealth, already calculating his next move. He figures he can toss these new recipes into his shop to add some variety. A perfect plan. But just as he's feeling proud, now you and I both know it's never that easy. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with a cold light as the shattered armor on the ground begins to twitch. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoots a blast of green magic straight into the pile of scrap metal. If it wasn't for my past life's experience, I would have been fooled by you cowards. He then summons his ace in the hole. Zombie wolf, attack and tear them to shreds for me. The colossal wolf leaps forward, a picture of raw, untamed power. It opens its fang-filled jaws, unleashing a wide-area sonic attack. Skill activated, Evil Wolf's Howl. The furious sound wave pulverizes the reforming wreckage as Lin Yuan watches, passing a cold judgment fall to pieces. The notification window lights up like a jackpot machine. Elite Death Knight ×7 defeated. Experience gained. Loot and experience just keep pouring in without stopping. Elite Death Knight ×5 defeated. Experience gained. Lin Yuan lands softly, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad. A level up. And the notifications keep coming, cleaning up the rest. Elite Death Knight ×9 defeated. Experience gained. And finally, the banner of glory appears. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. He opens his glowing personal status window to check out the results. Player Lin Yuan. Level 17. Class Necromancer Hunter. Forbidden talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of the Underworld, 96 out of 170. Strength 77, Constitution 205, Agility 119, Spirit 354, EXP 3 out of 24,138. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He's analyzing the weak points in his lineup. The Death Knight's defense is just too high. His zombie wolf can barely scratch them anymore. Even though it's a boss-level monster, its own level is just pathetic now. Still, he feels a little attached to it. That wide area roar skill is just so damn satisfying to use. The thought of getting rid of it is actually pretty tough. He looks at his pet's stats. Death Wolf. Lord rank, level 6. Health 2400, attack 360, defense 48. Skills: Evil Wolf's Howl, Heart of the Beast, Claw of Death, Spirit Body, and Wrath of the Undead. Lin Yuan's eyes light up with an idea. Man, if only there was some way to power level these zombies, that would be perfect. He idly pulls up the stats on his other summons. Just a bunch of trash mobs. A common zombie level 6 with 400 health. Lin Yuan shakes his head, totally unimpressed. This cannon fodder is completely useless now. The only thing it's good for is being sacrificed for his corpse explosion skill. It's the same story for the rest of them, like the common serpent demon larva at level 10 or the kobold miner at level 5. Absolutely pitiful. Even his so-called elites, like the elite goblin thief zombie at level 12 or the kobold overseer at elite level 6, are all just waiting for their turn on the chopping block. Suddenly, he lifts the tiny spirit beetle on his fingertip. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Little guys like this with such a weirdly unique skill are the kind of rare find money can't buy. He raises his hand, casting a magic circle to infuse the beetle with green energy. Keep up the good work, little guy. But as the beetle gets close to the Death Knight's armor, the system hits him with a dose of cold, hard reality. Target is a spirit-type creature and cannot be reanimated. Lin Yuan clicks his tongue. So these monsters are really just wandering souls attached to old armor. No wonder the resurrection spell failed. He brushes his hands and turns from the wreckage. Lin Yuan locks in his plan for the future. From now on, he needs to clean out the fodder and better manage his low-level spirits. And he needs to start hunting tougher monsters. But just as he's getting hyped for the grind, a blue light flashes. Trust me, you're not ready for what this is. It cuts right through his thoughts. The system displays an urgent message. Incoming call from the real world, from Mom. The call is for you. Lin Yuan's face shows a mix of surprise and worry. This is strange. Ever since he decided to grind games for a living, his mom almost never bothers him like this. Now this is where you need to pay attention. His mother's anxious voice comes through the system interface. Yuan, have you heard from Lin Tan lately? Lin Yuan's expression immediately turns serious. He furrows his brow and asks urgently, Mom, what happened to Lin Tan? The scene shifts to the real world as his mother's choked-up voice describes his blonde-haired little sister. She hasn't come home in 2 days. Sensing trouble, Lin Yuan forces his voice to stay calm to reassure her. Mom, don't worry. I'm on my way over right now. Tearing off his VR helmet, Lin Yuan rushes down to the living room, a deep frown on his face. Mom, what on earth is going on? In the luxurious room, his mother is sobbing while his father holds his head in his hands, looking up anxiously. Yuan. His mother clutches his sleeve, her face pale with fear, as she explains. A few days ago, Lin Tan said she was going to a summer training camp. Her messages were sporadic, and for the last 2 days, they've lost contact completely. His dad wraps an arm around his wife, trying to be optimistic. Don't think the worst. Maybe Lin Tan is just having too much fun to check her phone. Hearing this, Lin Yuan lets out a small sigh of relief as his brain starts analyzing, searching through his memories. Around this time in his past life, Lin Tan would have made contact with the Order organization. He smiles, waving his hand to calm his parents. I heard Lin Tan mention that training camp before. They aren't allowed to use their phones until it's over. Don't worry, Lin Tan is fine. She joined a closed-door combat training program. His mother blinks in confusion, a heavy weight on her shoulders seeming to lift. Really, that girl being so busy. She could have at least told us, so we wouldn't worry. His father also lets out a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. He might be acting calm, but deep down, Lin Yuan feels a surge of unease, remembering those weirdos in glowing red masks. I still don't really trust the Order organization, but I have to respect Lin Tan's decision. He breaks into a cold sweat, muttering to himself. It's just that some members of the Order in my past life had a few screws loose, to put it mildly. His face darkens, his eyes sharp and cautious. When Lin Tan gets back, I need to observe her carefully to see if she's been hurt in any way. While her big brother is freaking out, Lin Tan is in a high-tech simulation room cutting down waves of white robots. She is a whirlwind of motion, leaping high into the air. In a flash, Lin Tan is already on the move. Her fiery sword unleashes a lightning-fast strike at one of the robots. Ha! Immediately, another robot closes in from behind. She's surrounded. Lin Tan stands her ground, her sword erupting in brilliant blue flames, pushing the machines back. She puts all her power into one final decisive blow. Her eyes widen as she lets out a powerful battle cry. Ah! A swirling vortex of blue energy explodes outwards, wiping out the robots and sending them flying in every direction. The battle ends. Lin Tan leans on her sword, dropping to one knee, completely out of breath. From an observation deck above, 2 young men walk over, looking down with a smug smile. So our training is much better than fumbling around by yourself, right? The curly-haired one smirks. Hey, you can leave anytime. We got permission from the boss to treat this as an official training session. We'll make special considerations for your situation. Panting on the floor below, Lin Tan looks up, her eyes filled with determination. Thank you. The man in the long coat waves a hand. Rest up. The boss wants us to assemble. Meanwhile, in the massive main hall of the Order's headquarters, dozens of individuals with extraordinary powers are gathering. You and I can just feel the oppressive atmosphere. A new recruit in the crowd is sweating bullets, completely overwhelmed. So this is the Order's inner circle. Everyone here looks intense, but to get stronger. I don't have any other choice. The air is thick with shocked whispers. Everyone's heard the news. All right, let's dive right in. You're about to see what happens when one player decides an entire guild needs to disappear. The powerful voice of their leader, Mei Miao, rings out, cutting straight through the noise. Not even we could take on a whole guild with just one person. She flicks her wrist, projecting a holographic video. This is his combat footage. Watch closely. Learn something. On the screen is the all-too-familiar face of Lin Yuan. The crowd erupts. Isn't that the god-tier player who's been going viral? His power is just ridiculous. The whispers start immediately. The rumor is he went on that bloody rampage all because of a woman. No way, right? Just as she walks in, his sister Lin Tan sees her brother's face plastered on the screen and her eyes go wide. She's sweating bullets, jaw on the floor. Him, how is that even possible? Ignoring the chatter, the leader turns to a girl with black hair. Alright, let's see what the pros think of the mystery man in that viral video. A black-haired girl steps forward, her face stone cold as she cuts in. You're going to ask if he's a chosen one, aren't you? She closes her eyes, explaining calmly, I already tried to read his fate. It's completely unstable. There's no way to get any more intel. But I focused my senses and he has zero aura of a chosen one. He is absolutely not one of them. The female leader's golden eyes narrow with calculation as she gives a sharp order. Do you know him? If so, try to recruit him. A fighter that strong. We absolutely cannot afford to make him an enemy. Faced with her leader's question, the black-haired girl quickly waves her hands, looking flustered. Sorry, but he and I aren't what you call close. But the second the words leave her mouth, she's screaming internally, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh God, why did I just instinctively deny that? The sharp silver-haired leader just nods, not pushing the issue. She turns to leave, giving an order as she walks. All right, I want you to explain the techniques in that video to the new recruits. His skill is unbelievably polished. Just how is that even possible? Meanwhile, across the hall, Lin Tan is eavesdropping on some members gossiping. One of them wonders aloud, did that guy really go that berserk just for some woman? Hearing this, Lin Tan's face goes pale. She's in total shock. Now pay attention, because this is where our story takes a turn. Protective Sister mode is officially activated. She clenches her fists, thinking, my idiot brother only knows games, he's clueless about the real world. What if he's being tricked? Seeing Lin Tan looking dazed, two friendly trainers walk up to her. That guy's video was insane, right? Want to spar with us later? Lost in her thoughts, Lin Tan stammers out a refusal. I think I want to go home and rest. The curly-haired guy just waves it off with a cheerful, easygoing smile. Okay, you're always welcome here. We'll give you a ride home. The scene then cuts to the luxurious and quiet Lin family mansion. On a phone screen, we see a text exchange between the siblings. Lin Tan replies to her brother that she'll be home soon. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yuan's face is dead serious. His mind is racing. Lin Tan said, she's almost here. I have to find a way to subtly test her and see if she's been hurt or influenced. His eyes darken as horrifying memories from his past life return. And let me tell you, this next part is critical. The biggest trait of the abnormal chosen ones from his past life was how their deepest memories became hazy. They give scrambled answers to direct questions. The most obvious sign. Just then, the door creaks open. His sister Lin Tan peeks her bright blonde head in with a sunny smile. I'm home. Lin Yuan looks up at his sister safe and sound, and his guarded expression instantly softens into relief. The moment she enters, Lin Tan tosses him a water bottle, hands on her hips. So not glued to your game today. Mom said you hadn't been home, so I came to check on you. And while she's trying to act tough on the outside, inside she's an absolute mess. Damn it, how am I supposed to ask him about that woman? If only Qian were here. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan casually catches the bottle and begins his test. Hey, remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was a lot like today. Lin Tan stares at him, completely baffled. What amusement park? That was like 8 lifetimes ago. Who even remembers that? Why are you bringing it up now? Lin Yuan's eyes drop as his expression turns serious. He pretends to brush it off. It's nothing, it just crossed my mind. But from an angle, she can't see his crimson eyes. Narrow sharply. She really doesn't remember. Is it possible they've already brainwashed her? Just as he starts to panic, Lin Tan taps her lip as if she just remembered something. Oh wait, you don't mean the time. A childhood memory filled with fireflies flashes on screen. Lin Tan continues excitedly. The time the park lost power, and we stayed out all night long just waiting for the fireflies to appear. Hearing the perfect answer, Lin Yuan finally lets out a silent sigh of relief. His gaze drops to her hands, a pang of sadness in his heart. She seems safe for now. But she must have suffered. Those calluses on her hands are so obvious. Pushing his doubts aside, Lin Yuan turns away, his hand tightening around the bottle. Anyway, I sent you a supply box in Immortal. Make sure you claim it. Lin Tan immediately goes full tsundere, puffing out her cheeks. I don't need your stuff. Lin Yuan turns back with a smug grin, hitting her with a killing blow. If you refuse, I won't cover for you next time you sneak out. Cornered, his sister instantly puffs up like a porcupine, turning into a giant chibi and screaming right in his face. Her brother is just sweating buckets. So what about you? The internet is blowing up with rumors that you wiped out a whole guild for a woman. The Black Tree Guild, I mean. Look, I don't care what you do, but please don't make mom and dad worry. Bombarded by these insane rumors, Lin Yuan looks completely fed up and snaps back. You actually believe that trash online? The truth is, the Black Tree Guild was dumb enough to target my shop. Got it. Hearing her brother's capitalist excuse, Lin Tan is stunned. She's speechless, her face turning bright red. She quickly snatches the water bottle from his hand, says something fast, and bolts. Whatever, just be more careful. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to bed. Lin Yuan calls after his sister, his expression suddenly serious. Lin Tan, he continues, his voice dropping low. I won't ask what you've been doing, but you need to be extremely careful. Some people aren't as simple as they look. Lin Tan turns back and quietly agrees. Lin Yuan stands there silently. He watches her disappear behind the door when suddenly an orange notification icon flashes to life in mid-air. A soft beep sounds from his communication device. A virtual screen pops up displaying an S-rank quest request. West Desert Branch Manager, please handle immediately. He frowns in shock. An S-rank quest, now you and I both know what that means. Aren't these missions reserved only for branch managers? Could this be a welcome gift from the guild master? Elsewhere in a dark room, a small silver dragon speaks up. How did it go? A hooded girl replies coldly. Your intel was wrong. She continues, annoyed. That guy joined the Death Apostles Guild, and it seems he's already a high-ranking member. Do you have any idea how much it costs to hire an assassin of his level? She grinds her teeth, her face twisted with rage. 200 gold coins. My entire life savings. Just gone. A hooded man with a scar over his eye asks, so you set the mission location to Death Island then? The girl flinches, waving her hands dismissively. Nonsense. I don't get what the master sees in you. Being a player is such a headache. The hooded man begins his story. I still remember when the master ordered us to capture high-level monsters. Images flash of massive, ferocious snake monsters. However, at this stage, the monsters you can normally find are pretty weak. Only the civilization of the snake people hides the real high-level snake beasts, he continues. The snake people, civilization, and the West Desert are mortal enemies, so to get on their good side, I was sent to Frame, the nobles of the ancient West Desert Kingdom. The cloaked girl takes over the story, still looking bitter. I know what you're thinking, a classic Frame job, right? Well, the plan was to build a snake people altar to Frame Count Callow. I had just finished setting it up in the sewers, but before I could plant it in his house, he showed up and nearly ruined everything. Luckily, that fool Callow was already colluding with the enemy himself. The whole thing backfired, and he ended up sealing his own fate. After that, I kept grinding reputation with the Snake People tribe and was about to get a monster stronger than the Netherworld Serpent. Another voice cuts in. And you still haven't managed to get rid of him. The guy yells back, are you not paying attention to the outside world while you're in the Snake People's territory? Only a total madman could make the Black Tree Guild send their top 3 experts, only for them to run back home defeated. You think that's my fault? The cloaked girl looks shocked. Wait a second, you mean he's that expert? I thought they just looked alike. Are you telling me they're the same person? The man with two-toned hair confirms it. That's right. This guy is getting stronger at an alarming rate. If I hadn't tamed this little beast, a mutated flying serpent, I honestly wouldn't dare to face him head-on. The girl sighs, her expression complex. Damn, sounds like you've had a rough time. Let's go. He's already accepted the mission. A notification panel appears. Death Apostles Guild Anonymous. The agent has accepted the mission and is en route to the location. The scene cuts to a gloomy, desolate island. Monstrous birds circle high in the hazy sky as Lin Yuan arrives. He steps onto the shore, white bones crunching under his boots, and trust me, what's waiting for him here is going to be epic. On a boat heading for the island of the dead, he sees skeletal monsters lurking everywhere. You and I are about to see just how nasty this place really is. This hellscape is filled with undead creatures that can't be revived using dark magic, and they give out terrible experience points. Plus, they have absolutely no unique features. Why would a quest send him here to level up? Suddenly, a skeleton warrior erupts from the ground, raising its arm to attack. Then an entire legion of them claws its way out of the dirt, swarming him. They charge straight for him. Lin Yuan calmly notes that this is going to be endless. A system window pops up. It's a level 14 skeleton guard. 2000 HP, 150 attack, and 30 defense with skills like Death Perception and Summoning Slash, and Heavy Strike. Surrounded, Lin Yuan is cool as ice. His Ghost Wolves and Divine Scarabs are already summoned and ready to go. But there are way too many skeletons. Dealing with them one by one is just inefficient. Green energy starts to swirl. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he prepares to wipe them all out. Activating. Corpse Explosion. After a world-shaking blast, a stream of green system notifications dances in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. Looks like it's time to reap a massive harvest of experience points. 7 elite skeleton guards eliminated. Experience gained. 8 elite skeleton guards slain. Experience gained. 11 elite skeleton guards defeated. Experience gained. As the dust settles, his scarab scout circles the island and reports back. Its robotic voice chimes in, patrol complete. Looks like there's no one else on this island. Lin Yuan crosses his arms with a cold smirk. So this was another trap set up just for him. His eyes flash with a calculated glimmer, picturing a sparkling treasure chest. Why not just flip the script and lure the real mastermind out of their little hidey hole? Besides, the boss here drops a treasure bone, which can unlock a random skill for his class. Since I'm already here, he thinks might as well grab it while it's hot. Just then the ground trembles violently as a colossal figure slams down from above, sending out a massive shockwave. The few remaining skeleton soldiers immediately raise their weapons, roaring as they charge him like they'd just gotten a second wind. But Lin Yuan is completely unfazed. One of his summons transforms into a blast of green draconic energy roaring, as it sweeps across the battlefield, blowing the minions away. He ducks under a massive overhead swing from a huge skeleton moving like a shadow. Now pay attention here, this is where his real advantage kicks in. Every single piece of information about this boss from his past life floods his mind. When the boss's health drops below 35%, it sacrifices its minions to heal itself. To win, he has to clear out all these skeletons first, and with that thought, he dives right into the horde. His slashes are fast and precise. With every swing of his sword, several skeletons shatter into pieces, triggering a constant stream of system notifications. 4 elite skeleton guards killed. Experience gained. 12 elite skeleton guards have been defeated. Experience gained. Lin Yuan clears the field with terrifying speed, moving like a one-man demolition crew. 15 elite skeletons defeated. Experience gained. As the last skeleton crumbles at his feet, his blade stops glowing. He lets out a cold statement, not a single one left. He lifts his blazing red eyes, staring into the deep darkness ahead, his voice dripping with killing intent. Next up is the boss. His imposing figure walks toward a dilapidated ancient structure radiating a thick aura of death. A system panel pops up the moment he steps through the gate. You have arrived at the entrance to the heroic dungeon battle at the Dead Sea King's castle, and you and I are about to see what's waiting inside. It's a massive hall, and on a throne in the center, a giant armored figure sits completely motionless. Facing it, a ghostly green orb of fire ignites in Lin Yuan's palm, lighting up the dark space. He casually strolls up the steps, his tone dripping with provocation and sarcasm. Not going to stand up and greet your guest of honor. The heavy armor begins to creak and groan. The boss is stirring. System Dead Sea King. King tier level 24. HP 13,500. Attack 1,250. Defense 550. Skills: Roaring Summon, Cataclysm, King's Ritual, and Royal Greatsword Technique. It slowly rises to its feet, sharp claws scraping against the stone floor, creating sparks. The boss stands tall, its colossal size nearly touching the hall's ceiling, radiating an absolutely terrifying pressure. Lin Yuan looks up, even he's a little surprised by its scale. The boss's greatsword is lifted and sinister purple energy begins to coil around the massive blade. System Dead Sea King activates skill Cataclysm. It lets out a roar that echoes through the entire chamber. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, a look of pure confusion on his face. Cataclysm. A massive wave of purple sword energy slashes down, forcing Lin Yuan to quickly backstep to dodge. As he evades the attack, he's shocked to realize its skill set is different. This is totally different from his past life. I've never seen this Cataclysm skill before. He keeps dodging the boss's devastating strikes, trying to rack his brain. I remember it clearly. That skill slot was supposed to be King's Menace. The ground where the sword energy hit begins to sizzle with toxic purple smoke rising up, corroding the stone floor. Lin Yuan grows wary. This skill can even inflict damage on the environment. His red eyes flash, looking at the cracked floor beneath the creature. Suddenly, a shadow monster rises from the corrupted ground, lunging right at him. Unfazed, Lin Yuan issues a command to one of his summoned beasts. Go on, test out the effects of this special terrain for me. The ghost wolf obeys, slamming a paw down onto the toxic purple ground. Immediately, a blast of dark Energy erupts. And that's where we leave it. What do you think is going to happen to our hero now? Corrosive energy. Damage numbers start popping up -100, -100. A system notification flashes continuous health loss. In a flash, his poor ghost wolf completely vaporizes in a puff of purple smoke. Its health bar hits 0. Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, his face pale. Now pay attention, this is a damage over time effect from the terrain itself. If he lets it spread, he won't have any safe ground to stand on. With no time to think, another slash of purple energy flies at him. He's forced into a desperate roll to dodge. The King of the Dead Sea swings its massive greatsword, bringing it down with incredible power. It smashes right where Lin Yuan was standing. While dodging, something clicks in his mind. He remembers a critical detail. I remember now. In his past life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden right inside its throne. He glances over at his zombie lizard monster and a bold plan starts to form. Only the boss's own greatsword can destroy that throne. He immediately puts the plan into action. System Zombie Lizard activates Skill Flame Provocation. The lizard erupts in blue flames, shooting towards the King of the Dead Sea like an arrow. It opens its massive jaws and spews a seemingly endless stream of energy at its opponent, creating a fiery collision. Amidst the chaos, he watches the King of the Dead Sea thinking hard. The poisonous gas on the ground still hasn't dissipated. We can't summon the undead minions to act as shields. They'll be corroded instantly. Okay, his brain is working at full capacity now, and you can see the master plan forming. He has to make the boss focus all of its attacks on a single area, then bait it into destroying its own throne. Otherwise, there's no way he's getting that treasure chest. The boss swings its sword like a maniac, unleashing streams of energy. Dark and green chaos energy shoots out. But then the purple energy streams suddenly vanish. Lin Yuan smirks. Just as he predicted. That ability isn't unlimited, it's a skill with a cooldown period. If that's the case, this just got a lot simpler. He shouts, pointing at the boss, identify your real target. He then throws a series of ghostly skulls. They fly around and explode near the boss, completely disrupting its vision. Lin Yuan moves like a shadow, appearing right behind it. Too slow. The King of the Dead Sea lets out a roar, and once again gathers energy. System, the King of the Dead Sea activates the skill Cataclysm Descends. Just then, his divine scarab flies up, blocking the attack right in front of him. Lin Yuan calmly calculates 15-second cooldown. You have no more secrets from me now. A brilliant emerald energy attack appears, blasting toward the boss. Instantly, he activates a special skill. System Transfer Hatred. All of the King of the Dead Sea's attention immediately shifts to the tiny divine scarab. It frantically slashes at the shield, but the scarab is completely unharmed. The eyes of both Lin Yuan and the divine scarab flash in unison. He gives the order, now is the time, activate Corpse Explosion. The bodies of the skeleton soldiers from before suddenly explode violently. The King of the Dead Sea is sent flying, its entire body stained blue from the blast. It roars, swinging its great sword to activate another skill. Royal Greatsword Technique. The entire hall shakes violently as giant stone pillars erupt from the ground. Lin Yuan just hops onto one, calmly looking down at the raging boss. I've already experienced this Royal Greatsword technique in my past life. Suddenly, the King of the Dead Sea turns its head and stares right at him as a voice echoes in its mind. In 15 seconds, you will become a training dummy. Lin Yuan immediately orders his divine scarab. Go get him, buddy. The scarab roars and charges into attack. It relentlessly attacks the boss, nimbly weaving through the slashes from the King of the Dead Sea. Lin Yuan explains from afar, like a professional commentator. With the Immortality skill activated, all damage the divine scarab receives will be reduced to a single point. Not that the boss would get it anyway. The numbers -1, -1 continuously appear on the scarab. The King of the Dead Sea roars in pure helplessness. It can do absolutely nothing to the annoying little bug. It's being toyed with to the point of madness, swinging its sword chaotically. And trust me, what Lin Yuan does next is pure genius. Alright, my turn. The potion shatters, and trust me, this is a game changer. The ground under the boss instantly turns to solid rock. It's the Thorn Potion's effect, locking the target's feet in super hard rock for 5 seconds. The Sea King is completely immobilized. The Sea King's eyes go wide in absolute shock, his legs trapped by jagged stone spikes. Lin Yuan just smirks. A cunning smile plays on his lips as he recalls the potions Luo Qingyan gave him. This is the perfect opportunity. A great chance to test out the concoctions made by a master alchemist. With its feet bound, the boss tries to use its summon skill. But nope. A system notification pops up and it's almost comical. The Sea King attempted to use Summoning Roar, but there were no available targets, so the skill activation failed. Lin Yuan stands opposite him, arms crossed with a superior look, hitting him with a massive taunt. Trying to heal. Huh, too bad you're all out of food. He raises his hand and a green serpent dragon materializes beside him. However, he smirks. I prepared a little replacement meal for you. The Sea King instinctively snatches the small serpent dragon, charging at it. The moment it catches its prey, the boss activates his skill. System Sea King activates the skill Royal Ritual. The serpent instantly transforms into a massive surge of green energy, shooting straight into the boss's mouth. That green energy roils, engulfing the Sea King's entire upper body. But a second later, it lets out a roar of pure agony, its body convulsing like it's being electrocuted. Lin Yuan from a distance just smirks. You choking on that? The Sea King frantically slams its greatsword into the ground to keep its balance. Its power explodes, purple energy shaking the entire hall. Lin Yuan lightly leaps onto a stone pillar, his voice dripping with defiance. Trying to lock down my movement, too bad. He grips his sword, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Let's bring down the curtain, shall we? Instantly, his entire army of summoned beasts glowing with a green aura charges toward the weakened Sea King. He immediately activates the corpse explosion skill. A terrifying blast of green energy engulfs the boss, shaking the grand hall to its core. Behind it all, Lin Yuan sits casually on a rock, chin in his hand, just watching the show. He stands, raising his sword to the sky. And now, let's welcome the arrival of the king. Now you're going to want to pay attention to this next part. Through the smoke, a glittering object appears. The boss reappears right after swinging a powerful strike directly at its enemy, but that spot was its own throne. Lin Yuan smiles, satisfied to see his strategy work perfectly. He lightly lands from above, sitting on the ruins of the throne the boss just shattered. At that moment, the pack of ghost wolves and gargoyles charge and, pouncing on the dying boss, they relentlessly tear and claw, attacking the Sea King over and over. Lin Yuan steps forward, reaching for the glowing treasure chest. In that case, I'll gladly take this chest off your hands. The moment he gestures, all of his remaining summoned beasts explode at once, activating the corpse explosion technique. With a final pop, the Sea King collapses, its enormous body crashing to the ground. The great sword falls from its hand, ending the battle. Lin Yuan stands on the rubble, looking down at the boss's corpse, and coldly says, "Well, then farewell." Without a second thought, he swings his sword, taking the boss's head clean off. A brilliant blue notification panel pops up, confirming Lin Yuan's absolute victory. System: the Sea King has been defeated. Receive 11,000 experience points. Ignoring the massive EXP gain, Lin Yuan's eyes are glued to the lonely treasure chest in the middle of the ruined hall. He slowly approaches silently, praying his luck is a little better this time. Let's be real, you and I both know that feeling. Last life, he got absolutely nothing but a lousy silver tier skill book. He carefully places his hand on the chest's lid. A brilliant golden light begins to shine through the cracks. The lid flies open, and a blinding pillar of black and gold light shoots straight to the ceiling with a single book floating inside. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide as dinner plates, unable to hide his absolute shock. What the hell is this? A dark gold tier. He holds the book, muttering to himself, trying to make sense of it all. In the world of immortals, equipment quality is ranked from low to high: white, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. At this current stage of the game, getting a dark gold drop is unthinkable. This thing could only come from this special random quality chest. Even in the late game, you could carry this thing around and still dominate everyone. He eagerly checks the item's stats. System: Calamity unique. Level 1 effect: when used on a player, it imbues their weapon with Calamity aura, causing attacks to deal an extra 70% magic damage as bonus damage for 8 seconds. Further upgrades require skill upgrade scrolls. Costs 170 mana, 15-second cooldown. Mastery: this skill can only be leveled up using skill scrolls. Lin Yuan strokes his chin, putting the pieces together. Could it be? This must be why the boss mutated. That corrosive fog it was spitting out earlier was the Calamity aura. A new system panel appears. System: you've learned the skill Calamity. Without hesitation, he pulls out the 2 upgrade scrolls he worked so hard to grind for in the arena. It's finally time to put them to use. System: Calamity has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking a new effect. Can be used on allied units, boosting their basic stats. All stats plus 20. If the target is an allied necromancer, it will send them into an uncontrollable state for 5 seconds. He grins. This is like a buy 1 get 3 free deal, getting 3 completely new skills at once. He immediately uses the last scroll. System: consumes skill upgrade scroll to upgrade Calamity to level 3, unlocking a new effect. And just like that, you and I just saw a truly game-breaking skill get born. That skill deals 15% corrosive magic damage per second for a full 12 seconds. Lin Yuan gives his sword a light twirl, and a dark purple energy begins to swirl around the blade, radiating terrifying pressure. Just as he predicted, this is the secondary effect of the Calamity system skill. He calmly walks out of the hall filled with purple gas, thinking to himself that if he didn't know the mechanics from his past life, this boss would have been a huge pain. Could this all be part of the mastermind's grand scheme? He immediately raises his hand, summoning the very boss he just fought. System Zombie Sea King level 24 with 13,500 HP and 1250 attack, defense 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, Royal Ceremony, Royal Greatsword Technique, and Necromancer Body. The boss rises from the dead, its greatsword now radiating a ghastly death aura. Lin Yuan turns back, narrowing his eyes to get a better look. The Calamity skill is gone. He figures it's because he already swiped the skill book hidden under the throne. He faces the zombie version of the boss with a teasing smirk. Hey big guy, feel like reenacting our last scene for me. A short while later, he steps out of the ruined castle. Lin Yuan raises his hand and dark purple magic gathers in his palm. A system panel appears. Activate Calamity Skill Level 3, releasing a calamitous aura. It inflicts the Calamity status on all enemies in range, dealing continuous corrosive damage. 15% magic damage per second for 12 seconds. Instantly, a wave of purple energy explodes, sweeping through the entire castle. Far in the distance, Anna witnesses it and shivers, but then she scoffs smugly, thinking, that is clearly the boss's finishing move. An area of effect attack that wide. There's no way he could dodge that. Unless a miracle happens, the idiot is definitely dead. She excitedly sends a message to her partner. The boss is low on health and has entered its enraged state. You can go in and finish it off. The Snake Master steps into the ruined hall holding a serpent-headed staff and laughing maniacally. Hey. Good work, Anna. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. His purple eyes are gleaming with malice. That little brat must be on his last breath. Hey. Even though Master said to recruit him, I'll run him through with his staff first. After that, I'll make him get on his knees, cry, and beg me for his life. He walks forward, oozing confidence until he spots a familiar hand. It's sticking out from the rubble, a piece of the boss's armor still attached. And then he freezes solid for 5 seconds, staring at the zombie version of the Sea King, sitting obediently on its broken throne. The smug assassin smirks, confident he understands. So after you nearly killed the boss, you got wiped out by its low-health rage mode, huh? That bastard finally fell right into my hands. He scans the wreckage, searching for Lin Yuan's corpse. But then a cold, sharp voice echoes from behind him. Just to be safe, you better stay put. 2 double-headed pythons made of dark energy wrap tightly around Lin Yuan. The assassin laughs smugly. He throws the 2 evil serpents straight towards the boss. You stole my secret sewer dungeon, so the boss you weakened now belongs to me. Just then, the hand gripping the boss's sword twitches. The Sea King brings its massive greatsword down with terrifying force. The snake-masked assassin's eyes bulge, realizing the danger right in his face. Suddenly, a violent explosion of green energy erupts from beneath his feet, tearing up the very ground where he stood. Thick dust and smoke roll out completely, blanketing the battle area. Out from the cloud, the Snake Master stumbles, using his staff for support, panting in total disbelief. How is this possible? The boss is still at full health. At that exact moment, a green serpent shoots out and coils tightly around his leg. He points forward, anger and fear mixing as he finally realizes the truth. This is also the work of the person who orchestrated all of this. And right then, Lin Yuan suddenly sits up, surrounded by his summons, their glowing eyes all locked on their new prey. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan casually pets the Dark Serpent King. An absolute power move if you and I have ever seen one. Let's kick things off with a laughably pathetic ambush, or so the villain thinks. Lin Yuan calmly steps out from the shadows, his entire placed body radiating a terrifying purple-black deathly aura. So you're the one behind this whole mess. At the sight of him, the assassin grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with stubborn defiance. Imph, you think these grunts can stop me, Lin? Yuan simply flicks his wrist, sending a robotic bug forward as he coldly asks, still want to struggle in your final moments? The Snake Master just smirks with a hidden meaning. In that instant, his giant serpent lunges forward. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin leaps high into the air, sneering with arrogance. You're all just low-class creatures stuck walking on the ground. He thinks that no matter how many there are, they're completely useless. Seeing the Snake Master trying to escape, Lin Yuan gives an order. Lizard King, shoot him down for me. The flying reptile opens its massive fanged maw, firing a huge green energy laser that destroys everything in its path. A system window pops up. The Lizard King's system is activating a skill, Flame Dodge. He dodges it easily and then bursts into insane laughter. Is that all you've got? Its speed is nothing compared to my little baby. In response, Lin Yuan swings his arm, unleashing a slash of pure dark light. You can't escape. Riding his flying serpent, he swings his weapon to block the attack, confidently announcing, Humph, I came prepared to deal with your sword energy. The serpent opens its mouth and sucks the entire purple blast into its gut. The Snake Master laughs. victoriously, surprised. Ha ha ha, they're a special mutation that devours sword energy attacks. Lin Yuan looks up and trust me, his crimson eyes are just filled with mockery. Oh, and who said I was using sword energy? The serpent's stomach suddenly explodes from the inside out with purple-black death energy. It rears back, letting out a pained, miserable shriek. The assassin stares in horror at his convulsing pet. Is it poison? Or a burn? The mutated serpent free falls to the ground as the snake master screams in despair. My masterpiece, my perfect mutated creature. Instantly, Lin Yuan leaps onto the back of a manticore, a winged lion scorpion soaring high into the sky, pointing his sword right at the enemy. You're not the only one who can fly, you know. He rides the beast, tearing through the wind after the assassin who is desperately trying to escape. Seeing this, the snake master glances back, his forehead drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror. Damn it, his manticore is even faster. At this rate, he'll definitely be caught. His own mutated creature didn't even last 5 seconds. That black energy. I absolutely cannot let it touch me. Lin Yuan coldly gives an order, shoot him down. The system panel lights up. The zombie Vulture King system activates the skill Blade Barrage. Countless sharp wind blades tear through the air. The assassin desperately weaves and dodges the blades of wind that slash past him. He grits his teeth, watching his own snakes get sliced in two. My flying babies, enraged, he spins around, glares and roars. You think you've already won? Behind him, Lin Yuan's expression remains indifferent, his ice-cold eyes seeing straight into the enemy's soul. The snake master gives a savage grin, releasing a small winged silver snake. Come on, try and beat this little pet of mine. And here's where things get interesting. The silver snake emits invisible sonic waves and the system panel flashes a warning. Audio interference. The assassin smirks to himself, thinking he has more than one trick up his sleeve. The system updates again. Due to the skill's effect, your spirit stat has been temporarily lowered. The manticore can't take the sonic waves and starts to tumble from the sky. Lin Yuan holds on tight, frowning as he mutters, my spirit power. How is it dropping this fast? He grits his teeth, his eyes showing a mix of anger and surprise. So that's this snake's real purpose. The system interface clearly shows his draining stats. Player Lin Yuan level 17. Spirit stat from 354 now dropping past 154 while he's falling in midair. Lin Yuan points his sword, his voice full of defiance. Is that all you've got? Go on, shoot him down for me. A giant, glowing beetle soars up to block the enemy's path. The beetle unleashes a blinding blue blast of electricity, zapping the assassin and making him convulse violently while screaming at the top of his lungs. It's these damn bugs again. He loses control. The snake master and his mount plummet straight to the ground like a broken stone. His tragic screams echo across the sky. Lin Yuan clings to the staggering manticore, thinking to himself, forget this, I have to land first. He decisively lets go, leaping from the manticore's back and dives sword first toward the ground. While he's still in the air, two zombie Vulture Kings immediately swoop down and grab him by the shoulders. They gently set him on the ground just like royal guards escorting their master. The moment he lands, he immediately targets the falling snake master, muttering and calculating. And let me tell you, this next part is just brutal. From this height, let's test out the damage amplification skill first. A purple-black orb of curse energy gathers in the palm of his hand. System-activated damage amplification. A colossal explosion of purple energy erupts completely, swallowing the free-falling assassin. Through the purple haze, the killer grits his teeth, still trying to resist, activating his ultimate skill. Damn it, he's really forcing me to use the system's life-saving ability. Activating the snake molt decoy. Suddenly, a blast of dark energy flies straight for him from the distance. The skill is affecting him. He stares confused at the purple aura coiling around his body. A curse spell, Lin Yuan lunges forward like a lightning bolt, his sword a flash of deadly light between the ghostly skulls. I'll cripple you first, then I'll get some answers. The assassin quickly parries with his scepter, laughing like a maniac. Haha, let me show you just how weak your attack is now. Lin Yuan swings and a wave of blue sword energy smashes against the snake master's scepter, creating a small explosion. The man cries out in agony. Arg, he staggers back, clutching his chest and screaming in horror. Impossible, your mental strength should have dropped by at least half. How are you even standing after that? Lin Yuan smirks, and trust me, you're about to see why, as a system window pops open. Beside it, damage amplification level 1. A debuff that curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take. Damage increase plus 50%. Mana cost 40. Cooldown 8 seconds. And it can't be upgraded through proficiency. It requires the next curse book to unlock, he says coldly. Even with my stats nerfed, it's more than enough to deal with you. Lin Yuan attacks again, spectral skull-shaped sword strikes, flying relentlessly, hammering the serpent master. He moves at blinding speed, appearing everywhere at once, landing one devastating hit after another. The Serpent Master stumbles back in a panic, thinking this guy is a psycho and he can't get into close combat with him again. But then he just smirks. You really think I'd say that? Suddenly, he whips out a magic scroll. It instantly flashes to life right in front of Lin Yuan, and a massive golden magic circle appears under his feet. The system announces the powerful binding scroll is in effect, and activating it temporarily slashes his agility. A brilliant golden aura clamps down hard on Lin Yuan's body. The Serpent Master stands back holding his staff, with its twin-coiled snakes mocking him. And yeah, you and I both know this is where villains always get way too cocky. Slow as a turtle. He hurls a green serpent right at Lin Yuan. Now enjoy the torture. But suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes flash a brilliant red in the darkness. The system activates his equipment skill, Spell Storage, which has removed all control effects. The binding aura around him shatters as he swings his sword, and a single blue slash instantly slices the snake in half. He summons a divine scarab and asks coldly, "Is this all the new tricks you have?" The Serpent Master flinches, screaming in rage. "Not those damn bugs again." The scarab fires a barrage of green laser beams at him. In response, he summons another scroll, frantically swinging his weapon to defend himself. "Stop." He lands a strike right on the divine scarab. The scarab erupts in a blinding yellow electric field, a menacing sizzle filling the air. Lin Yuan just stands there, hands behind his back, his red eyes glowing with pure ice, and says one simple word: useless. And just as predicted, the Serpent Master tries to fire a blast from his staff, but the scarab's electric field just disintegrates it. Lin Yuan gives him zero time to recover immediately, activating a skill on his own scarab. System Calamity Level 2 activated. It can be used on an allied unit to boost its base stats by 20. But if a target is an allied undead, it causes the unit to lose control for 5 seconds. The assassin's eyes widen and he screams in terror. What? Seeing the powered-up scarab hurtling towards him like a cannonball, a horrifying explosion of green energy erupts, blasting the Serpent Master backwards. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan launches himself forward like a ghost, commanding, "Unleash all the rest of your snakes." The Serpent Master scrambles up, legs shaking, but still trying to act tough. "Don't think I'm that scared of close combat." He roars, and giant pythons erupt from his arms, coiling around him like a suit of living armor. "I came prepared for this too, you bastard." He charges right at Lin Yuan. The snakes on his body morph into razor-sharp weapons, kicking off a fierce close-quarters battle. But even with all his power, he's still completely dominated by Lin Yuan, who parries his blows while taunting him. "Looks like, even with my stats down, you're still no match for me." The Serpent Master throws his head back, laughing like a maniac as if he's just drawn his ace. "Wow, I prepared so much for today." Suddenly, that tiny silver snake from before reappears, lurking just behind Lin Yuan. The Serpent Master throws his arm forward, roaring in triumph, "I won't make the same mistake twice. Go to hell." He directs the python to strike, ready to swallow Lin Yuan whole, but Lin Yuan just stands his ground. An emerald green energy shield erupts around his body. The python is thrown back, and then a massive foot slams down, crushing the snake flat. Lin Yuan stands there as a giant skeletal dragon materializes behind him, saying coldly, "Unfortunately for you, you're still way too weak." He points at the assassin, and the zombie sea king behind him readies its massive sword. The respawn point is outside the palace. "I'll kill you back to level 1, then interrogate you." But just as it's all about to end, and trust me, this changes everything, dark chains fly out of nowhere and bind the Serpent Master. It's Anna, his accomplice. She swoops down from above, wrapping him in chains and pulling him away, not forgetting to yell, "What a disgrace." As she yanks him away, she scolds him, "You lost to a snake charmer. Was that guy really that good?" The Serpent Master grits his teeth and yells back, "All right, don't talk crap when you weren't the one fighting him." They glare at each other, the tension thick enough to cut. And then all of a sudden, 2 giant monitor lizards appear. "All right, let's watch Lin Yuan deal with this trash." He steps out, blocking their path, his red eyes glowing with pure menace. "The maid from before. She even managed to lure an NPC here," he scoffs. "Well, you can just stay here for good." Anna glances around in a total panic. She whispers to her partner, "We need a plan fast. I'm not a fighter. I'm trying to figure something out." And then a chilling presence arrives. A wave of cold energy hits them. She screams, "It's here." The giant lizard charges forward, opening its fanged mouth ready to devour them. But instead of biting, it swings its enormous tail, shattering the ground and launching both Anna and the snake charmer into the air. They let out pathetic screams as they're flung through the sky. Anna lands hard, immediately turning to snap at her accomplice. "What the hell was that? Things are going to get out of control. You just told me I was here to test the waters. If this turns into a life-or-death fight, how are you going to explain this?" Hearing that, Lin Yuan's eyes narrow. A test, he thinks to himself. What is their real goal here? But ignoring her, the snake charmer just looks up at Lin Yuan. He smirks, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. "Humph, you punk. You're lucky to even have the chance to join us. Our master personally sent an invitation for you. To serve the master and witness his miracles is a great honor, you know. Lin Yuan just coldly brushes himself off and gestures for him to keep talking. The snake charmer gets even cockier. Fei, if our master hadn't said something trash, like you would never be worthy of contacting our organization, he boasts. Now pay attention, cause he's about to drop a bombshell. Let me tell you the truth. He spreads his arms, eyes wide with devotion. In 3 years, a god will descend upon this world, and our master is that god's messenger. At those words, Lin Yuan's expression darkens. He quickly assesses the situation. Divine power, so that, first believer this guy mentioned already wields the strength of an evil god. This is getting complicated. The snake charmer stands up, leaning forward and holding out a hand to entice him. Just agree to join and you'll enjoy limitless resources, he says, letting out a manic echoing laugh. His arrogant voice fills the ruins. Even when you leave the Western Desert, whether it's the Southern Empire, the Tidal Archipelago, or the Northern Underworld, we have people everywhere. A small smirk plays on Lin Yuan's lips as he decides to play along. Sounds interesting, he says. How do I join? But inside his head, he's analyzing everything. That first believer definitely doesn't know the secret of his rebirth, so is this just a simple attempt to recruit him to their side? Interesting. Seeing his prey take the bait, the assassin looks smug. Looks like you've thought it through. Joining us is simple. Just log out of Immortal later. When you're back in reality, I'll send you an address. The master himself will personally perform your baptism ceremony. Once you accept the grace of the god, you'll officially be one of us. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's voice turns to ice as a system panel appears, his personal information completely hidden from view. And I know what you're thinking. But first the assassin demands, show your sincerity. Unhide your information. Let me see what you've really got. Lin Yuan's face is cloaked in shadow, a faint killing intent leaking out. What a pity. The snake charmer just looks confused. A pity about what? The only answer he gets is a beautiful slash of sword energy that tears through space, coming straight for him. No mercy. Fresh blood sprays as the assassin stumbles back, clutching his chest with a look of pure disbelief. He grinds his teeth, roaring in fury. You bastard, you dare ambush me. With that, the snake charmer immediately turns to run. He flees for his life, shouting back, ungrateful fool, Anna with me. But the maid Anna is frozen to the spot in fear. Her system panel shows she's just a weak level 15 NPC. Red eyes flashing, Lin Yuan whips his head toward Anna. Then I'll deal with you first, he says, without mercy. But the next second, she's booking it too. The Snake Master's mission failed. So I'm retreating. I was just support. Don't expect much from me. Suddenly, the undead Sea King blocks her path. Its massive zombie form crushes any hope of escape. In the distance, the snake charmer is cursing her out. You coward. Sensing the danger, his face twists and cold sweat pours down as he realizes something is very wrong. Instantly, the Sea King brings its greatsword down on him like a bolt of lightning, but he manages to parry it with his staff. You again. The clash creates a blinding explosion of blue light that shatters the ground. The snake charmer is sent flying by the shockwave. He lands pathetically in a pile of rubble. Lin Yuan advances slowly, the tip of his sword aimed right at his chest. Above his beetle, familiar crackles ready to strike. I'm going to slowly pry that mouth of yours open. The assassin clutches his arm. His mind races with bitter calculations. Even though this bastard refused me, what if the master still wants him? Do I really have to share the Western Desert with this guy? A flash of pure malice appears in his violet eyes. No. Absolutely not. Did you really think I lured this boss out just to kill you? You foolish little punk. Trust me, this next part is wild. He tenses up, pulling something from his hip with all his might, but Lin Yuan is faster. A whole level stronger, he blinks forward, slamming a brutal kick into the guy's gut, followed by the tip of his sword. Lin Yuan's blade pierces the Snake Master's hand as fresh blood sprays everywhere. He stumbles back, clutching the stump and screaming. My hand, he howls. Lin Yuan gives him a look that's half pity, half disgust. Your little magic escape tricks are useless now. But even through the pain, the assassin looks up, a twisted, insane smile spreading across his face. Escape? Why would I need to escape? I've already achieved my goal. The bastard. His blood pools across the floor. It snakes towards the throne's pedestal, glowing brightly. He roars, enjoy it. This is a secret only I know. The throne reacts to the blood. Blood-red lightning cracks from inside the stone base. A massive surge of energy erupts from the ground, shattering the castle's entire foundation. The floor collapses and Lin Yuan plummets into the abyss. Thinking fast, he yells for his manticore. The beast dives, catching him mid-air as huge chunks of rubble rain down. They fall towards a magical whirlpool below. Looking down at the massive swirling vortex, devouring everything, Lin Yuan frowns. Is this a dungeon entrance, he wonders. Down below, the Snake Master is free-falling into the vortex, hand raised high. He's holding a glowing teleport scroll, that arrogant smirk still on his face. But you and I both know it's never that easy, right? The scroll begins to activate. But the Snake Master's hope is instantly crushed when Lin Yuan makes his move. He sends his skull familiar rocketing forward. It bites the man's arm and another notification pops up. Teleportation failed. He barely lets out a scream of pure despair. But unlike his panicked enemy, Lin Yuan and his Manticore just calmly dive right into the whirlpool. That's when the Snake Master realizes he just dug his own grave. Oh no. This dungeon's level is way too high. I've never dared to even come near this place. His face twists in sheer terror as he lets out a blood-curdling scream consumed by the magical current. A second later, Lin Yuan is also pulled into the chaotic spatial flow. He squints his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. So this is it. A hidden dungeon he'd never even heard of in his past life. This is completely new territory. The massive energy vortex swallows everything into pitch-black darkness. A moment later, Lin Yuan's hands touch a solid surface. It's cold and hard. He slowly gets to his feet as orange-yellow energy ripples around his body. He opens his eyes, taking in the strange scenery before him. Standing on a bizarre cliff, Lin Yuan murmurs, "It's here." And at the same time, a system notification appears. You have entered the hidden dungeon, the Eye of Ruin. Lin Yuan stands tall, feeling his power. He assesses the situation. A hidden dungeon, and a large-scale one at that. Okay, let's be real, this changes the entire game. His temporary stat debuffs have been restored, and right in front of him, several giant crab-like monsters with hard shells appear. Their status window pops up. Elite Dead Sea Giant Crab level 22. HP 5500. Attack 570. Defense 420. Skills include Berserk, Iron Pincer, and Support Attack. Lin Yuan couldn't care less. He hops on his Manticore and soars into the gloomy sky. He thinks to himself, I have no idea where the exit to this dungeon is. The Manticore flies at incredible speed through the hazy space. Suddenly, it slams headfirst into something invisible. Hexagonal energy ripples spread out from the point of impact. Lin Yuan frowns. An invisible wall, so we're trapped in this area for now. A notification from the system confirms it. You cannot leave this instance before completing it. Looking down at the water below, he sees giant tentacles lurking in the depths. Lin Yuan comes to a conclusion. It seems we need to find that Snake Master to figure out how to get out of here. First, let's scout the surrounding area. After a bit of searching, they spot a dilapidated ghost ship drifting on the sea. The Snake Master was on board. His face is a mask of pure hatred as he stares into the empty space, cursing him. That bastard. He walks towards a slumped pirate skeleton. The skeleton is wearing a cloak that's glowing bright blue. He growls, I'll make sure you get a taste of this despair. He gets closer to the skeleton and its cloak. Reaching out, he mutters smugly, so it really is here. Looks like the info I got from that NPC about this dungeon was accurate after all. As his hand touches the cloak, an information panel appears. Mermaid's Cloak, a special item. This is the only quest item in this entire dungeon. It has the power to block the senses of the merfolk, allowing the wearer to leave the dungeon on the night of a full moon. Without the Mermaid's Cloak, you cannot leave, by any means before clearing it. Even if you die, you just respawn at the instance's starting point. Yeah, let that sink in. The Snake Master flashes a sinister smile, draping the cloak over himself. As for clearing this dungeon, he thinks, even I don't know the clear condition. If I can just trap him in here forever, then I'll never have to worry about him again. But in that exact moment, the pirate skeleton suddenly jolts to life. It swings its cutlass and roars, put my cloak down. The Snake Master whips around a look of pure shock on his face. But he quickly gets cocky again, scoffing, "Hmph, a mere set of bones. A pile of bones dares to touch me." With a word, he summons a magic serpent that coils tightly around the skeleton's arm. It crushes down hard, shattering the bone to pieces. The skeleton roars in a frenzy, "You bastard, you will pay for this." 30 minutes later, steady footsteps echo across the deck. The pirate skeleton sees Lin Yuan, its eyes blazing with fire, and charges. "Go to hell," it screams, attacking the newcomer. But Lin Yuan just casually leans away his blade, flashing in a beautiful arc, easily parrying the skeleton's strike. He gives his opponent zero chance to recover, stomping one foot down and shattering the pirate's bony hand. The cold tip of his sword points right at its skull, making it scream in panic. Stop, stop. This is all just a misunderstanding." The sword freezes inches from its eye socket. Lin Yuan squints, a thought flashing through his mind. It can talk. Could this be a quest NPC? The skeleton stammers out an explanation, pointing where the Snake Master had fled. "It's all a misunderstanding. I thought you were with that bastard, with the snake who stole my cloak. But he's been gone for a while now." Lin Yuan sheathes his sword, asking coldly, "What do you know about this place?" The skeleton sits up, letting out a sigh even without lungs, and looks out at the stormy sea. "You're new here, aren't you? What terrible luck." He continues, his voice grim. "When night falls, every creature here loses its mind and starts fighting everything that moves." Lin Yuan glances in the direction. The Snake Master vanished. The only important item to leave the mermaid's cloak was taken by that scum, he analyzes. Now pay attention because this is where our main character realizes he's trapped. So he turns back to the skeleton, asking directly, "Do you have any other useful items?" The skeleton hesitates, trembling as it holds something out. "This is all I have left. If you promise not to kill me, it's yours." Lin Yuan ventures deeper into the ship, arriving in a vast hall. He sees rows of humanoid creatures with goat horns all kneeling in one direction. Wait, are they kneeling to him? He quickly realizes his mistake, a look of surprise on his face. Wrong. They weren't kneeling to him at all. Lin Yuan's gaze shifts to the massive stone wall at the end of the hall where a giant mural was carved. Is it depicting sea monsters or maybe some kind of god? He moves closer and recognizes the familiar shapes of tentacles and powerful bodies kneeling in worship. No, this definitely wasn't a sea god. The mural was depicting a colossal flaming eye staring down from a starry sky. Lin Yuan is rocked to his core as a name surfaces from his subconscious. The outer god of the starry sky. And I know what you're thinking, how is that thing carved here? In his past life, the outer god descended from space only after the immortal world manifested in reality. He remembers the horrific scenes from the past. It was clearly summoned by the first believer. His red eyes glowed as he forced himself to calm down and analyze. No, there's another possibility. I can't be biased. He recalls the Snake Master's words. That guy said the first believer had obtained divine power, so why didn't just summon the outer god then? A storm of complex questions races through Lin Yuan's mind. Why wait until the immortal world became reality just like in my previous life? Or was the outer god never part of this reality to begin with? Images of the real world and the game world blur together, representing his theories on the connection between them. Lin Yuan stands before an old map, his eyes sharp and determined. I have to clear this dungeon to get more information. Right now, the temple seems like the most suspicious place. Time passes and night finally falls on the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive ferocious sea monster erupts from the water, roaring at Lin Yuan. Blasphemer, die. Lin Yuan glances back at the beast, his expression cold and disgusted. In my way. He raises his sword as the system announces the activation of his calamity skill. A massive surge of green energy explodes outwards. From within the energy, two magic dragons materialize, roaring fiercely. Lin Yuan gives the order, finish them. The two dragons dive down, creating a blinding explosion of light that obliterates everything in their path. After dealing with the monster blocking his path, Lin Yuan continues toward the mysterious temple. He stands on a cliff, the cold moonlight reflecting off the sword in his hand. He warily scans the dark forest ahead, his eyes narrowing. Just as I thought. Something's wrong here, he mutters. From the trees, a solid mass of darkness appears, surrounded by countless glowing green eyes. A venomous voice echoes, blasphemer. Instantly, hordes of blue tentacled monsters burst from the ground, letting out a terrifying roar. Dai Lin Yuan's brow furrows as he quickly assesses the situation. So they've mobilized their entire force. In that case, I don't need to be polite anymore. He raises his sword to the sky. And trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. A colossal gate of death appears behind him, crackling with green lightning. Alright, let's watch Lin Yuan unleash his army: skeleton, wolves, griffins, and a whole legion of immortal warriors. He orders them to assemble. A cold smirk hits Lin Yuan's face as he points his sword forward, commanding the charge. His undead legion slams into the fight, viciously tearing into the horde of tentacle monsters. The ghost wolves bring down their enemies while massive tentacles ensnare them, creating a scene of pure chaos. The battle is absolutely brutal. Both sides clash relentlessly and bodies from both armies begin to pile up. Lin Yuan watches the fight, analyzing. This dungeon's level is too high, his low-tier undead just aren't cutting it, so he has to switch tactics. He gives the order and his scorpion and snake summons immediately charge forward. They dart between 7 monsters, latching onto the Tideweaver murlocs and preparing for the final blow. The ghost snake coils around an enemy, lets out one final roar, and he activates his corpse explosion skill. A devastating blast of green energy erupts, consuming the entire battlefield as experience notifications flood his system. After that destructive attack, only the lifeless bodies of the murlocs are left scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan raises his hand, ready to cast. That attack burned through too many of my low-level undead, he says. We need to restock. But watch this, something totally unexpected happens. A stream of green energy wraps around the monster corpses, but it can't resurrect them. The system announces target does not meet activation conditions. Talent activation failed. Lin Yuan turns around shocked. The revival didn't work. Just then, from a distant temple, a massive pillar of green light shoots skyward. Lin Yuan decides to investigate inside. Inside, he sees a brightly glowing altar and wonders, is this what's controlling all the murlocs he summons? A magical scout bird ordering it to fly ahead and investigate. The bird circles the altar, triggering a hidden mechanism. The altar starts glowing fiercely. From the pool below it, a figure slowly emerges from the ripples of energy. The creature stands and faces the scout bird, and a powerful pressure immediately fills the entire hall. Lin Yuan's red eyes gleam. He senses a formidable power. A humanoid monster appears before him. Its lower half is a snake's tail. It holds a scepter and wears a crown. It growls with a commanding voice. "How dare you blaspheme the Sea King?" Its stat window pops up. Murloc Priest Lord, level 26. HP 16,500, attack 1750, defense 400. Skills include Soul Disorder, Murloc Assembly, Intelligent Control, and Light Feather. The Murloc Priest swings its scepter, firing a blast of dark energy straight at Lin Yuan. Die, it roars. Lin Yuan reacts instantly, leaping into the air to dodge as he shouts a command. Sacred Beetle, go. The beetle intercepts the blast while the priest mumbles, casting another skill, Sacrificial Crystal. It gathers massive magical energy. System notification, activating Murloc Assembly. An eye symbol on the statue behind it begins to glow. A huge beam of light erupts from the altar, gathering power. And from inside it, countless Murloc monsters emerge. With bulging muscles and glowing eyes, they start to appear, roaring loudly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan confirms his theory. So this altar really can control the Murlocs. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders his remaining undead army to block them. His spectral wolves and giant skeleton bears roar before charging to intercept the new horde. They attack furiously, firing swirling vortexes of green energy straight into the army of Murlocs. A skeleton bear roars, preparing a powerful attack, then rams its massive body straight into the altar. And just like that, the Murlocs lose all control. You love to see it. They start attacking each other in the chaos. One of his spectral scorpions self-destructs, creating a terrifying blue energy explosion that wipes out everything nearby. The aftershock sends the Murloc priest stumbling. Lin Yuan lands coolly beside one of his ghost wolves. He smirks and says, "This way you can't summon any more Murlocs now, can you?" The priest grits its teeth, gripping its scepter, tight eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, Lin Yuan feels that something is off. He frowns. Without hesitation, the priest pulls out several pink potions and chugs them all down in one gulp. Streams of green energy quickly heal every wound on its body. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow. A healing potion. With its strength restored, the Murloc priest immediately charges and attacks one of Lin Yuan's summons. A blinding attack of light energy is unleashed completely, destroying everything in its path. Standing in the altar's ruins, it roars furiously. "Blasphemer, how dare you destroy the Murloc altar?" Lin Yuan coolly analyzes the situation. So it can't tell friend from foe. Yep, things are about to get insane. The merman priest is out of control. Once we kill him, the rest of them are nothing to worry about. Instantly, Lin Yuan swings. His sword streams of jade green energy weaving together into a perfect arc. He activates the Calamity skill. And just watch this. A storm of screaming ghostly green skulls flies right at the merman priest. Seeing his chance, he yells, "It's now or never," then lunges forward, delivering a decisive blow. The merman priest can't react in time as a blast of green energy pierces right through his body, leaving him utterly stunned. He freezes solid, then roars in pain and pure rage. "You damn humans." He immediately counters, activating his intelligent control technique, and a massive beam of purple light shoots directly at Lin Yuan. The system announces user affected by intelligent control, which will cause hallucinations. A mental stat evaluation will now proceed. Lin Yuan thinks another sound wave-based skill. The scenery around him suddenly shifts, transforming into a desolate, ruined city at sunset. Amidst the rubble are his fallen comrades and the image of his own weaker self lying helpless. His sister on the other side weakly calls out, "Brother, save me." Now let this sink in. Lin Yuan's eyes shrink in horror as the painful memories flood back. Is this a recreation of my past life? The images of his fallen friends are crystal clear, and so is the sight of his own helpless self covered in blood and despair. But in an instant, Lin Yuan's expression turns to ice. He analyzes the situation. So those sound waves are meant to summon the deepest fear in a person's heart. He swings his sword, piercing the illusion of his past self and shattering the mirage. Facing the fading illusion, Lin Yuan says with a steady voice, "I have never once feared death. Only the pain of losing my loved ones and the rage of seeing civilization collapse." The second he finishes, the illusion before him shatters like a mirror. Back in reality, the system coolly announces, "Mental evaluation passed. Intelligent control technique has been neutralized." The merman priest's weak voice rings out, "You're back." By now, the battlefield is absolute chaos. His legion of undead are rampaging, tearing through the crazed merman. Even crazier, the merman monsters have completely lost control, turning on their own leader, viciously biting and tearing at his wounds. Seizing this moment of chaos, Lin Yuan walks forward slowly, every step radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. He raises his sword, red eyes glowing, with pure contempt as he growls, "Die, you useless piece of trash." A chime sounds, activating Calamity, level 3. Immediately, ghostly skulls shoot out, aimed right at the priest being torn apart by his own men. The attack flies like an arrow, ripping through the air and leaving a deadly green trail. With no resistance, the priest is hit dead on as dark energy and green light explode violently. Through the slowly fading magical smoke, Lin Yuan walks calmly toward his dying enemy. The priest clutches his chest, his body trembling with so much pain and exhaustion he can't even speak. Lin Yuan stands over him, his voice dripping with mockery like a king judging the defeated. "Where is your god now?" The taunt is like a match to a powder keg. He roars in pure fury. "Let's both drown in despair right here." Then he gathers all his remaining energy, his body erupting in a blazing red light as he screams one last time. Blasphemer. Lin Yuan readies his sword, a cold smirk on his lips. "Looks like you've finally gone insane." With that, he stomps down hard, launching forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a blur on the ground. Then he leaps high into the air, his body carving a perfect arc through space. Aiming straight for his opponent's opening, he unleashes a devastating sword strike. In that moment, time seems to stop, and as you and I watch, he coldly declares, "It's over." A razor-sharp wave of energy hits its target, sending the priest's body flying back. After the attack, Lin Yuan signals to his remaining undead. Everyone return. The surviving fishmen are just frozen, staring at their defeated leader. A single primal thought now fills all their minds. Then they snap out of it, roaring with a wild, furious rage. But instead of attacking Lin Yuan, they scream and rush in to tear apart their own dying leader. Lin Yuan just watches from afar. A cold smile spreads across his face, digging their own graves. With that, he activates his invisibility skill. The frenzied fishmen rip and tear at their leader, turning him into a bloody mess. In the final moments, the cultivator feels nothing but absolute despair and agony. It's over. In a final desperate act, he musters all his strength to shove his underlings away. And pay attention here, Lin Yuan appears from thin air, lunging like a phantom. He unleashes one final sword, strike a brilliant flash of purple light. He charges in with his glowing sword to deliver the finishing blow. And right on cue, system notifications explode on screen. You have defeated a cultivator. And just like that, the Merman priest is defeated. Let's check out the rewards. Over 20,000 EXP. Boom, level 18 achieved. As the Merman fades away, a glowing soul escapes its body, whispering with a voice full of relief. At last, I am free. Free from that endless horror. Right after the dungeon's entire space erupts in light, replacing the grim darkness with a brilliant dawn. The flash stuns the remaining mermen, causing them to snarl before slowly calming down. Lin Yuan stands in the center of the hall, the green demonic aura around him fading. The battle is over. From the boss's corpse, a few items drop with a shimmer of light, including a piece of a shoulder guard and a strange orb. The system displays the loot info: advanced forged meteoric iron fragment. A detailed description pops up: fragment 1 of 3. A piece of an unknown item. Collect all 3 to combine it into black gold grade advanced forged meteoric iron. Using it in forging can upgrade gold quality gear to black gold quality. Lin Yuan picks up the items, his eyes flashing with shock and delight. Advanced forged meteoric iron. This is an item that's only supposed to drop in the mid-game. With this, he can forge the very first unique item in the entire game and even specify that it's a weapon for his own class. He muses to himself, hand on his chin. However, I remember needing one more ingredient to guarantee a 100% success rate. He picks up the shoulder plate, inspecting it. What is this thing? As Lin Yuan turns the fragment over, a thought hits him: the item's name is hidden. It seems this is some kind of puzzle item for this dungeon. He suddenly remembers the boss's final words, and the mural of the Void God. Wait, that was a talking boss. Now this is where we need to pay attention. What was it afraid of? Could it be? Just then, Lin Yuan turns and walks toward the giant mural. He stands among the mermen who are all kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with thought. If we're talking about fear, this mural is the most suspicious thing here. He squints, staring at the eye on the wall. Is there something inside? Without a moment's hesitation, he swings his sword, sending a massive crescent of energy hurtling into the stone wall. It shatters completely, revealing a secret room. Inside, a golden chest sits on a pedestal with a purple magic eye floating just above it. Lin Yuan steps inside, reaching for the chest. As he opens it, the magic eye floats beside him, whispering, "Is it true?" Inside is a fragment identical to the shoulder piece he just picked up. The system announces unknown fragment, 1 of 3. A fragment of an unknown item. Collect all 3 pieces to combine them. Lin Yuan holds the new piece, and a theory sparks. This is part of a horn. It seems I finally found the clue to clearing this game. He looks at the floating purple magic eye. And as for this, suddenly a strange feeling hits him. Lin Yuan whips his head around. He hears the roars of the mermen from outside. He frowns. What's grabbing their attention out there? Lin Yuan rushes out of the shrine. Below, the mermen are craning their necks, staring up at the sky. He follows their gaze. A brilliant full moon is now hanging in the night sky. Lin Yuan is stunned. The moon, he mutters, analyzing the situation. The sudden change from day to night. Did it trigger some kind of special story event? Lin Yuan observes the mermen below him. And this whole group, even though it's night, they haven't lost their minds. Something's not right with this moon. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a figure emerges from the water, and you and I both know exactly who this is. A cold system notification appears for the snake charmer. Merman's cloak has taken effect. You are now exiting the instance. He flashes a smug grin, but just as he breaks the surface, a massive shadow swoops from the sky and snatches him. Lin Yuan's familiar voice rings out. Gotcha. The snake charmer is lifted into the air, his face twisting. In pure shock and terror, Lin Yuan stares down at his struggling enemy, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The snake charmer screams in rage. You persistent pest, how did I run into you even while hiding here? What rotten luck. Lin Yuan just scoffs, his voice laced with certainty. So the item to leave this place really was in your hands. He swings his sword, and his summoned beast lunges forward, cutting off every single one of the snake charmer's escape routes. Don't even think about running. In a panic, the snake charmer summons 3 magical sea serpents to block the path. Damn it, we were so close. Hold him off. But Lin Yuan doesn't even flinch. He dashes forward at lightning speed, casually swinging his sword and shredding the serpents to pieces. Their bodies dissolve into motes of light that rain down on the water. Now the snake charmer is floating in midair, a blue aura surrounding him. He says with confidence, as long as I wear this cloak under the light of the full moon, I can leave. That's right, the item description said so, but you and I both know Lin Yuan won't let him go that easy. He swings his sword, creating a massive wave of energy that rushes forward. A blinding light engulfs the snake charmer as a system notification chimes in Merman's cloak. All right, let's watch our villain make what he thinks is a clean getaway, laughing like a complete madman. Stay here forever, you bastard, ha ha ha. But suddenly, riding a winged lion, Lin Yuan gives chase. His voice is dripping with sarcasm. Trying to run? It's not that easy. A hexagonal energy wall appears, but the snake charmer phases right through it, and he screams in frustration. Damn it, in the next second, Lin Yuan and his summoned beast are stopped cold by the invisible wall. He frowns, reaching out to touch the solid barrier. Seeing this, the snake charmer flies off, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha, looks like your ride can only go this far. You loser. Not even the heavens can help you now. Just as he speaks, a small magic snake pops into existence. It appears right beside him, but Lin Yuan just smirks, a cunning glint in his eyes, and then boom. The summoned snake next to the villain detonates in a massive explosion. He barely lets out a scream as he's sent flying, blasted by his own summon. He roars in pure rage. You dare use my own snake to blow me up, you bastard. After dealing with that nuisance, Lin Yuan takes a moment to observe the changes around him. First, the mysterious murals, and then the strange moon. He looks down below. The mermen have all gone completely insane, and here's where things get really creepy. Pay attention. The sky begins to bleed a terrifying red, consuming the moon. Below, every single merman looks up as if performing some ancient ritual. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. The actual full moon is hidden by clouds, so where is this moonlight coming from? His mount shifts beneath him. Lin Yuan glances down at the water's surface, his eyes widening in total shock. Under the lake, the moon's reflection is glowing, a deep blood red. He's stunned. Is the real moon somehow under the water? The surface begins to bubble violently. A crimson whirlpool forms, growing larger by the second. A cold sweat runs down his back as a horrifying thought enters his mind. The eye of an evil god. The vortex slowly shapes itself into a giant bloodshot eye staring up at the sky. From its center, a blood-soaked arm emerges, pulling a grotesque creature from the swirling red currents. From the bloody vortex, a horrifying being with countless tentacles and glowing red eyes begins to rise. Instantly, a system notification pops up with alarming stats. Merman's Nightmare. Level, HP, attack, defense, and skills are all question marks. The moment the window appears, Lin Yuan frowns, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He can't even view its specific stats. The level gap must be absolutely massive. He thought he was at a safe distance, but the monster suddenly turns its headless body and dozens of glowing red eyes all snap directly towards Lin Yuan. Its gaze locks onto him, making his heart skip a beat. There's only one thought in his head. It noticed me. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, things are about to get real. Without warning, a huge tentacle lashes out. It sends a beam of green energy tearing through the air straight for him. Lin Yuan yanks his mount aside, dodging by a hair. The energy blast misses, slicing right through another one of the monster's own tentacles. While dodging, a tactical question flashes through his mind. If the target has no head, can it even be properly identified? He guides his mount through the air, skillfully weaving between the giant monster's chaotic attacks. Then he quickly begins to chant an incantation. A colossal bolt of purple lightning slams down onto the monster. System notification skill Calamity V3 activated. The damage number pops up -300. It's laughably pathetic. Lin Yuan immediately has his mount bolt away, escaping another terrifying swipe. Realizing direct attacks are useless, he starts to analyze. For a creature like this, to appear in such a low-level dungeon, there has to be some kind of gimmick to exploit. We need to test some things. The monster roars, chasing him relentlessly, smashing through rocks in its path. Lin Yuan glances over his shoulder. His face is deep in thought. The damage from Calamity barely even scratched its health bar. He takes a deep breath. All right, then let's have a real fight. Hordes of undead warriors and hellhounds are summoned, roaring to life around him. He clenches his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Time to face this thing head-on. The monster seems to sense the threat. It braces itself, preparing for an all-out assault. Lin Yuan's undead army immediately charges in madly, attacking the creepy tentacles. Countless magic skulls fly out, gnawing away at the monster's body. A chaotic war erupts between the army of darkness and the colossal monster. Suddenly, the creature swings out, an arm made of green energy grabbing an undead warrior. The hand squeezes tight, crushing the summon into nothing. Just fragments of energy remain. After fighting for a bit, Lin Yuan realizes something important. This monster seems to be acting purely on instinct. He pats his mount's neck, telling it to save its strength. And as he smirks, you and I both know a new plan is forming. Model. A mindless creature should just be prey, right? Well, stick with me because this monster is full of surprises. Without a sound, its entire body begins to glow, gathering a colossal amount of energy. Lin Yuan just frowns in total disbelief. How can it create a sonic blast without a head? A terrifying shockwave erupts, wiping out a chunk of his undead army. Lin Yuan holds steady on his mount, his eyes sharp. This time, he won't fall into the same trap. As the monster unleashes a second sonic wave, Lin Yuan's remaining undead are instantly pulverized. The shockwave slams into his defenses, creating cracks, but failing to break through right away. Just as a massive beam of green energy fires from its tentacle, aiming to crush everything, it looks like Lin Yuan is done for. But in that hair-raising moment, his personal inventory panel suddenly glows and automatically pops open. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide, sweat pouring down his face as a strange purple magic eye flies out on its own. He shouts in utter confusion, "My inventory opened by itself." He has no idea what is happening. He stumbles back, looking shocked and a little terrified. And right here is where the battle completely flips on its head. The magic eye immediately fires a brilliant purple beam, slamming into the monster's attack and creating a massive explosion of light. Hiding behind a huge rock to avoid the aftershock, Lin Yuan peeks out, his expression a mix of shock and speculation. Are those the other carvings from the secret room? The magic eye just hovers there, suspended in midair. It glows with an eerie purple light, sending out gentle ripples of energy. And nobody could have predicted the monster's reaction. The massive nightmare merman acts like a kid who just saw a ghost. It cowers, using its tentacles to shield its body in absolute panic. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Lin Yuan looks up at the eye, a smirk spreading across his lips as he puts it all together. This stone carving seems to have the power to repel the nightmare merman. Seizing this golden opportunity, he immediately orders his undead eagle to snatch the eye and fly straight at the enemy, his voice filled with excitement. Why don't we give this a little test? Just as he predicted, the monster panics and runs for its life. The words "fleeing in panic" clearly appear right above its head. At the same time, the system generously displays its stats. HP 30,000, attack 30, 100, defense 100. Lin Yuan squints, a cunning smile on his face. Seriously, you and I both know what this means. The hunter has just become the hunted. Clinging to his winged lion, he rockets after the eagle, smugly confirming, so it's a gimmick item. Without wasting another second, he raises his hand and roars. Activate Calamity, skill 43. Instantly, screaming skulls made of green fire launch forward, mercilessly tearing into the monster's wounded flesh. It jolts in agony as damage numbers -390, -420, -450 dance in the air. As he watches the battle unfold, Lin Yuan wonders aloud. Does the damage it takes increase with its fear level? Right on cue, the system reports, damage taken increased by 30%, then 40%, making him laugh. Can a nightmare actually be scared to death? With victory in his grasp, he draws his brilliantly glowing sword. Ready for the finishing blow, his red eyes blaze with pure confidence and killing intent. A cold smile spreads across his face. All I need to do is press the advantage. Clamped tightly to his mount, Lin Yuan becomes a green shooting star, diving from the sky at a speed that could tear the wind itself. He unleashes a gorgeous sword strike, slicing clean through the monster's hideous tentacles with a flash of green lightning. Under his overwhelming power, the Nightmare Merman's colossal body cracks and shatters into a million pieces. The system panel flashes with good news. You have defeated the Nightmare Merman. Receive 50,000 experience points. Level up. Level 19. As he glides down, Lin Yuan thinks with glee. That boss gives insane EXP. I leveled up instantly. I'm probably the highest ranked immortal class player now. He lands as light as a feather, the tip of his boot, touching the stone floor with absolute style. Lin Yuan stands tall, green, demonic energy swirling around him. He looks completely triumphant as his level 19 stats pop up behind him. Where the monster vanished, loot begins to form. A floating item appears. Fragment 1 of 3. But that's not all. The system also announces a deep blue energy orb and a piece of golden nightmare core armor. Drawn by an invisible force, the fragments fly together, assembling in mid-air. An info box explains that the fragments can be combined once all 3 pieces have been collected. Nightmare core, a rare material condensed from nightmares. It can be used to forge equipment with spirit as its main attribute. Lin Yuan rubs his chin and nods. I've almost finished the blacksmith's reputation quests. And trust me, with new materials like these, his power is about to skyrocket. This core is perfect for crafting a gold-tier item. He grabs the newly completed horn, now glowing with a brilliant golden light, and murmurs to himself in pure curiosity. And this thing, it must be. Lin Yuan holds the horn, with both hands deep in thought. A quest item for the Sunken Ruins dungeon. You and I are about to find out just how special it is. An info box flashes to life, Siren's Cry, a mission item. A sacred token of the Siren race and the only thing capable of waking the Siren King. The horn's call signals the imminent return of the Siren remnants. The owner of this horn will be an honored guest of their people. Blowing it on a full moon promises to reveal something unexpected. Standing on the cliff, he looks down at the enormous blood-red moon and sighs. With no other clues, there's only one thing to do: try blowing this thing. No sooner said than done. He raises the horn to his lips and unleashes a powerful blast, creating massive rings of pink sound waves that ripple through the air. The moment the sound dies, the merfolk below, who were just tearing each other apart, completely freeze up, looking absolutely stunned. All at once, they snap their heads back, their glowing eyes fixed on the top of the cliff where Lin Yuan is standing. But then the world around him starts to glitch, the colors distorting violently and shattering like an old TV losing its signal. Lin Yuan instantly lowers the horn, his brow furrowed. He's got a really bad feeling. Something is not right. A burst of purple light explodes mid-air, swirling into a vortex that wants to swallow everything whole. He blinks in horror. This is. Looking up at the sky, Lin Yuan's face turns pale, his pupils shrinking as he recognizes the colossal being looming there. A void god. Before he can even finish the thought, a terrifying force grabs a hold of him, dragging Lin Yuan straight into that broken, nightmarish space. As he's pulled into the rift, Lin Yuan feels everything around him twisting grotesquely. He smirks, thinking to himself, so space itself has been warped. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying dark scenery vanishes, replaced by a calm beach under a bright full moon. It's so quiet, it's actually creepy. Lin Yuan's feet drift down, landing in the shallow water and creating a small splash. However, when he glances down at himself, he's stunned to find his body is glowing, all translucent and hazy like a line of data. He furrows his brow in confusion. An illusion. Before he can figure out this new form, his attention is ripped away by a blinding purple light that just tore across the sky in the distance. The entire scene explodes into chaos as a massive tentacle suddenly whips right toward him. The monster is immediately sent flying backward, its grotesque, eye-covered head reeling from the blow. Forced to be an unwilling spectator, Lin Yuan's eyes are wide with utter amazement. He murmurs as the pieces click into place. The main story, has it been triggered? In the vast sky above, a giant flaming eye rains down a volley of destructive purple lightning, striking the monsters. This makes him wonder, is the void god attacking the merfolk, taking the full force of the wrath from above? The sea below boils like a cauldron and explodes into towering pillars of waves. From within the churning water, massive entity with countless tentacles emerges, carrying with it an aura of pure terror. The system panel flashes the words, Siren King. Lin Yuan squints his eyes, sizing it up. So this is the king of the sea demons. Floating in midair, a cloaked figure radiates. Pure dark magic, spitting a contemptuous taunt. Foolish creature. As soon as he hears that familiar voice, Lin Yuan's expression changes completely. He exclaims, "That's the first follower," before frowning confused. But isn't he a player? Yeah, you and I are asking the same exact question. How is he in a main story cutscene alongside a literal god? Not about to let his enemy just float there. The Siren King whips its razor-sharp tentacles through the air, striking directly at the cloaked man. But With a single casual wave of his hand, the mysterious figure unleashes a pulse of purple energy, knocking back every single one of the Sea King's attacks. The first follower holds out a hand glowing with unholy power, his eyes behind the mask sharp as daggers. "You dare make an enemy of a god," he threatens, and with that he throws a colossal ball of dark energy, pulsing with destructive power, straight down on the Siren King's head. Beneath the grotesque mask, his sinister smile is on full display, as he utters a twisted curse. "Even your own flesh and blood will betray you." Hearing those words, the Siren King's pupils shrink in fear. Its eyes flash with absolute panic as that unholy light starts to eat away at its mind. From above, massive pillars of black energy rain down like a storm, pinning the deep sea monsters to the water's surface. Bound tight by colossal chains of darkness, the Siren King thrashes wildly amid the sky-high waves, but it's completely helpless. Done playing around, the masked man slowly lifts his head, his expression one of pure satisfaction. He coldly declares, using the giant void god's eye behind him as backup, as he points down at the sea to deliver his judgment. And trust me, you're going to want to hear what he says next. "Let me show you the consequence of defying a god." He just appears, ripping tons of merman monsters straight into the air as they let out their final helpless screams. Torn from the ground and pulled into the sky, the masked figure slowly clenches his fist, condensing immense purple magic. The space around him distorts and cracks. A second later, the sky unleashes a devastating storm of crimson energy beams. In a flash, every single one of the giant tentacles is torn to shreds and completely vaporized. Watching this god-tier massacre unfold, Lin Yuan's face is drenched in sweat, his glowing red eyes wide with pure, unspoken shock. The historical illusion shatters. Lin Yuan slowly returns to his senses, standing dazed on the shore under the brilliant blood-red moon. He holds the golden horn. He frowns, his mind racing to process the insane truth he just witnessed. The Void God, a being that shouldn't appear for another 3 years. Was he seriously part of this game's dungeon backstory this whole time? His eyes reveal a deep suspicion of a massive conspiracy. And then there was the first follower. That guy definitely had to be one of the chosen ones in the past life. But why would a player show up in the lore of this world? Still in shock from everything he just witnessed, Lin Yuan decides he can't stop here. He raises the horn to his lips once more, his eyes burning with resolve. "All right, let's see what other secrets we can dig up." The historical illusion appears again. This time it's the Merman King standing in the middle of the ocean, facing his corrupted subjects. The King of the Sea speaks, his voice deep and powerful, but also tinged with a deep sadness. "The evil god's power is too great. My consciousness is falling into chaos." He raises a hand. A small but pure orb of light hovers above his palm. He tells his most trusted subordinate, "I will fall into a deep sleep here. Once the disaster is over, use this to awaken me." The merman priest, with tentacles wrapped around his head, respectfully accepts the orb of light, his own tentacles gently reaching out to receive the treasure. "Yes, my lord." Then he turns. He faces his entire clan, raises the horn high, and declares, "The Merman clan will return to our homeland." The vision fades, leaving Lin Yuan with the glowing horn in his hand. The item's info panel updates. Merfolk's Cry, a special item. It's the Merman clan's sacred relic and the only item that can awaken the Merman King. A second info box pops up. The horn's call also marked the birth of the merfolk's descendants, and some of them would become honored guests of the Merman clan. Clutching the horn, Lin Yuan finally understands everything. He looks at the crimson space around him and mutters, "So that's it. The reason this dungeon has all these bizarre rules is because it's a dream. And you and I both know the second he says that this whole reality is about to break apart." Lin Yuan is stunned as the scene before him warps violently. He finds himself standing in a boiling blood-red sea. From beneath the surface, the colossal Merman King slowly rises, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Lin Yuan looks up at the magnificent creature, his eyes sharp. "The king of the merfolk." The king looks down at him. His voice is deep but exhausted. "Thank you for granting me a moment of clarity from the endless chaos. The evil god's power has seeped into my very bones. I have not yet recovered, but first I can get you out of here." The Merman King gently wraps a tentacle around Lin Yuan. The suckered limbs hold him, but with surprising gentleness. The king continues with his sincere request, "I hope that in the future, you can look after the last remnants of the Merfolk clan." With that, he uses his tentacle to launch Lin Yuan high into the air, sending him right out of the dream space. Finally, free from the dungeon, Lin Yuan's mind is still spinning with a storm of questions. One mystery just piles onto another. We have to figure out the first follower's real identity as soon as possible and stop the evil god from descending. Just as he's lost in thought, a blue notification panel appears. You have completed Doomsday and received the following rewards: 10,000 experience Doomsday Boots and the Doomsday Wanderer's Blade. Meanwhile, in another corner by the stream, the Snake Tamer, who just got blasted out of the dungeon, is lying on the ground groaning. "It hurts. That bastard, it hurts like hell. He pushes himself up, trying to get to his feet. He grinds his teeth, his face twisted with pure hatred, trying to console himself. He looks down at the water with a sinister smirk. After all this, that guy won't be getting in my way for the rest of his life. Suddenly his eyes go wide. A bad feeling washes over him. What's happening? From beneath the water's surface, a giant tentacle emerges with Lin Yuan standing casually on top of it. The snake tamer's jaw hits the floor as he stammers. He is in absolute shock. How the hell are you still out here? Did that damn sea monster let you out? Another tentacle shoots out of the water as the Merman King roars, "Silence, I am the king of the merfolk." And with that, he brings it down with the force of a god on the snake tamer. Blasted away for the second time in one day, the guy is out cold. And with that, the Merman King gently sets Lin Yuan ashore, ending one insane adventure. But trust me, things are just getting started. Standing on the cliff, Lin Yuan makes a vow to the sleeping king below the waves. "If I get the chance, I will protect what's left of your people." The Merman King's reply is weak but filled with gratitude. "Thank you. My people will never forget your kindness." After everything's settled, Lin Yuan turns around, and a reward notification panel pops up right beside him. He quickly scans through the loot he just received. The sword. He bluntly notes that this weapon is nothing special at all. But the boots, on the other hand, look pretty damn good. In fact, these are exactly what he needs right now. The item details appear. Wandering Twin Blades, Silver Tier plus 35 attack plus 30 critical damage and plus 10 vitality. Gold Tier Submersion Boots plus 50 vitality plus 35 movement speed and plus 30 attack speed. It even comes with a skill called Endless Pursuit. After damaging a target, moving towards them activates a pursuit state, boosting his speed by 20% and adding 5% more damage. After equipping his new boots, Lin Yuan looks down at the snake tamer still knocked out below. His mind is already racing. It's clear now that the first believer isn't just some ordinary player. He must have forged a connection with the evil god a very long time ago. Blocking his contact with the god is useless. The only option is to crush the first believer's entire faction within the game. He'll just have to find another chance to take him down in the real world. But then he hears a faint rustle. A small snake slithers out from the snake tamer's robes. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow as he summons his beetle. Are they really trying the same old trick again? The next second, the beetle dives in and slams right into the snake. The snake tamer jolts awake, his face a mask of pure madness. "You bastard, today one of us is going to die." He charges forward with insane speed like an arrow cutting the wind. Lin Yuan calmly stands his ground as a system notification chimes. Shadow gloves have been equipped. He raises his hand. A massive wave of green energy erupts, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shocks the other players nearby. They all yell out, "Whoa!" The power of that attack is insane as a giant boulder is blasted into the air and comes crashing down, crushing the snake tamer beneath it. Pinned under the rock, he whispers with pure hatred, I surrender. When I respawn, I'll show you what it's like to be eaten by 10,000 snakes." Lin Yuan walks over, steps on the guy's chest, his voice ice cold. "Don't worry. You're not dying until you tell me where the first believer is." The snake tamer can only groan in response. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Yuan just smirks and pulls out a potion. "You won't make it anyway," the system announces. A recovery potion has been used. He pours the vial right into the guy's mouth and the green liquid makes him convulse. Green plus signs for healing start popping up all over him. He stammers, terrified and in agony. "All right, I'll talk, but it was just a bluff." He quickly snatches a teleport scroll. He roars, "I'm not telling you anything, you'll pay for what you did today." The system announces teleport scroll activated. Teleportation in progress. He raises the scroll high, but then, in a flash, Lin Yuan's sword swings and slices his entire arm clean off. The teleportation light instantly dies out. The system coldly announces teleportation failed. The tamer turns, his face twisted in horror. Lin Yuan stands there, beetle at the ready, his voice full of pressure. "Right now, your master isn't here. None of your snakes are here. There's only me. And no one knows about your betrayal." The snake tamer, absolutely terrified, drops to his knees and begs, Stop, I'll talk, my master." He's in the snake person civilization. He screams in desperation. He wants to conquer their entire civilization. "Now just get that beetle away from me." Lin Yuan looks down from above, his voice commanding. "First, give me the coordinates to where the snake person civilization is hiding." The snake tamer, scared witless, quickly agrees. "Okay, I'll give them to you. I'll give you everything." System notification coordinates 974.2.36.5.47 have been shared. Lin Yuan looks at the coordinate panel, thinking to himself that this guy is cunning and deceitful. I should probably preview the coordinates just to make sure he isn't lying. The system previews the terrain and a map appears. It's located in a desert region of the Western Empire. While Lin Yuan is checking the map, the snake tamer whispers to the tiny snake on his shoulder. Quick, you're the only snake I haven't refined yet. Poison me, kill me now. The snake immediately spits out a cloud of purple venom. The system announces snake venom skill activated. Lin Yuan turns around his sword, slashing through the poison, but he's too late. The snake tamer is already dissolving into particles of light. System health has reached 0. Before he disappears, he glares one last time. You really want to find my master? You're just asking to die. And you and I just watched him let the guy commit suicide. Lin Yuan stands there looking at the loot orb and sighs. He thinks himself looks like the goal. The First Believer's main goal in the Western Desert is to build a snake-person civilization. Well, then I can just attack their base and his plan will fall apart. With that thought, he summons his Manticore mount. Besides, this will lure him out of hiding much faster than searching everywhere. As he flies toward his city, he observes his surroundings and concludes, looks like the First Believer from my past life really did have some kind of connection to the snake-person civilization. Riding his summon, he plans, though the snake people are weak, they're not something I can handle alone right now. A calculating glint appears in his eyes. However, since the First Believer can use his influence, I can use the royal authority of the Western Desert Kingdom to wipe them out. An image of 2 old teammates flashes in his mind. I know what you're thinking, time for a reunion. But first, he needs to be cautious and find some truly reliable allies. Problem is most players are pretty weak right now. For normal players to get stronger, they have to party up to grind mobs and complete quests, just to earn gold and equipment. But the amount each person gets is pitifully small, plus dungeon runs require a ton of consumables, and repairs or upgrades. Those cost a small fortune. At the same time, the need for skill books and scrolls completely drains their finances. On top of all that, low-level monsters have terrible drop rates and almost never give you high-rarity gear, so you can't really make much gold. Meanwhile, I've been soloing this whole time, using far fewer resources than the average player. And yet, my monster-killing efficiency surpasses even most veteran players. He sits casually on his flying skull mount. Lin Yuan's gaze is fixed forward, full of calculation, radiating the confidence of someone overwhelmingly powerful. As he soars over the village rooftops on his fierce Manticore, he continues to map out his economic strategy. However, the enhancement and gem inlaying features after level 20 are where the real gold sink begins. And that's when the power gap between players widens significantly. Just as he finishes that thought, he dives down. He lands gracefully, his boots hitting the cracked ground, striking an incredibly cool pose. Turning his head, with a scheming smirk, he finalizes his plan. The blacksmith's favorability should be high enough by now. Let's get that gold-grade equipment first and take down the lightning attribute dungeon. I have to seize this opportunity. He quickly enters the forge and his system panel immediately shows his current favorability with blacksmith Huo Qin is 5,000. The buff-bald blacksmith sees him and happily rushes out, arms wide open like family. My friend, it's been too long. I'm truly grateful for the ore you sent me these past few days. My smelting skills have improved. It's fantastic. In response, Lin Yuan opens his inventory and the system scans the precious items. High-grade meteorite iron black gold level. Information. When used in forging, it can upgrade gold quality gear to black gold quality. He also has a nightmare core, a rare material condensed from nightmares that can be used in forging to create equipment with spirit-based attributes as the main component. No more talk. He tosses the glowing materials to the blacksmith, whose eyes are wide in total shock. And you and I both know things are about to get crazy. All right, let's catch up with our boy Lin Yuan. Just as we agreed, forge me some gear. Here are the materials. The blacksmith stammers, unique grade materials. If my master was here, a unique item would be no problem. With my skills, the most I can forge is a gold grade item for you. Hearing this, Lin Yuan barely even blinks, responding with total calm. And trust me, you can just feel the ice in his voice as he says, no problem. The blacksmith's expression shifts completely. Getting serious now. The old man laid out the final requirement to complete the masterpiece to forge the gold tier equipment. He would also need the body of a treant. With his objective clear, Lin Yuan turned and walked away, his cloak billowing dramatically. He left them with one simple, confident promise: just wait, and stick with me because he's heading straight into a dense forest. Sunlight cuts through the canopy. His steps are careful, crunching over dry leaves and twigs as he moves with caution. Pushing deeper up the desolate hillside, his silhouette is deadly silent, sensing every hidden danger. Suddenly, the giant trees around him awaken, glowing with a bizarre green light. The system immediately flashes a warning. Earth-type elite treants level 20. 4,300 HP, 450 attack, 400 defense with skills like vine, snare, and camouflage. And piercing branches. Spotting its prey, one treant aggressively swings a massive branch down through the air. It wants to pulverize him. But Lin Yuan is faster, leaping backward to dodge the lethal strike with almost artistic grace. A smirk plays on his lips. If I didn't lure you guys out, he taunts, finding you would have been a real pain. Time for the counterattack. Lin Yuan zips through the undergrowth, his sword slashing out in a flash. A brilliant arc of light tears right through the treant's root defenses. The fight is over in an instant. Severed chunks of wood fly everywhere. He turns his back to the carnage, coolly dusting off his hands. This should be enough source material. The system chimes in. You've defeated 14 savage earth treants, gaining 1,200 experience points. Just as he's about to clean up the battlefield, a desperate scream echoes from the distance. Ah, it makes Lin Yuan glance over, curious. Towards the source of the noise, a familiar player is sprinting for his life, arms flailing wildly while screaming his lungs out. Get out of the way, and right on his tail is a massive boss tearing through everything. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss this, a level 25 boss. 6,000 HP, 500 attack, 450 defense with skills like Vine Snare, Camouflage, and Piercing Branches, plus an ability called Force of Nature. Seeing this ridiculous, sloppy escape, Lin Yuan looks completely and utterly unimpressed. You again, getting chased by a boss. Despite his annoyance, he sighs, draws his sword, and steps in to help out. He immediately summons a massive ethereal green dragon behind him, baring its fangs as he activates Dragon's Breath. The huge magical dragon head roars, its glowing mouth opening wide before unleashing a pillar of green fire that incinerates everything. The other player panics, covering his head and dropping flat to the ground to avoid the terrifying wave of heat that just passed. He's still screaming his head off. After the flames demolish the monster, Lin Yuan calmly walks over. His silhouette is framed by the burning embers. He smirks teasingly. Well, my dear friend, what are you up to out here? The guy scrambles to his feet, waving his hands around, absolutely ecstatic. My friend, that time you soloed and wiped out the entire Black Tree Guild. That was just legendary. Lin Yuan just shrugs, replying casually. It was a coincidence. But the guy keeps rambling, his eyes shining. The Black Tree Corporation is totally bankrupt now. It's just gone. Man, that was so cool. He clenches his fist, laughing his head off, and you and I both know those guys had it coming, just picturing their miserable fate. Especially those two, He Ye and his son He Xuan, who were used to just robbing anyone they wanted for no reason at all. Now debt collectors are terrorizing them every single day. I heard they're even threatening to commit suicide. I'm sure they're regretting it down to their very bones. Then, grinning with pride, his friend continues. Now all the major guilds are wary of you. They say your strength is on par with any top guild, so nobody dares to provoke you. Lin Yuan just raises an eyebrow, a thoughtful look in his eyes. If we're going to have to deal with the Snakekin civilization, maybe the Jinghua Shuiyue guild could be of some help. Then he gets straight to the point. Anyway, why is a priest like you trying to solo monsters again? At the question, the other guy scratches his head and whines. Oh man, don't remind me. A special dungeon is opening up and my guild is short-staffed. Xiao Yue could only send me out to form a random party to gather potion materials, but my useless teammates all bailed on me. Then, as if remembering something important, his face turns serious and he leans in. Once that hidden dungeon opens, I heard a new item will drop that can power us up. However, the dungeon requires a special potion or it'll be nearly impossible to complete. It's called an anti-static potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan points to the pile of tree and wood left from the fight and says simply, "You need this. Then, take it." The other guy's eyes go wide in shock and he stammers, "You're giving it to me, don't you need it too, my dear friend?" Lin Yuan just turns and walks away, looking as mysterious as ever, leaving only a cold reply while the system announces he's collected 30 bosswood fragments. I don't. This is enough for me. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating back, the priest can't hide his admiration. And after what you and I just saw, can you blame him, he says. He's exactly the kind of man I admire. Back at the forge, the old blacksmith Huo Qin holds the rare materials, his eyes filled with respect. The old blacksmith clicks his tongue, completely impressed. He hints that if Lin Yuan's journey ever leads to the Southern Empire, he could find his master to get his weapon upgraded to legendary quality. And trust me, you're going to want to see where this leads. Right then the system dings, a master-disciple quest automatically accepted. Lin Yuan frowns, already scheming. He thinks, looks like I should make time to visit the Southern Empire. The smith smiles, explaining this item lets you pick the exact attribute you want. So which one do you want? Lin Yuan crosses his arms, starting to theorycraft his build. I've already got damage amplification and great deluge, so my damage output is solid. Now pay attention, this is where you see how big brain our main character is. My only real weakness is recovery. Generally, weapons grant healing through a lifesteal effect, either physical or magical. But he continues to reason that usually only melee classes choose lifesteal, since ranged classes are too squishy. They often die before they even have a chance to heal. But then an idea sparks. He gets 2 constitution points per level, so his base damage and health are already sky high. Plus, all the damage from his summoned undead counts as magic damage, perfectly covering that weakness. So Lin Yuan makes his decision. Forge me an item with magic lifesteal. The blacksmith nods firmly. No problem. He tosses the materials into the roaring forge, then turns back, handing Lin Yuan another item. And this? By adding this item, the Eye of Recording, he can create the gear that's most perfectly suited for him. The system immediately alerts him. Eye of Recording detected, custom forging mode activated. Forge an exclusive class weapon. Lin Yuan holds the crystal orb, a single question running through his mind. A Necromancer exclusive weapon. He touches the system panel, selecting yes. In his past life, he wasn't a Necromancer, so his weapon didn't really matter. But now, a specialized weapon is definitely the superior choice. Green energy flows from Lin Yuan's hand, engulfing the orb as the system confirms the components, locked in for creation. The old smith rubs his hands confidently. Leave the rest to me. The forge fire flares, consuming the magic orb. An incredible crafting process begins. Huoqin places the forming weapon back into the flames. You can come pick it up tomorrow, my friend. Lin Yuan just hums in response and turns to leave. As he steps out of the forge, his cloak billows behind him. He thinks that mission on Death Island was clearly targeting me. Okay, scene change. And you and I both know it's time to see the King of Hell and demand an explanation. A mysterious robed figure sits across from Lin Yuan in a dark room, his tone dismissive. Tisk. I really don't know what you're talking about. But then he rests his chin on his hand, his eyes glinting with suspicion. However, that Death Island quest was indeed very strange. Lin Yuan's voice is sharp, laying out his razor-sharp deduction. The snake controller is also a death apostle, so for him to issue the quest himself would be inconvenient. He must have an outside partner. Do you have any information on the client? The mysterious figure pretends to think, tapping his mask lightly. Let me see. A moment later, a holographic image appears. It's a girl with short hair and a black dress. Lin Yuan looks at the image and asks himself her. Instantly, the masked figure frantically waves his hands, denying the image. No, it definitely wasn't a little girl. It was a man. He was wearing a hat, so I couldn't see his face. Seeing through the lie, Lin Yuan stands up to leave. He tosses back a single line. Let me know when you have news. But the figure quickly calls out to stop him. Are you angry? Wait a second. Suddenly, the masked man appears right behind him, draping an arm over Lin Yuan's shoulder. He whispers like a snake, I know you're upset, so I'll give you a top-secret insider tip. A special dungeon is coming up. Most people who go in there will be nothing more than cannon fodder. He continues with a smug, greedy look in his eyes. But we've already stockpiled a batch of critical items, and we're going to use this opportunity to make a huge profit. Lin Yuan coldly brushes the arm off his shoulder, replying with total indifference. I would hope so. And at the same time, he smiles to himself. He thinks the Death Apostle's intelligence network is pretty reliable. But the most important item, the strong lightning resistance potion, is something that only I possess. As he turns to leave, the masked man freezes as if just remembering something. He pulls out a magic control panel and calls out, wait, I almost forgot this thing. He holds out his hand. Offering Lin Yuan a strange emblem, he explains, this is our guild's badge. It's for hiding our real identities during shady jobs. Afterward, we can just push all the risk onto this empty shell guild to take the fall. The second Lin Yuan sees the badge in his palm, his pupils shrink and his face twists in absolute shock. He froze. Staring at the station symbol on it, memories from his past life flooded his mind, forcing him to ask a question. And here's where it gets crazy. Isn't this the exact emblem the first believer wore back in his past life? Lin Yuan clenched the emblem, his eyes turning ice cold as the pieces clicked into place. Turns out this guild never even existed. This guy hid his tracks too well. Looks like we'll have to target the Serpent Man's civilization to turn the tables and force him out. With a plan forming, he walked decisively down the stone corridor, ready for his next move. He left behind only a single calm phrase, I understand. Leaving the shadowy meeting, Lin Yuan strolled straight into a bustling tavern. The moment he stepped inside, he heard the familiar grumbling of a fiery red-haired woman sitting at the bar. I've been working my butt off for this shop, while my little brother is out there living it up. She was clearly a bit drunk, angrily slamming her beer mug down on the counter. Golden foam splashed everywhere. Without even turning around, she kept on venting her frustrations. But Lin Yuan had been standing right behind her the entire time. Not at the shop today, I've been working hard watching over the stores for days. Can I treat myself to a little fun? But when she finally turned and met Lin Yuan's calm expression, she absolutely jumped, breaking into a nervous sweat. I mean, talk about getting caught red-handed. She stammered, trying to save herself. Huh, little brother, when did you get here? I swear I only snuck out for just one drink today.